Yo, saw dudes. What's going on? We are back for day 2 of the Swiss
If you're just
stage.
joining us today for our 6th World Championship, then welcome. We're happy you're here, but you did miss out on a surprising day number 1.
Yeah, day 1 was crazy.
Powerhouses
So,
knelt the champions of overlooked non-Sayo regions. Fan favorites were felt, but some of the favorite teams, they were too stubborn to follow the narrative. It's day 2 of our Swiss stage, and to help me unpack all the stories and the details of today's matches are two international broadcast legends and M-Series mainstays. Nothing ever overpowers the man to my left, except for pineapples in the dry desert heat. Leo, how do you feel about yesterday's matches?
I watched it from the comfort of my hotel room, and by the way, Moonton always takes care of us. I am feeling great. Today, I am flush with excitement. Day 2 of the Swiss could not have treated me better, just the way you did, brother.
I'm very happy that you're joining us here
I'm
today.
flattered.
And yes, nothing
Alright,
ever overpowers
so I am
Gideon
gonna
Q
say
as well,
this.
except for
I
Mama
did make some
Hotbots
predictions
and
at the
phone
end
scammers.
of
Gideon Q, as a
yesterday's
Malaysian,
video,
how are you feeling going to day
or
number 2?
stream I should
Digging
say.
deep on this one. I'm feeling
And,
honestly, I'm feeling really good. I expected day number 1 not exactly to go the way that it did, but at least it's a wake-up call for
So we'll
all
go over
teams
those quick
across
right
the
now while
globe
these guys
that
are
honestly there is no
yapping.
weak region anymore.
And
So
the
this is
world has
everything I
stepped
wrote
up to the
down
plate as we aim to be greater than ever.
yesterday.
By the way, Redmar Santa Cruz, just call me Redmar, and I like
So,
Howard sometimes. So, experience
as
the
you
thrill of gaming
see,
in
I
real life.
picked
Can
Falcons
you
over
esports
Twisted
district? Every
Minds,
detail is a
BTK
celebration of
over
players'
S2G,
entertainment at Kidia Gaming.
Team
Heard a lot about
Spirit
Kidia ever
over
since the
RQ,
World
and
Championship.
FNOP over
Details about that
CFU.
are available online.
And then
So,
in the
yes, we touched on
lower
it a little
group,
bit.
I
Yesterday
picked
was, as
TLID
the kids would say,
over
nuts.
S2G,
With all of the
or
results
SRG, I
that
mean,
we
sorry.
had for our very first Swiss stage
Rora
ever,
over
there was just a whirlwind of surprises.
Team
At the
Flash,
tippy top of your
ULF
menu right
over
now. What's the
SRG,
most surprising thing that
and then
No
Vamos
cap,
over
I think the opener, wherein we discovered exactly how strong S2G
Mayhem
is.
Evolved.
I think that
Right? Did I
alone
say that
set
right?
the
I hope I did.
tempo
But those are
and
my
our
predictions for
expectations
tonight.
the
I
days
did
to
not
come.
get a
Because if I'm
prediction
not
video out
mistaken,
because
after that,
I had too much going on
S2G were capable of it,
with
right?
the
You
holidays
agree
here,
with me?
but
When I say it was a back and forth,
you know,
every
we do what
other
we can.
upset
We do what we can.
became more and more a reality.
Well, more and more of reality is a bit of an understatement. I think everybody was a little shocked to see some of the kids, they call it a little skibbity these days as well. Because again, most times on
Skibbity,
paper,
really?
the stronger team should win.
On God.
On God.
On God.
But that just wasn't the case yesterday. And I have to agree with Leo that S2G really showed off their guns this time around against SRG of all teams. I
There
really
we
wish
go.
that SRG wasn't on the other
Boom.
side anymore.
Alright,
Just
let's
makes
get this
the game
camera a little
even
bit
more
smaller
exciting.
here.
It wasn't just
That way we're out of
S2G
the
that brought
way.
the Riz to the very first day of the Swiss stages. Other teams as well popped up and showed up to the plate. BTK taking down Ulfidnar, Falcon taking down Rora, so many more happened yesterday.
I still don't understand why everybody is making a big deal out of BTK
For
winning.
me personally, obviously,
Like, they
I have to
talk
say
like
SRG, but
BTK was the
also have
underdogs.
to give
How can you be an underdog to a
These
wild
guys,
card
again,
team?
Really, really interesting, right? Because again,
That's what I don't
was expecting NIP
understand.
Flash
Like,
to
it doesn't
really
make
put up
sense.
a
If you were
good
the
fight this time
underdog,
around,
don't you
but
think
it
you
looks
should
like
have been in
CFU
the
has
wild
not
card?
only grown, but are showing, hey, we're not just an aggressive team anymore.
I
We've
don't
got
know.
some smarts alongside.
It's whatever at this point, you know.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we got
Alright, let's get this.
What about you, Leo?
Oh, of course, I
Ah,
have to step it up for my client. I am the advocate of the beast.
Is this
King
thing actually
Kong,
gonna work now?
breaking records as perfect as it is in their debut match in M6. What was that? 1,000 plus in the jungle.
Yeah.
And the first to hit level 15 the fastest.
Yeah, at around 9 minutes, that's how fast King Kong hit level 15. So that was the insanity that happened yesterday on the left portion. That was the first 8 BO1 set we saw. The aforementioned performance of King Kong happened in the Clash of Titans against TLID. The mentioned match by Gideon CFU versus NIP Flash, wherein at one point, the Granger of NIP Flash had like what, around 12 plus, 15 plus kills, yet somehow they lost. Bro, it was Shinji G, sing, on that Bruno to pop off. But here we are. at the top
All right.
and at the bottom, the 1-0-1 brackets. Maybe outside of the Malaysian matches, Gideon, which one there are you looking forward to the most?
All right, obviously I'm going to be really excited for S2G's again performance against BTK. Obviously, I got to see how far this team is truly going to go. But the second one that really excites me in the top of that bracket, RRQ versus Team Spirit.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
drafting is going to be one thing, but even more so, how brawly is it going to get?
that's what a lot of people are going to be watching out for. The brawly meta that we find ourselves in. S2G BTK, well, after the comments of BTK, and we're going to touch on that a little bit later, is our very first match and a very poetic start. We're going to be seeing Falcon versus Twisted Minds, a clash between Coach Lyric and Coach RC, both to see later today. Any standouts for you there, Leo?
Oh, for sure. You can't mention day 2.
I don't know why
Swiss without
Discord
talking
does
about
not work
Ulfidnar versus
when I'm-
SRG. This is a grudge match, a year
Whatever.
change in the making. We almost saw Ulfidnar, then known as Fireflux Esports, make it to the grand finals of MLBB earlier this year. Is that not a match you want to see?
Yeah, I remember the reactions behind the scenes when we saw SRG get drawn alongside Ulfidnar. A lot of groans, honestly, because yeah, they were the team. That roster, though they at that point they were called Fireflux, they almost eliminated SRG in the mid-season cup early this year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But now we find ourselves in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and it's time for the hot first game of the day. Yeah, hopefully you were there when we got to hear the comments of Hoon. But before we get into that, I think it'll be great to touch on S2G. What for you, Leo, was a standout thing with S2G's performance?
I am happy to say that I was right about S2G. A lot of people, when you talk about Turkey, you always just think about, oh, Ulfidnar, Fireflux. I'm here, advocates of the Crows. I think S2G are bringing something to the table that even Turkey's finest, even Ulfidnar haven't done so before. So I'm happy to see that yesterday I was right about S2G, and more so than that, the performance of the Turkish trigger man, Sigi Boom.
He was on point. If S2G, though, dropped to BTK this very first match, BTK could be known as Turkey Slayers. They took down Ulfidnar yesterday, and, well, I know they're going to be hell-bent on trying to take down S2G, you know, because NA feels like sometimes they don't have enough rivals in the international stage, even though there's already a good amount.
I would say they were more closer and more attuned to maybe Turkey hunters at this point, right? I mean, if S2G is able to put up a good fight, and I expect them to put up a really good fight, then
Yeah,
at
this
the
should
very
be a
least,
good
BTK
match.
has something that's
Like, if
going
this
to
is not the
challenge them.
best
Because
match
so
of the
far,
day,
previous
I will
game,
be
based on
surprised.
what we've seen so far,
I really
it
will.
looks good. Yes, it looks a lot
Appreciate
cleaner.
everybody,
At the
though,
same time,
swinging
can
in.
they push it even further than that?
Revenge
I know a lot of you
or
come back and watch
Happy
after
Thanksgiving,
these are
to
done, which I
all our
totally,
North
I still
American brethren
appreciate.
out there.
But today
Thank
is
you
also
guys.
Black Friday.
Ooh, wait, it's the day of
But we're gonna
sale.
see.
Like,
Yes.
there's a lot
I
of
picked
people-
BTK, obviously.
So
I gotta
what
go with the guys, you know. Gotta represent.
Takes it, and I'm thinking like an hour later, right?
Yeah.
And they get that post-match interview with Rose. One of the S2G players go, "Happy Thanksgiving."
We got NA.
I think it's also going to boil down to like who just gets the better deal at the end of the day too. I feel like there's a lot of things that
All right,
Ulfidnar
let's
can-
see.
or, excuse me, S2G can mention.
Where did... Actually, I'll just use my phone. That way I don't mess this up since the laptop is being
I think a lot of
stupid.
people were shocked by the performance of BTK, not mainly because of one thing. They brought back the Fredrin, Gideon, the Fredrin.
Honestly, that's not too surprising, right? I think,
Hey, we got
especially
AV
with the
Gaming
meta
and
that we
Private
have now,
Dancer
we're seeing
doing
people at the very
a
least being a little
watch
afraid
party.
to whip out the assassins.
Shout
Now
out to
it's no
those
more, oh, we have
guys.
such a big priority pick that we have to worry about. Jushin obviously is still in that position, but Ling, Hayabusa, even Suyo.
Mirko's
dropping down
live.
priority.
Yeah. And
Shout
I
out to
wonder if
Mirko.
BTK are gonna return to that
Wolf
place
Cast,
as we look
Assassin
into
Riles.
some words
Let's see
from
who
a
else is
member
here.
of S2G. Begin says here when they
Oh,
won
my
S2G,
Venus.
he didn't tear up, but after beating the MSC champions, he teared up due to his unsatisfying performance and the mistakes he made. in
I'm
the
surprised
It was
don't
a
see
rollercoaster of
Kookman
emotions
on
that,
here.
game number 1, and I think it's well warranted that S2G were emotional afterwards.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure that win yesterday was the culmination of all their hard work, because for the longest time, S2G has been standing in the shadow of Fireflux, in the shadow of Ulfidnar, and now that the spotlight is on them and they were able to get that big
Alright.
upset win.
So
I
we gave the
understand why young
predictions
man
at the
Viking
beginning.
Actually teared up.
It's actually pretty funny
Um,
to think about it, right? Because
let's
being in that
see.
shadow, for the first time, they get to say, "Sit down, big brother."
if anybody else has made. Well, I know Trex made some predictions
now,
earlier.
I feel like it's the best chance for them to revengeance? No. Avenge. There, thank you. To avenge the loss of their brother team. And of course, in case you forgot, Siggy Boom is the actual brother.
The younger
of
brother.
Apex 47.
Yes.
Out of how many siblings again? It's like 10 plus?
You know,
Like
there's
11? There are 11 siblings. Someone mentioned this to me. Like 11 of them in one
Close to a
family.
dozen.
Close to a dozen. Yeah, but well, that is 11. But yeah, it's a big family, and 2 of them are esports pros in the global scene. So now, if you are BTK,
I don't see
are
any
you gonna
other-
go into this and say we're gonna be aggressive, we're gonna get up in their face, or
Maybe
are
I
you
gotta
gonna play
type
the
it
more Mayweather-esque defensive playstyle that they went for?
That's actually a great question. Personally, for me, I think that playing the Mayweather defense probably is going to be a little bit better this time around. We're seeing that a lot of teams, well, we're seeing 2 polarizing sides, right? Either you're hyper aggressive, or you are going to slow the game down until you can play towards that end game scenario where there's a lot more free flow and adaptation on the fly. I think we've seen S2G kind of play a little bit of both, but generally, when we are looking at the fundamentals, purely from a fundamental standpoint, I think that BTK might just have this in the bag.
Yeah, I double down. To be more specific,
Yeah,
I want
Trex is
BTK to
literally
hit it
the
like Tyson.
only
I want them to be aggressive. Because of all the teams.
prediction
because of all the
video I
teams
see
that
for
we've
day
seen,
2.
I think
Or at least that I follow.
I picked this up from a content creator on YouTube. One of the more informative ones, Yunji, if I'm not mistaken. It's mastery over meta. Yeah. Despite what's happening in the greater landscape of MLBB, if you know your heroes well and you know the limits of how you can push it, you can perform better. That's what we saw yesterday in their debut match.
Yeah, so maybe BTK go for the ear, you know. They have an ear fixation, if ever. So, gentlemen, we kind of practiced this beforehand, so time to whip out your PPs. It's the prediction popsicles. So, what's it gonna be? S2G or BTK? I will start off the festivities. For me, my prediction, it's BTK. I'm in on the I'm in on the hype wagon, man.
Really?
I'm in on the hype wagon.
Bullshit, Renmar. You're trying to caster curse us, and I don't appreciate it, my guy. I really don't.
They're ready for this, and they're ready to
I swear to God, if this dude curses BTK, he will never hear the end of it.
The aggressors, as you mentioned.
I
I
will.
don't know about that one. I want to say yes to BTK.
No,
Yes,
I'm
I
just
did mention
kidding.
that their fundamentals have been
It
looking
will suck if they
good.
lose,
More
but
importantly,
I
some
mean,
of
it's
their
just one of
form has
those
been
things, you
looking
know,
great.
especially if they
Personally, for
didn't
me,
learn from
I gotta
yesterday.
go
Like I
with
said
S
while we were
to
watching
G
them,
this time round. They put a
like,
strong
there's
game
times that you can
against
see,
SRG,
even
but
I
they
notice it,
just play it a little,
that
add a little polish,
they
a bit of varnish, rub it over a little bit,
make
get that
too
nice
many
little
stupid
glossy
mistakes
shine.
they
SRG
shouldn't
will take
be.
this.
You know, when you're on the level up here,
Double-edged sword, but
and
gonna have to
I'm
agree.
noticing mistakes that even my team, who is way down
Number one is
here,
because I really wanna see
are
them hit that
making,
momentum stride. I wanna
that's
see them
not,
go
you know,
further
that's
and
not
prove
good.
themselves,
Like,
but also,
that's when I feel
think this would be
like
good
their
for BTK
mental
because
is
BTK
not all
they're
there, and they're
built to
letting their
perform well under
emotions
pressure.
drive them
So if
more.
somebody doubts them,
A
somebody
lot
as
of people
close to
call
them
it the
as I
tilt.
am, they're gonna go, Leo, you're proving me wrong.
But yeah,
Leo's gonna look at me like,
just
"Manong, I got you.
they just
I'm
gotta
gonna be
stay
there."
focused,
Oh, yeah, no, it's like
help support
Ilocano
each other in the
Ilocano,
game, out of the
I
game.
know that.
You know,
I was like,
keep
oh,
talking.
yeah,
Don't
I
let
know
those
that was
comms
good.
get stale.
All right, so it's time to get to know our
Watch
two
the
teams.
fucking
We'll
map,
start off first
and
with
then
the slate
also
to
my
stay.
last one.
Turquia
Anytime you
Kings
guys get an
of
objective,
S2G.
and you don't
Here they are,
absolutely
pretty sure
need the
it's
kill for like gold or whatever because they're pressing you,
Yes, of
back the
course.
fuck up.
One more player I think we have to note
Like, don't
is
overextend.
Castaway. Yes, he did bag the MVP performance.
Don't get
last
thirsty.
night.
Don't, you know, try and
Yesterday,
show out because it's
morning,
M6. Save that
afternoon,
shit
so
for
watch it
later
for
on.
around.
Save it
But
for the grand
Zoro
finals.
did not die on that Suyo. And even sometimes how deep he would be, like underneath tier 3, trying to find kill, trying to find Stormy, trying to find Innocent. This young man does not
Yeah,
pick
had to get
fights.
some
He picks
coffee.
spots.
And they got to pick their spots perfectly up against a team with a simple goal to make America bang again. It's
Yes.
BTK up on your screens.
Oh, we didn't get the stink
Well,
fingers.
I gotta mention, Zia, Shark, Hoon, as well as Mobazane are doing really well as a unit. But the big
Oh, yeah, I
standout
was gonna
for me
share the stream
yesterday,
out on my
especially
phone,
the
too,
transition
since,
from early, mid, and as well as late. I think I
I don't know, my laptop doesn't like Discord, I
The
guess.
composition that they played yesterday with the Fredrin, most of the time people are going to be like, it doesn't have enough damage. Where did that damage come from, especially early to mid? And it came from that Arlet. How many triggers did he get? How many plays did he make in that game itself? I think that fight is something you got to keep your eyes on, or maybe even target in the draft, limit that pool.
I fully agree with that because it was Trex himself saying that White Chicken needs to end up with a hero that is active around the map, that is proactive in setting up plays. And his final slash, he landed 3 very clutch ultimates as an Arlot to set things up or even finish up a fight for BTK.
I think it's the heroes that can make use of his Twitch reactions. This young man, he's got great game IQ, game sense, but I think it's more of just a sudden snap, the clutch that White Chicken can take advantage of.
All right, I gotta ask, gentlemen, which one of you do a better MOBA Zane impression? You wanna try?
Oh no! I mean, I'll just talk the way that I talk, right? In the past, I tried to rejoin Hoon and Shrek, but they kept saying no. I had to beat them a few times. I left the previous org because they kept speaking Tagalog, even though they could speak English. It just didn't feel comfortable. And we asked them about what made him reunite with Hoon. Very valid. Very valid.
That is a very valid concern. But now I'm pretty sure MOBA Zane is definitely feeling like he's in Cloud 9 with him being here on the world stage.
Oh yeah,
he's very happy about
he's
it.
at home with his Ohio brothers right now. Like this stage.
Ohio, he said.
This is what he's used to. I think Miracle mentioned how this is a very M3 feeling tournament. That's where they kicked a lot of butt.
Yeah, and let's see, if they continue their trend of beating Turkey teams, maybe then they can say, oh yeah, it's back to M3 form for us. By the way, the MLBB Rising Open QR codes are there on your screen. You can also use the redeem code MLBB Spec. It's gone now.
I got it.
You got it? I didn't.
All right, we got it shared out in the Discord.
You already got the 9?
It's that fast.
It's that fast? Holy. Okay, let's go into the drafting phase.
Saw dude. Happy Thanksgiving, Hawaiian. Hope you had a good day. Hope you ate lots of food.
Oh boy, I think a lot of
I didn't do too bad.
really tough to say
Ate a
because
little bit,
based on what we saw
but I was
yesterday,
just
right?
I was so
Travel
damn
such a
tired
huge
because
integral
streaming
part of
last
the
night,
stage.
barely
As
getting
the
any
fundamentals
sleep.
are, you need to create an advantage for
Yeah,
yourself.
it's just
So
crazy right now.
from S2G, I really want to see how deep their
All
pockets
right,
are.
we got our
already
draft
seen Rose
going.
pick Suyo, and you
Suyo.
you mentioned it yesterday, if I remember correctly, about having
Interesting
it's not
pick.
just about blue side, red side. It's the following picks that matter a lot.
Bruno and
Follow-up from
Yeve.
Suyo, it's the Bruno.
Let's
for
go.
BTK and the Eve. I feel like for a very strong team fighting team, those are great picks. But I love that they prioritize the Matrix on S2G.
Matilda, where's the Matilda?
Aka?
It's gotta be.
Hopefully.
It's open.
The
By the way,
Beatrix.
Superman, get
That's
this.
kind of
See?
scary.
Back to back.
Beatrix. I like
Signature
Beatrix.
picks. It's gotta be. Come on, Pagu.
I ate my
think-
Thanksgiving
I
meal
think
early
they
this morning and
decided
slept
to
all day.
show it.
Hey, there you go.
Providing two
There you
different,
go.
two different use cases, but at the same time, we've seen how Troll has been devastating games. You got it right on the dot. It's
Yeah, we
going
went
to
out to my
return this time around. They
brother's,
prefer the mobility.
ate some food,
First 3 picks of S2G.
enjoyed
Yeah,
some-
we heard what you said, and we're kind of pissed off about it. But
some
hey, my theory is right. I said BDK yesterday.
good
You know what?
smoke,
Go
good
ahead and pick
company,
the Brethren again
you know.
if you can. And it's a
All
great
right,
time
Matilda
for
or Fred.
honestly.
I don't know.
Fred. Best part about that is
I don't
just
know if I
because,
would've went
you have a Matilda that'll
Fred
lock you
here,
down
but
just
okay.
enough so you lose out of the guiding win.
Ooh, okay. So let's see if that Fred will do well here. Wait a minute. MOBA Zane's actually half Turkish? That's a fun fact for you.
Maybe from his mom's side. I remember him having this conversation with him.
Whoa. So hopefully we get to hear MOBA Zane speak and drop some Turkish phrases from time to time. I don't know, maybe.
That fist bump is going to be real awkward.
Yeah, it's like S2G's going in there expecting like, we'll speak to him in English. Like, wait, did this man just speak to us in Turkish? Okay, so Glue gets taken out by BTK, and honestly, it makes sense when you have a tight formation around an Eve, around a Fred, and a Bruno. A hero like Glue who can mess up formations. You'd rather not go up against that.
Yeah, Glue in the past 24 hours of Swiss has become a breakout hero alongside the Grangers, alongside the Joys, suddenly becoming more and more in demand.
I don't know. I feel like, again, the fact that Glue is getting banned out in the second half of the phase, there's no pick that warrants it other than the Fredrin, who's going to generally struggle with it, especially around neutral objectives. There is a possibility that they're looking to set up for maybe even a Phoveus. There's already plenty of dashes on top of the Matilda as well. But the fact that they're banning out the Arlet and as well as Cho, really good stuff coming in from S2G.
Yeah, now you take away a very proactive EXP laner that could fall into the hands of White Chicken. Honestly, if BTK just want to...
Man, this is...
Honestly...
Oof. Yeah, this is going to be tough. We'll see who they... Phoveus, yeah. All right. There we go.
Duelist in the Phoveus as an EXP lane.
Easy triggers off of the guiding winds.
Yeah.
Whatever you end up in the XP lane for Lunar should be a 50-50 at best. But the one thing I don't feel and I don't vibe with in the Phoveus is it's not a White Chicken hero. You know what I mean? Like there's no clutch. There's no clutch to it. You know where he's coming from.
Oh, okay, it's true. It's true that you kind of see him coming at you, but I think that he's a very unique hero in the way that you play those clutch moments because it happens so quickly. You have such a small iframe.
And it lasts so long.
Exactly.
He can live right in your face, close up the gap. I see.
This means 100% of the last pick for BTK. I think they're going to go tanky again, especially for the roamer here. You have 3 tanky frontliners because you're not going to make the Fred go frontline. The Phoveus cannot frontline alone. The Phoveus needs someone else with that.
Ooh,
so
the Edis. Okay.
S2G, great pick. Shark is
This will be interesting. This is man, and they got the Valentina. Shit.
As well, covering their magic damage bases. It's a well-rounded lineup for S2G, but it is the Guinevere of Shark in the roam.
Interesting. This is really interesting because Hylos would have been the perfect pick, but it already got banned out by S2G because of their foresight. With this Guinevere, now you have 3 triggers.
Oh shit! Yeah, we swung into John's stream, and then we started eating, and then when I popped back in, my service was so bad that it would load the chat, but it wouldn't load his stream. Kind of sucked.
I'm Nisu and joined with one of the newest additions, just like we saw yesterday with Brigida. Now it's Ingan. Ingan, how we feeling, man?
Daddy, I feel great. I'm excited to be here. The venue's awesome, and of course, our first match is gonna be so hyped up.
It's gonna be hyped up, man. You know, day number 1 was quite the interesting opening day. I think good luck to everybody's guest coins this time around because I know mine were in shambles, but to kick off day number 2,
all right, here we go.
Unfolds for us, jumping into the land
Let's
of Dawn
get it.
to see how the day gets started. It's S2G and BTK to break things down and get things started. I'm wondering, you know, this is now the 2nd time MLBB has brought out an old pick of his that actually worked out really well yesterday. MLBB Fred. It's the Fredrin again.
And actually, this boils back to
Where
point a while ago,
is-
wherein he said that it's all about mastery instead of the meta. If this is MLBB's mastery, why not? And work up against a Joy, and this time it's up against Suyo. So let's see if BTK alongside MLBB can actually pull things off once again.
You know, I think at this point too, you have to be able to watch out for this, but also you guys watching at home, you guys gotta watch.
All right, so only
for the M6
4
map, 'cause it's now
teams
available. You can
will
complete all the
go
active
2-0.
tasks during the event to hit level
Then we'll
75 for
have
free.
4 teams who are
Amazing
0-2,
rewards, including Claude's
and then we'll
battle
have
mode, the M6
8
Glory
teams
Avatar
who are
4,
1-1
Barkshiel's battle mode, and the new special
after
skin of
today's
Barkshiel's
matches.
Dauntless Shield, all for free. So make sure you guys go ahead and grab that because the action already starting here.
Should
once
be
again.
interesting.
Early rotations too, you know, Egon, what we expected here with S2G.
Try to listen in on the replay.
Right away, when you look at even the emblem sets being put into place, this lineup from S2G wants to move around fast. They want to be able to rotate.
Yep, after
quickly.
that we
They
came
wanna be
home and
able
went to bed, and then I
utilize
woke up a
the
little bit
Matilda
ago.
pick. You know, this is. Oh, and they looks like they're gonna
Lighthouse
move
went to
here.
work, and I started making my thumbnail and getting the stream ready. Now we're here.
And looking at the emblem, Zia actually has the Master Assassin, so he's confident going up against Sigiboom down to the laning phase. But the thing that bothers me, or the thing that concerns me rather, is the Guinevere roam. We've seen it. Renege used it up when Aurora played yesterday. The problem is the range of the spatial migration. Even if you paired it up with the flicker, it's going to be hard, especially up against a Matilda. So it's really easy to predict by S2G when spatial migration is going to be casted. But look at this, Bloodthirsty King going on right now. White Chicken with the Infernal Pursuit as S2G works on the turtle.
All right, they're gonna start it up. I think they're gonna break out a fight.
Oh, beautiful Earthshatter
Damn.
combination.
They got the
And
turtle.
Kazooie gets the
Back
first
up,
turtle.
chicken,
The
back
Shark
up.
wants to answer right back with a kill onto Lunar. Pagu is safe. And that's a trade BTK is willing to take, transitioning right away to getting that orange buff.
Nice.
Actually, they're gonna take quite a bit from that. So they got, you know, the objective going in the hands of S2G, not too bad, but BTK, they won't let it just be, you know, resulting into that. They get a kill on Lunar, they end up taking a buff from that, and they'll go ahead and get back into the rotation.
Yeah, as long as they
Always
can
that
get
first
trades
turtle
like
is kind
that,
of
they'll
up in the
be
air. You know, you don't have
they'll
to
be good.
completely secure it because you know you
'Cause
still
now they
have
got the
that
gold
second
lead
third
again.
coming up. And with a lineup like this, you know, that's something that we can talk about and break down even further.
About to make
With
some
BTK's
coffee.
lineup,
Nice. I got
it's
mine
kind of a
right
slow
here.
burn. I mean, talk about how successful this Bruno pick has been. I think he's, what, 75% win rate right now? Something insane.
6 out of 8.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see it banned out, you know? But in this case, the fact that you just want to go ahead and have that build up on this Bruno, Zia is going to be in a good, you know, situation where then he's able to pop off later on, especially into when Hoon sets up the real world manipulation. Now, if you missed the game yesterday that BTK played, you know, they almost got to a point where the game kind of got a little shaky, almost got a little scary if they were actually going to be able to close out the game. So I hope that they were able to go ahead and kind of adjust themselves for this game, as mistakes can turn things around so quickly. I think that's one of the most deadly things about our current Swiss stage format, you know? This best of one.
Chicken moving up.
Shark
Ooh,
managed to find a pick off
shit.
it. So managed to escape here. No kills whatsoever. For
Damn,
both
that
of
was
these
close.
teams.
Does
This is what we
Zane,
were saying, as a
I don't think he's going to be able to
by
do
taking, he comes back
anything. Hoon's going to have to
There's
back
still
out.
no
Alright.
casualties. 4 minutes in,
Chicken came
only
up
one
to
kill the whole
kind of
game.
protect him a
whole
little
lot of
bit,
just,
you
you know,
know. Ooh, in the mid, Edith.
Showing what's available, but no one goes down. A couple ultimates. They might still kind of press this, but even for Lunar, he's got to be careful. Whoa! Solo kill up top
Damn.
from Siggy Boom.
Okay, so that's the reason why you pick a Tenacity instead of a Master Assassin, because if you have a Master Assassin and you're going one-on-one laning phase and you lose that fight, it's going to be hard for you to come back. Shark manages to find one again with Spatial Migration, but Begin, quite sneaky, manages to escape as Kazue
Damn.
will get
That's
the
another
second
turtle.
All right, second turtle. Kazue
All
able to
right.
secure that one. And like I said, it looks like, you know, BTK, sometimes it looks like they want to fight, but then
I
they
feel
don't
like
just have enough
they're-
damage just yet. And going back to
Nah,
the
I
point
feel
where
like
I
they're
was
just
saying
in
with
their
best of
heads.
ones, you know, this is where it gets a little spicy. Because if
They're
you can
worrying too
kind of
much.
knock
I
down
mean,
your
I like
lane,
the
especially
the fact
gold
that they're
lane, which
playing
we know
safe,
has
but
been
they're just
so
kind of.
vital for a lot of teams'
I feel like they're
success
holding
throughout
back a little
S2
bit.
kind of
Maybe
what's
turn it up a
happening anymore,
little
but
bit,
this leader
guys. You
that
guys
has
are at like a
earned
6.
itself
I'm gonna need you
since
at like
that
a
patch and the changes.
7.5,
Gold is gonna be
8.
very crucial, right?
You know.
And you don't want to die in those 1v1s. I wish we got a picture of it with Siggy Boom, but you know what a
Did
play.
he
And
just take that?
did that actually get taken? I don't
Oh,
know.
Siggy Boom!
Again?
You can almost feel the damage because he picked up his first item, Blade of Despair, compared to Zia with the Has Claw. So you know, by the item prioritization, Zia is really behind compared to Siggy Boom, the Turkish trigger man.
He's not.
Who builds
He's not
Haas
having a good
first?
time, man.
Like,
You know, I guess, you know,
Malefic
bring
gun
soccer
into
ball to a
BOD.
gunfight. Look at this.
Oh, and they're bringing.
Oh, no,
Kazumi
he's
to bring
Bruno.
down Shark and try to bring him down. But Shark quite sneaky. Will be able to escape. But look at the pressure.
I'd probably go
STG is
Malefic
putting
gun
on BTK.
into
They're actually going to take down
into
a
either
first
Haas
tier
or
turret up top. Forcing a reaction coming in from BTK.
Berserkers.
So almost there for S2G.
They didn't get the turret. They're nearly there though, and you're seeing how much pressure can be put up from S2G just based off the fact that, you know, again, even if Biggin has the real world manipulation himself, it kind of gives them that threat in terms of space. But then they have the mobility factor too, because they have
Okay,
the Tilda.
boys,
And
let's
it's
see
kinda
it.
getting difficult for Bloodthirsty Kings to be like, you know, how do we approach this fight? How do we actually engage here? And that's why I was saying earlier, you know, they need a lot of time to kind of build up, get to a point. Third turtle's coming up here, and I don't know, man. If Bloodthirsty Kings can actually win this fight for the objective, that'd be great for them to set up into that first Lord coming up. But right now, it's just S2G, knowing they have this minor advantage, nothing too crazy, about 1,500 gold. It's going to be started up, though, by Zia. Rest of the team's going to make their way, Mobazane as well. And this is where we expect, you know, the Fredrin pick to shine. But look at the angles that are going to be set up here.
Easy,
from S2G.
easy.
Half health, Mobazane doesn't
Let it go
wanna
back,
fully
let it
commit
go
just
back.
yet.
Chill,
He might
just
rely
chill.
on Shark to jump in. With
All right,
the
now go.
migration.
Okay,
Go, go, go.
another Chatter onward combination plus the flicker. Here comes Shark with a beautiful spatial migration onto the backline. Bracer drop coming in from
Damn,
Mobazane.
he still got it.
Get the
What the
turtle,
fuck?
plus a kill onto Shark, forcing BTK to retreat.
I think Shark might have been
Ooh, and just
like
that, that's
just
3
a
for
second
3
too
and
early,
the
but
turtle to
damn,
S2G.
dude.
They further the game lead a little bit more at this point. BTK, they tried to make something happen, but it was Lunar
Alright,
that
so
went
they
in
got
first.
all
It was
3
Lunar that went
turtles.
the aggressive route, flickered in, got the knockup, and right now Siggy Boom really trying to work on this turret.
Damn, this
I don't think
does
it's
not
gonna
look
get
good.
tapped out just yet as Mobazane will clear it out, but the bottom goes down. So this is that shift in momentum where now you got all the turtles. You're starting to get these turrets down, and BTK
Okay.
will be kind of
We
scrapping
need to
find
catch
what
him
they
off
can.
guard, boys.
That lineup
Let's
is gonna be hard for BTK.
take a deep breath. We'll step back.
First, but the problem is with the presence of the Matilda. S2G
I
can
would
just
invade
re-engage at any
if you
given moment.
can.
Yep.
Retreat, re-engage,
When you
especially with
can,
Lunar's
but-
performance, flicker and Earth Shatter onward combination, always connecting.
Yeah, see, like
At this
Shark
point,
did.
BTK, they're just gonna have to bite the bullet for the meantime.
But press
and
him,
wait for
you know,
Zia's
stay
power
on it.
Spike to shine through later on towards the late game.
You know, that's the thing when we look at this lineup again is like, when is that power spike gonna happen? You know, when is this gonna be, when are they gonna come online for BTK? And for Zia specifically, you know, he still needs quite a bit of time to build up, because not only is he gapped a little bit in levels, but he's got to catch up on gold. This tier 2 is actually close to going down. At least Zia was able to push down on the bottom side, but ultimately this is leading to a place where S2G is going to have a good advantage when it comes to Lord take. Now all it could take is Shark to get a proper setup.
Oh, like that one on to begin, but he's not going to fully commit it because S2G is ready to respawn. Okay, BTK, Zia just picked up his Malefic gun, so in terms of counterattacking, he's actually quite able to do that, plus the proper positioning needed to do the free hits onto S2G Esports. But the problem is they have a lot of initiations. I mean, Lunar has been phenomenal with the Edith. Even without the flickers, Earth Shatters keeps on connecting. And look at BTK, they had the initiative to go first with
Yeah,
the
so you
setup,
better
but
clear
with the
that long
presence
lane
of
quick.
Pagu's Matilda, they're thinking twice. They're not as decisive as with what they want to do.
This is a little bit different this time around for Mobazain, you know, struggling to get these objectives. You know, yesterday he was on point with them.
Yeah, I feel like
but
a
so
Julian
far,
or something would have
the
been
jungle
better
battle
for him
definitely
here.
going in favor of S2G right now. This
Maybe
Lord's
even
gonna be starting
Jawhead.
up half health right now. They've got the advantage in terms of the space to work with, but it will go for a reset. Still kind of limit testing each other, especially in the mid lane, because those tier 1 turrets are still up. But part of this factor too, S2G can actually whittle down some of the members of BTK, relying on the fact that, again, they have this big
Alright.
pick in the roam, that Matilda.
They're all
can
here.
really
Let's
help
see.
out. But you can see, you know, there's still going to be
Let's see how they
respect
do
here for
this.
S2G, even with the lead
I
that
think
they
this
have
right
at
here will
3-3.
make or break them. If they
You don't
lose
wanna
this,
overstep,
they're
you don't wanna
they're
get
probably
overconfident, because we've seen this before with the best of ones. The
probably
case
not
is,
gonna be able to
just
come
literally
back.
with a
At least not right
power,
away. We'll see though.
handle or a wheel that you
Shark's
can-
dead.
Oh, look at the Bennett's Rage onto Shark.
Ooh, okay.
SCG, this might be the green light to go and burst down the first
Yep.
Lord. As BTK is trying to just survey the scene, they're trying to decide whether to go for the contest, but the problem is Kazue against Mobazain.
Yeah.
Misui has a major advantage when it comes to those 50-50 retributions. Lunar goes in once again. Real world manipulation will be casted by Hoon. S2G Esports will back away so far, but will still contain.
Oh, he got it. Yes. 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 That is exactly what we needed.
For the Lord's sake, and S2G will
Push
have
that
to
mid tower,
retreat.
baby.
And that's what I was saying, man. BTK, they can take it slow.
There
and
you
steady,
go.
and at some point, the game is going to build up in their favor. You know, you're
Damn, I
under
didn't
the
realize
11
how
minute
high
mark,
my volumes
but a
were.
great
Didn't mean
show
to
of
scream in
patience.
your
Really,
scream in your
that's
guys'
what it was
ear
for
there.
BTK. They were patient enough to go ahead and get through it, and then get to a point where, hey, we're able to turn things around. Zia is where he needs to be at this point. He's got the Malefic gun, he's got the Haas Claws, and he can rely on Shark to jump in. That's the thing. How many times does Shark need to jump in?
Okay, and
to
he just
find
got
that proper
Berserkers.
spatial migration
Nice.
and get things set up for the team. Now it's flipped in their favor. They're going to walk in with this Lord. It should be cleared out pretty well from S2G, but they are going to lose some of these tier 2 turrets. Little trip around from Pagu. They'll deal with the Lord. It's going to go down shortly, and a good push. Also that tier 1, the next focus from Fly Chicken up top. BTK
All right,
continues
tier
to
2
take
and mid.
things in one of the first times in this game that the
Tier 2
gold
and
is,
mid?
you know, it's slightly in their favor. It will continue on, but they diminished the 3K
All right.
gold lead.
They got it.
BTK
They got it
just
down quite a
proved
bit.
what the panel was saying a while ago. Mastery over meta. Look at the off meta picks BTK has. They have a Fredrin, they have a Guinevere, but so far those two are the key heroes that set up that Lord steal up against S2G, despite the fact that there was a 2-level gap between the two junglers. They have good position, and at the same time they have a
All right,
skew.
tier 2
Paired
and
up
mid.
with the Sever Retribution combination, it's easy to get neutral objectives, but despite all that, BTK just got a 2K gold lead against S2G.
This is the ever so changing of momentum that we've seen so far in a lot of these games, and right now it's BTK in the favor. And you know, with that, with the way that they kind of played that last Lord, that's great for them. They can continue to do that. So if you're S2G, we got to think, all right, how do they actually approach these fights the next time? The part of that equation is the fact that this is the strength of the Fredrin, man. And I know, you know, Fredrin was, he was what? At one point, he was the pick. He was the guy. He fell off in the meta. He came back. Well, you know, Mobazain's the guy that brings them back for the most part. Moba Fred, and you know, he's popped up in the XP lane, but still in the jungle, he's still that hero that's able to go ahead
push
and
that
pick things
mid.
up, just kind of stay there and watch you and watch the rest of the assassin junglers.
Hit
that
top,
are
Zia.
priority right now, kind of just take those shots from the Lord, and then next thing you know, you know, they're at half health, and then you get
Or not.
collapsed on. So for S2G, they might want to approach this next Lord in a sense of, you know what, let's just go ahead and see if we can find our angle.
Yeah, I
And
would have
most
hit top
likely, that's off
first
Lunar. Lunar's been doing that every
to get
single
them up
time,
there, and
now that
then
they're
send
15
someone to
seconds away from
bottom.
this
That way
Lord,
long
he's
lane
got
is
the
clear while
flicker
you guys get
available.
Lord.
You know, he could be the one to set things up, but right now, BTK.
We'll
oh,
see.
Speaking of
Shark's
set,
dead.
We're gonna
Fuck.
find Shark. And that's
Okay.
one member down for BTK at the most.
Calm
crucial
down,
time is
Shark.
5
Calm down.
seconds. The second Lord will respawn. And S2G,
It's
they
another
have a
one member
decision. Will
down
they go
on this
for
Lord.
the Lord push? Will they go for the Lord burst, or will they take down bodies from
Whoa.
BTK? They're trying to poke down Hoon. Here comes the circling eagle, but Hoon manages to flicker
Oh,
out. But look at
fuck.
Siggy
That was
the
a nice
Turkish
snipe.
Triggerman with the Renner takes down Hoon. Now Mobazane trying to soak up every single damage. Zia though quite alive still, but 5 members of SDG are surrounding this second Lord. Will BTK pull off
Yeah,
another
this is gonna
miracle
suck.
and steal away this Lord?
They're going to go for it. It's a quarter to health.
Okay, here comes Circling Eagle once again. It's gonna be wet.
See? Oh, Zane got it. Nice, nice, nice. Let's get some kills here. Pagu goes down. Damn. Chicken went down. That's okay. Begin goes down. Beatrix goes down? Yes. Nice. Good fucking job, boys.
Off the headshot from Siggy Boom earlier, and they come back with a
Hell
vengeance.
yes.
They are bloodthirsty at this point as they march down the mid lane. Lord in tow. Kazooie all alone. ready for
In
the
this
rest of
shit,
the
boys.
team. The
Tower
Shark's
lock,
gonna be
baby.
one
Tower
time.
lock,
Do it.
baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Let's fucking go,
Another victory
baby.
for a BTK. You can see
That's
that
right.
patience played a part here.
NA,
their second game
baby.
throughout the Swiss stage, bringing them
NA.
to that 2-0. What a victory for them! And yes, you can see the hype. You can see how good he's feeling.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, that's the Turkey Slayers, man.
I just told you, first game hyped. What an amazing
Thanksgiving,
match.
baby.
Fielding
We eating
emotions
turkey.
coming in from BTK. They
We
wanna
eating
prove something,
turkey.
and they have proven it, upping up their standings to 2-0. This is looking good for the whole region of NACT.
You know, you can doubt the Fredrin all you want, but you can't doubt MOBA Fred. But also, fantastic game, even from Shark, man. Just incredible game. Hey, happy Thanksgiving to them and everyone rooting for BTK, of course. We're going to throw it over to the panel to break things down even further. Let's see what they think about this game.
Man, that was awesome.
Well, they went ahead and did it. Turkey Slayers for the very first 2 days of Swiss stage. BTK gets the dub over S2G.
All right, well, we got that one
very
right.
Back and forth game. It wasn't. I thought it would be one-sided at one point, but no, they just kept trading blows.
On a lane per lane, hero per hero perspective, a lot of big question marks when it comes to BTK's draft. But again, mastery over meta. They stretched the limits of the utility of each of those heroes and made those team fights their backyard.
Honestly,
All
the way that
right.
they were playing, so momentum-based.
Man, my heart rate is going, bro.
Oh,
Oh, man.
Out against each other. I think honestly, you know, we can break this down even more. There's so much to actually look into, but it's great to see that both sides.
All right, what's
active.
the next
Not really
match
got to
here?
show
Let me
off
see.
why
We
that Unity
got
is his signature, and of course the rest of BTK, as Leo said, stretching out the limits. Let's go on over to
Falcons
the stage now
and
to hear
Twisted
from
Minds.
BTK.
So I picked Falcons, but we'll see.
2-0 for BTK.
Yeah.
And this time around, coming in with another Thanksgiving dinner.
2-0,
Another
baby.
team From Turkey. With me here, we have MOBA Zane. Okay, first of all, Zane, how are you feeling? Just one step away from actually qualifying.
It feels great, yeah. Feels good.
You're feeling pumped?
Yeah. of
It's
course.
2-0. Did you expect it such an easy 2-0, or did you actually maybe even considered a 1-1 or a 0-2 when you guys found out about your matchups?
But we're looking to beat stronger teams in Turkey in this tournament.
Ooh, okay, I like it.
That's right.
Now that you guys actually just beat
Twisted
another
Minds,
strong
eh?
team from
Okay,
Turkey,
okay.
how do
Let me
you
get the,
feel
the
about the
poll
other
up here.
powerhouses? Now, you said you guys are looking forward to it, but what other powerhouses are you guys looking forward to?
Mostly the big Southeast Asia regions, Philippines, Indo, Malaysia, stuff like that.
Now, yesterday, actually, after Team Spirit won, and as well as RRQ, both Kid Bomba and
Wins
Skylar
game
said that they are
2.
looking forward to
We
meet BTK.
got
Why is that so? Why do you think they're looking forward to meet you?
Falcons, which is
I don't know.
F-Con.
You don't know?
No.
Do you want to beat them
And
though?
Twisted
BTK?
Minds, which is
Skylar or
TM.
Kigoma?
Both.
Both. So, are we seeing, do you think that BTK is actually gonna prolong your journey in M6 this time around?
Definitely.
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 What are your
Definitely.
goals? Like top 4, top 6, champion? What are we looking at so far?
I mean, obviously we want to win.
Top 4 would be a
Top
good goal.
4,
But
okay.
We'll see how much. We'll see if we can go even farther.
Okay, Zane's getting humble here. Okay, now Zane, maybe just the last question.
She calls him
Now
out.
that you've been in Malaysia for quite a while, I think around a week, right? What do you think of Malaysia so far?
It's a nice country. It's nice.
What about the MLBB scene right now? Do you think they're improving, you know? What about the community? We see a lot of people coming in every day.
Trex, what up, Trex?
Yeah, the community is really good. I mean, I
Mr.
come from North
Wagner.
America, we never see stuff like this, so it's always a nice, sight. So
Aw,
thank you
that's
guys
very
for showing
nice.
up.
Yes, that's very nice, Zane. And I'm pretty sure more people will come as long as M6 is still ongoing. And I'm pretty sure people here would also support you guys. So thank you very much, Zane. Congratulations on another amazing win. And with that, let us throw it over back to the panel to break down what happened in this game.
Hell yeah. Salute,
against
boys.
S2G.
Salute. They did their thing.
Tempered down Captain America that we're getting there. I expected the return of some spicy stuff, but well, it looks like they're just very happy that they got the dub here in what was, again, what we mentioned to be a challenging game for BTK. It wasn't an easy one at all. Again, lots of back and forths.
I don't know if it was considered easy. I feel like, you know, it's a heavyweight match, right?
It
If
is.
one big punch connects with the chin, you're going down.
Right.
So confirmed. They
And
did play
that's
more of
essentially
their,
what it is,
Mike
especially the
Tyson.
later it gets in the
Mike
game.
Tyson gameplay. Yeah, it was. Wait, what do you mean? I thought it felt a little bit more Mayweather-esque. It was kind of quite defensive at the beginning. Because they couldn't. It was up to them to say, I can hit my haymakers
Man,
now.
my investments are going
Okay, so it
crazy
was
right
like
now.
you sent Tyson back to the ropes, and then, you know, hope that he
Markets
stays
are
there.
just all
And
over
then
the
eventually
place.
Tyson got out and went for the ear, instead found a nice rib punch.
Yeah.
And then went from there.
I feel like it was more like Henry Cavill just reloading your fists.
Oh, yeah, the
Started-
fist reload.
The fist reload real quick. Because
Yeah.
again, that's what it felt like because both compositions were very ultimate based, right? You have to wait for the execution. You have to wait for those cooldowns to come off. And then if you are able to make it connect with the chin, you could see that these fights were devastating.
Which I think was key to BTK's comeback. There were multiple instances where Begin could not find Hoon to try and lock down the RWM. And you'll see here in the highlights that there was this one big fight wherein it was perfect almost for S2G, but they couldn't find the RWM, so BTK found him lacking.
I mean, there's that, but also the fact that this key moment here is where we saw the big steal, right? Because inevitably, oh, you don't have that RWM. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And Shark was able to turn that around. 3-man knock up with a magic thumb, and most importantly, was able to knock up Kazue.
All right, guys, I gotta run to the bathroom quick. I'll be right back.
Because look at Kazue's
And,
position, right? He knows for a fact he's played
we'll
against
continue
Frederick
on with
how many
this.
years already. So he's
Appreciate
looking at
everybody
Mobile
once
Zane
again.
thinking,
I
"All right,
know-
if I get locked down, I'm going to lose this retry battle so
I know
quickly."
there's not,
And
you know,
because the
a lot of
RWM
people
came out so
chilling
early,
here.
that gives him confidence.
Besides
He's
Hawaiian,
still
really,
waiting for
and
that
me.
very last moments,
But
especially when
for
the Soul Survivors
everybody
got nerfed. So
viewing
getting
the
knocked
replay
out
or
like that,
anything,
you can
appreciate
only
you guys
focus
for
on
being
so
here.
many things
Thank you
at
so
that
much.
time. This just goes to show
Put
that
your votes in.
retention is also a valuable resource in the game.
Let's see what
Speaking
else.
of resources, though, in the very
I was gonna say
beginning,
something else,
going
but
back
I
to
don't
the
remember
laning
what.
phase, it looked tough for BTK because the goal lane was
I don't know, we'll
struggling,
figure
and as
out
you
when I
mentioned,
get
we were
back.
talking behind the scenes, BTK just couldn't get the control in the center of the map. S2G was the one roaming around first. So I want to look at the two gold laners with the Malefic Gun priorities. Although the Malefic Gun came in second for Siggy Boom, it was an instant rush for Zia, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to have to double check that. No, it was a second item too, as well. Malefic Gun really does a lot for compositions that will play with an Eve because it adds extra range and extra poke.
I think just basically pound for pound, Malefic Gun is an amazing item. It is for tank fighters, the Brute Force Breastplate. So it's perfect for that second item power slot.
Other than what we've mentioned here so far in terms of the mid lane, it's all right. But Divine Glaive Rush actually by Begin. I like that because knowing that he's going up against, you know, the Fred in the jungle.
Of course, of course. But the way that we should be looking at it is that if you are going to play compositions of this sort, it's about how much burst and how much range do you need. What is the optimal amount of space of influence you need your opponents to walk into before you actually look for these big executions? I mean, if we're breaking it down roll by roll, obviously the Malefic Gun is great, but at the same time, notice that they didn't rush it first item, right? Both actually, if we looked at the emblems prior to that, Master Assassin. They both really wanted to win the game. Here, let me just pull up the emblems for you to make it all simple for you guys watching at home here. Because another emblem setup that I wanted to look at specifically was coming in from Shark. So, 2 Master Assassins coming in from both goal laners. We know that they want to win the lane, but then Shark comes in with the Concussive Blast. Now, this is interesting for 2 reasons. Number 1, you're going up against a double-ranged mid lane, right? Matilda into the Valentina, and Valentina, as long as you don't get knocked up by that magic thump, and if the spatial migration is used too aggressively, but melee heroes tend to struggle after 2 Shadow Strikes. So controlling that mid lane was so very important, but it would always cost a lot of health from Shark specifically.
Yeah, it's the extra wave clear, the poke as well that you can provide, and to really get the control around the center of the map. But again, it was like highlighted about with how BTK decided to go into this, especially it being a little bit more team fight oriented. It's again, they're throwing it back to an older style, to 2-3 metas ago.
But it's a fundamental style. There are many universal truths in the world of MLBB. The fact that Cho will always be meta, and that if you focus on team fighting, everything else can be secondary. And that's why when S2G were up against the ropes, we were looking at their lineup and saying, yeah, if they had to defend, they got to win fights first. And BTK was going to make that impossible for them. That's why BTK, once they had him by the throat, everything just followed. Because look, the final game stat, 5K ahead, BTK was. When you have a lineup that is easy to execute as BTK's, even Begin will have to wonder, which ult do I take? Which ult can I take?
It's always the RWM. Without a doubt, it is always the RWM because, again, that is the key ultimate from BTK, which enables it in the first place.
And if you can't find Hoon, it's over.
Exactly.
So I'd say S2G were the victims of analysis paralysis. They were wondering, oh no, what's the next decision? Next thing you know, Captain American's in your face, Thunderbelt, slap.
Okay, so did it really just boil down to BTK ended up with a lineup that was easier to pull off?
No, actually, there was one thing that S2G could have done, but then there was an overreaction to it. Now, if you look towards that goal graph at 3.6K, this is a huge lead for S2G, right? The only way that they could actually lose that lead is if that Lord was not stolen. So that was such a pivotal moment. Once that Lord was taken away, it's not like the composition is designed to wave clear in the first place. So that's why we got to give it up to our MVP Shark here. 2 times we've seen this man make insane plays. The first time for the Lord Seal, the second to extend the lead to eventually end the game.
4th straight M series for what many in North America hail to be their greatest tank. And if you ask, few people might even say the actual true GOAT of NA. Over and over again, when he pops up in the international scene, a lot of eyes go to this young man on his signature Guinevere, showing us why exactly this hero is linked to him in NA.
3 years ago, Shark debuted in M3 and he brought up the Lolita. Many were questioning, is this the new meta? Like, what is this North American roamer doing? Could this be his Lolita in M6?
So 3 years later, it's a different roam this time around. And, well, he really popped off again with the knockups. I feel like that's one of the things that usually happens against teams that haven't seen Guinevere in a while. They forget. You forget how strong her
Alright, we are
counterpunch is if
back.
she's not the one initiating with the thump.
More so, people tend to disregard how much distance you actually get from the thumb. Because most of the time, it's like, if not, it's like half a screen away. You don't see it a majority of the time until it's too late.
In that 10-11 minute clutch moment wherein they stole away the Lord and almost wiped out S2G, Shark used the breadth of his kit. He literally went from, what was that, the orange buff bush, walked it down, went through that pixel brush, and then flickered into the thump, into the 3-man knockup. He literally went from state to state.
So, well, there you have it. BTK
True.
testing the limits again of their
Homeboy
lineup,
was using
getting
his
the win
frequent
over
flyer
Turkey,
miles,
now
bruh.
going to the 2-0 bracket.
He
in
was
our
using them
stages.
frequent flyer
Now a new
miles, bruh.
rivalry brewing for the North Americans. First, it was in Brazil, in Archeo Akira. Now it is with the representatives of Turkey. It's Black Friday today, so, you know, there's a lot of things going on up there. Sales, whatnot.
They
also
copped
have
themselves a 2-0 slot.
got
Yeah.
themselves a 2-0 slot.
deal.
That's a good deal, exactly. And now for BTK, it's it must be a huge boost. It can't just be
Black
like,
Friday
oh,
sale,
yeah,
all wins are
it's
50% off.
2-0. Literally,
BTK
Rose said
said,
it
let
best,
me
you're
get 2.
one win away from qualifying into the knockouts.
And don't forget, it's going to be a best of 3 as well. So really, the challenge starts now all the way. Even if they qualify for knockouts, it's not going to be an easy test. And I think that's a lot of the same mentality with a lot of the teams coming in to the 2-0 bracket.
Well, that's only the very first game for today. We have more coming your way. Another interesting story between 2 unexpected teams to make it into this portion. It's Falcon Esports of Myanmar, who took down the runner-ups of MPL Philippines Season 14 in Aurora.
I'll join the
MLBB
heist.
versus the unexpected champions, the villains turned heroes of Saudi Arabia and Twisted Minds.
I like it. It's a clash of dark horses, and if you know what the history and the reception, the fanfare is from both of these teams from their home regions, you'll know that there's a lot on the line.
And we're going to be seeing 2 Filipino coaches duke it out with their teams. Again, it's Myanmar versus Saudi Arabia coming up next. It was a great start to our very first or second Swiss stage. Second day of Swiss stages for M6 World Championship. Again, my name is Ramar Santa Cruz. We're here with Leo and Gideon Q. We'll be back after a very short break for Falcon Esports versus Twisted Minds here in Swiss stage. Day number 2, it's M6.
Right. He said, what happened? He was so hyped. I love how much he gets into it. Hell yeah, baby. NA 2-0. 2-0, boy. That's so good. Like, man, it's so hype right now. After the past couple years that North America has had in the international scene, like it is crazy hype for me right now. I'm excited to see how far I told you guys, man. I told you guys. I even put in a comment yesterday before the stream started. Someone was like, ooh, do you still want to pick BTK? I'm like, hell yeah, I want to pick BTK. I think they could be top 3 to 5 if they don't win it. It was. There was a few times, like I said, there's maybe 2 plays that I'd say for sure didn't have to happen, but at the same time, you know, you can also say that for those deaths, like, BTK got something out of it. Like the one time when Shark got picked off when he was by himself. Like, yeah, he died, but at least they knew where the team was, I guess. I don't know, we'll probably go back and analyze it either. I guess we could do it now. Let's see, where was it at?
They want to be able to even utilize the Matilda pick. You know,
This is towards the beginning.
that they were able to go ahead and kind of adjust themselves for this game, as mistakes can turn things around so quickly. I think that's one of the most deadly things.
I don't remember
about our
when it
current
was,
Swiss stage
though.
format, you know, this best of 1.
Whoa! Shark managed to find a pick off, but so managed to
No,
escape
that wasn't
here.
it.
No kills whatsoever.
I know I held my breath right there because I thought Shark was dead.
Especially
But
the gold lane, which we know has been so vital for a lot of teams. The knock up. And right now,
Let's
Sigboom
see.
really trying to work on this turret. I don't think it's going to get... You know, that's the thing when we look at this lineup again, is like, when is that power? You know, struggling to get these objectives. You know,
all right.
definitely going in favor of S2G right now. This Lord, because those tier 1 tours, the lead that they, because we've
This might be the green light. They're trying to decide whether to go for the contest, but the problem is Kazue to set up MOBA.
was saying, man, in their favor. Really, that's why.
Damn, I can't find it.
Oh.
Oh,
Need to jump in to find that proper spatial migration and get things set up for. Clear it out pretty well from Pagu. They'll deal with the Lord. It's going to go. Gold is, you know, it's slightly in their.
With the panel that they have a Fredrin, they have that Lord steal up against Ed, and at the same time, but despite all that, BTK.
Momentum that we've seen so far
maybe I
in a lot of these games, and right now it's
missed
BTK in the favor.
I
And,
swear to
with
God.
that, with the way that they kind of played that
He
last
got
Lord,
picked
that's
off
great for them. They can continue to do that. So if
by
you're
these
S2G,
guys when he
we
was
gotta
by
think, all right, how do
himself.
they actually approach these fights the next time? The part of that equation is the fact that this is the strength of the Fredrin, man. And I know, you know, Fredrin was what? At one point, he was the pick. He was them back for the most part. That hero that's able to go ahead and tank things. Priority right now, kind of just take those shots from the Lord, and then next thing you know, they're at half health, and then you get collapsed on. And see time.
He is 0-1 and 3 right
We're
now.
down for BTK at the moment.
Is that
Hey,
it?
oh,
Speaking of setup,
Wow.
they're gonna find
No.
Shark. That's one member down for BTK. At
Maybe
the
it was
most
his
crucial
first
time is
death.
5
I don't know.
seconds. The second Lord will reach.
We'll have to go back after and see. Cause I can't.
Spark.
I mean,
For the Lord's sake! And
Those tier 1 turrets are still up.
I mean, Lunar.
At least Zia was able to push down to find what they can. Department for S2G, they further the game lead a little bit more. And
okay. So is this it?
in the turtle department for S.
Let's see.
Retreat. A turtle plus a migration onto the backline. Fraser draft coming in from Mo. Plus the flicker. Here comes Shark with a beautiful spatial migration onto the backline. Fraser draft coming in from Moba Zay.
I mean, he died there, but that's not what it was either. Maybe.
That's. You can see the hype. You can
Whoa! Now become Shark.
Okay,
see
maybe
the
it
turret's gonna
wasn't
be worked on. Can he do it?
what I thought it was then.
Coming in from Shark.
Team, the turret's gonna be worked
I
on.
was
Can he do it?
mistaken.
And another pickoff coming.
Okay. Well. All right, let's go. Let's see how well we did today on our guesses. Got our predictions in. I guess I could put my predictions in the chat, right? And then pin it.
Stepping on a puddle with your socks, so wet socks, and getting overlooked. Sometimes when you get overlooked too much, you just get tired of it and you snap. You do something unexpected, shock the world, and immediately eyes are on you. That is what these two teams did.
Shoot,
the Soaring
that's not what I
Falcon
wanted
from
to do.
Myanmar and the Twisted Masterminds. It's Falcon Esports versus Twisted Minds from MENA. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Welcome back to the panel here with Leo and Gideon Q. Again, a crazy start to the day. BTK being the first team to go 2-0. Now we're going to be seeing two unexpected teams potentially be one of the opponents of BTK. You know, who never knows. It depends on the draw later in the day. But if you want unmatched gaming performance, you should get yourself Leo, what's that called again? It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's called the ROG Phone Series 9. This is the 8 Pro, but you can get unmatched gaming performance with the aforementioned 9 Pro. A mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-power gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. It's going to have about the same silhouette, but more powerful innards. It's got the Snapdragon Gaming Elite chip, last I checked.
Yeah, totally practiced that, and I totally didn't forget that you had your ROG phone there with you. A soft flex, but
There we
now
go.
I kind of feel bad about
And then
myself,
we
but
go
I'm very
like
happy.
this.
So we have ROG phone 9
Oh,
watching
oh,
us.
fuck.
Thank you for M6.
You touch it.
Good. Oh, thank you. Oh, this
Apparently
is
you
the
play
Well,
song on the back of that thing.
Okay, I
Oh,
guess
whoa.
third time's a charm, right?
On the anime vision.
Yes.
Yeah, you can set that up.
all that power for Bong.
Did
Yeah,
not mean to
yeah,
delete it.
Right,
It's a fun thing.
Sorry, apparently I still have a job to do. So, if you want to participate in the M6 Lucky Gift, you can join
We'll
the
get this
draw
right one
for a
time.
chance to win Claude's
One
new
of these
Epic Skin,
times.
Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin.
Alright,
Can you
Team
do that?
Spirit.
Both of them do that, right? Like, 'cause this is Nibiru and then
If
Claude.
not,
Is that Claude and Dexter?
Team
All right,
Liquid
on 3. 1, 2, 3, go.
ID.
Perfect. So don't miss the rare opportunity to get
Aurora.
Matrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time.
ULF.
So let's talk about the upcoming match.
And
I like what our
vamos.
fantastic creative team have put up here. The Upset Kings. I mean, they
Alright.
both pulled off some upsets.
Pin
and,
message, don't delete it. There
specifically,
we go.
these two hurt this entire desk yesterday with the loss of Aurora,
There
the
we go.
Falcon, and the loss
Alright.
of Vamos, the Twisted Minds. Now, which one do you want to talk about here today? Like, you know, anyone really? It's a democracy here.
I mean, I'm going to start with Twisted Minds because, again, this was very, very shocking. For the longest of times, most people would have imagined that the Middle East North African region was probably the weakest amongst the rest of the competitive table. But nowadays, this is a huge change because this was from MSC 2024 all the way up to now, a very short period of time. Their own MPL has been running for quite some time. The fact that they are here today and also taking down big contenders, just absolutely impressive.
Yeah, the turns have been tabled, as the kids say these days. And
Hey, I'm not a
Myanmar, though,
kid.
It's not exactly the same thing because there's always been.
Well, I mean, I
eyes
guess it depends on who you ask,
Myanmar.
but
I've
yeah.
always had an eye on the next big team and another eye on the Burmese ever since that night in Singapore. I can remember like it was yesterday. You would too. 7 games
Welcome
against
home.
the Burmese Ghouls. The Philippines had to take them down the
How did
hard
work
way
go?
to start their era of domination. Our era
That's good.
of domination. But ever since then, you know, the Burmese have had their own brand of MLBB, and now under Falcon Esports once again, since what was that, M4. We last saw them, they went deep in M4.
Yeah, before getting eliminated by RQ.
Yep, they're pushing hard again with a brand new roster, a young set of athletes that's pushing the boundaries of what's allowed in an aggressive metagame of MLBB. Yesterday, I think it was Dax who brought out the Bane. It was bittersweet for me, but as a Bane main, like, that's what you get.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure though we might actually see more Bane pickup, so don't worry about that, Leo. So as much as the family Madrigal would tell me to not talk about Bruno, well, let's talk about Bruno. Here's something from Sanji. A lot of the meta has changed in the past 1 to 2 weeks, and teams are starting to realize how good Bruno is, especially when he has the Malefic gun. I like what he said right there afterwards. Even SRG has lost to that Bruno, and I think that's a good way of telling the world just how broken that combination is.
It's a broken combination, but at the same time, it's one of the few matchups that you don't expect, right?
Yeah.
Again, people have been testing out a couple of new things, and I think number 1 has been Granger. Number 2, people know that Bruno is up there. The question is what beats him?
Yeah, it's hard to come back with the Bruno. That's what Sanji says. But if you get the momentum in the first 5 minutes, you'll be able to win. The funny thing is, in the previous matchup, we got to see the Bruno struggle in the early, and it took longer than the first 5 minutes to actually be able to turn things around. So it's not impossible to beat a Bruno. It's not impossible to make a comeback with the Bruno.
If anything, Twisted Minds would know. They had a Bruno yesterday. They were also behind, because again, Vamos' draft was very aggressive. They had that mid lane Khalid, and it took him, what, way past late game, and then they had to come around, and then that's how they did it. So I think Sanji's just downplaying how strong Bruno is, really.
Yeah. By the way, these are all just the highlights of all of the terrific Bruno performances we saw yesterday. And again, it boils down to the simple fact and reality that one of the biggest problems of Bruno just gets solved by one item, and that's why the meta has shifted, because people have realized how dang good Malefic Gun really just is.
I mean, it's a yes and no, right? I think, you know, it's on top of the fact that the meta really favors burst at the same time.
Yes.
And now that Bruno is like, wait, I already had naturally one of the longest ranges in the games. Let's, you know, add a little bit more. A couple of extra inches never hurt.
Yeah, so let's now bring the question up in the air of, do you ban Bruno right away? Is it something that if you cannot take it, you ban it?
I think they're called units in the game, like the range, but no, I don't think you ban Bruno. I think we are just at the
deal
cusp.
with it?
Yeah, I think we're at the cusp of figuring out what makes Bruno tick, and I give it up until the knockouts before we have to say, yeah, let's just ban it. That's my opinion, because I don't think we've ever seen a gold laner do such a thing.
In a way we have. Before Bruno, it was Harith.
Exactly. I was about
Yeah.
to bring up the exact same thing.
But it wasn't a range thing for Harith.
I mean,
It was more of his odd power spike mid-game.
No, but in a way, that's me agreeing with you, because eventually we solved Harith.
Well, I mean, yes, we did solve Harith. I think that even with the Bruno here, a lot of it just really boils down to your execution, right? How exactly are you going to try and punish it? Whether it's in lane or in the team fights, the good thing about Bruno is that he has consistent damage, and it happens to also work with a crit build, which is so far have been doing a little bit better overall compared to pure attack, and also when it comes down to the Divine Trinity.
Yeah, so now then it sort of connects to the question of like, are we just slowly going back to the meta that led to the Filipinos getting 4 straight world champions? You know what, a lot of questions, so let's talk more about the stars of this upcoming match. Let's start it off with the Soaring Falcons of Myanmar. They have an iconic Bruno player in their midst. It's Benny. That's right, aim high, fly high, flanked by his side laners, Dax and Royal Milk. What was that? Maybe a year and change ago, wherein Royal Milk was part of a different lineup, then called Phoenix Esports, less than stellar performance at MSC 2023, and he was the weak link. A lot of people would say, oh, Royal Milk, da-da-da, Royal Milk, da-da-da. Watch their games now, especially in their recent qualifier in Myanmar. Watch yesterday, watch today. Royal Milk will open up the map. Royal Milk will allow for Dax, PX7, and for, of course, Benny to start rolling.
You know, something about Falcon Esports tells me they are a team that just know how to acupuncture. Well, they know how to hit the perfect mark.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the draft, whether it's in the game, they know how to hit that perfect point to trigger their victory conditions. Now their opponents are going to be from MENA, the Twisted Masterminds.
And honestly, Twisted Minds, they shocked even me, especially against a team like Vamos, who plays so early game. It's good to see that Twisted Minds can handle it with Sano, Troll, Cuffin, Oda, and as well as Sanji. The big standouts to me, I think that Twisted Minds this time round, it's really their meta, right? Sanji is able to kind of open the map for the rest of it.
All right, we're back.
Oda, especially on these assassins, really helps accelerate this game. We're depending on Cuffin, of course, to try and keep control generally, but man, Hoda stands out to me, and I want to see whether or not his assassins are still going to be a high priority, especially since we already know that Benny and as well as Hano both want to play Bruno.
The Magi.
The hidden pharaoh. Name. I don't know why I instantly changed my voice there, but you know, for Twisted Minds,
So
I
this
think
is
you can
the
start off with a
1-0
very simple approach. I actually got a chance to chat with Dilar, and of course we know that he got to play with the members of Burmese schools.
Oh, yeah.
And he said that his friends from Burmese schools told him, why did Aurora let the Bruno through? Then don't they know that Benny's actually the best Bruno in Myanmar?
If anything, I first saw the Bruno come out of the Myanmar qualifiers. Like for months now, they've been playing Bruno.
He was asked what he thinks about Malaysia. He says he likes the weather. It's nice. It's been raining a lot. Is it normal to rain a lot during this time of the year?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
BTK.
Okay. So they asked about the food, and he hasn't
It's
tried
funny 'cause,
anything? Okay, so Gideon, if you're
They missed
talking to Benny
the.
right now, give me that
They
one
didn't
dish
get
that
any
you
of the
definitely
turtles.
should
The other
try.
team
I mean,
got
I don't
all
wanna
3
always
turtles.
go to just Nasi Lemak
So as soon
every
as First
single
Lord
time.
came
I
up,
think
I
we
was
gotta-
like,
I think maybe we got to step
I
it
was
up
like,
a
if they
little
don't get
bit.
this
I think we
Lord,
gotta go
it's
for
probably
something a
over.
little bit more
So,
interesting.
and then they got
Let me
it.
think about this.
And then the next Lord came up. I'm like, man, I hope they get
Probably-
this.
Probably
They
like
got it.
like a
And
bone marrow
then,
curry or something.
Ooh.
Gotta go straight to the
Fuck, when
high end
was it?
stuff.
And of course, a glass of Tetarik.
Oh, I mean, it kind of depends. I mean, we have plenty of drinks and plenty of favors. I'm surprised that he likes
I don't
the
know.
weather
I
because
swear
don't
there
think
was
it's too
one
different
time
anywhere
when,
across the world. This time of year, it is usually
like,
well, it
somebody
depending on the way
died,
the seasons go. It's always gonna
and
be
then
rainy
someone
season,
else
then it's
died,
hot
but I
season,
don't remember
there's mosquito season, and then it
who
rinses
it
and
was.
repeats.
You have
And
a
I'm like,
season
shit,
specifically
this
for
looks
that?
bad.
Out in Southeast
And
Asia, that's
then-
like every day.
Oh no, there
Isn't that
like a
our
little bit
life?
after
It's just a
that,
cycle.
It's
It's like
they
pretty sure it's
fucking
the
went
same
back and
Myanmar.
like just destroyed
can't
them.
escape it.
And I'm like I'm sitting here, I'm like, yes.
But of course, now
Like I was
is,
talking shit.
turn our
I'm
focus
all like, it's
into
Thanksgiving and
what
we're eating
Twisted Minds
turkey.
have done. What they did against
And then I
Vamos
was like-
yesterday, they can tango
I was like,
with
it's
a
Black
very
Friday.
aggressive team
All
fighting,
wins are 50% off.
lineup.
BTK said,
And
let me get
I think
2.
now if Falcon Esports want to just say, hey man, let's just out macro them, you know, they're from MENA.
What?
Maybe they are gonna get surprised because this Twisted Minds team, they can actually force really good
Oh, yeah.
fights.
Well, that's the thing. I think that at least when you're up against like a team like Vamos, where we're very linear, right? You play early game. That's what we're good at. That's what we're gonna stick to. There was some level of pre-preparation. A lot of their picks, the Tigreal for an example, going into that game, as soon as he has his ult as well as the flicker, he's instantly going to go
what's
for it.
different?
It's all about controlling tempo. And I think that's something that Falcons do pretty well too, but I'm hoping that the battle is going to lean more towards the EXP side of the map because, again, we're expecting Bruno to be selected pretty quick and maybe even Assassins in the jungle.
I just want to say this. I really hope this is not a one-sided game. And yeah, you're going to hear every caster say that, but there's something about these two and them playing
What was the other one?
close match
300
and
something?
what it means for the rest of global MLBB.
I don't know, that's what they say.
Falcon, they beat
I mean,
Aurora.
when I had
Twisted
my
Minds,
Shopify,
they
I
beat
could put
Vamos.
that,
And now
you
we
know,
see
this
Twisted Minds on
costed
the blue
me
side as
X
immediately I
amount,
like
and then
and appreciate teams who take out Eve in the first phase because it's such a strong first 2 picks on the
I don't know.
right
I just don't see
I think it's pretty
any
decent,
reason why a
but at
vacuum
the same
cleaner should
time,
be
you
$600.
also got to get rid of Jushin
You know
as
what I
well as
mean?
the Fanny. It's just, you know, the curse of being on red
Like,
side,
that's
you gotta
rent.
get rid of these power
How are you
picks.
gonna tell me that
But the fact that
I have
Twisted
to
Minds
spend
decided to
rent
get rid of
on a
both Hylos
vacuum?
and as well as Hilda is kind of interesting.
They're just opening it up for Gatot. That means Gatot is going to run Rampart. And second game in a row
I mean, they're
today.
both
They
nice,
let
but it also
through
looks like they're
the
both
Matilda.
basically the same.
Ooh.
I think Matilda still has to be
Besides the
respected.
collar, you know?
Now?
Which one's
Oh, no,
lighter?
it runs to Bruno. They want to immediately put it in the hands of Saano. That is, well, ballsy.
Look at the smile on Benny's face.
It's like,
It's like that, huh?
they took my hero, bro.
I see you. But at this point, I think that Falcons can start threatening the positions, right? Because, if we're thinking about Bruno, what is more dangerous? A Purify Bruno or a Flicker Bruno? And most would say the Flicker, and I would have to agree. I want to see something that's going to force him to take that Purify, and having, and initially, the Fulvius makes sense, I guess, but at least the Vexana gives him a reason to do so.
My stomach is...
The Fulvius pick to me is quite interesting because with the Bruno already, that's you say, okay, I want to play Fulvius, even though
That's what I
already know
do.
that you have the right.
Like, I'm
marksman to
pretty
deal
sure I
with it.
still have the 3 phones
So
in my cart.
hopefully they still round that out. They need another tanky frontliner. It cannot be utility. Weirdly enough now, because of the Matilda on the other side, Falcon might actually have to accept the fact that they need a lineup that can thrive in longer team fights because of the shields of the Matilda.
Wow.
But they go for wombo combo for the first 3.
Honestly, it's such an honest draft coming in for Falcon. No flex
Yeah.
pick, nothing. They're just gonna say, hey, we want a team fight. We want to make sure that Fulvius is in front, and if anything goes wrong, we got Tigreal in the back to turn it around.
Yeah. Even though the Twisted Minds lineup is still also quite honest, there's a little bit more of trickery involved with who gets the guiding win. But as far as we know, it's Matilda supplementing the Alpha.
Yep. And the 50-50, I think the fact that Coach Lyric and Coach Daliot confirmed their jungler, they understood that whatever Dax picks up, the Matilda and the Alpha should be able to deal with. So, weirdly enough, the Suyo is still open. The Bane yesterday is still open.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, so now I have a question though, I just realized. If you're Falcon, would you consider banning out something like the Aurora? Because I feel like a Twisted Minds
15 to 20 minutes on
would take
max
Vex
for
and
that
even
one.
the Fulvius, the Aurora might actually thrive against those heroes.
This
Actually,
one's,
2 picks that I'm interested in seeing.
no,
Whether or not the Valentina
like,
is going to be thought of
run-
at all,
like when you're
or
running it at,
minimum,
like,
a
full
bare
power.
minimum, get rid of that glue. Because again, that's the only thing that's going to be able to take care of this Fulvius
And
in
then
lane
this
and have some form of hard control
one.
against their opponents.
Yep, also safety if ever they are telegraphing the Bane. Do you want things that allow for the
This
Bane
one just
to
is
rough shot
35,
hit the
but I don't
CCC in
know
the
if
back?
that's on
Yep.
max or not.
I wonder though if Falcon open up the glue, maybe they're thinking that we have a Sana in a way who's gonna have like a
This
gonna
one
have
weighs
the
3
lightning function.
pounds.
Kill the mini gluelets real quick, and at the same time
This
that
one
magnifies the
weighs
resonance damage that pops off. And if anyone's very close to that glue, then it's actually not gonna be good for Twisted Minds. Might be
3.2,
the
but this
bait
one
that
also
they're
has
trying to
an
set up. Aurora.
5
So, yeah, Falcon
filtration
ends up
systems. The other one has
respecting it.
4.
What's the, Valentina maybe for Twisted Minds, as you mentioned earlier?
Possibly. It's right now, there's only 2 valuable ults at this point. One of them puts you in a lot of danger. The other needs an enabler. And the only other enabler that you got right now is Matilda, which is a little
45 minute
unreliable
on
most of the time.
standard
or you can
mode.
really depend on that alpha, right? But it's more of a counter-engage tool more so than to extend your lead. So
I
at this
mean,
point,
I would go
think
with
that
this one.
It's smart that they're getting rid of at least the Beatrix at this point of time to make sure that that lane is even
Yeah.
harder for the side
And it
of
looks like
Falcons,
you get
and
more
getting rid of the
attachments with
Nolan
it,
to make sure
too.
that the pace is going to be kept at a pretty standard rate.
All right, so they take away the burst. The Suyo will be active, so that might end up becoming the jungle trade. The aforementioned Bane, I think for whatever, I think, yeah,
Bane is
Bane
so
might actually
good
be
here.
okay, yeah.
If they pick up the Bane, it's got to be in red 5.
Yeah,
My imaginary world.
so yeah, I'm sure that's Bane.
All of
So
these
it is
drafts
gonna
look
be a
the same,
1-1.
bro.
getting picked up up against a Bruno, I feel like that might not be the best.
Yeah, no, but I think that's Coach RC and Coach Nyo Chao's way of saying, you know what? Benny, just get in his face. The Bruno needs time. The Bruno needs like at least a power spike. But the 1-1 plus a Vexana visit, like that should be enough.
I don't know about
You're
this.
forcing Troll to babysit Sano.
How much of a babysit? I mean, I think it really just boils down to how does that lane actually
Maybe.
go. And I feel
If
like
they play it
Wildcard
right, they
doesn't
won't need to
actually do
babysit,
that well
but-
unless you're able to like consistently hit 2 weakness points on your trade and then move back before the second auto comes through. Oh, that's actually such a good idea coming in from Twisted. I like the Sicilian here, but the Edith especially, a great way to say, hey, it doesn't matter what happens in my lane. If Wang gets a little too close to me, if I get locked down, it doesn't matter. I'm able to slow down the pace of the game to create opportunities for both my Alpha and Sicilian.
And Hayabusa is an assassin pick for Falcon. There are the cores, the main carries, I feel
All
like
right,
might
here
be
we go.
outmatched here. But if it goes very well for them, then they can snowball. But just looking at the lineup of Falcon, this might not end well for Twisted Minds might not end well for
Damn, bro,
Falcon.
those slots
Falcon
are
over
rough
Dragcasters.
over here.
Thank you, panel, for breaking it down. My
I haven't
mind's a
played
little
him in a
twisted
while.
here.
Let me
Once
see.
again, welcome to the caster desk. I'm Nicesuit, joined here with Ingon, and we're here to bring you the second match of the day for Swiss Day number 2. Absolutely amazing. I love both drafts. Ingon, what do you think here as we get a last look of them?
And looking at the lineup of Twisted Minds, talk about range, talk about mobility. You have the Bruno, you have the Matilda as well, and it's a good thing that it's paired up with an Alpha, because you know that the Spear of Alpha normally used to initiate or to escape. But with the presence of the Guiding Wind and Circling Eagle, there are a lot of possibilities, a lot of combinations that Twisted Mind can do with his current composition.
We'll see if this time around, as we jump into the Land of Dawn in this best of 1, if Falcon Esports can soar high once again, or has Twisted Minds brought genius to this best of 1. Both of them with surprises yesterday, and now unfortunately after this one of them is going to experience their loss. But with that being said, again, both lineups look really good. The thing that sticks out to me too, I mean, you know, I've spent some time over in the MENA region recently, and they love this pick, man. They love the Sicilian. They love to get this hero, build up on it, get the stacks that you need. And it's almost in a way, you know, this kind of late game composition card up your sleeve. If it's not handled, then the game doesn't end soon enough. So work has to be done here for Falcon Esports, and really looking at the emblems too. You know, you're going to be going with the speed again. I'm surprised still. Like Leo mentioned, the Matilda is being let through. It's being picked up. But then, of course, you know, Falcon Esports did get a great roam option themselves. I think both roamers are going to be very crucial to allowing the team to get the upper hand to start off with. But this is the combo that we see so
little
often.
pay
man.
system
you know, the
through
Matilda
Walmart.
and the Alpha, able to just move around the map really well.
Yeah, again, the presence of the Guiding Wind ensures that Alpha can just go in at any given
So, like,
moment,
if I
especially
set it
for
up, I
multiple
could pay
objectives.
from my
And if
phone.
the Spear of Alpha doesn't connect, there's always an exit route for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
And looking at the emblem set of Sano, he does have, again, the Master Assassin. So in terms of dominating the laning phase, he's confident enough to do this up against Benny. But look, Falcons Esports, speaking of confidence, they go in and bring down Sanji, forcing Twisted Minds to react. But the damage not going to be enough.
With
It
the
is Moonton with
push.
the
Nice.
hammer just to
Nice
bring down
push.
Hoda. And Nicesuit, did you expect this early aggression from Falcon Esports?
Is
You
it
know what?
free?
I did, because both these teams love to play the style.
If
you
it's
know, and they
free,
can
then
get that
yeah, I
going,
can't hurt
Muffin
anything.
Might be trying to make a play
I've just been
here.
too
Get
lazy
7.
to look into
He's
it.
gonna get one shot down. So a good pickup kill. Twisted Minds will get that one. I'm surprised, you know? And
Yeah.
against all that,
I mean-
too, Falcon Esports will get that first turtle secured by
I mean, if you have to pay for it, they have
Yeah,
to tell you, so
And for Twisted Minds,
if
you
they
know,
don't say
they have the
anything,
late game
then
entrance again with the Sicilian, but
should
the
be
thing is,
good.
you don't have to wait for the late game for the Sicilian to get its power spike. We've seen a lot of Sicilians activate at 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in, assuming that Twisted Minds will play this to perfection. But the problem is Falcon Esports, they know this also, so that's why, as much as possible, they're trying to speed things up. They're trying to catch Twisted Minds off guard. They're trying to twist their minds.
They're trying to, yeah. You know, that point, that might be the play for them. But look at the thing about it, too, is with Falcon Esports starting with the momentum that we saw earlier on, again, that's what they have to do. You know, they have to be able to get the foot going because they're playing against the mobility that Twisted Minds has. But also, in a way, it's like a ticking clock for them because of the fact that you have the Sicilian here. And the fact, too, that Cuffin just got an early kill, giving him that little advantage to build up a little bit faster, get the items that he needs a little bit faster, he'll play into that, right? And part of it might be, all right, can we catch him? Can we catch Cuffin down? Because we do want to be able to deal with him. And the fact that he has a Purify, but he can also rely on Matilda to be there for Troll to just pull him out of danger is what's going to be difficult for Falcon Esports to pull off. And again, that's why the fact that they have this Tigreal here, they have the Eternal Guard that they can rely on too for a little bit more crowd control. And like Gideon was mentioning, Benny in the 1-1 against this gold lane matchup. Again, this is the top performing gold lane hero right now, this Bruno. And it's going to be a mainstay for probably the entirety of the tournament. 1-1 in that matchup, you probably need a little bit more care. You probably need a little bit more safety in your lane and play the safe route if you can. You could get aggressive against the Bruno, but you also don't want to be caught out because you don't have those get away from get out of jail free cards like you do with Twisted Minds. So Dax will go ahead and get in position here. Turtle is up. They're able to secure it. They do have a minor lead too. Twisted Minds, they know they have the mobility. They know they have the utility. Sanji's gonna jump in, finds three.
Finds three, but answers right back with Implosion for Kid X. Trying to bring down Sanji, and first man down is Kid X.
Dude,
for Twisted
Sanji just got
right back to bring down Sanji
taken
as well.
out.
Royal Milk into the midst of everything.
Royal Milk,
Trying to zone out Twisted Minds for Falcon Esports
he goes
to
down
trade
as
for that
well.
turtle. But the problem is Hoda is here. But
And
now
Dax
they'll
gets the
get
Lord. That's
turtle,
funny
who
that
looks
his
to
name is
kill
Dax.
onto Hoda.
Royal
That's my
Milk's
son's name.
job the whole time was, guys, just
Well,
look at me. I'm here. I'm in the air.
That's what I call him.
Focus on me. He distracted. Oh, Dax.
Oh, Dax goes in with a shadow. Is it going to be enough?
Oh,
Here
Gets
comes the
out,
Circling
circling
Eagle.
eagle.
But he's gonna be
Oh, he goes
alone
down.
on the
Yep.
sun and the kill
That's
for
down.
Troll. Making
Troll
things
goes down
work
for it,
Twisted
though.
Minds, and that is a huge,
I mean,
huge
it'll slow
trade.
their
More than
jungle,
this
so you
goes
could
in
argue
the
that it was kind of worth
to
it,
get
but
a shutdown onto Benny. And
That Troll had wings singing.
literally, man.
He had wings, he was flying, and I could hear Leo shout caca over there. But man, I'll tell you what a play and an answer from Twisted Minds. A lot of back and forth, and you asked me earlier, this is exactly what I expected with these two teams, their play styles, the region themselves. Love to play like this. Kid X taking a couple shots, and he's gonna have to go heal back up, but ultimately it was a great turtle take an objective. You got to keep that in mind. Falcon Esports has those two turtles in their favor, and it was great distraction from Royal Milk, but there's still that fighting power coming out from Twisted Minds.
And the thing is, this is their actual play style. They're methodical. They like to go for those big team fights. And if ever they're getting pushed, they're going to try and manage to find the trade as much as possible. And so far, they're doing that successfully. Even
I did
down
the
to
slots.
the drafting phase, they've done it methodically thanks to the help of Coach Lyric. I mean, getting
I didn't
Bruno
win.
out of Benny's
I
hands
lost.
is in fact amazing. And plus the Matilda and Alpha combination that you can clearly
Just
see
put,
is working
instead
for
of
them.
gamble
But I do
all,
have
just
to
put
commend
slots
Coffin.
all,
Coffin has
or
been,
slots and then the amount that
Twisted
you want to
Minds is
gamble.
the scapegoat because the first kill of Twisted Minds, it came from
It's
Coffin down
rough,
to the
though.
bottom lane, and now the follow-up onto the top.
It's
to
not
even
as
out
nice as
scores
John's.
5-5 and try to diminish as much as possible Falcon Esports lead.
What the
Lead right
fuck?
now, very, very little minor lead. But at this point, if they get this third turtle,
Dude, me and Hawaiian has been sitting here hitting these slots
Twisted Minds,
the
though,
whole
keep them down
time.
from out. It's relatively an even
That's
ball game
bullshit.
at this point.
Alright, I'm gonna
Either
time out
team can
Lighthouse.
secure this objective and secure a devastating team fight. They're gonna jump.
Implosion gonna catch two, but the counter
Rigged.
is there for Twisted Minds.
Fucking
and Dax
rigged.
will get the turtle plus the kill onto Sanji and to Soda. And now Falcon Esports, that was a heads-up play coming in from Kid X. Despite the counter initiation that Twisted Minds wanted to do, they got the proper targets during that time. And now they have a 2.2k gold lead with the third turtle. Might even get a hold on this mid lane turret. And Falcon
That's
Esports,
bullshit.
this time they made sure Twisted Minds doesn't have a trade.
That's why I said, both roamers going to be crucial.
First,
in,
the 8
both
ball
the
doesn't
teams
like
here, their
me.
Success
And now
in
the
this
slots are
matchup.
against me.
That time around, Kid X with a massive implosion, able to find
All
the
of my
right
bots are
targets
turning against
exactly
me.
where
I
they
feel
need
like
to.
I'm
And,
in
you only got a couple
iRobot.
Purifies, you have some of the flickers to be defensive with it, but if you
All
get
right,
caught
that's it.
out
We
in
gotta
that
start taking the
implosion,
computers out.
You're most likely going to just go down and be dead because Falcon Esports lineup too, very front loaded with damage if they're able to go ahead and find those kind of setups. So Twisted Minds will find themselves on the back foot a little bit. Again, they're still able
I mean, you can keep
to kind of find
going. You
wins
can.
around the map if they can, but they're going to kind of be forced to also be together. You know, travel around wherever Troll
What do
is going.
you mean?
Try to stay in that safe area with them as a team.
I think it's got to
because they
be
can't
at
get
least
caught off of
100
Esports.
or 1,000.
And anytime that flicker is going to be available from Kid X, you know that he's probably going to go for that set. So Ingon, before this first Lord comes up here, how does Twisted Minds kind of get in position to secure themselves?
I don't know. Try
this
one.
next objective?
I think it's going to be hard for them to contest. Again, they have the late game insurance in Coffin with this Sicilian. In any given moment, if this Sicilian pops off, they can actually turn things around and extend the game, but that's the thing. They have to extend the game up against a very aggressive team like Falcon Esports. Here comes Kid X once again, gonna catch Hoda, gonna commit the implosion as well, plus the internal guard just to bring down the jungler, but Twisted Minds wants to go for the fight.
Damn.
But look at Benny picking up a kill
These guys
for
are
himself,
going
gonna bring
in.
down Troll as
It's a
well.
bloodbath.
And Falcon Esports, that's a trade again. They're
I'm
willing
assuming,
to take a
yeah,
jungler
I'm assuming you
over.
can't do one because it didn't say anything for me.
You find the jungler, you find the roamer, and Lord comes up. It's free pickings at this point for Falcon Esports. They're going to secure this one. And that's what I was saying. The damage is so front-loaded that if Kid X is just like, guys, I got it. Here's the implosion. Boom comes the Eternal Guard, and then a kill to
All right,
follow.
Falcon's got a
So Falcon Esports' lineup that
2.8k
they
gold
brought to this
lead.
game is just
2.9,
phenomenal.
might as well
Benny,
say
honestly,
3.
Benny hasn't had to do too much. You know, he's able to just go ahead and farm up to what he needs to do.
I
He hasn't
mean,
really
I don't want to
had that moment where he's
say
doing
they're
this
going to
game, you know,
win because
team fight
it's
winning,
been going kind
crossbow
of back
can,
and
because
forth.
so far
but
they haven't needed it.
Yeah.
And
I feel like if they
Dax
get a good
alone, too,
team
the
wipe,
fact
they'll at
that
least
he
be
is
able to
on
make
this
a good
Warcry
push.
emblem, you know, Hayabusa, that's what I'm saying. Once he just goes and gets
If
those
not,
stacks
they're just
off and then
gonna
pops the shadow kill. Like,
let the Lord
someone's gonna
push
go down that stage.
and maybe get
Now
one
they're gonna go ahead
turret
and
and
manage these
then
waves as they
just
get ready
back up, wait
to
for the
knock on
next
the
one.
base of Twisted Minds. They still hold on to a couple tier 2 turrets, actually all of them. That bottom one nearly gone, and it is going to go away once this Lord pushes down. Now the mid and top focused on 2. I'm wondering, I'm trying to look at Twisted Minds' potential.
So
to
I
defend
want.
the
What about
base here.
500?
Anytime you have a Sicilian, your base defense is pretty good. You know,
2.
especially depending on how
Weird.
many stacks you have. But still, they got to rely on being able to clear this out. It's
150.
not a game-winning Lord push. It shouldn't be
150.
unless they just get dismantled in the base. So they've got to manage this appropriately. Sanchi will take a couple shots. The shields are going to go down as all
You can do
three
150,
holy
okay.
defenses are popped. Sandal finally gets the Malefic gun though too, but they are ultimately able to defend and keep things together.
That's
Wait,
the
did we
discipline
try
instilled from
100?
Falcon Esports. They know that in order to maximize the first Lord as much as possible, they're not trying to take down an inhibitor because it's almost impossible going up against a lineup up against a Sicilian. So right now, their goal was just to, as much as possible, maximize the Lord, pop the Holy Shields, and at the same time, don't give Twisted Minds, you know, a trade for them to bank on, for them to help extend the lead and eventually enable Coffin, enable Saano. So Falcon Esports, they're going to play the waiting game. They're going to do this by the book as much as possible. Wait for the next Lord. Try to get pickoffs, especially with Kid X. Try to activate Benny as much as possible as well. So let's see how Twisted Minds will react at this time.
This is a little risky right here. Dax jumping in.
Going
Shadow
in.
kill onto
Doesn't get
Coffin,
him.
But Troll here to save
gonna
him,
say, gonna have
and
to
now
back out.
Twisted Minds are forced. They're just forced to stay inside their base because of the initiations that Falcon Esports can do. It's not just even Kid X's implosion, just merely the fact that Wiggy Shadow Kill coming in from Dax can do the job to bring down either Coffin or Saano at this point in the game.
That's the thing, man. He's got Hunter Strike, he's got BOD, he's got Endless Battle, you know, and as the time goes on, that Wiggy Shadow Kill will actually probably kill Coffin the next time around unless they're able to go ahead and defend against it. So more so a limit test, but also, meanwhile, like I said earlier, Benny hasn't really had his moment just yet. You know, he's able to provide a little bit of damage, but now that he's got the items that he needs, he's got
All right,
Corrosive
let's see what the
Strike,
8-ball
DHS,
says.
hold on top side.
Very aggressive play, bringing a Soda with him as
There's
well.
Benny.
But Benny, will he be able to cross the crossbow? Yes, indeed. Paired up with Implosion coming in from Kid X, gonna bring down 2. The next target is Sanji, gonna fall down in the hands of Benny. And as you were saying, we haven't seen Benny popped off. Nice-u. This is how you do it with the 1-1. Now they're as aggressive as possible, gonna bring down Inhibitor. Internal Guard to zone out Saano. And Falcon Esports, they didn't even have to wait for
Not
that
sure.
Lord. They were able
What do you mean not
to use
sure?
the
We're watching
aggression
the
of
game. What do you
Twisted
think?
Minds to their
Come on,
to their
Streamlabs.
advantage.
Slacking.
And now it's just 7.9k gold lead for Falcon Esports.
As I was just saying, you know, Benny hasn't had his moment just yet. Well, there you go. He got the triple. He made that team fight go in their favor. But you're seeing it. I know they just got the
I wonder
Lord
if that's
here. They
the
have a
person who,
massive
like,
lead, 8,000 gold ahead.
made that
But
original
like we saw
answer.
just briefly ago, that's
You know what I mean?
180 plus stacks that Cuffin has right now. Looking at the replay here, you know, brought to us by Kadia, this is actually insane. The setup potential in the top lane went really well for Benny. The timing of it all comes together, and this is, I'm not sure if we get it more in the replay, but you actually see the damage potential coming out from Cuffin. And again,
will
Lord
this
is gonna
be the
pushing
final
in,
Lord
but they
push?
do have a great lineup to go ahead and try to defend. They have to avoid Kid X. He doesn't have the flicker this time, but the base turrets are going to be worked on, and now the Lord comes up on the top side. They're going to jump in and focus on these base turrets, trying to expose the base the best they can, but look at the clear speed that I'm talking about.
Nope.
Cuffin clearing things out alone just with those bad impacts. Here's the conceal.
Okay, they're going to
Take
try and
mid.
go for a pick-off here.
All right.
As they destroy the mid lane turret. One base turret left for
Thought.
Twisted Minds. Falcon Esports
Top
still
going
haven't
in on the
committed anything
base.
Yet, but Sanji goes in with the Earth Shatter, casting the Primal Wrath as well for the counter attack coming in from Falcon Esports.
Sanji goes down. Yeah, this looks like. Oh no, they defend. They defend.
Will take down
Royal Milk
Hoda
goes
and
down.
Sanji,
Okay.
but Royal Milk
They stay alive a little bit longer.
a bit too
A little bit
aggressive there,
longer.
but Falcon Esports, they got what they wanted. All base turrets are now taken down, and the lead has now gone to 10K for Falcon.
Took a
Minute and a half
mouthful of
before the
bats,
next
man,
Lord.
and that's what I'm talking about. As long as Cuffin is fine, you're clear in your defense. Strengths are going to be there for Twisted Minds. Now, how many
Alright.
times can they do that?
Haya
We're reaching
is
the point of
full
15 minutes in
build.
the game. He's definitely got more stacks than the 180 we talked about earlier. But that's the thing, too. Even the items are being locked in. You know, he's got that Wishing Lantern, too, Lightning Truncheon, Glowing Wand.
Oh wait, no, he's
where he
not.
needs to
No, he's not.
be.
He's got one more
And
item.
as long as he is safe in the back line, and if Falcon Esports isn't able to catch Cuffin out, then that's great for Twisted Minds. But that's also the double-edged sword to it. You know, if here we go, 269 stats, 271. He's stacked up. He's feeling good. And so that's the thing. If Falcon Esports, if they do get rid of Cuffin, that's the double-edged sword to it. They lose a ton of damage for Twisted Minds lineup.
Yeah, and Coven right now, they're even giving the Sicilian the purple buff, so expect a lot coming in from this mid laner. And the thing is, if they overcommit a lot of ultimates, a lot of battle spells just to take down Coven, there's also the Saano problem, the Bruno problem that Falcon Esports has to prioritize later on. But so far, so good for Falcon Esports. A 9K Goldie, they're just gonna wait. They're just gonna wait for this Lord once again, or they can.
After
pull off
this, I'm
another
probably gonna
amazing play
step
up top,
away
like
and
what
make
they
some
did when they used
food,
the overaggression of
get a little
Twisted
hungry.
Minds to their advantage. The circling
then
eagle
we'll be
flicker
back.
combination just to try and bring down Benny. But the problem is Falcon Esports was able to turn things around.
I wonder if that's the play here. You know, that's the IQ play from Twisted Minds. Guys, just give up the Lord. Let's just rely and just put all of our hope in Cuffin, but it looks like they actually want to go for this, but they're too late.
Okay, Falcon Esports get the Lord Implosion once again, coming in from Kid. That's going to catch Sanji, and Dax all the way to the back line, trying to go for the flank, but Sanji with the Primal Wrath is able to stay alive. Here comes a Winter Playground for Twisted Minds, but the damage coming in from Falcon Esports just too much. Royal Milk once again will be the
I mean, we can
sacrificial
go,
lamb in exchange for Hoda,
Well.
and a very, very favorable trade once again for Falcon Esports.
Oh, Troll going for it. They want to delay the recall from Falcon Esports, but Twisted Minds, they lose Hoda, but they're still in the game. Cuffin's going to be fine. He's going to clear out this
Guess
mid
this
lane.
isn't
The
gonna
Lord
be
is
done by
pushing
then.
down that, so they're going to try to stall it out the best they can. But the fact that Falcon Esports doesn't have Royal Milk, it's a little tough.
Dax.
That's
Oh!
What?
Gets deleted by Twisted Minds. I just said a while ago, Falcon Esports
Well,
had a
I
favorable
need to go
trade.
too.
Now
That's,
it's not.
I mean,
They still haven't.
guess we go at
dealt,
6.
They still haven't
This should
solved the
still be
problem of how
running.
to get Cuffin. I mean, Dax tried
That
to go
won't-
with the weakest shadow kill, but the problem
won't
was
be
it got instantaneously
till, like,
bursted
8,
down by
9.
Sano and the rest of Twisted Minds. And this might be the opening as Kid X already commits his implosion. Oh, this might be a green light for Twisted Minds, but Benny wants to answer right back, though. The stacks aren't there yet, and Falcon Esports lead slowly diminishing.
Oh, man. I just, you know, if Twisted Minds just continues to do this, stack up and punish Falcon Esports.
Fried chicken and
think about how
rice,
much gold
nice.
they just got, by the way, with what they did.
Do it.
Yeah, about 4,000 or 5,000 gold. And yes, all the base turrets are down, but you've seen this before. You can actually defend this type of game with this kind of lineup, keep things together.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get in a position to actually contest a Lord, but if they do, because they showed signs, they kind of showed interest in doing it the last one, they were just a little bit too late because they got to manage these waves pushing in. But if they actually get into a position where, again, a one bat impact is taken down, what, half your health bars from Falcon Esports, it's going to make you think twice. Especially the fact that then you consider the two junglers and, you know, Dax, he just got checked, man. That was literally a punch in the face. Looks like, again, they're just going to have to manage the waves while they wait for this Lord.
Who got the purple buff? Was it Dax?
Dax and PX7 both have purple, so it was stolen. But again, this is expected from Twisted Minds. You really aren't going to have that much space to work with in your jungle.
Okay. So now Twisted Minds, again, the question is, will they contest? As you mentioned, they have the capabilities to do so. A good Spear of Alpha, certainly Eagle guiding in combination and just back away. If they don't manage to out-retry, Falcon Esports might do the job, but considering that they have a Sicilian, they can actually just try and defend this once again. Just try to avoid Kidex's implosion.
Clear waves hit Lord, I guess.
This is where it comes in clutch, too. The fact that they got 3 Winter's Crowns. You got an Immortality for Sanji, and then, of course, you got the Wind of Nature for Sano. So they have so much utility, so much defensiveness that they can rely on. Falcon Esports, given the lead that they have, it's more so of how do they approach the fight? How do you solve the puzzle of what Twisted Minds is bringing with a lineup? And again, part of that is taking control of this Lord, starting it up. You have those waves pushing in on all 3 lanes. And Twisted Minds might make the decision again to just go ahead and wait in the base, but they get close enough.
Okay, Troll has the flicker. Here comes KDX with the implosion play. A lot of members from Falcon Esports will get knocked up, but Dax will still get the Lord as Hoda will fall down as well. A skill 3 coming in from Sano. They're trying to fight back. They're going to bring down 3. 2 members left from Falcon Esports as they take down Benny as well. Plus KDX. PX7 is left to fend for himself. They have a lot of turrets in the middle lane, but Twisted Minds, they have 3 members ready to end the game.
Right now, they're going to march down mid lane. They have to deal with a Lord. It's quite a beefy Lord if you see that shot that Sano takes. But they'll handle it well.
Damn.
PX7 also trying to not just let him take it. Oh, PX7 in trouble. Won't be able to get away.
My God.
Sano picks up the kill.
But that might be enough time for Falcon Esports, because in 12 seconds, Dax will stay alive.
Alright, let's see what they do here. Clear lanes.
But Twisted Minds,
by that time, Dax will be back. Royal Milk will be back after that.
You get, and in that point, they got 4 kills.
I mean, it was good
Even
defend.
if Falcon Esports got the Lord, that was the risk that they were willing to take to extend the game. And on top of that, Sano remains deathless. Coffin remains deathless, still has the Purify, I believe still has the Winter Crown. So Twisted Minds can engage once again up against Falcons Esports.
We're back to where we started, Ingan. You know, 21 minutes in, it's the stalemate. But hey, Twisted Minds has been doing work. And that is, again, now we find ourselves, you know, swapping some items in and out. That's a Holy Crystal picked up by Cuffin. And, you know, a lot of the Winter Crowns were burned up earlier on by both sides, I would say. So for this point of the game, comes down to it. Sanji goes in.
With the Urge Shatter Flicker combination, but the Crossbow of Time will be cast as well. Primal Wrath just to evade that. Look at the Spear of Alpha coming in from Hoda, but the KDX with the implosion. Gonna be taken down by Cuffy with a Bat's Impact. That's 1 member down once again. Falcon Esports, they had a lot of opportunities to end the game, but Twisted Minds just staying on to defense with Cuffin, with Sano. No casualties for Twisted Minds.
This is what we
these guys are hungry
with 2 teams who just shocked the world watching yesterday in day 1 of the Swiss stage.
Do they reverse this
on him?
Is this a comeback right here?
485 stacks. This guy is built. He's built diff at this point, Ingan.
He's geared up. He's ready to fight. 1 Bat's Impact might be enough to take down half the squad of Falcon Esports. So right now, Falcon is resulting to the macro game. They want to try and create split pushes from the opposite lanes. They want to try and control where Twisted Minds can go and get an advantage once again to try and take the Lord away from them. But Twisted Minds at this point, like, they're geared up, as you mentioned. They can take down, they can go all in at any given moment.
The part of this is still the fact that managing your waves. You know, for Twisted Minds, they have the Lord this time spawning up there on the top side. I wouldn't be surprised too if Falcon Esports takes a different approach to things. You know, like plays the long side of the lane, puts pressure there for a response from Twisted Minds. It looks like that's the idea. So this is where, you know, the adjustments, the game knowledge, and how you handle this macro decision is going to come into
looks
play.
like they're going to
That bottom wave pushing in a little bit slightly. Kid X still there on the bottom side too. Benny waiting patiently, and Royal Milk will start to give some of the information. It looks like Twisted Minds will rotate on up. You got 4 winner crowns now, plus that immortality over there. Still the win in nature here. Persano picks up the potion too, and Cuffin, his job with the purple buff is to clear out these waves the best he can.
It's really going to boil down to this potential last Lord. Falcon Esports have secured 4 Lords for themselves, but the problem
All right,
is
almost 24 minutes.
they cannot fully utilize it because bodies from their side are slowly taken down by Twisted Minds. So if you're Falcon
No matter
Esports,
who
do you
gets
try
this
and
Lord,
bait
the
out
other
the
team
Lord? You
has
try
to
and-
make sure they don't
what
lose
do you
too many
do?
people
Since you
or
can't
it's game
go
over.
to the backline, since you can't reach Cuffin,
Yeah.
especially with the presence of Troll, who is on point, by the way, with how he's playing this Mathilda, because so far his damage dealers are yet to be taken down.
Well, look at this. They're actually going to be the ones to start it up. Hoda can't just hold it together, though, because he takes shots from PX7, but also from the Lord. Benny on the bottom side. It's going to clear that wave out. Cuffin is still there, so we should be able to manage it. Lords at half health might find themselves in a position where it has to be given up. Royal Milk still has that immortality, sitting at half health himself. Here we go. Kid X might be looking for a setup himself with the implosion.
Might be
Goes
fine.
in.
And
Goes in,
Lord,
Mr. Alba, but
wow.
Troll gets the Lord away from Falcon Esports, and now they're mad. They want to go for bodies, taking down Troll as well. Sanji might be able to survive this, but Benny takes him down, but they manage to take down Benny as well. A 3-for-1 trade for Falcon Esports, but Twisted Mind, they still have Cuffin, they still have Zano, and they got the Lord. Is this defable still for Twisted Minds?
It is. I mean, the fact that they have this Lord and the waves are going to be pushing in. I can't believe Troll got that, but wow, Falcon Esports, they're going to be the ones to deal with this. Sano and Cuffin chasing off PX7 and Kid X. Not the positioning you're looking for here. They're going to wait a little bit longer for the rest
Bang,
of the team
bang,
to come
bang,
up.
bang.
Whoa! Kid X!
Okay, Kid X still has it.
Yeah,
Has his
just like
immortality,
the
hasn't
game
been popped
title,
up yet.
Mobile Legends, bang, bang.
But that's scary. One catch
Or
from
if you're
Cuffin
Hawaiian,
inside.
it'd be
Okay,
Mobile
the job to
Legends,
bring down
bang, bang,
Falcon
cough,
Esports.
cough.
Now their Lord is still up. 9 seconds before Troll respawns once again, but we have to commend what this Mathilda has been doing. Saving Sano, saving Cuffin from harm's way, getting and stealing the Lord away from Falcon Esports, keeping the hopes and dreams of Twisted Mind still alive.
Oh, Sano.
Oh, they're trying to go for Sano, though he still has his immortality.
Do they
But the
trade
back
here?
impact, and Zachman clutches too
Royal
much
Milk
to
is
handle.
low,
Look at the
guys.
shield.
That's
Sano
ba-
is dead.
oh, he goes down
The
anyways.
counterattack coming in from Twisted Minds.
Kid X
Just
takes
really
off.
bringing the damage onto Falcon Esports. That's 2 members down. And
Damn.
Twisted Minds, they have the
All
chance
right.
to end this right away.
Still going to be putting the pressure there.
Does
Finally, on this
Falcons
side of the
defend
map,
or
Twisted
no?
Minds, they've done work. They've stayed disciplined. They stayed consistent, and now they're knocking on the base turrets of Falcon Esports. It's 3 members still. Quite long death timers here for Falcon Esports to deal with. You saw how much utility is thrown at them, and right now, Twisted Minds in the base.
So Soda goes in with Spear of Alpha. Still no
It's an
ultimate from
inhibitor
Kid X, though.
down.
Are they going to be able to defend this?
Ooh,
Here comes
nice
the
implosion.
connecting onto three,
Doesn't
but
do
full
much
onto the
after
back
that,
line.
though.
PX7's immortality will be popped. Look at the damage coming in for the Bats. Impact Soda is going to fall down as well. Crossbow of Dang is there for the Winter Crown.
Oh, that's why they got the Winter Crowns.
2 members from Falcon Esports left
Smart.
to defend. Twisted Minds, they still don't have minions.
Okay,
Minions
Cuffin's
missile
low,
restriction. This
Sanji's
is
about
risky.
half,
This is so
Troll's
risky.
about
Okay,
half.
Impact gonna connect onto PX7, gonna break
That's
him
game.
down, and Twisted Minds, the rising region of Meta.
GG, alright.
The future looks to be now.
What a comeback from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that was a pretty good comeback, I'm
Off
not
of
gonna
the
lie.
fact
That
you
was
have,
good.
I don't even know how many stacks.
GG, boys,
Cuffin
GG.
had, but man,
Too
job.
much.
too many.
So we got the
Not
first one
enough.
right, second one wrong.
Whatever it was, we
We'll
knew
see
this
if,
pick was something that this region loves, and
Who's
Twisted
next?
Minds
Is it
comes
Team
out with a
Spirit?
victory. After
Twisted Minds
repeated
won.
defenses.
Yeah,
keep
they
together,
beat
and after
Falcons.
a Lord take from Troll, they take this.
That's who
and
I
they
picked
get
too.
The victory, definitely an
Hawaiian
amazing
got
game,
it, though.
an amazing,
Hawaiian picked,
just show of strength from Twisted Minds, and the mind behind them too.
Hawaiian
Big shout out
picked
to
Coach Lyric, but our
Twisted
panelists,
Minds.
let's hear what they have on their mind.
Yeah, Hawaiian's
about
2-0
this
right
game.
now.
And cut! That's a wrap. What a game from these two. Twisted Minds versus Falcon. I got my wish. We talked about this beforehand, folks. It's time to whip
What
out
is
the
it doing?
PPs
Oh,
again.
yeah, it's looking
Prediction
up the schedule to
popsicles.
see who's playing
We
next.
talked about it beforehand. What our
Think
predictions
it's
were heading into the series.
CFU FNAP,
Twisted
but I'm not
Minds.
100%
I,
sure.
on the other hand, predicted for my Burmese brethren. I said Falcon. A lot more talk about how they played here, but hey, Sera.
I had to make sure that it was an
It
honest. I kept it to my pride. I went for
is-
Twisted Minds on this one. And honestly, I definitely thought that the draft, it was going to be tough, but geez, what a game.
Well,
Okay,
Leo, you
that's
said something in
alright.
ISF.
Get on
Cuffin
Wikipedia,
season
I
on that
guess.
Sicilian, and that's exactly what popped up here. Let's go on over to stage to hear from Twisted Minds.
One of the longest games we have witnessed this Swiss stage. Just the
It
second game, just the
says
second
FNAP
match.
and CFU.
Twisted
Alright.
Minds
Let me get
taking
the poll in
down
here.
Falcon. First of all, I am with Sanji. Sanji, how are you feeling? He said just now he was nervous.
To be honest, I feel nervous because like 30 minutes game.
I've never heard
It
Sanji
was
speak
very
before, bro.
long.
Yeah.
How do you guys manage to maintain your momentum and your mental state when a game is this long? It was like 25, 26 minutes.
FNAP
As long as we keep
and
sound on top
CFU.
of the
Alright,
lights,
so
we can
this.
do anything.
So, how did you
So,
guys
for
manage
this
to
one, I
stay
picked
disciplined? We know
FNAP.
that Falcon was leading in the early game,
Yeah.
right? Until
So we will
Cuffin
see.
got his items, and then he was just bursting down everybody with like, what, 500 to 600 stacks with Sicilian? So how did you guys manage to stay disciplined throughout that?
Because when we know we have Sicilian, even if we lost the early game, we can manage to pull up the late game.
Alright, we're
Okay,
gonna
now we
go
know
make
that
some food,
previously
but
when
we
you
will
guys
be
beat Vamos,
right
You guys have actually met
back.
Vamos before. This time around,
So we're gonna
it's
take
new
the
competitor,
old-
right? You have never met Falcon. How did you guys prep for
We'll leave the
matchup
camera on,
today?
I guess.
We saw their games and MPL on the last night. We prepared
Alright, be
the
back in a
team
minute.
And we managed to win.
I think it did pay off a lot. Now, Sanji, we know that Twisted Minds is not new to the international stage. However, this time around, Twisted Mind is definitely performing greater than ever. Who do you want to contribute this success of Twisted Minds to?
Let us say the coaches.
The coaches. Okay, now one final question. You guys are already at 2-0, okay? You guys just need one best of threes to qualify for the knockout stages. Now, is your preparation gonna be different tonight because it's a best of three tomorrow, or are you just gonna go full force and just do what you guys have been doing this past 2 days?
Thank you.
So how are you guys gonna prepare for your best of three tomorrow?
To be a long night.
Long night.
Yeah.
Okay, long night, but don't forget to rest well, okay? Players need to rest well. Now, that is it. Thank you very much to Sanji. I know you're tired. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this crazy, amazing game.
27 minutes and 7 seconds.
That's a record.
Hell of a titanic match between Twisted Minds and Falcon Esports. Again, I wish that this would be a close game. I did not expect that. And yeah, let's reel it back quickly. You said, Gideon, that the Twisted Minds draft may struggle here. Gotta agree with you. And then we saw that, actually. We were talking about it a lot behind the scenes. Hoda got the short end of the stick in this draft and in the game.
Absolutely. I think without a doubt, Hoda has to get shafted here only because he's not the main win condition for the team. He has to very much depend on both his mid laner and as well as their goal laner to scale to that late game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they got. So the sacrifices of Hoda set up deathless games for both Cuffin and Saano, and a relatively good game for Troll as well. Hoda and Sanji face a lot of difficulty in this one, but at the end of the day, yeah, it was a Sicilian and Bruno show. But let's talk about what made the Falcon early to mid game much better compared to Twisted Minds.
They brought out their signature Burmese brawl playstyle. What was that? A minute and change when they first went in for the kill. Bottom lane sent, but what, 3 or 4 dudes to try and take down everyone in that lane, and that set the pace. Slowly but surely, it was diminishing returns when they couldn't close, and you gotta give credit to Twisted Minds. They understood that, you know, what Sanji said was right. As long as we have Sicilian, we can survive into the late game. And indeed, once you pass that 20-minute mark, it became Cuffin season. I gotta credit our good friend Ray Ash for that. He messaged me, hey man, yo, Sano playing so well. Cuffin too. Say Cuffin season next time he does well. And here he did. We were watching the timers, right? 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes. Sano and Coffin haven't died. So there has to have been amazing communication and map control for Twisted Minds to protect their cores like this.
I mean, I would say that the chemistry is a lot better, but also on a fundamental standpoint, we did see that Cuffin was very much worried about dying early over to Dax. That's why he was willing to sacrifice like 2 or 3 minions sometimes every single wave rotation just so he didn't give that first blood. If not, Chain dying later down the line. But I think generally the biggest problem that we're seeing here coming in from Falcons is the sheer disrespect. They have better engagement tools. They had a much better early game, and not to mention the brawly sort of style actually is more beneficial for Falcons, especially if they're playing towards the gold lane side of the map, because Wanwan uses Inspire. That's a very powerful tool to use early on a short cooldown.
If we could have played back the highlights, which would have lasted like 10 minutes, this was a 30-minute match almost, you would see moments wherein, yes, I agree, Gideon, there was a, I don't want to say disrespect, but there was a shortage of respect when it comes to range, damage output, engagement from Twisted Minds, wherein players like Dax, who yesterday was almost flawless on the Bane, here in the Hayabusa, there was like 1 or 2 moments where like, why would you put yourself as a soft assassin in that position?
Yeah, at one point it ended up feeling like Groundhog Day, where Falcon were just like, oh, it worked for us in the first 5 minutes. We can keep it up for 10. We can keep it up for 15. Wait a minute, what is this? Why can't we end it? Where's this damage coming from? Wait, let's do it again. Come on, one more time. What the heck, we're dead? The game's been turned around, and it was just Cuffin and Saano saying, you kept repeating things over and over again. We kept surviving.
Well, actually, I can't remember what Lord it was, but I think that Twisted Minds actually had a really good opportunity in the game itself, especially when they were funneling into their side of the map. Like, Falcons already had taken the Lord at that point of time, and they decided to force the fight onto Twisted Minds. Yes, it was a great initiation. It got 2 Purifies, both out of Sano and as well as Cuffin, but then the trade just didn't make any sense. Dax even ended up dying in the middle of that fight too.
Yeah, I think that was the one that you call the 4th Lord of the game, or 3rd?
I think it was 3rd because the 4th one was stolen by Troll.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Matilda. That's another thing that adds to it. And Sano slowly building up his reputation to be one of the best gold laners in the world. You can't just say in MENA, in a specific region, in the world. MVP for this match, 6-0-12.
You know what you call that?
What?
Saudi gold.
Saudi gold. Ooh, all right, that's another one right there. Add that to the docket. Content team, you heard that. It's Saudi gold by Sano.
I don't know. They might have a new poster board for Kadia at this point. Because again, great Bruno plays. I mean, he was even item swapping in the middle of those fights. And honestly, he could have been like 6-1 there had he not been saved by both Troll and his item swap.
As we look at the MVP highlights now, it was very important that the Bruno and the Sicilian survived the major engagements. The fact that he was able to hold on to the Purify as long as possible in some key engagements and making the most out of the sliding tackle. As we were talking, actually, I started realizing, wait, I'm hearing sliding tackle a lot more from these two behind the scenes. And yeah, that's because Sano made the most out of it.
And that's the way you should be playing, right? I mean, just look at the way that he's positioning himself. He wants to be able to be close enough to Troll in case he gets tries to get bursted down by PX7, but he doesn't want to stand too close to specifically Cuffin so that both of them don't get caught by that Tigreal. Like, again, you can see that even Sano realizes, wait a minute, as long as I don't get one shot, I could easily just 100 to 0 people in less than a second.
And he can 0 to 100 himself.
Exactly.
He is still rocking the Haas claws up until the very last moments.
The beauty of it.
That was the best highlight for that point, honestly. The fact that you already got bursted down, or you knew you were about to get bursted down, and Sano just said, go ahead, give me your best. And he survived, and he sliding tackled forward, took down PX7, and then eventually, that's going to be Twisted Minds getting the victory. Crazy, crazy game number 2. I got my wish, and again, very important now, Twisted Minds joins BTK. Wow, in the 2-0 bracket in our Swiss stages, 1 win away, 1 best of 3 away from qualifying to KO.
And you know why this is important? After spending a good amount of time in Saudi, we've been a couple of times this year alone, they make a big deal out of the fact that no team from MENA has made it to an actual knockout stage for an M series. Yes, technically in M4, they did make it through under Occupy Thrones,
Yep.
but nobody got knocked out in the groups then. So them getting this close to actually qualifying for the knockouts is a big deal.
Well, let's not forget that they still have that very final test here. If you want to qualify for this knockout stage, you still have to play a full best of 3 when you get to that match point mark, right? So at this point, yes, we've seen maybe even the best of what they have to offer. But can they do it in a best of 3? If not, a best of 5 later down the line.
And it's crazy to see the storyline for Twisted Minds when there were so many eyes on the Medjai Hoda, the hidden pharaoh, with what he did, getting subbed in last minute for Twisted to salvage their MPL run. Now on the world stage, the savior, especially for this last one, looked like the Twisted sacrifice to make sure that Twisted would get that Saudi gold to pop off. A tremendous performance by Twisted Minds to get the W over Falcon Esports, which we'll see in the 1-1 bracket later on in the Swiss stage. Now, let's go over to the next one. What's the next story? The next page. A little bit more Espanol for this one. It's Maycam Evolve of Argentina and Vamos from Malaysia.
Latino-flavored, Latino-coded squads. One very specific. We saw yesterday that as soon as we asked for it, Aurora brought out his YSS. And then Vamos almost always is adding their little spice to the metagame.
Oh, they always do. I mean, it's a Warlord special. But at the same time, I think that, you know, these two teams have very strong personalities in the way that they play the game, the way that they approach it as well. So it's going to be a pretty fun clash here. I don't know if Icom is going to kind of pivot off of what they've been playing, their comforts overall. But I definitely would imagine that Vamos is like, guys, well, let's clean it up here. We gotta get to the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, well, it's time to see if the newly minted kings of Latin America and Maycam Evolve can salsa with the super villains from Malaysia. It is Maycam Evolve versus Team Vamos in the next match of the Swiss stages here in the M6 World Championship. My name is Renmar, still here with Leo and Gideon. We will be right back after a very short break. Don't go away. See ya.
starts now.
Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit
Regret is a powerful emotion, to yearn for something that could have been. This is the story of two teams who found themselves in this portion of the bracket, 0-1. Regret that maybe they could have done something different. Different pick, different moment. Well, now it's time for them to shake it off and fight it out as they will tango to find a way into the 1-1 bracket. It's Make Cam Evolve of Argentina versus Team Vamos of Malaysia. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Still here with me is Leo and Gideon Q. Now, want to know something funny?
What is it?
I've been keeping a secret all this time. See this pocket square? It's actually Hello Panda. I've had it here this whole time. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. If you need something to maybe round out your outfit, Hello Panda. If
Alright,
you need
who
something
won?
to fill up your belly,
Been
Hello
doing
Panda.
laundry and
If you
stuff too
feel
real
sad
quick,
and you
Laura.
need something to make yourself happy, say it with me,
Taking a
gentlemen.
breath,
Hello
see
Panda.
what-
Thank you so much. I forgot to take a bite out of it. At some point, I was about to take a bite.
You can do it now.
Oh, yeah. All right, that's good.
Great stuff. And honestly, among Southeast Asian countries, most people can understand the hell.
Oh wait, they still haven't.
Hopefully. So, you know, if you're from the Western countries and you have a friend in Southeast Asia or anywhere,
Has
ask
it
them
really
if
not
Hello
started
Panda,
yet? What the
or
fuck?
find it in your local Malaysian, Indonesian, maybe even Korean, Filipino market in whichever part of the world you're in. By the way, the M6 support chest will be. Actually, I started realizing, wait, I'm
Wow.
doing sliding tackle a lot more from these two behind the scenes. Because we don't have time to play games, unfortunately. Use
Alright,
the basic
well.
M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately
Interesting.
get Challenger's Spark.
Yeah,
Don't
switch
forget
to
the
laundry,
hashtags when
you
you're gonna be
know.
posting about M6, greater
Get
than ever,
stuff ready, we're
MLBB
gonna make it
M6
French
and Mobile
toast.
Legends. Bang, bang. Bang, bang is what these two teams need to do now. They gotta come out of
Bang
the gate
bang. I
and,
agree.
well,
Cheers.
bring their best foot forward. They tried that, but weirdly enough, it wasn't their best foot forward.
All right. Contrary, I think they should put their feet on the
All right,
ground.
we're gonna
They
go
should wait for the
Finish
bang to
breakfast
actually happen.
or whatever you're gonna
And
call
for
it.
this
then we'll be
comeback
back.
to be possible, to hit the 1-1 bracket, if you will, they have to
Gave me time to
exhibit
eat.
a level of discipline.
Nice.
They have to respect
Hell
what
yeah,
the
yeah,
metagame
we're
is
good. Like I said, we're getting laundry
and then
done, all
adjust.
kinds
I
of
don't know,
shit, cleaning
do you
up.
share the sentiment,
Might
Gideon?
as well,
I think
right?
it really comes down to the draft because yesterday coming in from Vamos, having that Khalid in that mid lane really kind of puts you in that box of I must win the early game to generate any kind of momentum later down the line. But even for Become Evolve, right? The shocking thing is the fact that they're willing to play ultra late game with Yi Shin Shin, for an example, which feels great when you're ahead, feels awful when you're behind. And when you're up against a team who likes to play the early game, then things are going to get a little awkward here. So this is going to be a clash of personalities and styles if they follow their signature picks.
Yep, it's also going to be a battle of mental strength. Which team can recover faster with a good mindset? Or, since this is the best of one, I'm one of those people that really thinks like surprise is the best foot forward. As much as that Khalid mid lane struggled, it was a good surprise. It was just adjusted well to by Twisted Minds. If I am Make Cam Evolve here though, instead of going for the Yi Sun Shin, why don't you try to match Vamos with that early game?
So now suddenly, fans of Vamos, fans of Maycam, fans of MLBB esports in general are getting pulled in many different directions. Should they stick to the metagame? Should they respect what their opponents bring to the table? Should they play a fast game? Should they play a reactive game? I'll tell you now, one thing that they have to understand is the fact that time is not on their side. This is a best of one. And what you choose to do, you have to go in full send. You can't go back and forth seas. You can't just halfway through the bracket. It's happened, right? Halfway through the draft, sometimes you'll see, oh, they're trying this, and then, oop, never mind.
Yeah, it has to be full commit. The moment you have an idea of what you want to do and in your draft and in the game, you stick to that plan. Don't swerve and don't overthink. We've seen, great point there, Leo, many teams fall to that. And this is what Coach Bob said regarding yesterday's defeat. Our execution was not as clean as it should have been. You agree with that, Gideon?
Well, it's tough to say, right? Yes, the execution wasn't as clean, but when you're up against a draft who's designed to counter-engage anyways, is it about execution or really do you not have the right cards?
Yeah. Twisted Minds understood what Vamos were trying to execute, and it seems like they need to refine their decision-making. That is what Coach Pabs has said, and I see that. There have been some plays, like just looking back off of memory, that could have gone differently for Vamos if members of their team were all on the same page. But really enough, there was one thing that I noticed yesterday, and care to disagree with me if I'm remembering it wrong. It felt like there were some times where Vamos couldn't play around nets as well as they should have.
I mean, I don't think they were looking to play around nets anyways. When you have a chip, anything could be played around. Any angle can suddenly be turned into a huge bazooka shot coming in from left field, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was the main issue. I think that Vamos unfortunately did not find the correct angles just yet. But like Pops mentioned, it is a very big wake-up call, which at least they are self-aware of, so they can now continue to improve.
It's one thing to know that you did something less than ideal. It's one thing to know that you have to wake up. But you knowing Vamos a little more, you having been around for their run in MPL Malaysia season of 14, you think they're ready? Do you think a 24-hour, reset is enough?
I think it absolutely is. And I think that if they focus down on fundamentals, I think it should totally be okay, especially if they're going to draft around something that's highly mobile rather than looking for, hey, we're going to completely give up on our scaling and put all the eggs into one singular basket in nets. They need 2 win conditions in this upcoming game.
One of the most fundamental things you can do in drafting an MLBB is to respect your opponent's signature picks and set up your own signature picks for success. So here's the question now for Maycam Evolve. How viable is their signature hero in that Yi Sun Shin? It was brought up yesterday, and Maycam Evolve are that team that love the double M composition. But is it too risky in this modern day MLBB with all the tempo, the aggression? It's double MM way too risky.
I've only seen Yi Sun Shin in the jungle win about 1 out of 10 times in the past month of competitive MLBB I've had my eyes on. So that's me short of saying no, it's not. I don't think this is the time for Yi Sun Shin to be first phase pick, not even like second phase pick, unless you're so sure that that's what you want to do.
Well, it depends on how you look at it, right? I look at Yi Sun Shin, especially in this current meta, almost similar to Lancelot to a certain degree. You need items to actually be relevant, and the utility of his ult is always great, but how are you going to utilize it? And yesterday we saw that, at least for Maycom Evolve, hey, let's use it for sieges, let's open up the map really efficiently so that we can farm. That's my problem here. It takes too long to get to where you want to be.
Yeah, so at best, I think Yi Sun Shin is a tier B hero. Like A, B, C. I missed out S. I think it's B, like at best.
Yeah, I would argue, well, add to that I feel like if it's tier B at best, against a team like Vamos, that drops down a tier.
There you go.
When you're up against someone who plays like Vamos with the aggression that they show up, you need to speed up the time of your self-farming. If it's too item-dependent, your lineup, that's not going to be good.
You're drafting to be on the defense. You're basically investing in the Yi Sun Shin for the Earth Shocker so you can see where everyone is, but that's the best you got until what, the 11-minute mark?
Pretty much. I mean, let's delve into it just a little bit more, because at the very least, when you are playing a lineup like this, you need 3 lanes that has full control over their lanes, at least hold priority.
Yeah. Well, we're on the topic of YSS. Now let's talk about the team that is known for picking the YSS. From Argentina, the new kings of Latin America, Maycam Evolve. A lot of focus has been put on the jungler, so let's look at the other roles, gentlemen.
You're looking at Super Nahuel, Yorokotsu, Marquino, I guess the most veteran of them all, and of course Facian, not an unfamiliar face as well. You know what? We've been, how do we say, beating down on the whole Yi Sun Shin situation. You gotta give your roses to Maycam Evolve though. To be able to go into a tournament like this and bring out your specific heroes that early on, that's gotta demand some cojones, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you gotta
for
be
sure.
like bold to be able to say, this is what we're gonna do. So maybe today, maybe they hold it back a little, at least for the second phase.
No, I agree with you. Refinement of the boldness. Build on that. Not too aggressive into exactly what you want to go for. Respect that your opponents love the team fight and love to get in your face. It's Vamos.
Now, this team, it's going to be interesting because I really want to see Chibi and as well as Zorn do a good job in actually helping out the side lanes, right? We know that Smooth is an absolute pillar in his lane. He doesn't need much help unless necessary, unless drafted around, but I want them to play around nets a little bit more. They've done this throughout the regular season of cutting off their opponents early on, and they bleed their leads. The conversions that they are able to pull off usually happens within 30 seconds. We didn't get to see that yesterday.
So now will we actually get to see that? One quick question about Vamos though. You still want to go crazy with the Warlord pick in the mid, or do you just go back to the mages, man?
No, go back to the mages. I think that it's really, really important. Yes, having control is great, but you need a secondary win condition. And right now, you can't just expect your assassins to be that win condition just yet. There's very few that can do that. Ling being one of them. Suyo to a certain extent, but then you have pickoffs like Hayabusa, for an example, which can't do that as much. Nolan, which only takes maybe 1 or 2 heroes max.
Yeah. And now for Maycam Evolve, as Gideon was mentioning about having another carry, making sure that your carries are well built up for. I feel like now for Maycam, your rookie, Super Nahuel, as that roamer, whatever you end up with, just make sure that it's paired up with something great on the hands of Fashion. A good mid-roam pairing takes a lot of pressure for the roam. The pokes, the crowd control provided. Honestly, if I'm Maycam, get that Aurora back on Fashion. That's one of the best heroes you can pick anyway up against an aggressive team.
And it's a good stopper, whether you're on the defense or on the offense. Like I already see Maycam being on the former. You could win. I think that's one of the ways to actually stop Vamos. I don't think I'd be wrong when I say that Vamos is favored in this matchup. Get your specialty, but also prioritize heroes that will just win you certain matchups. I think that you were saying earlier, right?
Yes.
The 3 lanes, make sure that those are good so that if ever worse comes to worse, Vamos, Coach Pabs, Coach Powie Burn, force Yusin Shin onto Aurora, so be it.
We need 2 out of 3 of these lanes to be winning matchups for the side of Maycam Evolve if we want to see them to stop the overall gameplay coming in from Vamos, because it really just narrows down their win condition. But I think now, coming into this draft, I'm excited to see who's going to be on blue side and who's going to be on red. I think that the second half of the draft is going to be the most interesting part.
Air is tense here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I just want to do a quick crowd check as we're going through the bands here. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, how are you guys feeling? All right, still live and alive here in KL. And look at that, Maycam respecting the Cho of Zorn right away.
Oh yeah, Raja recall. We mentioned a lot about respect in the pre-game discussion. And even if they are in the 0-1 bracket, I think Vamos, one of the keys for them to succeed in this execution of game 1 or this best of 1 is for them to get their mojo back. You know what I mean? Like, get the recalls back on. I think that'll definitely help them both in the Cywar and even to just build up their confidence.
I think you can definitely expect Zorn to keep up with that mentality. He's definitely going to be tossing away, but I do think that some of the side laners need a little bit of highlights here. Nets did find a solo kill yesterday, and the same, well, I don't want to say the same goes for Smooth, because unfortunately for him, it was a pretty pillow fight style of gameplay. I just think that right now, if I'm in Coach Pops' position, what am I looking to do to stop Maycam from actually getting that momentum? And banning out the high loss is a very good start.
All right, so you take away a strong roamer that could actually negate your aggression. So I feel like the things that we've said so far, they're acknowledging it. Maycam, make sure that Vamos can't play aggressive. Vamos, you take away the heroes that will stop your aggression. So for the first pick, just chase the Suyo?
I mean, Yves is wide open, and I think that unfortunately Suyo is not in that S tier position anymore. I feel like, honestly, a lot of the junglers have their own individual counter matchups, so it's really hard to, like, first pick them sometimes.
It's safer to get it on the second pick swing, whether you're blue or red. And again, as seen in the previous series, you keep it into the second phase entirely. There's the Eve! One of the few times she's actually shown up.
And that's what we talked about when it comes to control. It's not the crowd control, but it is a little bit of that box control, if that makes sense.
The box of influence.
Yeah, the box of influence, exactly. Here's a quick fun fact on the man that we've been
Hang on a
focusing on in the
second.
draft here for Vamos. He's the only player
I
who's played in
thought
all 14 seasons
it was
of
CFU
MLBB.
and FNAP.
He
What
is
the
an
hell?
OG, man. He used to be part of a legendary squad, MYA, the Assassins at the time, and then continue to grow. I mean, he's been part of so many teams, has been loaned out to so many teams just because he is such a great initiator.
Yeah, potentially, again, one of the storylines.
Self-aware of, so they can now continue to improve.
It's one thing to know that you did something.
Huh. Okay, maybe I just got it wrong. Damn.
You know that his GPM is going to be
I
extremely high
didn't.
by the end
Let's
of it. By
do
11
another
minutes
poll.
open, if things go well,
Start
he
a
might be
poll.
looking to break some records.
All right, let's see if those records will be broken. Next two picks, do you get a quick crowd controller here? I mean, Ruby Eve used to be a popular combo.
All right, who we got?
Oh, Hilda. Oh, yeah, Hilda wasn't touched at all. I was thinking maybe
EV
even Tigreal might have been
and
completely fine as well. Gives you a reason,
VMS. I
for
picked
your team to kind of
VMS,
play
so we'll
around it, At
see.
the very least, stand close enough so that Joy has to be careful of which direction you walk towards.
Yeah, and as you said, Leo in the two-pick swing, there's a Suyo paired up with the Hilda. Still flexible, but I do not completely turn off my brain to the possibility of it going roam. This doesn't have to
Heist
be
all the
an
way out, and
XP.
then we have some fun.
I think I'd rather it be in the hands of Marquinhos, though. The way we're looking at the dynamics, the execution of both teams, I think it'd be best to send Marquinhos right into Chibi's face as that Joy. So he'd have to think twice about triggering that ult, triggering the beats, and then finding fights. Closing up their first phase, Vamos picks up the Gatot. Someone to find Eve into the back line. And it also kind of blocks out all of the good marksmen or maybe even mages that you might put into the hands of Eevee's gold laner. So that should be a good catch. We didn't see Gatot in the previous series at all either.
Nope, we didn't see Gatot, even though we mentioned it that it was probably a good way, but then Hylos got banned, so there was no reason to actually look for that big disengage in the first place. I think that this is interesting because now, if we're talking about the circle, the square, the box of influence at this point of time, now you have to not only worry about the electrifying beats potentially one-shotting you, you also have to walk away from the Guardian of the Avatar at the same time. So I can only expect that this time around, that at least for Evolve, they're going to be taking a lot more flickers.
Yeah, flickers and, well, hopefully they don't jump the gun on that idea too much, because if ever Vamos plays their cards right and then they end up getting a very fast crowd control or another strong crowd control presence with their last pick, then it's going to come back to bite them. The Valentina getting taken away, that felt like safety, but I feel like at this point, with what Vamos is already showing in the draft, knowing they're up against an Eve, you cannot go wrong with the mid lane pick for Vamos now.
Absolutely, especially with two melee hero picks as well, right? That
Yeah.
Valentina absolutely shuts down if they try to go for these hard engages.
So the more, after now seeing the first three picks of Vamos, as much as she's sort of fallen out of favor, the more I'm thinking they need something like a Ruby. They need hard crowd control lockdown. If not for the Joy, then at some point you're going to need someone that can just delay whatever the mid will be, delay any attack coming out from nets. They need that hard crowd control, man.
Hard, like, suppress? Is that what you're saying?
If possible, yes.
Either hard suppress or more engagement tools. One of the possibilities we could be seeing here is going to be maybe even Terizla coming in from Smooth. At least you have another way to kind of supplement the GOA, or maybe create some opportunities for Joy to find those big flank angles. Although it is kind of risky because, again, Hilda, one of the best laners when it comes down to EXP. Nothing really beats her.
She's fine. At worst, she just rotates faster and then influences every other lane possible. I've seen Hilda's go coast to coast. So it's possible. Again, that's why I want it more on Marquinhos. I want it on a hero, on a player that can read the map more.
Yeah. Now, the more that, especially the C, yeah, I agree that they got to put it now into the hands of Marquinhos. At least you can help match the Phobias, and then your presence will be somewhat equal. Or then, as you mentioned, pressure. The roam, though, what should be the roam? What should be the gold for Maycam?
They allowed the Beatrix.
Yeah. And there, yeah, it's there. Beatrix, Tigreal.
Let it through.
Well-rounded, I would say, but the biggest problem for Maycam is, well, it's in the first phase of the draft. Vamos can easily break the formation of the Eve.
Yes, they can break the formation of E, but there's a lot of trigger warnings that we have to be afraid of, right? Hilda's able to open up the map pretty safely here, and Tigreal is always going to be a big issue. So even though you may not necessarily want to use the RWM, the more flexible option is to actually work with the Beatrix early on. It's about maintaining control over 2 out of the 3 lanes, which right now is looking very, very good for Maycom Evolved.
And the last one. Oh! What?
Hold up.
Is that going to Soren?
Wait.
Or no, it goes to... Oh, it goes to Soren. It's a roam Hellcurt.
And it's another tank mid. Speechless.
Speechless. But Naisu, Inga, you guys have to talk now.
What? Same reactions, guys. I mean, I know you probably wanted more to say about that pick, but hey, welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm Naisu, and this is Inga, and bringing you our third matchup, day number 2 on the Swiss stage. And yeah, we're going to look at this once again. Ingon, how do you feel about that? That is Warlord on the Garakacha and Zorn on the Hellcurt.
It's not a Vamos game without surprise picks, and what more than putting out the Hellcurt. And this is actually a really crucial match for both of these teams. But despite all that, despite all the pressure, Zorn will play the Hellcurt.
Oh, I can't wait to see this unfold. We jump into Land of Dawn here. A Hellcurt in the hands of Zorn, and the crowd is ready to watch this one unfold as Vamos looks to go and get a victory with a lineup that, you know, is not typical, but maybe it's expected for a team like this. And Maycam Evolve, can they make this work? Because I think Gideon even put it well, you know, playing around the fact that this real-world manipulation from the Eve is going to be so crucial to be able to go ahead and secure kills, secure objectives even, but then you can play into it by utilizing the fact that you have a Tigreal and Marquinhos here on this Hilda.
Yeah.
You know, he's running, he's got the mobility to move around, the sprint to help with it. A lot of action already early on for this Lith Wanderer. It's going to be secured though by Team Vamos. So that's the thing, Ingon. What do you think? Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Whoa.
The problem a while ago was how do you break the formation of Fesh and how do you break the formation of Eve? And even without, there was Soren, that's how you answer to stop the real world manipulation. Have a Hellcurt that could go in anytime, can go for the back line, doesn't have to go for the front, especially paired up with the Dark Nightfalls. They can easily really target Fesh in here, but the problem is it's kind of a glass cannon lineup because if they get beaten up during their lanes, but Soren with an aggressive play onto Marquinhos gives the first blood to Chibi, and that's what you want if you're Team Vamos, your aggression actually paying off.
I love to hear it, man. The crowd, like, even when it's synced up so well. With electrifying beats, the crowd cheers, and then they get that first blood, they get the kill there in the hands of Chibi nonetheless. And this is going to be, you know, he is one of the players out there. He's one of those junglers that loves to pick heroes like this, and he gets a lead. And it's going to be kind of devastating, you know, and to deal with, especially early on. They're going to fight again.
Very aggressive play once again from Team Vamos, but Maycam Evolve is ready to counterattack with the first kill onto Aurora. Make it. Next one is Marquinhos. And they're not even done. The Sword goes in with the Petrify plus the Deadly Stingers. A 3-kill play from Team Vamos.
Yeah, that's Zorn, you know, the guy that a lot of people love to watch. And I don't know, man, there's tons of fantastic Roam players in M6 alone. I don't know why more people don't want to play Roam.
Okay, we have to count at this point how many emotes Soren has been playing out, but Team Vamos extending their aggression onto the orange buff of Maycam Evolve. Here comes the real manipulation coming in from Feshin. Smooth might be able to escape, though. Here comes Soren once again, but Power Filter in his form Marquinhos will bring him down. A counterattack from Maycam Evolve will be successful, and Team Vamos, they lost Smooth, and they weren't able to get the orange buff away from Aurora.
This is probably, I mean, at least today anyway. I know we're only 3 games in, but this is the most jam-packed first, 3 minutes that we've had so far. They just want to go and they want to go fast.
Yeah.
For Team Vamos specifically, Zorn's going to take some damage here. Don't think he's going to do much more, and he's going to go back to base. Didn't have the Petrified too, but you know, that's the thing. I'm wondering, Maycam Evolve, how can they go ahead and adjust to this? You know, when this comes to be the case in an early game and you're just kind of trying to catch up, you know, trying to catch your breath, the pace is being set by the other team, you've got to keep that cool head. You know, you got to kind of keep things together, or some teams like to just go and brawl it out. Now for Maycam Evolve, with the lineup that they have the capacity to go ahead and match that energy, match that pace that Team Vamos is trying to set here. But at the same time, obviously, they have to approach it very cautiously because of the fact that you just have this curveball. It's such a niche pick to have a Hellcurt there. There's only very few roamers in competitive MLBB that actually want to go this way. Mind you, this is also in a situation where if this kind of pick doesn't work out and then they're 0-2 through the Swiss stage, that's not going to be a good place to be.
Yeah, and one of the premier users of the Hellcurt at the Rome. Huge shout out to Baloyski, one of the actual players who actually used this to perfection. And now Soren is channeling his inner Baloyski up against Maycam Evolve. And going back to your question, what can Maycam Evolve do? Again, they can play around the neutral objectives, utilize the big ultimate tickets that they have, the real world manipulation and the implosion paired up during crucial neutral objective takes, like what they're doing right now. They're going to cast it onto Warlord, but is it going to be worth it though? As Team Vamos, look at JB going for the backline with Electrifying Beat, paired up with a sword, Petrified, just to bring down Fishin. Here comes AOG onto Aurora, and they're going to take a double kill for JB, and Smooth is not even done, going right after Marquino. And now Team Vamos. This is the aggression the Malaysians want to see from their hometown team.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, you get the setup, you get the implosion, but then the lights are turned off and you don't know where to follow up on, and you're just caught out by yourself. For Team Vamos, they're going to keep putting the pressure now on the side of the jungle. They've got 2 turtles. It looks like they want to take a buff.
Okay, here comes Super Noel once again, but the damage is just too much for them to handle. Spoon picks up another kill, and they will successfully take away the orange buff of Maycam Evolve.
I don't know, Ingan, when you think about it, the Elkert pick is actually genius, because you know that Maycam Evolve wants to play around those ultimates that you mentioned earlier. But even if you get the setups and you can't see anything, what do you do? You know, you just go blind, punching around. That's kind of the situation that Maycam Evolve finds themselves in. And, you know, let's be honest too, the part of it is you got a Beatrix, you got to be able to farm up, do your thing, and get the items that you need, but it's still the same case later on in the game where you really then have to protect. You know, you have to be able to protect your Okotsu here on this Beatrix pick, but Zorn himself playing this Hellcurt around, putting pressure now on the tier 2 turret on the bottom side. He might actually just go ahead and get this down with Nets.
And the thing is, Nets is just starting to join the fight right now. You feel the damage. And Maycam Evolve, they're really resorting to Yorokotsu, just getting the mid lane, getting the opposite lane, just to try and catch up with the goal that Nets has established. So you know that Feshin is really biting the bullet right now for the sake of his team. And now, Maycam Evolve, you really have to go for those crucial setups. But again, the problem remains, even if you get a good setup from Super Noel, a hidden gem, by the way, from Maycam Evolve, what can you do when you can't see where the attacks are coming from?
I think, again, the answer here to this, because this has been a very, you know, just one-sided game for Team Vamos in the early game. Look at this. This is a 6,000 gold lead. They're most likely going to get this turtle unless Maycam Evolve wants to make a play. They're going to use a conceal. Warlord, though, gets the information. So turtle's up. I would be surprised if Maycam Evolve actually tries to contest this. With the way things are going, it's just better not to force those fights, not to force the situation where then you find yourself 10,000 gold behind before the first Lord.
Wow.
And so it looked like that's going to be the case. Team Vamos 3 for 3 with the turtles. They have everything they need right now. You know, the one thing too, at least in terms of gold, like, Yorokotsu's farming up. You know, he's got the Malefic Gun now, still working on the BOD, but they're just going to watch these turrets get taken down. Warlord, enough of a threat that he can just go ahead and post up in front of, you know, 3-4 guys from Maycam Evolve. And so that's the situation right now. It's really difficult for Maycam Evolve to actually find this window of opportunity. And honestly, on that might just be the case. You know, they got to wait. Really, it's the waiting game for them.
Yeah, and for Team Vamos, they're not just playing this at a micro level, a lot of outplays or whatever. Team Vamos is actually managing their waves really well, and they could actually do that because, again, of this Hellcurt pick. Sorn has been split pushing opposite lanes wherever Maycam Evolve will go and try to push. Zorn is just on the other side, trying to make them react.
You know why?
Why?
Because Zorn is like, come and fight me. It's okay. I'll actually go ahead and fight anyone from Maycam Evolve. So even if he pushes, I would say, and just, if you guys have watched Zorn enough, you already know he's one of those players that will take that fight. And with this, he's going to get spotted out, though.
Okay. Manages to escape and dash out, though. But the thing is, what I like about Team Vamos' composition is Warlord isn't required or pressured to be the main initiator, because so far Zorn has been doing it with his dashes and with his Petrify. And with Warlord's kit, with the AOG, it can actually be it can actually assist whatever Zorn's initiations will be done. So right now, Team Vamos has a good position to extend the lead once again, take this Lord away, not let Maycam Evolve contest. And even then, with the first Lord, they can actually take down at least one base turret against Maycam.
Yeah, you got to think about this too. You know, even with this objective coming up here, Maycam, I don't think they see any room to work with at all. It's just going to be cut off from Team Vamos.
I don't think they see anything at all.
Yeah, like literally and figuratively, right? I mean, at this point, And that's why I'm saying, like, realistically, you have to think about what are the chances with this lineup for Mayhem Evolve. How do they turn it around? How do they bring it to their favor? You guys saw from the previous game where it was just a game of discipline and kind of stalling out, but that's when you had a hero that was meant to, you know, stall games out, stack up, and turn tides. But when you look at the lineup that they have, who you're looking at here, you know, like the panel mentioned with Feshin, yeah, you can set up a good base and objective real-world manipulation, but you have the items to turn those fights around because you're relying on a Beatrix to be able to do that. Yeah, you have a great setup potential. Aurora, too, with Asuyo, but even then, if he jumps in, he might just get petrified and caught out, you know? And Nets hasn't had to do much at all, but this is a Bruno, this is a hero pick that is at the top of the winning rate standings, and all he's been doing is farming up. He hasn't had to join any fights, and he's already got the Malefic Gun, the Berserker's Fury, and the Haas Claws. So that is what is so difficult for Mayhem Evolve to make this work. They're gonna have to defend against this because all lanes being pushed in, and the shields are already down too early on. Team Vamos might be looking to end a game early. There's the jump.
AOG gonna zone out the members of Mayhem Evolve to try and take down Inhibitor up top. Look at Nets, just as aggressive as he can be with Smooth by his side. Lord is still up. Team of Vamos was able to take down Inhibitor up top. Now they're gonna work on the middle lane. They still have minions in Mayhem Evolve. They still have the kit to go, but here comes the Dark Knife Balls. Real World Manipulation will be casted, but all of a sudden, Feshin just got blasted down. Marquino as well. Yurikotsu is left to defend for himself. He will take down Soren and Sheepy, but Team Vamos moments away from taking down Mayhem Evolve. Here comes Super Noel though. He's gonna use the Secret Hammer to try and delay the minion push. They lost the minions, but Team Vamos has one down bottom, and they're gonna take down Inhibitor down bottom as well. And moments away, Vamos will give Malaysia their very first win in M6.
A very quick victory this time from Team Vamos. And Vamos, they said 11:39. They didn't just let up at all through this game. On what a performance to come out and adjust. I mean, it looks like with them, it was like, hey, another day. And for them, that's a win they definitely needed.
It's up there alongside with the fastest game set by Fnatic Onyx yesterday, 11-11. But for Team Vamos, man, what an amazing play.
Well, let's throw it to the panel to see what they have to say about this win for Team Vamos.
First win for Malaysia in the M6 World Championship. And yep, our PPs are out, our prediction popsicles, because this is what we said. We talked about it beforehand, and we were all leaning towards Vamos to take this. I was just incredibly surprised with how fast and how dominating that one was.
Honestly, I'll be real with you. I was dead silent when I saw that draft because, again, against a better team, probably it wouldn't have worked out as well as it did, but you could definitely see all the interactions that they want to put in place. They want to make sure that Joy can walk away. They want to make sure that the Geo wait is, again, very difficult to tell where exactly it's going to be. So this is just a breakdown of communication and, unfortunately, very weak fundamentals coming in from Mayhem Evolve. And obviously, I stapled this all the way up my chest here. It's almost taking this game, man. I had this the entire game, and I was getting sweaty after that draft.
This is the Eve. This is the Tigreal. This is even the Yasuyo, man. As soon as that Hellkirk got locked in by Zorn, it changed the dynamic of the game entirely.
And at the end of that, this was Vamos. Cool as a cucumber and in control all around. Let's go on over to the stage with Rose and Vamos to celebrate their win.
The first win for the hometown heroes, Vamos. And right now, I am with Zorn. First of all, Zorn, how are you feeling?
Seronok dan rasa lega dapat menang.
He feels good after getting a win. Now, Zorn, maybe you can take us back to yesterday, okay? Throwback, just a little bit of a throwback. What happened yesterday, and how did you guys manage to regroup in order to gain back momentum for the second day of the Swiss stage?
Actually semalam kita orang ada a bit rasa nervous lah bila main dekat atas stage. Maybe sebab ada atas faktor sejuk juga di atas stage. Jadi dia mengganggu kita orang punya performance dalam game. And then hari ni kita orang dah dapat kaji balik kita orang punya mistake dan datang memakai jacket, guys.
All right, now Zorn said that actually yesterday he thinks one of the factors that they lost is because of the nervousness as well as how cold they felt up on stage. So they went back, they regrouped, and then after that they rethought about what mistakes they did. So today they worked on the mistakes that they have did and also came to the venue wearing a jacket. Now yes, I agree, it is very cold here, right Zorn? Okay, now Zorn, we know that back in M5 you have said previously that you guys weren't 100% ready. Zorn, in your opinion, this time around, how ready is Vamos for M6?
Kalau tanya saya, kita orang dah betul-betul ready untuk semua game yang kita orang akan lawan lah. Cuma kita orang kena hadapi mistake daripada sendiri kot.
Okay, now he said in his opinion, he thinks that he's actually really ready. Vamos is 100% ready for all of the matchups they are about to face in M6. He thinks that they just have to work on the mistakes and the discipline of the team in order to give a better fight. Okay, now Zorn, another question, okay? One more question. Why the Hellcurt? Is it really a Zorn thing to pick unorthodox heroes? Or do you think that it's actually really good?
Kalau tanya saya juga, pasal Hellcurt tu, saya perlu keluarkan apa-apa strategi lah untuk menang best of one ni. Sebab memandangkan ini adalah game kita akan jumpa satu sekali je. Jadi opponent takkan faham macam mana nak cara nak counter hero-hero yang baru macam contoh macam Hellcurt. Jadi dengan hero yang ada, saya rasa boleh menang kot dengan best of one.
I see. Okay, now Zorn just expressed that actually picking Hellcurt is a good strategy since it is a best of one. Teams do need to go all out in order to gain that win. And since he said that there will not be any other room for the opposing side to actually regroup and rethink how to counter Hellcurt, now is the best time to pull out the cheeky strats Malaysia is known for. Now Zorn, last question. Do you feel nervous playing M6 actually in your home ground?
Adalah sedikit nervous sebab nak banggakan hometown tapi semalam mengecewakan pula. Sorry guys.
Alright, Zorn said he does feel a bit nervous playing in the home ground because he wants to make everybody here proud. And I think the Malaysians are proud of both the representative team. So thank you very much to Zorn. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this best of one.
Big smiles all around here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, as Vamos gets the dub. And yeah, I feel like that explains it. The last pick, Hellcurt, it's a best of one. Why the heck not?
It made more sense, especially when we saw it in-game. The amount of action that we saw in the first 3 minutes, I think our casters, Jose and Jose, were like, hey, this is the most jam-packed early game we've ever seen. And that's exactly how you play. I think that's the trademark Vamos that we were looking for, especially since yesterday.
I mean, the cheese picks definitely, we should have expected them. All right? It's Vamos, and it's the best of one. This is the perfect scenario for them to do so. But personally for me, what's impressive is this decision-making coming in. Because at any point, they could have gone to the gold lane first and then decided to kind of bleed that lead elsewhere. But instead, they did it the opposite way around. And I think, we'll probably get into it once the post-game stats start to come up here. Because, again, I need to see the damage first.
And I'd hate to beat a dead horse, or in this case, a dead bear, but there were also a lot of mistakes Maycam Evolve committed, or at least became products of the aggression that Vamos brought into this, 11.5-minute game.
Yeah, you guys hit it right on the money there. They were snappy, and the snappiness that Vamos showed up meant that Maycam Evolve, exactly as Soren said, they felt like they couldn't react. One thing that I was telling you, gentlemen, behind the scenes was that it looked like the rookie in Super Nahuel, he was overwhelmed by everything that Vamos was throwing their way.
And even the most veteran of them all, Marquinhos, were making decisions that were questionable.
Yes.
Economically wise, right? Do you have it in you to buy a random and casual hammer when you're losing that hard? I would have just committed all of my resources to being as chunky as I could be.
Yeah. I mean, just go for the Thunderbelt. That alone should have given you enough. And you're up against a Phobius as well. It's not like you have quote-unquote dashes to work with. Second of all, going for sprint. The main idea that I'm seeing that Marquinhos wanted to go for, if I'm going to chase anybody, it's going to be Chibi, right? I want to make sure that that Joy is on lock, or at the very least we have vision, but that shouldn't be his job, right? I do feel that, unfortunately for Super Noel, he got overwhelmed with the way the map was kind of split in awkward directions.
Yeah.
He wasn't sure where his team should be investing his resources. And I think number one, they needed to play for Beatrix. That's number one. Number two, once you have lost one side of the map after the level 4 engagement, you vertically jungle, right? They're invading us. I don't see Joy having a purple or even an orange buff at that point of time. You invade, go to the opposite side, and maybe create an opening if Nets overextends.
Again, not to knock down too heavily onto Make Am Evolve. We like their draft.
Yes, it's a great draft.
It's exactly what we mentioned when it comes to how do you deal with a team that loves to be aggro. Control them the best way you can, pokes, crowd control. But then if that team smells like just a little bit of hesitation, the wrong rotation at the very first minute, then they will pounce on you. And that's exactly what Vamos did.
They went for the neck here. And I think you also see, even before the game began, just the draft alone, as we saw it fundamentally sound, this is the result of forcing a team to play the metagame when they're more comfortable doing something else. If anything, day one, that draft that they came out with was just proof that they are a very specific team. They're a unique team. And by forcing them on these heroes that are, what, stars of the metagame, I think a part of it is also just because they're not as comfortable.
Well, is it not comfortable or you're not sure what you're supposed to be doing at what time? Because again, this is a very flexible draft, right?
Lack of veterancy, there's one thing too, yeah.
Exactly, because again, when you're in Tigral's position, where do you want to position yourself, right? You need to be part of that mid lane push because Warlord is going to outpush the Eve, especially in the earlier levels. Because of Blast, it's a thing, it's really annoying. Secondly, do you man-to-man defense against Zorn and you're not even 100% sure where he is like 80% of the time?
Yeah, and it seems like every time Vamos got any whiff of any of the frontliners of Make Am Evolve, it's instantly Dark Knight Falls. Burst them down, catch them, just keep going forward. And yeah, it was smothering what Vamos did on the map here.
I agree that it is smothering, but you got to give it to Chibi, and as well as how the rest of the team supplements him. Step one, let's get him to level 4 as quickly as possible, right? Have the proxy ready to go. Zorn is helping him with the other side of the buff as expected of the Hellcurt. Where's our next plan? Head down, unlock our EXP laner for the very first turtle fight. Step 3, now that we've gotten control of that, make sure that you keep your tempo faster than your opponents. That's why we saw Warlord got to move off of the mid lane way more often in comparison to the Eve, because Tigreal was not supporting the mid lane and keeping that level of control.
And now in hindsight, if it was all for the payoff on Chibi, for him to go ham, for Vamos to go this fast, again, 11 and a half minutes, it made sense that they got a Hellcurt and a Gatot Kacha. It made sense that that mid-roam combo was as aggressive and that specific, so that Chibi only has to worry about Super Nawel at the end.
Yes, but there's one more thing. The big guillotine at the very end is when they decided to play 2 and 2 on both sides of the map. Bruno left unchecked. Now we have to say Yorkotsu has to join in on these team fights. All tier 2s were already destroyed at 9 minutes into the game, and that's when they went for the neck.
It looked like I was just watching a game of Overcooked, not gonna lie. It's like your team decided, hey, let's make some burgers. Suddenly you got one guy making pasta and the other team making a different kind of burger. And it just, they're putting out fires. And the more every time Vamos would set a new one afloat. It's very tough for a young roster such as this to go up against like a team like Vamos. It's very demanding.
Make Am Evolve were us and our friends, while Vamos was the game.
Yeah. And they just couldn't play to the level of the game itself. They're now in peril, Make them evolve. 0-2, but of course, game is never over here. As you strive to be greater than ever, sometimes you just have to get challenged and get taken to your limit. While Vamos will join the 1-1 bracket, and the Malaysians can breathe just a little bit more relaxed now. So, that's it. A little bit of a home ground blessing onto Team Vamos as we now head on over to the next match, which is... Ooh, I'm scared. It's NIP Flash versus Aurora.
Why?
Why? It's NIP Flash, man. There's something about Aurora right now that I feel like if it's a best of one, they might just, you know, struggle against a team that will bring out surprises. They are fundamentalists yet, yes, but weirdly enough, some of the hardcore fundamentalists in heading into M6 were the ones punished in the very first round of wildcard.
I'm actually with Remar on this one. I think that NIP Flash at this point of time, it's a double-edged sword. Either they're going to play pretty standard stuff, or we're going to see some weird things coming out in the mid lane. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, maybe it's just me and my eternal optimism when it comes to the Hitman. I think yesterday's loss was a wake-up call, and now with the help of their 8-man squad, again, I always count their player coach, their coach, and their analyst as a part of that prep. Today should be a better day for Auroras, and Filipino fans all over the world.
It's going to be a massive styles clash for the next match here at the M6 Swiss stage, as the team known for bringing out some of the most, I'll straight up say, weird and unique and creative picks in the global MLBB metagame face off against the fundamentalists from the Philippines. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. We will be back with Leo and Gideon Q for the next match here in the second day of the Swiss stages. When we come back, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a fun one between Singapore and the Philippines. See you in a bit.
All right. So next we got NIP Flash and Aurora. So we got NP, FL, and Aurora. Put your votes in. I'm gonna go eat quick and then I'll be back.
our differences can either tear us apart or bring us together. In this very specific matchup, I'm pretty sure we're going to see the differences of these two teams, their styles and their approaches to the game, and see these two tear each other up as they both avoid falling into the 0-2 bracket here in the Swiss stage. It's NIP Flash of Singapore versus Aurora MLBB of the Philippines. My name is Redmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Redmar. Still here with Leo and Gideon Q. But of course, before we move on forward, we would like to thank one of our many partners here in the M6 World Championship, Qiddiya. Discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. If you want to know more about that, search for it online. That is at Qiddiya Gaming. Now, this one's going to be an interesting game. We've talked about it. We've set it up. Styles clash. But for those who are not familiar with these two teams, why is it a styles clash?
One is a fundamentalist. One preps like nobody does. That's Aurora MLBB. The other treats their local league like a playground. They're so playful. They're so experimental. They're so crazy that it seems like in an international stage is the only place they really get tested. That's NIP Flash.
I mean, it's a combination, a culmination of the Singaporean playstyle. Truly, honestly, they used to be the fundamentalists building up into this, but now NIP Flash continues to show and break that record, showing a different side of the Singaporean MLBB with a little bit of a Filipino touch to it, adding some fluidity with the way that they move across the map.
They may be very different in their approach to the game, but they are actually quite similar in one regard. They both have underworld junglers. What does that mean? Well, it's us being creative about it. They both have Hades for NIP Flash, and they have Demon Kite in Aurora MLBB. Two Filipino junglers who ventured into different regions. Of course, Hades, multi-time champion in Singapore. Demon Kite, when he was here in Malaysia, popped off regular season MVP for RSGMY. So, Leo, knowing that you're a massive fan of Renegade and Aurora MLBB, of course, do you feel like a little bit of that Malaysian influence on Demon Kite sort of evolved his game into what it is now in Aurora?
I think it'd be a shame if it didn't. The growth of one Jan Cedric Caranto, aka Demon Kite, has started in him winning MSC 2022 right here in Kuala Lumpur. So to say that the Malaysian influence is not present would be impossible. So the way that a lot of them actually have played on an international stage should affect that. So if you're comparing that to NIP Flash's international flavor, I think it'd be an even ball game because, mind you, there's also a Japanese player amongst NIP.
Oh, Mr. JPL. Again, one of the few who's actually competed very often in the M Series itself. And
even before the M Series, he's been here.
He has been here. He used to be part of the MPL MY/SG times, the good old days, as some may call it, the dark times for others. Generally, as the way that we see the game right now, I think that especially when we're looking towards NIP Flash's side, I'm hoping that they're willing to bring their A game, because yesterday wasn't good enough of a showing, right? Definitely underperforming compared to what we're used to seeing, and even if we compare them in their grand finals alone, I think that should give you a good idea of what the polish should look like.
Yeah, NIP Flash, at one point when they didn't have the NIP part yet, they were called, well, Hades Esports. But then the other members of Team Flash said, hey, don't just look at Hades. Don't just look at our jungler. Yes, he is amazing. Yes, he saved us and gave us championships. He is one of the assassin gods in Singapore. But then the rise of the other members of NIP Flash, introducing another import as well in Kurt TZ, who coach mastered the basics from Aurora MLB, highlighted the two Filipinos and said, when it comes to Kurt TZ, he is the X Factor.
I'm a big fan of Curtiz, even with his days in Omega. He was one of the X Factors there. I remember as far back as M2 when Paquito was new, he came second place in that Paquito 1v1 tournament. That speaks of his mechanics alone. What more, you have a crew of mad geniuses behind him that enable these mid-Martises, these mid-Fannies.
Yeah.
Those aren't just pocket picks, by the way. Like, especially mid-Martis, that wrecked havoc in MSC.
I just want to say that's like one of the best examples of the butterfly effect. Win a 1v1 Paquito tournament, Marcus mid.
Marcus mid. I mean, there are parallels because he has played Paquito mid at one point.
Oh,
so
yeah, that's
it's pretty funny, honestly. Man, that's such an old callback to the Paquito 1v1 tournament happening all the way back at M2. But geez, the way that we're expecting this match to actually play out really is going to boil down to, is the X Factor actually going to come down from Cartesi, or are they going to make Diablo play something else? Or is he forced back onto the meta? We don't know. It's a bit of a coin flip.
I like that dichotomy. I like that juxtaposition. Diablo, the handsome devil, versus Mr. Consistent, Abunjingjing Edward. One that is just an anchor for his team. No matter what's happening, you can rely on Edward. The other, Diablo, show stealer. Just changes the face of the game. No matter what is happening for NIP Flash, you can always rely on Diablo to reinvent the wheel. I like it. That's another clash of styles.
And in this clash of styles, there are a lot of questions in terms of which heroes come up. There are unpicked heroes yet to make their mark. Wait, is that right? Diablo played Carmilla XP?
Yup.
Well, I mean, you did say Playground in Singapore for NIP Flash. I'm looking at the list here. There's a list of example heroes. You got Masha. Oh, we don't talk about Masha. Not in gold. Freya. Whoa. Leomord, Karita, Ixia, Florin.
Kadira XP? No, these are just heroes that we want to see.
Yeah, that we want to see. That NIP Flash has showed up in the past. But, well, Aurora MLB also has their fair share of unique picks.
Yep. Right? There is, well, back then it wasn't as meta. Joy. Demon Kite was making Joy a thing.
Before it was a thing.
Yep.
Right.
He has a Bane. That's a thing.
Aurora, I think they even allow like 16 to 18 unique heroes picked for Renegade.
Renegade alone.
In MPL Philippines Season 14.
I was going to bring that up as well because, again, I would like to see him play, still be a playmaker, right? It really hurts me when I see him play like an Enchanter-style support. I mean, yes, if the team demands it, sure, he's willing to do so, but it feels so much better when he has that impact to turn things around in a single fight. And not only that, I think, the biggest difference makers here in this particular match is going to come from the gold, right? Vanix, he's kind of a hit or a miss right now. And I think that, unfortunately, teams who have picked up Granger, yes, it kind of fits his playstyle, but you're going to need to draft an entire composition that can really abuse that Death Sonata.
All right, so let's see which one of these two teams will actually get the unique picks. And I think it's time to bring out our prediction popsicle. So let's start over there at the end. Gideon, you wanna start things off?
But of course, I'm going to have to say it's going to be Aurora. I have to say that they are looking so much better. Generally, fundamentalists, close to my heart, but at the very least, you know that there's going to be consistency with this team.
All right, Leo?
No further words needed.
Ooh, okay.
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
All right, I haven't been wrong all throughout this day.
Oh, yeah?
But I really hope that I am, because...
Which one did you go for? No. Interesting. I mean, you got to give us an explanation, at a minimum, an explanation as to why.
There's just something about... It's a best of one, right? Yesterday. And best foot forward has to be the #1 rule. The fact that the best foot forward wasn't what was brought out yesterday, I feel like, from Aurora MLBB. To be fair, they were also respect banned like crazy by Falcon Esports. Shows that maybe they're still trying to feel out that best of one process. I am in the strong belief that Aurora is one of those teams that get better as the tournament goes along. And maybe an 0-2 shocker because
all right, we are back.
In this meta, we know that surprise,
let's go, Aurora.
Craziness.
I dropped it, I'm sorry.
Fundamentalists. I hope to goodness I'm wrong, but this squad, there's just something about them. Maybe I've been washed away by the NIP Flash hype.
And look, I mean, NIP Flash is an exciting team to watch, especially when you have people like Diablo on one end, willing to bring out some non-meta high damage, dealing EXP laners, and even Cartesi. Again, when you are looking at this team, you're expecting who is going to be that X Factor. You never really know, so you rely on your consistent players like Hades, like JPL.
All right, let's see if they'll be able to get that consistency there. You know, real quick, if I'm NIP Flash, do I actually open up the Cho? Let's say they're blue side. Do I actually open up the Cho, ban the Matilda, and make sure the Cho ends up with JPL?
I would like to, only if Cho gets through.
Only if.
If. big if and when I say that.
Alright, because I mean, that Cho tore up the
We're gonna
house
see
in
here
Riyadh,
if
in UFC 2024, and of
NIP
course, he
Flash
took it
actually has
away
what it
from the
takes,
hands of the Hitman.
or
Here
if
is
Aurora
MLBB.
is going to take
Gentlemen, we
it.
talked about the next standard, and of course, the technical specialist, the magic man in mid, Yue. I think it's these two that are
Cheers,
the
Hawaiian.
key anchors for Aurora, because you have a fundamental approach. You get your solid picks on Renegade, or if you gotta flex into his 12.5 picks, sure. You have Mr. Consistent and Edward. I think if you let Doming and Yue have good picks, like the Eve, anything but the Moskov,
Yes,
it
please.
should be
Yes,
should be a win. That's why, because what's more scary than a team that is a fundamentalist, right? A fundamentalist that had to learn its lesson the hard way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, like, I'm thinking also, like, you know, maybe, come on, you know, I'm sorry, my bias is showing. But yeah, JPL and NIP Flash, though they were delivered the loss. It was a very competitive game against CFU Gaming. So this is your 4th M Series JPL, but which one is your favorite? Hey, Gideon, you want to read this response? Because it was your first one, too.
Yes. He says M1 because we didn't make it to the playoffs, so I had a long holiday. Hopefully this time I'll make it far. I don't wish to have another long holiday.
Man doesn't like vacations.
He doesn't. He's a working man.
Not the forced kind.
I like how JPL could have a little fun with the fast. What team was he in back then?
Yeah, he was on EVOS SG at the time.
Oh, he didn't make the
Hero
playoffs? Oh.
Not then.
Not then.
They made it
Hopefully
through in
Stigma will
M2.
join us when he wakes up.
Made it through in M3. So, you know, man has a reputation.
Oh, all right. Oh,
Whoa, why did we
he's
just
one
drop
of the
frames?
Ancient ones.
I think he was part of Team Flash during that time, before the NID.
Before then,
He was
I think
in
the
my top
Wi-Fi
10
just
greatest
reset.
in M5, bro.
oh, he was?
Because he's such an old.
Yeah.
Old is the wrong
I've
word.
noticed
He's
that
such
it,
a
like,
tenured
through the
player.
middle of the night it'll...
Yeah. You could say his name in the breath of Few, Rebo, Lemon.
true.
I would say JPL.
Because
Yeah,
I
of
think it's
course,
set up where it
the
just
Singapore
automatically
region sometimes
updates
doesn't
the
get much
router
love,
if it
but,
needs
there
it.
was a point where I think it was in the M3 broadcast back home in the Philippines. A lot of us had a lot of respect for JPL. So let's see what respect bans we're gonna be getting. NIP Flash. They take away the Matilda. Of course, you don't want Fanny on the hands of Demon Kite. While for Aurora, take away Hilda. And I like that they're
Well,
actually
this
respecting
TV
the
I
Bruno of
I have
mechanics. We haven't seen it yet here.
where it's not on the Wi-Fi
I believe
anymore. I have
in
it
the
shut off.
previous- In this year
Like where it
alone,
won't connect.
One of the Heroes Anonymous events outside of the Harith was actually the Bruno.
He's been an OG Bruno user, even when it was just like fringe meta.
Yeah. I can definitely get behind that, but that means that at least it opens up potential unique picks coming in.
In the end,
I
a
wanna see
little,
whether or not they're
it
gonna pick
was,
Ranger
I
is
think.
what I'm trying to allude to here. But when I'm looking at Aurora, the fact that they're banning out Hilda on top of getting rid of the Phobius, Hilda I get. Phobius, you're
Yeah.
looking for something specific. And I'm thinking they probably want like, I'm just gonna guess, throw it out there. They want to have an Earth Shatter Flicker combination ready to go from Edward.
That's right, set up the Edith. Still one of the low-key heroes that, oh, I can't believe that came through.
Oh, wait. One thing I realized.
Dude.
They
Not
could pick
first
the
pickable, though.
Eve.
Was this the Eve?
No, it's not the Eve. It's the one better than Eve. The S tier.
Lu
Come
Yi?
on. We're right there. The Jushin is wide
It
open
is.
right now.
Oh yeah, it's Jushin.
It's just
for
so
Aurora.
free.
Jushin.
That's what took him down yesterday.
Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead and pick it up. They gave the
Jushin.
They gave the juice in, and there's the butterflies.
Yep.
And now NIP
There
Flash,
she is.
They decided to play into this Jushin. But if
Appreciate
I
everybody
had
who's
them,
swung
get
by so
thrown
far.
down.
Thank you so
You
much. I
could
hope you're
not
all
put
having a
your
good
Jushin
evening,
to
good
Aurora
night,
MLBB.
good day,
You can, but
good
there's still-
morning,
even
whatever
if
it
you
is,
take away
wherever
Cho,
you
there's also
are.
the high loss that also works really, really well. So the question is, how do you want to approach the Jushin? Are you going to try and outrange her entirely, which again, not a lot of mages can do.
Or burst her down.
That's also an option, but she's pretty tanky, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think NIP Flash doesn't need to default into picking up something like an Eve. We've seen lineups with Eve struggle up against a lineup with Jushin. So if you want burst, maybe you can just hard crowd control and burst her down, either Aurora or Vex later on.
Or maybe they can set up a Sicilian.
I have one more pick that may or may not come out, but I need to see the setup for it. The question is whether or not Demon Kite is going to get a high mobility assassin.
Whoa!
For now, the denial.
They got both.
I was gonna say there's no way they Hylas Cho.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking that.
Hylos Cho.
I said Joe, you said Hylos, and I was like,
Interesting.
they're gonna just choose,
All
right?
right. It looks like Coach MTV and Coach Dex are going deep into the clear bowl. Did you see that coming? Would they have done that? Because Coach Zarate and Coach KCP are like, let's do it. Show, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't expect us to do that.
They wouldn't see this one coming. But I think there's also flexibility in it as well, because Cho in the
I
EX
think
also
the
does
whole
pretty
best
well
of
now that we know
one
for a fact that
Swiss
he'll let the
stage
Cho
random
Hylos
draw
out of that
format
pool.
is
Cho
probably like
next
the
in line.
best
Diablo can. I'm pretty sure Diablo can play the Cho.
bracket
Back
they've
he made
had.
third pick Benedetta.
Like, there's been so many upsets and like so many crazy picks in the draft, and
Going where?
well, I shouldn't say
That's
so
always
many
the line of
crazy
thinking you
picks,
have to
but
get into when you were talking about,
because a lot of times they're the
NIP
same, but then you'll have like one
It's
person that
Kyle
picks
Scout
something
for
just, you
Renegade,
know,
one of
like
his,
that's like,
actually,
why
one
would you
of
pick
his
that? And then it
foundational
works,
picks
and
in
you're like,
MLBB
what the
season
fuck?
14, and there's the Alpha paired up with the Jushin, strong combo.
I love this, because now there is
Reeds,
a
hey,
possibility
appreciate
for it to actually
ya.
work. Farsa might just be the way to open up this game. The only
Yeah,
problem right now
absolutely
is
love
the
this
GOA,
game.
of course,
Gotta
but
stream it.
inevitably
Well,
he will outrange everyone
provided I'm
outside
allowed to.
Aurora.
They go Farsa for the pull.
I didn't technically get a confirmation email, but they also haven't said anything. So either way, I, you know, appreciate the time, appreciate the views, and I'm having an absolute blast watching this, especially since BTK's 2-0, BTK baby.
Much better when you get into the team fights.
Just to go into the Eve.
Still valid. If
still
you pick
goes.
the Claude, you still need an answer to that. Still cutting right through the box.
And I gotta be fair here, because I've called it out in the past, but right now the first three of Aurora look good against the first three of NIP.
And the Moskov is still at large.
Yeah.
Granger?
Don't know.
Good point. It's a good point. I don't know. The
No, I
second
probably
phase
wouldn't
here
pick
is gonna be
Granger
really
here.
important
That'd be
specifically
crazy.
for NIP Flash, 'cause the fact is, they allowed the Jushin to come out. They tried to take away the enablers for that Jushin. And I think at this point, it just feels
I don't think I would've
like
banned
if
Raph
Flash is
either.
gonna default into a Beatrix or
I
something.
feel like they're,
That is a deep cut.
yeah,
respect
see,
ban,
Beatrix
folks,
could
if
have been
NIP Flash did.
banned.
They took out the Rafaela of Renegade, who
Who
Aurora
else?
were one of the first teams that did that, or I think.
Juan
it
Juan.
was Aurora when Eve was starting to pop up a bit more in MPLPH S14 playoffs. They picked Rafaela to counter it.
And
Well,
would not
I guess
put it
these
beyond
guys have
Aurora
probably
if
scrimmed against each
suddenly
other, so they
bring out
probably know what
BB2.
each other
One of
play.
one of the dozen
So
half
I'm
heroes
sure the
Renegade played
Raph
in
was
season
probably like a
14.
target man.
That would honestly do a lot of work here. It denies the slow. It denies the initial kick as well from the Cho. Real world manipulation. Who cares? Trespass the territory anyways.
Maybe that's why they took out the Hayabusa, because I mean, the
Because it pops the egg real quick.
yeah, it pops the time's journey quickly if you're not careful. So, are they really considering it? I'd honestly want to see Edward maybe play a different hero, because okay, yes, we see the Cho high loss and the Eve, but
Did we bring that
something
water in from the
my mind tells
car?
me
No?
Aurora
Okay.
can default back to one of their best picks for Edward.
Mhm.
Edith.
It's the Edith, yes.
Yeah. To eat it, and then you just need a good damage profile marksman, and all is well.
Yeah.
I need to clean this desk off.
Spreads out your distribution of magic damage.
Beatrix is still free.
Beatrix for Dolmen. Oh, NIP Bandit. Good call.
What a
Very good
read.
call. Very, very good call here. Again, in terms of the EXP pool,
Okay, Edith gone.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Benedetta ends up being the pick for Aurora side, because it's just a Swiss Army knife. When you got nothing else,
Bene would be
Benedetta's
good.
Like, I clear waves, I move fast.
It is best of
Might be
one,
just
so I
at the
mean,
moment that Edith was banned, I was thinking, are we going to see the return of Agent Zero?
Hey, it'll be even crazier. Instead of Benedetta, he's like, you know what? I'm going to win this lane. I'm going to play Yuzong.
Yep. Yuzong, it's been a while.
If this becomes the gold laner, then all the more I would greenlight the Yuzhong too. If you especially see who he's hunting down. We don't know what Manix is playing.
It's probably the Beatrix here. It would make a lot of sense if it's
Personally,
Beatrix,
I
but it
would
goes
pick
into the Granger. I feel
Beatrix,
like the
but
scaling takes way too long
we all know
before you get the
I'm
initial profit.
that's my marksman.
Is it going to be the gold here?
This isn't the Beatrix. I think Aurora can also play the Beatrix.
Both are actually pretty good for either side, to be fair.
A Beatrix for NIP Flash would help round out a bit of the damage problems that their lineup is having right now. He would be very good. And at the same time, you deny a very strong pick on the side of Aurora. But then again, Claude is open. Oh,
Jungler first.
Interesting. So they're going to give Aurora the first choice
Okay.
as well. So now that you have the Joy, at the very least, the big issue is that Jushin, you got to be real precise.
I
Because as soon as you
mean,
dash out of the way, and even if you have max stacks, you need to make sure that the Latin Fair is on top of it.
who? Well,
I think Aurora is just weighing either they go Claude or Beatrix, potentially.
I think Claude is so good.
Yeah. Oh, if they want to overload the magic damage, they can just
See,
hit this
before
one
it
with,
was easy because you could just say, well, if they pick the Beatrix, we can pick Leslie or somebody with crazy range, right? But now that Malefic Gun automatically increases your range, it's a little bit more difficult.
And we've seen it in MLBH. That
And it gives
afraid to
penetration,
into
so
it, but Time and Tides, of course,
there
is
we
the
go.
Matrix.
Oh, it's a throwback.
And
to
a
the Grand
Kaja.
Finals combo. The
Yeah.
Kaja Beatrix.
Wow, that's
Alright.
interesting. I would have imagined that they might, if they wanted to feel a little spicy for Aurora, they might even go for like a Granger and really play around Yue on the Zushin. Slow your targets, pick them up, throw them down. But this, now it's very impactful. Slow your targets, boom, one guy's dead.
What I'm worried about though is all on doming. It's all on doming.
All on doming, and this inadvertently puts a lot of pressure onto your Gata Kacha and Alpha to hold down the front line. As Kaja is more pick off, he doesn't hold front lines. He uses Divine Judgment, dashes away, and says, "Help me."
Yeah, that's
Somebody do
pretty
something
much
to
what
this
he
thing.
says.
I'm lugging around.
Make this work.
You alright?
Oh,
Huh.
all right. I was fair. I gotta be fair. I am the known Moskov hater.
Moskov.
Aurora for this draft, man.
I have to say the same here. I don't think the Moskov is going to do enough.
Clean combo. I'm with it.
All right, it's all Aurora here. So, Naisu, Ingan, what do you guys think?
I'll tell you what we're thinking, panel. I'm feeling the same way, man. I'm loving what the drafts brought to the table. Ingan, what do you think? Is it, are you feeling Aurora's draft here or NIP?
Man, I just love the throwback. The Kaja paired up with the Beatrix once again. We can see the Hitman alongside the roaming with the throwback to catch Hades, one of the most mobile heroes with this Joy, but we still can't count out NIP Flash. I mean, just looking back at the previous, not their latest Grand Finals, the Grand Finals before that, where one more hit of their crystal, they're gonna lose. So you can't count out just anyone yet.
Can't count them out, but we are jumping into the land of dawn. Again, this best of one. It's the fourth match here at day number 2 of the Swiss stage. Aurora, MLBB, and NIP Flash looking for that first victory in their standings.
All right.
Of course, get to that 1-1.
Let's see if we're right on this one. We picked Aurora,
we already know
so
what's at stake for the teams that will be facing that 0-2 record after today.
fingers crossed.
And with both lineups, we heard some of the strengths for both these teams. And honestly, for a lot of the fans out there that have watched Aurora MLBB, they were probably pretty shocked at how things kind of resulted in yesterday. But before we talk more about it, again, I want to remind everyone the M6 pass is now available.
Oh, they're going in.
It looks like, okay, they were making a play there. Just go. Grab that M6 pass while you guys can. Again, you can hit level 75 for free by completing all the tasks, and there's a whole lot for you guys to go ahead and grab. Of course, the battle emotes for Claude and Baksha, and the special skin, the Dauntless Shield for Baksha as well. Now, going back to the game here, there was a flicker burned, and a Purify that was taken out of it from Yue. So that's going to set things up already early on, and this is the rotations we expect here on from both the teams. But really, let's talk about NIP Flash's lineup. Is this actually good to go against what Aurora MLBB is trying to do? Play around the Divine Judgment that Renegade will eventually have?
I mean, it's going to boil down a lot, especially to JPL and Diablo, to provide a lot of vision for NIP Flash so they can play around, work around the threat of the Divine Judgment, as you mentioned. So, NIP Flash, we really need to see JPL, one of the veterans, to be active as possible, to roam around the map.
Oh, going in. Yue looks,
Hades goes in to get the first blood onto Yue.
Demon Kite gets pretty low. Hades barely escapes.
Kills picked up there by NIP Flash, setting themselves up perfectly for an uncontested
Oh,
turtle
Demon
take.
Kite did go down.
Uncontested
Okay.
Edwards just going to be forced out there. Renegade 2 just chased away from JPL, man.
Turtle
Even when Hades will
goes
get
to
the turtle, so
NIP Flash.
Comes out getting a lot
All right,
early on in the game.
Nip
under the 3
Flash
minute
takes
mark.
the first turtle.
And that's going to be crucial here. Renegade has to deal with JPL, so again, Purify burned.
But real manipulation onto Yue, one more hit. But Yue manages to stay alive. Here comes the Lantern Flare. Now the
That's-
counterattack. JPL will get caught by
yeah.
Spear of
He
Alpha.
got-
Demon
he
Knight
got
gets the
taken
kill,
in.
and
Oh,
now
shit.
kill from the Hitman onto Curtazing.
Wow.
Damn, I thought Yue was dead for sure. Look at that.
And Yue survives the whole thing. There's a spear going to be thrown.
Crazy.
It did land on Demon Kite, but you won't follow that from Vanix. But still, Aurora MLBB, it was looking a little, you know, a little worrisome off that first turtle,
Yeah.
taking the 2 kills, the NIP flash.
Yeah, I
got.
think they,
But with
well, I
that
think they
play,
want to press
they even things out
Rory
again, you know,
here
and they
to kind
bring it
of
to the
back
table
him up a
where
little
the
bit,
second turtle's
but
gonna be up and they're gonna be in a
kind
good
of
position.
backfired there.
The hardest
So
part for that was, again, they're playing around the fact that
if I was
the
him,
Hitman
I'd pull
Renegade here
back,
needs
you
to
know,
have that level 4 available.
reassess the
So, NIP
situation.
Flash did a really good job at making plays before they
Because
knew
I
that
mean, the way
utility
they
was
started
available,
was
and now that
decent,
it
but
is, every time that flicker
you got to
is
figure
there,
out how
or
to
even
not
just the divine judgment,
get
they
caught
might try to
up.
make a
And
play.
as I say, if they get caught up,
Revitalized, but Hades just doing with the rhythm of joy, trying to take down.
oh, and he
Demon Kite, trying to stay
escapes.
alive
Man,
here.
that guy is like
The
butter.
reinforcements from
Holy
NIP
crap.
Flash. Real world manipulation was casted as well, but no casualties for Aurora.
Casualties. Good thing Demon Kite doesn't go down. Also picking up the War Axe at this point. You know, he's got to be a little. This is the thing with Alpha. Alpha's still a great jungler for a lot of teams that do decide to bring him to a
2-2,
game.
almost even in gold,
But,
4 minutes
you know,
in.
Ultimately, you don't want to get too gapped.
A little
in
under
the
20
jungle early
seconds
on, and
before
Demon Kite so
Turtle
far doing a good
pops.
job at keeping toe to toe.
See who gets
with
this
a
one.
Joy. This Joy pick is picked up a couple times.
Man,
now,
I wish you would
especially
have
with
been here for the
Temple Rain
BTK
emblem.
match, though.
You know,
That
you're gonna
thing,
be
it
wanting
was
to get those
epic.
electrifying beats
It was
off quickly.
crazy.
You're looking to farm up quickly, and it's
I was
actually
like,
pretty
damn, and this
devastating
is
if
the
you think about
first
it, when
match? Like,
you start to build into these certain items here. So you can see this, Hades already grabbing the Starlium Scythe. But you play around the fact that Curtizi has this Eve and you're able to set up that real world manipulation. It could be really devastating to deal with all that magic
all
damage. You ain't holding
right,
down the
Aurora
mid.
might get
Turtle
this.
at
Oh, they're going in.
Now Javelin goes in with the glorious pathway. AOG is gonna miss onto the back line.
Demon
Here
Kite
goes
still
Fear of
gets it.
Destruction. But Renegade is gonna fall
JPL
down,
and Hades
Yue,
both
though,
kind of
getting
low.
caught up by
JPL
two,
goes
manages
down.
to get JPL. Now the
Yue
counter
goes
back
down,
onto
though.
Valor.
Edward
Valor
going
stay
next.
alive. A 3-4-1 trade, and NIP Flash will win that clash.
To win the clash, you know, Aurora MLBB, they might have gotten the turtle, but man.
Yeah, I don't know if that was
3-0,
worth
Demon
it.
Kite in trouble.
Well, I mean, you don't just want to
Ring of
give the
Punishment
turtle
is
away,
gonna be
but
enough though. Renegade, does he have the ultimate? No, he doesn't. And NIP Flash, with the zoning of Diablo, will get a mid lane turret.
all right,
This
lost the
early
turtle,
on,
but they still got a
5
1.2K lead.
Great, great
So we'll
decision
see
making from
if
NIP Flash, honestly. This
Aurora
is the team that
can
has
catch
shown
back up.
quite decisiveness early game, and this is one of the play styles that they like to bring to the table. And
I feel
think when
like
you really count the fact that they're just making this kind of macro pressure already early on.
Man.
Aurora MLBB is finding themselves trying to catch up, get into a position where they're going to be able to go, you know, and fight toe to toe. They might get this bottom turret. Looks like that's going to go down. Domain does secure that. So it's really just kind of dealing with this pressure. You can see even on the top side of the jungle, Hades taking that purple. Demon Kite won't have that.
Yeah,
now,
this
and
might be the
still,
last good
you know,
match.
Playing around the fact that Vanix has just been able to do his thing. farm up,
Well, no, ULF and
conceal's gonna be
SRG
used,
might
but
be
there's
good.
No one to catch from this, so
We'll see.
Aurora will continue to look for what they can. They're almost forced to in a position where now they kind of get
Feels like a brawl. Yeah, that's what they've been saying, that like, you know, more people are in like the brawl mode, but I mean, if that's like, if you're able to and you think you can come out on top, might as well take the chance, right?
Playing around the fact that you have to
Probably
get
not
through
late
those
game, but
obstacles is what's making it difficult
early
for
game,
Aurora MLBB,
when you still got a
because,
little bit
again,
of a chance to
you
catch
just gotta
back
play
up,
off a divine
but
judgment for the most part and let Beatrix
you just don't want to
for
overextend
Domain
it.
here to
And I
farm
think
up
that's
and get
been the
items he
thing
needs.
for
just really
some
play to your
teams,
lineup
is that,
strength, which
you
is
know, they
the
try and
pickoffs.
clash like
Ideally,
that,
at this point, you don't
and
wanna
then
go
they
for those
either
clashes, 'cause
keep
again,
chasing
there's a lot
and
of
keep
thinking
fighting
from
when
NIP
they
Flash.
should
You
just
have the
back
glorious
up
pathway, real
and take the
manipulation.
loss,
APL has to
or,
conceal. Here comes the glorious pathway,
oh,
but
here we
again,
go.
caught up by the lantern flare. A good
Hades
kick
gets
from JPL,
turtle,
forcing out Yue as Crimson Beacon. Here
and
comes
he's
AOG
gonna back
from
up.
Edward, but they get Renegade.
Oh my
Yue,
goodness,
Domain,
Aurora's
4
getting
members of
wiped.
Aurora are gonna make it 5-0
Oh
like
my
that
god.
for NIP Flash.
And
We
in
might
a
have lost
flash
this one,
to wipe
boys.
out Aurora MLBB without any contest in that fight. They just
Yeah, we need Roar to come
dismantled
back
them all
here.
5, and they'll continue down the mid, getting the tier 2 at this point. You know, NIP Flash, I didn't think this lineup was going to be
Hey,
this
it ain't over
devastating
till
early
it's
on, but
over,
man,
you
look
know?
at the replay here.
It ain't over till it's
Look
over.
at this crash down. Great setup, great kick from JPL. But then, even in that RWM, look at this. The Avatar,
Yeah,
the
that
Guardian,
was
right
nuts.
on the mark. How do you fight against
Did I
that?
just jinx
Everybody
it? I
just
hope
lined
not.
Up in that choke point.
I don't know,
You don't
yeah,
have any space to move. You're
we'll
slowed
see.
down and dealt with, and you're taunted with the Unbreakable.
I'm not quite sure, but I think what happened was Doming, the Cyclone Eye got activated, and when the real world manipulation was casted by Curtizi, he got caught off because of the Cyclone Eye.
Yeah,
I
see,
have to
now
look
it's
at-
Aurora
look
who
at it
needs
later again,
to
but
just
NIP
kind of
Flash,
take a breath and
6.8K gold lead. 3 turtles all
see what
secure-
they need to
no, 2
change.
turtles have been secured by NIP Flash, and now they're
The
just
League of
doing
Unexpected.
the
Yeah.
cleanup here. All
Yeah,
the
this
outer
year's been
turrets trying
crazy.
to get
I like
ahead
it.
against Aurora MLBB, and in 40 seconds, this can go down bad for Aurora if NIP Flash secures a Lord.
It's worrisome because just like we saw from this, you don't want to fight here if you're Aurora MLBB. You don't want to fight in these choke points of the jungle, whether it's your side or the opposite side, because of that situation that we just saw, you know, that crash down in the box. Look at this, 831, the Marksman Trinity achieved. Vanix has just been farming out of his mind.
Yeah, and apart from the Marksman Trinity, look at the level gap of the 2 junglers. Hades level 14 deep. That's a 4-level gap. Even before 9 minutes, that's how
Yeah,
the start
if I was
of
that
NIP Flash is. This
Beatrix,
is
oh well, the
despite
way I
fact
play
that Aurora was
Beatrix
able to
is
answer the first 2 kills of NIP
I
Flash with 2
always
kills of
go
their own,
Fury Hammer
specifically
first
two Demon Kite.
to get the
So far,
penetration.
NIP Flash, their
And then
decision, their
I'll
decisiveness is really paying off because they're not
either
thinking
finish
twice. If
Malefic
JPL
Gun
wants to go, Diablo wants to cast the
or
Glorious Pathway, there's
if
always a follow-up, and I have yet to see
the
Diablo
team
casting
that I'm on
Glorious
is
Pathway
ahead,
defensively.
I'll
I
just
don't
switch
think
over to
they are
BOD
gonna
right there.
do that at all anytime soon with the
So I don't
lead
really
that they
see
have.
anything wrong with what he did.
For Aurora MLBB, who do you even target?
The
You know,
boots
if you're looking
I
at which is the proper target
I
to, because
sometimes
you're not
wait
gonna reach
for.
Vanix.
At
Vanix
least
is
like
not going to put himself in that position with the Smozkov here.
I mean, if you need him, you need him.
So you might just
But
be
I
trying to
try
grab
and hold
whoever you
off on
can, whether it's
boots
Kurt,
because I
you know,
feel like
trying to grab him
the
from
gold could
stopping,
go to something
that
else.
death box being set up, but even then, he's got a flicker. He's going to be fine for the most part. So for Renan,
Or
his
I'll buy
job is
boots and
very
then,
difficult on
you know, at a
actually
certain
being able
point
to
in the match, I'll just
focus
sell
someone
them.
down because you already saw that gap. Even in
Especially if
terms
I'm
of
using
damage,
someone like Bruno,
looking at this,
Wan Wan.
oh, man, Domang is not. He's not there.
Moskov.
He's not where he needs to be. He's not able to pop off on that
Yes,
damage that
sir.
you're used to seeing when we were even talking about that combo of heroes with the Kaja and the Beatrix.
All right,
So that,
NIP.
the Lord is going to be started up. Aurora
Eating
MLBB
the
can't
Lord.
do anything about it.
Damn.
They'll have to defend in the base here with NIP Flash. This is the thing. The lineup that they brought to this game, they can force a fight. You can try to turtle open your base. You can try to defend into it. But with the fact that you have JPL able to go ahead and
Did some
do
just
those
fall?
things that we always see that those amazing choke players do towards the wall, get a kickoff, but then you throw in a glorious pathway into it. It's going to be really difficult to deal with.
And I don't even think
Damn
NIP
Ghost
Flash minds
knocking
the
shit
flicker,
over in the
Divine
house again.
Judgment combination, because the moment that they see a Diablo, for sure will cast
All
a
right.
Glorious Pathway alongside the
So look at this turret.
Speaking of casting, he did it as well. Lord marching in the middle lane. Electrifying beats coming in from Hades, trying to zone out the members
Nope.
of Aurora MLBB, but Aurora will successfully defend their inhibitor turrets.
With that, again, I'm still thinking they actually want to press this in
All
a
right,
little bit further.
let's go, Aurora. Greatest comeback
Aurora
ever,
MLBB,
right
a
here.
little bit of health left on this mid turret. They're going to try to defend it. They do clear it out a little bit. Minions are going to be cleared out, so NIP Flash will go ahead and respect the fact that even with a Beatrix in the hands of Domang, they can clear out waves, but the focus right now, this last tier 2 turret. And Egon, I'm thinking, you know, when even that next Lord comes up, Aurora MLBB's in a
Special
position to
Kahuna
actually
magic.
get in that position. You know, you might be trying to go with a Hail Mary almost at this point. And
Hey
throw an
man, it
headbutt
happens. It
into
happens.
the winds. Let them jump on in if they actually get in that position and they're actually confident that Domang has enough damage to provide, but they're still holding off these waves. They're still going to clear them out.
Ooh, UA. I was like, how did Curtizi just get out of that? No, he still didn't get. Oh man, that's crazy. Okay, he finally goes down. Jeez.
Hades, JPL, they only lost Curtizi and
2 for
Diablo.
2. Okay.
But Aurora, once again, this is actually a win for them. Because they were able to defend once again their inhibitors. They were able to take down at least Curtizi and Diablo. They did lose Doming, but that was NIP Flash's sign of just going to dive in, try to get an inhibitor turret before committing to this next Lord.
It's almost like, you know, guys, we're 8,000 gold ahead. We should be able to get a base turret. But then they overstep a little bit. They do get punished, but they got a couple kills.
Oh, when
off
he
of it
was
too. They
playing
still
this,
maintain
or
that gold lead and that
was he doing the
domination that
slots?
NIP Flash has been showing, but we've seen this earlier. Now, there's no Sicilian in this roster from Aurora MLBB's lineup, but hey, they might be able to turn things around if they're able to continue and get pickoffs where they matter, where they count. But I think even then, NIP Flash might adjust, you know, from this. And I think even the Jushin pick itself has actually been able to turn games around if you're able to go ahead and get, you know, that beacon off properly, get the lantern flare, drag the right members in. But even so, it's still a huge, monumental task that Aurora MLBB has to deal with. Lord is coming up, and NIP Flash with this massive economic advantage they have. They should be an easy Lord for them. And Aurora MLBB, if they can somehow win the 8th fight, it looks like they're going to set up for it.
And the thing is, NIP Flash can actually use the macro game once again. They have Vanix with the Moskov that could split push the opposite lane and eventually just cast a Spear of Destruction to be in the picture during a huge Lord fight. But here comes the conceal.
Oh, way back then.
They're going right after Edward. JPL onto the back line, wants to go for doming. Real world manipulation will be casted as well, but all of a sudden the hitman is gone.
Okay, trading a couple people here and there, one for one.
To take a roamer for a roamer. Slowly but surely delaying, extending this game.
That's a whole lot of ultimates down though for NIP Flash. You know, they still have the battle spells available, even the Revitalize. It's good that it was a roamer for a roamer. They might still try to go ahead and post this up.
Okay, Diablo has his ultimate. Hades has his.
Those waves in the mid lane have to be managed. There's a good wave up top.
Oh, AOG to answer right back, but Demon Kite and Edward is gonna fall down. Doming and Renegade is left. Beautifully executed by NIP Flash.
That's
Starting things off by
crazy.
Hades, going in with electrifying beats. Catching two, and I think NIP Flash, they're not going to wait for the Lord anymore. They can actually get an inhibitor turret down bottom. Hades goes in once again. Spirit Destruction gonna
Back up, back up.
Gonna bring down
Oh my
Doming.
goodness.
Renegade left. 14 seconds before you response. He's going to take down Diablo with him. No minions yet for NIP Flash, but Vanix just continuing to work.
They still got a couple seconds here. They can clear the waves out. Renegade's there.
4 seconds before you, and Demon Kite, NIP Flash slams the Northern Lights down
GG.
south of the Swiss bracket.
NIP Flash coming out in a flash in this game against Aurora MLBB, and they didn't let up. Man, oh man, this was an adjustment that they made, especially from yesterday, and this puts Aurora MLBB and everybody supporting them back at home in a precarious situation. Now sitting at 0-2, man. And it looks like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, because they beat,
Aurora is definitely struggling in the game plan that they want to bring to these best
Who
of
did they beat
ones.
yesterday?
They really didn't have
Hang on,
a
let me
moment
check
for them unless a couple
Liquipedia
pickoffs, but
quick.
that's it. And it's back to the drawing board for Aurora MLBB. But let's go ahead and throw it to the panel drawing board to see what they have to say.
I was told and directed that.
So,
we had to
yesterday
remind
they
everyone of our
beat-
predictions heading into this.
No.
Congratulations to NIP Flash.
No, they
you were
lost
saying that?
yesterday
Yeah, I'm alright.
to
Just-
CFU. Yeah, that's right.
There's a lot I can say about the game.
Gideon.
Honestly, I'm actually pretty proud. Usually, I like to dog on the Singaporeans a lot, but this time, I mean, we're
What
close neighbors
what
and
else
they're
was I
cool about
looking
it, so
at?
we're cool
Oh yeah,
about it, but
okay,
man,
so
I gotta give it to them.
Famos
They played one hell of a game today. JPL stepped up, and Vanix especially.
won, so you
on
got
his
that one
comfort,
right.
Killer.
Honestly, like I didn't want to delve a little bit into this as to why
Okay.
even as early as yesterday when I saw the draw, I was predicting NIP Flash already. As the other talents, I was very vocal about it. And all
So
of my
now
worst
it
fears
should
of just how
be-
good NIP Flash is popped up. And
Alright.
Aurora was just shocked by that. Their control around the mid, JPL in his signature throw, the swerve of suddenly
So
stealing away
next
the
I
throw
think
and
is
the high loss.
KBG
Playing
versus
around that so well, it was
TLID?
fantastic. But now NIP Flash are gonna get their
Or-
moment in the limelight. I believe it's one of our fellow. Oh wait, no, that's Diablo up on stage with Rose. Did I get it right? This Diablo.
The first win for NIP Flash and an amazing
I don't know, the way
one
that
too. First of all, congratulations to Diablo.
Wikipedia
An
has the schedule is
amazingly
really
well-played
confusing.
Game. When I passed him the mic just now, he looked very nervous. He was jittery. Diablo, what's up? How are you feeling?
Dang it.
Very happy because I was prepared to go 0-2 lah,
Oh,
to be
yeah.
honest. But I'm confident in my team, so here we are.
Okay, now Diablo, yesterday we know that you guys were disappointed with the results against your game with CFU Gaming. Maybe we could go back to yesterday first. What actually happened in that matchup yesterday? Maybe you could share with us. Was it the nerves? I don't know. Maybe help us understand what happened yesterday.
I think maybe we underestimated them a bit because we got lead, but they took it back. But ultimately, I would say the victory is ours if we play discipline. So if we meet them again, I am confident to win them.
Okay, now I agree. Never underestimate your opponent, Diablo. I think it's a lesson learned for you guys, especially the fact that it is a best of one. There is no room to come back. Now, speaking of today, you just said that you were expecting to go 0-2 actually. How was it like when you found out that you guys were actually matched up to meet Aurora Gaming? We know that Aurora is a powerhouse from the Philippines, right? Now, what was going through your minds and your team last night when you guys saw the match?
To be honest, I was just relaxing myself for today because there's nothing much to think about. We are here for the M6 World Championship. Why bother like being nervous, fighting a strong enemy, right? If you want to be on the top, we gotta be the top.
That's true. If you want to be at the top, you have to meet the ones at the top. Okay, Diablo, maybe we can talk about the Swiss stage. So far, the
Sorry
results
guys,
are
checking
like
my
it's surprising. A lot of
investments.
surprises and upsets yesterday. Maybe, what are your thoughts about it?
I think the current meta right now, nobody fully understands it. That's why even teams you thought will win will lose. So it's all about how well organized the team is going towards the game. So you can see even Twisted Mind for Mina is 2-0 right now in the Swiss stage. Yeah, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Okay, Diablo, one final question. You are known to pick unorthodox EXP laner, and just now the moment you got the mic, you're just like, I think I'm made to play tank EXP. What do you think about the meta right now? Do you prefer this, or do you want to go back to your Bennett Badang meta?
To be honest, I can play tank EXP like it's not that hard to be honest. If I can play damage, what's so hard about tank? It's just I'm more used to being the backbone of the team, but right now I don't mind just playing all these heroes, you know. And I just want to prove the adopters wrong because they think without Benny, I am not a good EXP laner, so we shall see about that.
Man has come with a mission to M6, not just trying to win, but also trying to prove the doubters wrong. And with that, thank you very much, Diablo. Let us go back to the panel to break down what happened against the match with Aurora.
Shock and awe by NIP Flash as Aurora MLBB. I wouldn't say they were overwhelmed. A part of me just thinks that maybe NIP Flash just straight up executed better.
It's an interaction that we rarely see. A box lineup set up by NIP Flash. Again, they telegraphed it. Hylos, Cho, Eve in the first phase, answered in the last phase by Aurora with a pick-off. I think that's a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. Unless you go fast enough as Aurora, mid-game to late game, you're always going to lose.
I mean, there's a certain level of assertion as the box team that you need to make, right? And obviously it looks a little weird, especially when you look at Aurora's lineup. They have some pretty great counter engage. You're already up against the Jushin, not to mention that the Hitman himself was on the Kaja. So you got to be brave to not only jump in, force the play, and force resources out of your opponents, because when we look at Aurora's lineup, it's all about peel. They can peel backwards, but they cannot completely disengage from a fight.
And I just remembered now one of the most difficult to pull off our row mid duos actually in global MLBB is the Kaja and that Jushin. You get a good amount of pokes to whoever that frontline is gonna be to slow them down. That's the idea of it all. But the wave clear isn't exactly the fastest. So with the concussive blast on that Cho for JPL, with that Eve, sometimes with how Hades would even go to the mid to quickly clear the wave, that's why it felt like NPFL were always a step ahead. They cleared the mid faster.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct about that. And even, let's say, even though they were able to make the first moves, you saw that Aurora responded correctly towards it. Hey, side laners, calm down for a second. They got first move. We just need to take a step back, wait till we hit level 4, and then we start the fights. But notice how these fights actually start breaking out, right? We're seeing that JPL goes for these big kicks, and not to mention that even in the EXP side of things, you're expecting Edward to be able to jump into the fight first, rather than Diablo actually sitting and waiting and sacrificing a bit of EXP.
And that's what's so difficult for Aurora. A lot of what they want to set up are skill shots. A lot of what they want to do have to be targeted towards NPFL, where all the Singaporeans need to do is just, all right, just pick a target. Just pick a target, execute. Pick a space and execute. The margin of error for NIP Flash is actually much smaller than compared to Aurora, who have to get it right. I think the mix of the pickoff plus the peel is deadly for them, not for their opponents. I don't think you need peel for this kind of situation. You want to have the better re-engage, and they have almost none.
Yeah, yes and no. I want to agree because there's some really good points here. Rora, yes, they want to peel and they don't have full disengage. Re-engaging is actually not too hard, especially when you were playing an alpha who has a super short cooldown for that ultimate. Yep. Find that space, and not to mention that Beatrix, as well as that Jushin, is a very strong backline. What NIP Flash did differently is that when they're throwing bodies, they are forcing out important spells. Yue, for an example, must use his ult, must use his Purify to reposition himself away from not only the box, but at the same time, the glorious pathway. The big X factor for me here is both JPL and as well as Vanix. JPL is looking for targets that's slightly off-keter from where Renegade is positioning himself, so he doesn't get locked down as quickly. Imagine, Shunpo looking for that third hit, you get locked down, it's basically over. But Vanix is not only able to heal for that front line, sneaks into the back line with the SOD, and forces them in positions where they must play in choke points, and that's when Domeng can't do much once his opponents are behind him.
Vanix was never in trouble. Vanix never felt the crushing potential of a pickoff from the Kaja Beatrix combo. Yeah. Because of that mid lane pressure and because of the space that NPFL were playing with. Again, that box was just asserted. They're a moving bulldozer.
All right, so far we got BTK and Twisted Minds moving on to the 2-0
Moscow performance here of Vanix
group.
Just a little bit less of Moscow,
Then we got
but at the right time. And
Nip Flash, Vamos, Falcons, and S2G in the 1-1 group so far. There will be 4 more going in by the end of the night. And then in the 0-2 group, we got Rora and Make Him Evolved.
On this joy, and again,
Definitely did not expect to see Rora there, but
it's so easy for a jungler to shine.
You know, it's
This is the
M6.
perfect MVP game for a Joy. The lack of re-engage
Things are
from
crazy.
Aurora, the only source of burst is their Beatrix. So if you compromise that Beatrix, the Joy can just cut right through and burst whoever is, you know, sad
Yeah, this
enough
is
to be
kind
in
of
its way.
nuts.
So unless Renegade finds Hades, that's the only time Hades is ever in trouble.
The better question is, who does Renegade need
All
to
right,
target to
so-
win this fight, right? Because your backline is already getting pretty much shafted at this point, right? You have to deal with all these quote-unquote soft CCs. It's hard to disengage. And not to mention that once Yue runs out of all of his
What
cooldowns,
is the
then
next
unfortunately
match?
Domeng is kind of on his own, right? He's expected to peel for himself. He's expected to have enough damage to deal with it. But when you are getting doled by so many things, and not to mention, when you have Vanix as well as Hades attacking you at the same time,
Everybody
you
be
gotta count your
sure
blessings here. You gotta hope that
to
you're able
swing
to make that
around
first
to
move. And
all of the
unfortunately,
official
Aurora
pages
could not
for
find the
Mobile
tempo
Legends.
in
Bang
this
Bang.
game.
You can find them in the description below. Subscribe to them.
It felt like it was either them reacting to something that's already been started by NIP Flash, and we go back to one of the key members that was almost missed out, but then was re-highlighted again. JBL on that show, that kick, dude.
Good.
Like, we lost our minds when he executed that. Like, we both thought that he was gonna kick somewhere around the closer to the tower in the mid. Suddenly he swerves, flickers off to the side.
I mean, he's really good at these fakes, right? He likes to show, oh, I'm going into a particular direction, flicker, completely separate separate angle here.
So it should
Generally,
be
I gotta give it to
KBG
not only
versus
Hades,
Team
but also Vanix for
Liquid.
playing such a strong game. Had Vanix died in lane at least one time, Domeng probably would have
And
had a much
then
better time to use
ULF
item power
versus
spikes and make that early to
SRG.
mid-game transition so
And then we
much
go back
better
to the
for
upper
Aurora. And I
bracket,
think that's
or
only
the
thing that they were
1-0
missing.
bracket, and it'll be FNOT versus CFU, and then RQ versus Team Spirit.
Of course, we're very familiar with the international struggles of the Singaporean region. They've made a very good showing in MC 2024. It looks like they're continuing
So
it here in
KBG
M6
versus Team
World
Liquid.
Championship.
So I of course picked Team Liquid, you know.
Really stressed me out, but
Echo
I'm
Loud.
So glad. Gentlemen, can you please, just for a moment, let's take a moment to relax. Come on, join me. Join me. There you go.
I don't think I can relax, man. Aurora's at 0-2.
Yeah, me too. I am tense out of my mouth. That feels good, right?
I'm better now.
Really good. Is that memory foam I'm feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, that is memory foam. Oh,
Yeah,
and it can go further back.
If my memory serves me right, yeah, that is memory foam. These are so ergonomic. And honestly, like the long days we've had for the first 2 days of the Swiss stage, well, we couldn't have gotten past it if it wasn't for the Secret Lab chairs that we are on right now.
Yo, are those magnets?
Yeah, they are. It's Magnetized.
They're magnetized, and
That's great.
even their armrests are also magnetized for this. I mean, just keep in mind, this is the Titan variant, not even the Omega variant. So again, my shoulders fit perfectly inside, for especially for us wide boys.
Yeah. Us? You're not a wide boy, sir.
I mean, I'm talking about shoulder length.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, before we, go off the deep end here, again, thank you to Secret Lab. All right, I think I feel a little bit better now. But yeah, we still have more Swiss stage matches coming up next. And the next one is, KBG will once again meet another Indonesian squad after a dominating performance by RRQ Hoshi against them. Let's see if the China qualifier champions will be able to take one over against the champions of Indonesia, who were, they struggled up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the champions of the Philippines. Honestly, this is one of those matches that, based off of what we saw yesterday, I'm having a hard time reading, honestly.
Are they gonna Angela first pick again?
Are we gonna Belleric again if I'm KBG?
Hey, look, things are gonna get a little weird around here. But somebody in the draw was not gonna have a good time, and unfortunately, it's KBG this time. But that's all under the assumption. We've seen upsets here today.
Yeah.
Nobody expected Aurora to go 0-2 at this point, so
Yeah.
anything's possible.
I think that's the key to this Swiss. The key to the best of one is you have to expect the weirdness.
Who voted
and
NIP
expect that what we
Flash last
know
time?
From all of the MLBB esports we've watched for months leading up to M6, might not be true.
Oh, I did.
Well, what we can all expect,
did you?
of course, is that more incredible
They won.
storylines will be continued
Yeah.
in the Swiss stages. More matches coming up next. Again, it's KBG
I thought you said you
versus
voted
Team
Aurora.
Liquid ID. My name is Renmar with Vallejo and Gideon Q. We'll be right back.
True. I don't know. It doesn't let me vote, and there's 4 votes. So there's you, Hawaiian. Who just popped in here? Reeds. And that. So there's 3 votes. So I don't know who the last person was, and it doesn't tell me who did it. Man, that's crazy. Another break. All right. 10-minute break. So is that like an alternate reality or whatever they call it? Like the game they just showed? I don't know. Alright, well, while we're waiting here, I guess we'll go ahead and take a little break ourselves.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。明治
starts now.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Heavier is the head that wears the crown in a proud region filled with expectations. Indonesia and the rising region of China in MLBB esports. Team Liquid ID and Keep Best Gaming. That is our 5th match of the day for the 2nd day of Swiss stages. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz. Just call me Renmar. Still here with Leo and Gideon Q. You know, we got a few food in us finally after quite a long day. We're in the midpoint, but I think we can still use a bit more snacks. Y'all got the snacks there ready there, right? The dessert.
Of course. I mean, after listening to just hours and hours of Linkin Park, sometimes I just think about Hello Panda, right? Just making sure that their flavors are always... Honestly, I've been particularly like critical about Hello Panda, but every single time we open it up, whether cold, whether even a little stale, it's still good.
You analyze Hello Panda?
Oh yeah, it's an analyst thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You have a favorite flavor out of the ones that pop up? We got the red, the pink, the cream, the other cream. Oh wait, no, the other one's like cookies and cream.
I was looking for the Linkin Park connection.
Yeah, me too. I'm waiting for. Wait, what is the Linkin Park connection?
Nothing at all, apparently.
No, well, I mean, considering that we're already looking towards 2 regions, looking again, not only really strong, but at the same time, extremely high expectations, like you mentioned right at the very beginning of it. I'm hoping that at least they're fueling themselves up with the chocolate flavor, my personal favorite, to make sure that they win this game. Because again, I am hoping TLID is going to be taking it away.
You know what, Leia? Maybe you should get a bite of that Hello Panda too.
Give me one.
That's good.
From?
Ooh.
Wow, that's sensual.
Of course, that's our official snack partner, Hello Panda. And of course, if you would want some more goodies, we have some in-game goodies as well. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin, Challenger's Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Lightseeker. Don't miss a rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. That is the lucky draw we have.
You have no idea how long I've waited to actually just eat a nice treat on stage during a World Championships.
You finally got it.
That is a dream come true, just like having the Fairy Dream Watches exclusive for MLBB. Comes in 3 colorways, amazing different bezels each. Didn't see that coming, did you?
Yeah, I didn't.
You have green, I got black. It's all looking good. This is an indecision.
I got
one
nothing.
yesterday.
I had one yesterday. I had one yesterday. I had to remind myself that was yesterday and not today. You know, yeah, let's talk about second chances. You know, another ID team again stands in Keep Best Gaming's way. So you think it's kind of unlucky that they had to meet 2 Indonesian teams back to back?
Look, somebody had to do it, right?
All right, we're back. We got our tea.
I think there's no one to blame here because, again, they lost and then Dilar did the pull, and here they are now. If anything, I would be thankful because it's in a best of 1. And we learn a lot during the 8 plus 4. 12 best of 1s we've had so far here in the Swiss. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And honestly, even for me, when I'm looking at these games, right, I'm hoping KBG does well, at least have a very, very good showing.
Yeah.
At least they have a best of 3, even if they do drop this, so maybe they can show us even more. I mean, it's not over for any one of these teams, even if they do drop today's game.
Yeah, I think that's like the best way to look at for these 2 teams. So of course with TLID not being able to show their best form against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and KBG not being able to show their best form in their previous match against RRQ Hoshi, the baseline expectation for both of these 2 teams right now is just show us a good match. Keep it close. If it's 15 minutes, I hope it's 15 minutes of back and forth MLBB. You know what I'm saying? So now for TLID, I think it's time to know more a little bit about their wise man, someone who's important to their lineup in their drafting even. It's Widdy the Wise, and this is what Coach Facehugger had to say. He has a lot of ideas that he shares with us, but sometimes he may actually not connect with the other players. And I think that's a little bit more evident in best of ones, right? Best of one, you're thinking, oh, I want to do this. You know, you kind of overthink it. That it's good that Coach Facehugger is there to rein back in what is a very wise figure in his team.
Him and Coach St. DeLucas, which is why, again, the pre-game, the draft is so important. I think keep Widdy's ideas, keep his wise ideas for in-game execution, and let that flow. Pre-game, you need all 7 men.
Is it? I feel like at the very least, unfortunately for Widdy the Wise, as much as his ideas are great, the fact that it doesn't connect with the rest of the players could be a hindrance to them, right? I mean, it's two sides of the same coin. As good as it could get, it could also go very terribly for the team at the same time. Hopefully today, at least we're going to see them be a lot more together with the way that they play. I don't know if the Angela Ling is going to be coming back, especially in that particular order, with Angela being that first pick. As Leo has mentioned, the draft, such an integral part to these best of ones.
And there were a lot of theories and questions as to why TLID performed the way they did yesterday up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. One of the things getting brought up is stage fright. I don't know if you guys agree with me here, but I feel like TLID aren't the team that get stage frighted. Considering that they are a bunch of rookies, yes, but they went all 7 games with RQ Hoshi in their grand finals. They won that grand finals. That was a massive stage in Bandung too.
They shook Bandung. They turned it upside down.
Yeah.
I would say I'm with you. I don't think that was stage fright. I think yesterday the better team was just Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Most days Fnatic Onyx Philippines is the better team, but
I didn't do it.
TLID then, I don't think stage fright was a factor.
Came up and smacked it out of my hand.
Most people don't understand what it's like to
Gave
face
it a
up against
whack.
the Kingdom on home soil as well.
You were there.
I was there live. They were literally shaking the stage, which I was sitting on the analyst panel of. The you could feel the
Lemon
sofa
and
moving.
hibiscus
But
tea.
Liquid was not shaking.
No, they were
That's what
not.
we got.
At least the cavalry was there to support them. Here in Malaysia, it's a bit of a different story, right? I would say that the most that they had was maybe some cold hands because it is a very cool arena here at IOI City Mall. But generally, I'm hoping that the draft is going to look better because that's the first step of many to have a successful game.
Speaking of the draft, I think we all know that we have to continue talking about Bruno. So, is it a Brew yes or a Brew no? At this point, should Bruno really be taken out of the equation entirely or not really? We posed a similar question. We got to see more games, so let's go back to that main idea. Leo first, take it out or steal it away?
I'd rather just play around it. I think
Still sticking to that? Okay.
Yep, I'm sticking with it. Just to add a third option, Brew yes, Brew no, Brew nerf.
Brew nerf.
I think there'll come a time wherein he gets a few adjustments. I'd say after M6.
After M6, I don't know.
You can't do it now.
Yeah, you can't do a flash bash in the middle of the tournament, man.
Well, I mean, I do hope that they might shake things up, but at the same time, keep with the current patch. I think I'm with Leo on this one. I don't want teams to actually hard ban it just yet. I definitely think they can play around it, and we've seen a lot of marksmen with different play styles to do so. Beatrix and even Granger being 2 that have been shown up here at the Swiss stage so far. I do wish Clint would also be a part of that argument, but against the Bruno, it's pretty awful.
You know, I'm going to do something here, a little bit of help for our social media team. You know, give them a little clip moment right now. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if for the last set of matches for the M6 wildcard day number 2, the teams that picked Bruno all
you
win,
missed
put in the montage.
fucking Aurora losing,
Yeah,
bro.
you know what? I think I got the more I think about it, it's like, yeah, maybe I'm a little bit too overreacting when it comes to the Bruno. You know,
It's
not an
crazy. I was like,
invincible or
what is
immortal
going
pick.
on?
Teams are slowly starting to discover how to deal with it.
If you ban Bruno, that's not respect. I feel like that's fear.
I do think it's a little, just a bit of fear. Just a little.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Trex is saying the same thing over and over again on loop in social media. Hey Trex, I know you're listening right now. So let's talk about the teams that's going to be playing. First off, the champions of the China qualifier, Keep Best Gaming. It's KBG.
We were all.
By the way, how you doing there, Muhammad?
YG in the wild card. We could have sworn they could have gone much further. Here,
Did you have a
KBG
good
can do
day?
the same, climb up, and reassure us that whatever's happening in the newest region in MLBB esports,
been kinda
whatever's
busy
happening
here.
with Chinese MLBB is something to watch out for. And we've seen it. We've seen it. Teams that have an influx of Filipino influence do nothing but grow. So with Tracy and Saksha here, I trust that they'll be able to set up LMU and they'll be able to set up the Lexi. Winterturn just do Winterturn things. Just hold it out.
Hold it out there, man. And if you guys are gonna pick up the Belleric, hopefully it's in a little bit of a better, environment for it as a Belleric lover. But hey, I know someone who's a cavalry lover, and he's here on desk.
Absolutely. I love this team. I love your team Liquid ID with Aaron Shiki, Witty, Yehezkiel, Favion, and as well as Aran. This team is very deadly with the way that they play the game. And honestly, their previous matchup and the fact that they have to play Angeling shows that there is intelligence with the way that they move around the map. They're trying to make sure that they hit item power spikes.
Surging
that then
Spark.
pop
Oh,
off. But I wanna see them
nice.
play in their more
What'd
fluid
you
form,
pick
right?
up?
Yes,
Did you
they
get
must
any
respect item
ETBs
power
or
spikes, but
anything?
they also need to identify opportunities, and a lot of that really comes down to can Witty tell the team his ideas without confusing them too much.
Witty going into their run here in M6 has to learn a different tempo, because seeing them perform at their best at the MPLID playoffs, he was the maestro.
Yeah.
This is a very jazz band-like execution.
Looks
team.
like a
It's they know
pickpocket.
the measures, they know the beats.
See, in
How
North
do they play
America,
within
we
that?
just call
They're still
those
figuring that
guys
out exactly what it
politicians.
is in M6.
There we see, as we watch them go through their ping test, that Team Liquid ID, as solid as they are, needs to be a little bit more liquid.
I mean, they gotta be like water, some may say. Really gotta make sure that when they make those punches, there's gotta be good reason, but at the same time, how do they reach out for more of that lead? And honestly, coming into this draft is where I'm going to be most excited, because I think that Keep Best Gaming, as much as I want them to win this game against a team like TLID with the maturity for such a young rookie squad coming in from Indonesia, number one, mechanical prowess. That becomes immediate priority here.
They're just good at pressing buttons.
And I think one of the best ways
Good at
to
pressing
slowly
buttons.
look at the mechanical prowess matchups is at the jungle. Saxa.
Shit, you could get just about any job in America
It'll
doing
be
that.
another retry test for him as he goes up against arguably the best jungler in Indonesia. Here's a nice little trivia for you. Which hero is disabled in Brawl? Wait, do we actually have time to guess this? All right.
Loads of blister packs from pre-order weeks ago. Might stream ripping packs later. Hell yeah.
How do you what?
Oh wait, no, it's not Johnson.
You're allowed to play Johnson, you're allowed to play Belleric. I'm thinking
If you do, share it in one of our Discords and
broken in such a
tag
small
me.
stage.
Possibly, I'm not
Or
sure.
It's Link.
There are not enough walls, dude.
Hang on.
That's a Fabian special.
That is interesting. Cool. All right. So, yeah, fun fact. The only hero disabled in Brawl is Link. Makes a lot of
Bless
sense.
you.
I've never noticed that. I
Yeah, me
really
too.
haven't.
Because again, it's a pool of 100-something
Yeah,
heroes.
there's so many heroes you can pick
randomly
from.
given to you. You're just not going to see it again in the wall situation. Let's get into the game.
All right, so TLID still respecting the Freya of KBG, one of their favorite picks in the region, and honestly, super flexible for them, as we mentioned yesterday. The Phobius gets taken out, but yeah, you see KBG hard focusing on
Okay,
the
I
junglers
am
here.
subscribed.
But on the opposite side, TLID is just targeting the EXP, right? Are they
So,
assuming that win return is...
if you go live,
they
I'll
limit
be
down
able
his
to see
pool
it now.
enough, he's not going to have a good time. I mean, the fact that he plays Freya alone tells me that his pockets should be deep.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think for KBG, Winterturn has been, as you mentioned, Leo, you told Winterturn just be solid, and he's that guy
Alright.
for KBG to activate the course.
He's got to keep
Share
best,
the link
man.
later on in
Just gotta
John's
keep
Discord and
best.
also your
Winterturn.
DM too. Okay, for sure.
Keep best. Because again, compare
Appreciate
that to
you,
how
my
Aran
dude.
plays.
Yeah.
Aran is just in your face. Aran, I've heard this from our Indonesian colleagues. Of the 5 members of Team Liquid ID, Aran is the one who will mostly freestyle.
Really?
When you're talking about the whole witty, the wise, the maestro, he's the one who's like, you do this specifically or else you're gonna freestyle.
Ooh, all right, so you got one guy doing freestyle hip hop in a jazz band. Wait, that sounds fire.
That does sound kind
That sounds pretty good.
Such a wild card.
He is a wild card, but at the same
Since
time,
turkey meat is impossible to find here, I got some grilled chicken thighs for dinner. Nice. Hell yeah. Hey, I'm always down for some chicken, bro.
First problem, we are already seeing a 50% win rate on this Jushin. Again, I think it's S tier, but so far in the Swiss, it's been up and down.
KBG actually struggled against the Jushin yesterday when they picked up a Belleric against it, and now they're going up against a Jushin. I feel like maybe this is KBG going into this saying, we've learned from what we had to go through, so now you will see the results of that learning. Oh, I mean, hopefully we do. Not a lot of picks right now that make the Jushin struggle like crazy. I mean, we saw it earlier.
Still a very specific pool that Liquid ID are allowed to play with, given the high.
Oh, you had fried chicken too? Nice.
Like
Went to my little brother's and we had
so to just bonk with a Law and Order and then
like turkey, ham, mac and cheese. I'm not sure what kind of meatballs they had, but they weren't bad.
But there's Joy. I mean, you can still get bonked by the high loss. It might be a little bit harder for him, but I still feel like KBG still needs to respect.
I had some cranberry sauce. Had to give me some of that.
Gets his signature Cho.
This is kind of interesting because at the very least, like Cho can still be flexible. Most likely, it's going to go on Witty like 9 out of 10 times in these types of matches here. But the fact is, what exactly is the plan from the side of TLID? You've already limited down what the EXP pool needed to look like. You also have this Jushin that you can play around with the Cho as an expected combination. But then you throw in Joy. That's the part that's off-putting. Well, it's a bit of an oddball.
Like, what do we do?
Exactly.
Because you still don't see the payoff. You got good CC, you have good pickoff, but what kind of damage comes through? And here you're seeing KBG setting up a solid box.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Earlier we thought that the Jushin Eva relationship is a little bit more clear-cut. Of course, NIP Flash outplay the Jushin in their series up against Aurora. Now, as much as I want to say, you know what, maybe the Jushin's going to have a little bit of a better time, the presence of the Joy, I feel like, is quite concerning.
I mean, it is concerning, but at the same time, they could still technically go for, oh no, but then they will lose pressure over the mid lane. I'm thinking Matilda because it hasn't been touched at all in this particular game, and even KBG are saying, hey, if we're going to fight for priority, let's just take away the prio hero.
Yeah. And they respected the Matilda potentially coming up there for KBG. Good ban coming in from TLID. As we're going through the bans here real quick, since we didn't get a chance to bring it up earlier, and just so we can set the baseline, are all of us predicting TLID in this one?
I still want to see the draft.
You still want to see the draft? All right, so you want our prediction for this one to be draft-based?
I mean, with or without it, I'm still going with TLID for me.
Ah, such a cavalry boy,
I'm leaving the door open.
All right.
I think KBG has proven that they need to be a force to be
Beatrix
reckoned with.
banned out. All right.
Let's finish up the draft. Oh, yeah. Take away the Beatrix, damage-wise. You don't necessarily... Oh, wait. Irithel's still so open for TLID.
It is open, but it might not necessarily be a decent pick here. Because again, when you want to play Irithel, there's two things that you need to work for. Number one, can you like truly abuse it with something along the lines of sprint so you don't have to take Purify, and do you have a decent lane matchup? And against something like the Bruno, yes, you can kind of poke him out, but eventually that Bruno is going to be a very deadly force.
And there's room for more tanks in KBG's draft.
Yeah.
So you want to see that come through first. Like, what am I dealing with frontline-wise? I don't want to get punished as soon as I jump in with my heavy crossbow.
So if ever KBG pick their jungler first, see the gold laner of TLID, and then you pick your goal, excuse me. I might have mixed it up around. Oh yeah, just pick your jungler first.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wow. There you go.
Gato,
so with this
okay.
move alone, by allowing them to see what the peel is, what the front line is, you can tell if you can Irithel. Would you Irithel here, Goodin?
No, most likely not. I'd be a little nervous to play it, especially, I mean, the Glorious Pathway alone denies you a lot of your passive damage, which is where the majority of Irithel's damage comes from anyways, even when you do have full build.
That's a nombo.
It's a
non-starter, dude.
Nombo.
I wonder what they're going to be putting in the gold lane then, in terms of the physical one.
You got simple dudes like Moskov.
All right.
Yeah, Claude even.
Claude, the Eve,
okay.
yeah.
What are the lane matchup? They might consider lane matchup maybe even 1-1. They don't have a burst for it, but it might be tough.
Granger.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course, Granger.
Interesting.
Hero.
Still not used to him being available for us.
I agree.
And being in the gold lane.
And being in the gold lane, too.
This is a really interesting composition, right? Because yes, they do have pickoffs, but you have really easy ways to not only open up the map, but set up for like incredible fights. Like you are not running away from Granger plus Jushin.
Yeah, and what now will the jungler be for KBG? Seems like any assassin you might put in might be difficult. Oh.
Would they Fred?
Maybe would they try to go Nolan just so that they could get that quick little burst off?
I don't know. When you're up against a Cho, and especially if you have glue to worry about as well, I think I'm going to lean with Leo on this. That the Fred makes a lot of sense.
The Fred or the
Oh, you
Bane
guys
on
have
the
border
double
conflicts
line,
too?
And what we
I
call
thought we
in
were the only
business,
ones.
The swimming pool. You set up the RWM, you throw in the deadly catch, no one's coming out alive.
Is that a vote for KBG?
All right, let's see who comes out on top. KBG
like it.
or
right.
Team
I'm a
Liquid
simple
ID.
man.
I'm still TLID.
Like I said
TLID
before,
too.
I
Let's
picked TLID.
ask, the great white
So
himself,
we'll
Nigel,
see.
alongside Aiden, what they think.
We'll see who comes out on top.
That threw me off, Red Mart. You know, great white or not, I'll tell you what. I know you guys are TLID. I'm gonna have to go with KBG here. How about you, Ian?
I have to go with TLID. I like their lineup. I like their aggression. And I know they're eager to bounce back up against KBG. And just looking at the lineup right now, I'm pretty sure Leo is having fun because the Bane is in the hands of a Filipino, Saksha, repping KBG.
You know what? I'm loving the Bane, and I didn't know in the business we called it the swimming pool, but you know what? We'll make it work because we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn once again between these two teams, Team Liquid ID and KBG.
Here we go.
Fighting for that victory ahead of them. Have a better chance of moving forward out of day 2 of the Swiss stage. Which team will it be? Let us know also what you guys think, if it's going to be KBG or TLID. We know how vocal you guys are in the chat, of course, but with this, I would say, you know, I like the lineup that KBG brought, and the reason being is because of that potential to go ahead and set things up between the RWM. Even looking at the emblems here, you know, this is the thing that I like is you'll have two tanky guys, the Gatakacha plus the Hylos, to go ahead and cover the front to back if you need to, or even set things up by cutting people off the glorious pathway. But then not only that, Egon, but also you have 2 revitalizes. Like, there's so much sustainability from KBG's lineup.
And speaking of sustain, you can see Aaron Shiki also has the tenacity plus the impure rage. So in terms of sustaining his own lane, he's going to be up there, up against Bilexi's Bruno. So let's see how TLID will respond. But look at Aram just really dominating early on, forcing out the revitalize of Wind Return. And that's what you want if you're a glue. That's just meant to disrupt, and he's not even done. That was a huge blow. The longest first blood I've seen. And even with the revitalize, Aaron was able to dominate Wind Return.
Cheers, guy. Cheers.
I'm surprised, you know, even with the revitalize, that there was that much pressure, and this is no, you know, action-packed lane. It's a glue and a Hylos.
It's supposed to be a dead lane, but there was the first blood, and now they're going right after Tracy. Popping again the revitalize. Now the electrifying beats, but there's the deadly catch coming in from Saksha. One more hit for Tracy.
So close.
He's gonna escape,
so
but
close.
TLID, they have forced KBG to use 2 revitalize right away.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, too. I'm wondering if they're actually going to be able to go ahead and get that first turtle up. They know that Saksha had to burn the deadliest catch. It looks like they're going to be getting in position. LMU doesn't have the real-world manipulation just yet, but it looks like we might even see the fight for this. You know, with Witty, he's got this signature true pick. We've seen him do time and time again. Has that Way of the Dragon available, plus the Flicker. He's going to go set things up.
He's going to commit the Way of the Dragon onto Wind Return, forcing out the Revitalize, plus the Glorious Pathway, but Fabian will get the turtle. Here comes the AOG, responds, and gets a kill onto Saksha.
Nice.
Now, Wind Return might fall down
One
once
more?
again in the hands of 3
TLID got it, but
members. And KBG, they're having such a hard time going up against the competition.
TLID.
No, that's the only thing. And that's why usually when you see that Hylos across from you and you've got a Jushin there on the other side of the table, it's tough to get away. Because once the Glorious Pathway is laid down, you know, you're not going to be able to escape. You just keep getting dragged back and back and back. And Wind Return is literally just trying to return, you know? But he's not able to because of the Jushin across from him. So with Team Liquid ID setting a pace already early on, you know, 3.5 minutes in, they've got a couple kills, they got an objective. And they really just kind of stopped Wind Return from having, you know, that comfortable lane that you might want to have with the Hylos. But obviously, he's still going to be useful later on when you get to these team fights and you have just that strong ultimate, that glorious pathway. But there's got to be an answer here. There's got to be something that KBG can do to stop the bleeding. Oh no.
Look at Windy connecting again with the Way of the Dragon. Here comes the Revitalize from Tracy, plus a glorious pathway from Wind Return. AOG to walk away, but
takes him to the turret.
He's still there. He's gonna bring down Tracy in exchange for Aran, and TLID's aggression is just unmatched right now, forcing out a lot of ultimates from KBG, even Deadly Clutch, plus the real world manipulation. And still, after all that, TLID still stands strong.
That was the play, though. You know, Tracy, that's the best Tracy could do. Jump Avatar of the Guardian into the turret and hope that you're able to turn, you know, a bad situation into something better. But even then, again, they're going to be facing this obstacle ahead of them. That turtle take. Lexi is just trying to farm
make
up
some
to his
pizza,
thing
nice.
on that Bruno that we've seen very successful for a lot of teams. But I think still for KBG, even with the lineup they have, they're going to have to approach this turtle carefully, knowing that that beacon is available. And Fabian, he doesn't have to really just push this into himself. Fabian can do what he wants.
Another kick from Win. He sets things up perfectly for TLID to bring down Tracy once again. Now they're on the charge, forcing out the real world manipulation coming in from LMU, but he's going to fall down as well as Wind Return. Saksha is the only one left. And on top of that, TLID, they still haven't secured the second turtle.
What a play.
Leave it to Witty, man. He'll just go ahead and say, you know what, let's just go for it. Goes in with a kick, sets things up. Team Liquid ID comes in and just collapses on KBG. And even, you know, with Saxa trying to get in position for these objectives, it's just not possible because they have to be so reactive to what Team Liquid is doing. That's another turtle now secured here,
you know,
for Team Liquid ID.
Reminiscent of Edoc's show yesterday against the same team, against KBG. Now KBG's forced to face another Cho main in Windy, and so far so good. A lot of good Way of the Dragon keeps connecting and translating to kills, easy kills for TLID, even forcing out the Revitalize. But despite the sustain that KBG has with their kit, TLID just manages to burst out the damage they need. And another, they're planning to get Wind Return here with the Lantern Flare. Now KBG forced to group up because at this point it's hard to go. Now Wind Return forces to use the glorious pathway defensively, and Team TLID just gonna make quick work up top, tier 1 turret.
And you know when that happens many times here, Ingon, Fabian, okay, he's just gonna push Sox off the purple. Should be able to secure it, takes it away, takes it away.
And that's the thing, if you're a Bane, as much as
I mean,
possible,
honestly, this just kind of looks textbook for him.
Because you're gonna really have a hard time trying to contest for objectives. Even your own jungle is not gonna be safe anymore.
Honestly, I don't see, other than a complete team wipe right before Lord, I don't see this ending well for KBG.
To get that power spike,
or if they can maybe steal Lord,
I think
that'd be good for him too. But other than that, it's
definitely en route for that. Holy Crystal now
it's not looking too hot.
And this
7K gold lead at 7 minutes.
This is just such a drastic difference from lane
That's a
to
1K
lane.
gold lead per minute.
Like I said
That's
earlier,
crazy.
with the shutdown from Wind Return, I mean, look at how much he's struggling to just even build that first item into this, the glue. And Dominance Ice is enough for Aran to deal with and cause enough havoc on the back lines of KBG if he wants to. This turtle, I don't think they actually contest this. This is probably just going to be, look how quick it goes down. Secured there, 3 for 3, putting pressure now just on these buffs alone from Saxa. Split by split going to be used, but ultimately that's the thing. Team Liquid ID. Look at this.
Oh, they're going to commit the split. AOG again used defensively by Tracy as TLID will work on the top lane turret. 4 members of KBG working on the middle lane just to try and secure it as Aaron Shiki gets another tower.
All right, we got to start thinking here, on like what is KBG able to do in this game? That shield up top already popping. And you know, you're still a minute and a half away from this Lord to come up. Now for KBG with the lineup that they have, you're thinking, you know, we talked about the fact that you can play into the RWM, but LMU, you know, he's been setting it up, but they just don't have enough power in the punch yet. They don't have enough to deal with this, because even if you look at how much farming is being done from Team Liquid ID and the plays that they're making across the map, they're just outgunned right now for KBG. And even though I mentioned as we jump into the game, hey, they got 2 revitalizes, they should be able to sustain through that. We're seeing it right now throughout this game, you know, almost 9 minutes in, that they haven't been able to. And they just have to watch these turrets get taken down. I think part of it is they have a little PTSD from Witty. You know, this Cho so far, even if he doesn't go for a kick, just the fact that he's like G-Condoing in front of them, like they don't even want to move close enough for the mere fact that he could flicker and set things up with that Way of the Dragon.
You know, the PTSD does not come from Witty, although it came from Edog yesterday. And so far, so good for TLID. Again, I do agree that they can play around the real-world manipulation, but not just that, they also have the Glorious Pathway and the AOG, but the problem is TLIG is just so fast-paced at getting those setup plays coming in from Witty that KBG doesn't have time to react. Like, even if you have a Glorious Pathway, like, what do you do from there? You're going to eventually use it defensively. And when the time comes, you've used up also your real-world manipulation. You don't have the necessary damage to keep up with TLID. Although you have Sustain, what's Sustain going to do with the damage TLID's bringing?
Yeah, this is a massive lead. I think one of the biggest ones we've seen so far today. Nearly 11,000 gold as Fabian secures this Lord and furthers that lead to that 11.5 thousand gold. Just now, the Sky Piercer being picked up by Ezekiel. And so this is going to be very difficult. You know, probably one of the most difficult defenses that a team has had to do so far, as KBG is facing a massive deficit. You can see that even Divine Glaive now picked up too. Oh no, Tracy be dragged in. Look at the shots. Even keeping him in check. The shield's gonna pop. Mid still holding up, but that Lord is making its way. And at this point, I think it's dire to say for KBG. I'm not sure if they have enough fight in this roster, in this lineup, to stay in this game. It might actually be ending here as Team Liquid approaches the base.
Okay, LMU cast the real-world manipulation along with the Glorious Pathway as Lord marches into the middle lane. They're doing the best to try and defend. Tracy goes in. AOG again used defensively. Here comes Fabian onto the back line. Wants to go for Saksha, but the Revitalize is there to save Saksha as they try to work on the mid lane turret. Once again, a kill onto Wind Return. Yep. No inhibitor turrets will be taken down,
gonna have
but
to back
TLID
up, get some health, get some heals.
They got a kill, and I'm surprised. You know, that turret didn't go down. It was good that it was cleared out. So Team Liquid ID, even despite a massive goal lead right now, they'll go ahead and just take what they can from the jungle. You know, KBG facing against this, you know, you have to kind of put that into context. Like, when you're down this much and you're forced to just be in this side of the base, you know, what do? How do you handle this? Because the assault on the base is going to continue on whether there's a Lord or not. And they can still actually try to set things up. But if KBG is left to their whims of, all right, we just got to farm what's being approached to the base, you know, how much time do you actually need? Look at because so far this is the most that we've seen of Bruno not being able to provide any damage, provide any effect in some of these team fights, you know, because of the mere fact that they just don't have the space to work with.
Yeah, at this point, KBG is just really hoping for an overextension play from TLID, from Witty or from Aran, get a huge pick-off, then use the numbers game to their advantage. And that's all KBG has to really do, just hold on, go with the base defense, eventually let Bilexi have the power spike that he needs to take down TLID. But at this point, TLID is playing everything to perfection. They're not overextending. KBG only has 2 kills. And on top of that,
Ezekiel is literally not losing any mana, but when he's using that attack, oh, he's okay. He lost a little bit of it.
I don't know. I know he's okay, hold on, never mind. I guess.
Oh wait, I don't think he uses
you don't want something like that
anything until you hit minions or an enemy, right? Is that how it is?
With Team Liquid ID staying so
that
front
makes sense.
forward, even with Ezekiel, then maybe, you know, maybe you get a bunch of gold in your pocket. Maybe you slowly start to turn things around. But KBG's stuck in their base, man. Like that's the situation. They're stuck in their base. They don't really have anywhere that they can go around with, and they're just stuck there because the gatekeepers right now are 3 members of Team Liquid ID. You know, while they just hold down that side, this next Lord is secured. It's going to be punching in the base once more. And this time, you know, this one's going to be charging in and getting these base turrets down. While the rest of Team Liquid ID, it's just like they're, you know, approaching the siege of the castle right now, and KBG is struggling to really find a window of opportunity for themselves. They might have to clear these waves the best they can, looking at the items before they actually do that, you can see how lack and damage they have. We'll see if they're able to clear things out. There's the punch in.
Really goes in with a conceal. Connects onto two. Double revitalize from KBG, but the sustain is not going to be enough. LMU is going to fall down alongside Tracy. They still have the Lord. TLID on the verge of going back to the right path.
TLID wins it.
KBG.
A massive, massive gold lead will be a dominating win for Team Liquid ID here. Probably the biggest we've seen so far, and a very tough game for KBG.
So
that go back to the drawing board as well, because Team Liquid ID, the adjustment they made, the draft they brought, really no weak points in it. You know, from start to finish, they played the tune right, they played the roster and the composition exactly to the T and exactly what it needed to be. And although the game plan there from KBG's lineup was clear, you know, fight around the real world manipulation, make that work, unfortunately they couldn't. They couldn't execute it the way they were looking to. They didn't even get a chance really to fight into objectives, and that's what that lineup should have been able to do.
All right, next up we got ULF versus SRG.
Let's see what they have to say about
I
this one.
picked
It was a tough game
ULF,
for KBG.
but it honestly could go to SRG.
I know there are a lot of Team Liquid fans,
we'll
not
see.
just of Team Liquid ID, but Team Liquid as an esports organization all over the world who are probably watching this right now. And if this is your first time ever watching a Team Liquid ID game, well, that is as Team Liquid ID as you can get. Straight up, that was them.
Beautiful calf charge. Honestly, top to bottom, really well executed from draft side all the way to in-game side. And honestly, it would feel like, oh yeah, you know, they out-mechanicked this Chinese team. That's not necessarily 100% true. Maybe a couple of the solo kills here and there, but the plan already started from the draft, and it was very clear who they wanted to target.
I'd say that was 90% true. What exactly happened here is what they call in the business a liquid stampede.
Straight up, just a stampede, stampeding onto the high loss, shutting down wind return. Let's go on over to the stage with a member of Team Liquid Indonesia.
Team Liquid ID getting their first win up against KBG. And right now, I am with Fabian, or as what Merkel would call him, Fabian. Hello, how are you, Fabian?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine, wow, okay, perfect. Okay, now, Fabian, we know that this is your first ever international tournament. How was the experience like? How do you like Malaysia so far?
That's good.
It's good.
Good.
Ada rasa nervous tak? Are you nervous?
Tak lah, tak.
Got nervous?
Tak nervous.
Not nervous. Okay, now, Fabian, yesterday you guys lost against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and as we all know, I'm pretty sure you guys have made a discussion at night, right? Now, what did you guys learn from the mistake yesterday to come back stronger against KBG today?
We learned in early game so bad against Fnatic Onyx. Yeah, we solved that.
So you guys had a discussion last night, and how did you guys react when you saw that you guys were matched up with KBG today? Apa reaksinya?
Reaksi apa?
Bila tahu jumpa KBG hari ini?
Apa ya? Sebenarnya nggak gimana sih. Kalau lawan KBG ya kita semua lawan semua tim bisa.
All right, now he didn't really feel anything when he found out that they were going up against KBG because he knows that they are all ready to meet all the teams this time around. Okay, now Fabian, last question. We know that you are MPL ID's champion. Do you feel extra pressured? Because, you know, as a champion, the entire country is looking out for you guys, so do you feel extra scared?
I'm not scared, but we gotta apa?
It's okay, it's okay.
Kasih yang best lah, best gameplay.
Okay, they're gonna do their best, and I'm pretty sure everybody can see that both Indonesian representatives are doing their best in the M6 World Championship. Thank you very much to Fabian. Amazing job on the interview. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game up against KBG.
Congratulations, Fabian and Team Liquid ID. Sometimes in life you just gotta appa, you know? Just gotta appa. I know that means what, all right? I know a little bit of the language, but it's always fun hearing from the members of Team Liquid Indonesia who, that exuded, well, confidence. He said they're just ready to face off against all the teams here. And yeah, that looked like a team that didn't overthink, that knew their strengths, and they just rolled with it. straight up Stampede.
And kudos to Fabian for admitting that he gave KBG and whoever they would have ended up drawing against in the 0-1 bracket, everything they got at utmost respect. Because looking at the game now, it ended at 13-48. Watching that game, I could have sworn it could have ended at the 10-minute mark. So they still played very disciplined. They forced their opponents to respond a certain way, make them make errors that they wouldn't have done, and played it as if it were any other team from any other region. Like, that was sheer respect from teammate Liquid ID.
We're going to keep the stream going, but we're going to hop off here for a little bit.
Probably could have taken inhibitor for basically for free at that point.
But we will be back.
You wait for your item power spike.
So we'll see you guys soon.
You can always wait for the second wave.
Behave.
And even as we saw this game continue to progress, I definitely think that we did see the vast difference in the way that they should be playing the game. Because again, the efficiency of how quick Fabian was able to kind of just mow down the entire jungle. I don't think he was missing a beat. Like, I got to see his GPM at the end of this game.
Yeah, it seems like that Joy was just constantly dancing to all of the tunes that this jazz band would dish out. And 14.4k gold in around 13 minutes. That should be at around 900 for his GPM, closer to 1,000.
If you spread it out well.
Yeah, if you spread it out well. And there was a point that you made, Gideon, as we were talking behind the scenes. And we alluded to it earlier, that they already knew what they wanted to target. It was Wind's return. But outside of the EXP lane, it felt like everything just draft-wise didn't go well for KPG.
No, not really. Well, here, yes, they did target. TLID did a couple of really interesting things. Number one, how often do you see Freya and also Hilda getting banned on the blue side? You know what, get rid of the Phoveus on top of that in first phase. To me, that's kind of crazy. 2 out of 3, sure. Freya makes no sense at all. But when you look at how KBG got to this point, again, Win Return was a huge part of that. So, first step, eliminate his hero picks. Limit it down as much as they can. For some reason, they also got access to the Zushin, which I think was kind of interesting. I think that a lot of teams should not be giving away the Zushin more often than not. But then again, if you ban out the Zushin, that means the Yve gets to go for free. So it puts them in that initial chokehold. Second thing that I saw that was extremely interesting, they were able to make this Granger work out against the Bruno for the simple reason of, hey, eventually I'm going to outrange you. I don't actually want to 1v1 you in this lane. I just need to unlock it. And once he starts calling back up from not only Witty, but even getting involved with Fabian, that's when the snowball begins to happen, because the EXP was a dumpster fire here. Glue versus Hylos, unwinnable. Not to mention, he wants to win the lane even harder by picking up on that sprint. Again, most Glues only take sprint when they want to win this lane extremely hard.
Which made Aaron Sheiky's eventual laning even easier. He left that lane so fast, and I don't think this is the main baseline understanding, but I think there's a future wherein Granger actually answers Bruno. Like, again, same principle. Leave the lane as soon as possible, make these team fights really hard for whoever picked the Bruno, and win from there.
Yeah, I thought we'd be seeing a little bit more of that all throughout this day, because yesterday it felt like there was a trinity of trades between the Granger, the Bruno, and there's another boat laner. Beatrix, there we go, thank you, that we saw. So now we saw it again. It's like, yeah, Aaron Sheiky was able to do well in lane up against B Lexi. Now at the center of the map, though, it felt like Witty just danced on everyone on the side of KBG. One of the reasons why Witty doesn't get a lot of Cho games is if you include his stats from the entirety of MPL Indonesia Season 14, I could be quite wrong here, but it's actually 3-0 now. He only got to play that Cho twice because they respected the heck of his Cho.
Exactly. Nobody wants to let him touch it. Better yet, we don't get to see Aran actually get the MVP as often as you would like to. Because he is a strong laner, but this is the very first time we are seeing, well, maybe not the very first time, at least for TLID standards, Aran, your main win condition, beat your lane so hard that he can't get back up. Beat up, kick all 4 of his legs out.
Yep, and Wind Return was playing a very important role. He needed to set up the glorious pathway for LMU on the Eve, needed to play good peel for Saksha, make sure that nobody got close enough to Belexi, and Tracy had to carry all of that weight. They had to share that responsibility because of how early on Aran buried that Hylos.
Personally, for me, I would have preferred if that we saw this Hylos go into the roam position rather than get thrown into the EXP. Because yes, okay, sure, the glue gets to walk away at the very least, but Tracy can actually keep up because that, you know, the GeoWay basically covers half of the map once it is maxed out. And even at its second upgrade, pretty much 1/3 of the map is good enough to be able to join into these fights. So again, that glorious pathway holds so much weight because what does it do? It slows down your opponents. It doesn't allow Yehezkiel to kite as efficiently. Aaron Shiki won't be able to land as many Death Sonata, well, sorry, not Death Sonatas, the Rondos into the Rhapsodies. And finally, Fabian won't get as much access to the backline.
And I think we also go back to one of the things now that Keybest Gaming need to respect more. It's that Jushin first pick. They gave up 2 Jushin first picks 2 days in a row now, and it came back to haunt them. I have to correct myself with the stat that I mentioned. He got to play a lot in MPL Indonesia Season 14, the Cho for Widdy. It was 11 out of 13 or 11 out of 14 at the end of the season of MPL Indonesia. So including today, that's 12 wins out of 15. Across MPL ID and the M6 World Championship. That is an insane stat line for one hero, for one guy.
Crazy stuff that we get to see here today. At least we get to see the Stampede in full motion this time around. However, it's not over just yet for KBG. It is clear that they are still young and maybe a little inexperienced in the ways of managing not only expectations, but also hitting the right item power spikes and how to position themselves in these types of fights.
Not to mention the draft, playing around with what's given you, what's let through by your opponents, and by switching on the go. I want to double down on the whole Hylos Gatot situation.
All right, and the game is never over here up until you reach the record of 0-3. KBG stands at 0-2, so that means they find themselves in peril. 1 series left to salvage their M6 World Championship run. Good news is that is 1 best of 3 that they can play to get out of, well, slightly dire position, because that means they'll always be playing with 1 tournament life. So, good luck and all the best to KBG. Let's see how they'll be able to make it out of it. And congratulations yet again to Team Liquid Indonesia, now going into the 1-1 bracket. Coming up next, got a big one here for the Malaysians. It's Ulfednar, made up of the roster of Fireflux Esports that almost eliminated their opponents in MSC 2024, the eventual champions of that tournament, SRG. I am so excited for this.
It's a Riyadh grudge match. And now finally, it's happening on home soil. Yesterday, SRG didn't have a great start. Everybody's jaw dropped. The world was turned upside down. And now, you could say the same for Turkey. Like, they're not in a good shape after what happened earlier today. So now that this big ticket best of 1 is coming up, better buckle up.
I think we're at least going to see some really good quality games here between SRG and as well as Ulfednar. Again, both of them have a very similar style of being adaptable on the fly. And that's what we should expect for this upcoming game, especially when it comes down. Now, if we're boiling it down to draft, I'm expecting it to go a little 50-50 between the two. It's not like these teams haven't seen each other before.
Let's see who'll be able to meet the expectations of the world better in the next one. The former Kings of Turkey, who ruled the wild card, or the current Kings of MPL Malaysia, one of the favorites to win all of this. The M6 World Championship will be right back after this short break.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
You know, no one expected Ulfidnar and SRG to be in the spot they are in right now, in the 0-1 bracket. And for both of them to potentially be the reason to take the other down to 0-2. But you know what? Here we are. And let's see if the winds of Malaysia will howl the name of Ulfidnar, or will SRG get the Malaysian pride back up again. Welcome back to the panel. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz, joined here by Leo and Gideon Q. Gonna be an interesting one that we have here. But you know what? I wasn't allowed to wear the fairy watch today, the gorgeous watch that we have, a special edition made just for the M6 World Championship, and any of their great jewelry. So, gentlemen, would you like to take over for this one? Well, I'm all about it and maybe cry a bit.
You mean this watch right here? This is the Fairy M6 Dream Watch. It's luxury meeting gaming, and it's the very first M6 Swiss watch. It's a special jewelry collection that features Jushin and Mia, so that's another line that if you want to get into. And the brand new champion rings and medals. You can check them out. They're right outside the IOI hall here for M6. You can follow them at Fairy World on TikTok and check out their website for updates.
They've also got a bunch of other accessories that are very game related. Even, I mean, go check them out. You'll understand exactly why, because these watches are looking fine. And honestly, for me, I like the black one. It fits kind of with everything that I go with. Sorry, MR. I know that you have your own preferences here. Hopefully, hey, hit them up. Maybe they're going to pass you one for free. They might just send you one in the mail.
I thought I'd be able to wear one every day, but apparently not. And more handsome gentlemen will actually get the opportunity. But of course, thank you, Fairy, for being a huge part of our M6 World Championship journey. Couldn't have gotten here without you. Make sure to check out all of the great stuff that they have available on their website. So, let's go back. There was a very audible reaction, an audible groan, and a sense of worry by the Malaysians backstage when they drew into an Ulfidnar matchup. Leo, if you got new members of our MLBB community here, why would Malaysians react to potentially meeting Ulfidnar with a bit of worry?
I'd say you look back to 3 or 4 months back. Imagine the high-stakes semifinals. You're on your way to the grand finals at MSC 2024, and you go 5 games against this team from Turkey, and here you meet again in the groups, in the Swiss, in a best of 1. That is the history behind Ulfidnar, formerly known as Fireflux Esports going up against SRG. There's an alternate world somewhere where it's SRG who got knocked down, and it's Fireflux who went in the finals against Falcons AP Bren. That's how deep these wounds go. That's how much it matters to SRG and to Malaysia that they face off against Ulfednar once again.
Did you have that same reaction, Gideon, when you saw that draw?
Yeah, no, I was losing my mind because, again, Ulfednar, every single time this particular squad faces off against SRG, whether it be MSE, IESF, honestly, it would be nice to see them at Snapdragon too, but, I mean, we're in two different regions, and that's the only reason why they didn't meet up, because they always go the distance. Luckily, it's only a best of one here, so it's really going to come down to the wire. How quickly can they dissect their opponents?
Interesting use of words. Luckily, I think that's more scarily, unfortunately, that it's a best of one.
I mean, we say that, but at the same time, at least there's been information being thrown out. Keep in mind that Ulfednar had to go through the wild card stage to get to where they are here in the Swiss. With that, at least preparation is slightly easier because it's the latest bit of information that they've gotten.
Yeah, that benefits the Malaysian squad.
If BTK has been spending the M6 Swiss stage being the new Turkey Slayers, this team, SRG, would want to avoid being the victims of Turkey, and maybe Turkey might be the Malaysia Slayer, the Malaysia champion Slayer, if worse comes to worse. Of course, if you're looking at it from the perspective of an SRG fan. But from the perspective of an Ulfednar fan, Turkey needs a win today. It's been a rough 2 days. Although S2G had a very good showing against BTK earlier, I don't think Turkey would be happy if they see two of their representatives lose in the same day, and of course one of them being their longtime champions falling down to the O2 bracket.
Yeah, worst case scenario, it's a 1-1 for S2G and then an 0-2 for Ulfednar.
Yeah, that's the worst.
That's the worst case scenario.
I mean, there's good and bad with both, right? Because if they're both in that 1-1 bracket, there's a good chance that they might actually have to face off against each other. I think would be the worst case scenario, and I don't think anybody wants to see that going down.
So are you saying, oh, don't go 1-1?
Don't do it. No.
This is for your own good. Don't go.
I mean, you can roll the dice, but I do think that this is going to be a very tightly knit match.
All right, so let's hear more about SRG, and let's get into the mind of the MPL Malaysia champions and what they think about dropping to S2G. The defeat was an eye-opener, says Coach Arcadia. We lost because of ourselves. Sometimes that is one of the most difficult losses that one can experience, losing because of yourself. That's just me adding a little bit more to what Coach Arcadia said. And they say that they lost to discipline. Now, Gideon, I gotta ask you this. So I'm pretty sure you watched that SRG S2G game. Did you feel that watching it from an outsider's perspective that maybe discipline is the reason why they lost?
I mean, discipline is a very large reason because, again, the question is why are we fighting and when are we fighting? Those two things have a very deep correlation with each other, and I think that Coach Arcadia put it best. It is an eye-opening moment that, yes, you may be champions of MSC, but it doesn't mean you can stay as a champions coming into the M Series in a match with such high stakes against opponents with veterancy.
Now, this is the reality of going 0-2, what SRG is trying to avoid. Game over or game never over. Yesterday against S2G, it was a back and forth. It wasn't the cleanest win for S2G. It got to the point where SRG looked like they were going to win before S2G and the Turkish Trigger Man turned things around.
Yep, I was at the edge of my seat and I wasn't even sitting on a chair. I was in bed. I had to stand up watching this bout, this slobber knocker. And I kind of have to agree with Coach Arcadia here. I think it's safe to say that a lot of the best teams we know only really lose to hubris and ego.
Yeah, I mean, hubris and ego is a pretty accurate way of putting it, right? Because again, in terms of achievements here, in Malaysia, we don't win too many international tournaments. Our very first one happened this year itself as they're looking to make that golden road happen. But at the same time, we are seeing other regions. Again, there's a reason why S2G were the current champions coming into this and not have to go through the wild cards like their older brothers, Ulfednar.
All right, because of everything that's happened between these two teams, internationally leading up to the M6 World Championship, their stories here, I'm having, honestly, a very difficult time reading or analyzing this matchup. As much as my entire being says, oh, it's gotta be SRG, right? There's something about Ulfednar and the magic that they showed off in the wildcard that I'm pretty sure you also got to see, Leo, that makes me think that maybe they will be the ones to go into the 1-1 bracket.
Not just. What we've seen today, what happened between Falcons, Esports, and Twisted Minds, what happened between Aurora and NIP Flash, makes me think that this best of one is more of a benefit for Ulfednar, despite the knowledge that SRG have seeing Ulfednar's run through the wild card. I think knowledge can only get you so far, and at the end of the day, it's the execution. It's what you have at the start of that draft all the way until the end when that base breaks that matters more.
Unironically, both of these squads have a lot of similarities amongst each other, right? Deep chemistry between all of the players, the way that their individual picks are going to shape the game. And I think in terms of X factors, obviously we're looking at Rosa, but at the same time, Yums is going to be the one who's going to try and break through and step above Apex 47.
Yeah. From an outsider's perspective, again, we're not privy to what happens in the game. We can't hear what they're thinking, but for someone who's been doing this for a very long time, I'm pretty sure you gentlemen would agree with me here that it has to begin with, well, shot calling, you know? Again, we can never really truly hear it, but sometimes you can sense when you're watching a game if a team feels disconnected. If they're over mid, make it look like they're not syncing. If it looks like someone wants to initiate, but then there's another half not initiating. So for both of these two teams, as Gideon mentioned, the chemistry so strong between all of them, well, yeah, you really got to make sure that the shot calling is sharp. Now, outside of the shot calling, though, one thing I want to ask is SRG known in Malaysia as well, they've dominated for a good amount of time, but how good are they in the bounce back?
How good are they at the bounce back? Oh boy. I mean, they've been, let's say, not even the latest season, last season, really dominant run with going all the way through the regular season, not having too much issues whatsoever. Coming into this season, only had one bad week. Other than that week, still dominant performance all the way through. In terms of bouncing back, a big story coming in from specifically the MPL MY playoffs. Again, when they got knocked, they were trying to think to themselves, what exactly was the initial problem? They had to sit down, they had to talk, and that's when it turned around. A lot of this, as Leo has mentioned, hubris, ego, the mental is what's keeping this team afoot, and obviously the coaching staff as well, to make sure that that mental is going to stay sharp.
As a certified non-Malaysian and fan of SRG from outside the country, I can tell you that even in-game, they're very good at the comeback. A lot of their wins against Falcons AP Bren in the MSC 2024 Grand Finals were clear comebacks. A lot of their victories, even in the MPL MY playoffs, were comebacks. So they know how to control the game even when they're up against the ropes. They know how to control their box, play within it, and execute towards inevitability. That's one of their main strengths, and I think that's what Ulfednar should watch out for.
And you're probably wondering, how come these three are talking about SRG a lot? Well, as Southeast Asians, we get a lot of information about SRG, but the very little bits of information that we could get from, well, Ulfednar, their opponents, it's actually the same thing. Again, Gideon, you mentioned these two teams are more similar than they would care to admit. Because in the times that we've heard members of Ulfednar, then Fireflux have an interview, they would say the same thing.
Yep.
Oh, we just couldn't mesh very well. We were clashing a bit in terms of the shot calling. So we decided to talk about it and we fixed it up. The reason why that series up against SRG in MSC 2024 went to 5 games is because in real time, Fireflux were like, all right, this is a problem, let's fix it. So yeah, these two teams know each other very well because it's sort of a mirror match, you know? You're looking at a mirror and saying, I'm facing myself right now.
I mean, even when we look role to role,
Yeah.
the similarities are pretty uncanny the more that I think about it. Tenzi and as well as Skies, both assassin users, both really good at what they do mechanically in the game and how they efficiently move outside of it. Not to mention, we jumped down on over to Sunshine, Sunshine against Innocent. I think that Sunshine definitely has his moments where he has to think about how he needs to manage the wave. But other than that, mechanically speaking, could go up to par with Innocent, especially now that a lot of Innocent's signature picks have kind of rotated out of the meta.
Yeah, and to add to that, I remember Midnight and I, fellow caster in the Philippines, we love Sunshine's game because similar to Innocent, and he was showing this before, even back in M4 or earlier tournaments, he knows when to pick his time and pop off during a team fight.
And what I think defines both teams more than how they're similar is how different their position is going into M6. SRG is still a tournament favorite after their win at IESF under Team Malaysia on top of the world. Prior to that, MSC 2024 on top of the world. Ulfednar, though, not so much. They dropped from their thrones. They're the fallen Turkish Empire. And here they are trying to prove to the world that they belong here, that they crawled out of the wild card. What they did was no fluke, and that they're here to box with the best of the best.
I'm sick of that opinion of them being always the dark horse every single international tournament. This team deserves some respect for its veterancy. They continue to prove why they always make it at least pretty much top 8 almost every single time. And even better, they go above and beyond each and every tournament.
I think them breaking out as a top 4 team in MSC 2024 should have quelled all. I think that should have made them more of a consistent factor now, not just a dark horse.
Yeah.
That's my personal category. Like, if you break it out of top 4, you're a legit threat. Can we say the same, though, for formerly known as Deus Volt, now Team Spirit? Are they dark horses? Because, you know, you opened up a can of worms, like a new discussion entirely.
I mean, that's fair. I think that, oh, man, that one's a little bit tougher because based on what I've heard, I don't know, it's not even just on paper, but, you know, little birdies here and there, they've been doing well not only in games that we've seen at the Swiss stage, but even in their scrims. I'm not exactly 100% sure who they're scrimming against. For all I know, it could be weaker, it could be stronger teams. It's a bit of a toss of a die. But coming into the Swiss and seeing how they played the last time, I think let's wait until a best of 3 at a bare minimum before we make that judgment.
Thank you all for your patience. We're just sorting some things out there in the back. We got a little bit more trivia for you to know more about these two teams. Is it about these two teams or is it about the tournament as a whole? What's the trivia? All right, let's bring it up right now. What's our trivia? What's our trivia?
Please don't be a bit bro.
Oh, okay, it's Q&A. So, it's one of those tests. All right, okay. So, who holds the highest average damage per minute in M Series history, Carl Tuzzi? Is it? Wait, 30. Wait,
minimum game.
Wait, 30 plus games. No, it can't be.
In 30 plus.
That means it's a multi-time appearance.
It would have to be a multi-time appearance.
Edward?
It could be.
It's one of the Blacklist boys?
It's a tough call on this one. 30 games, highest damage. So let's think of it logically, right? First of all, we have to consider meta. What was the highest damage meta? How many games? And especially 30 games is a lot.
Yeah.
So they would have to either go really, really far in one of the M series or keep showing in every single one.
So that means Few and Carl Tuzzi are up there.
Probably, right?
Yeah, okay. Few has, wait, only 2 appearances, right? M2 and M5.
Yeah, and he won both.
Yeah, but you have to remember, like, Skylar now is on his 3rd M Series appearance.
That's right. That would outweigh them, yes.
Yeah.
Would it be a jungler at this point? Because junglers have always been known to have like some crazy high damage just throughout the history in terms of the meta. I would say even mid laners put a pretty good argument as well.
Maybe it could be someone from Malaysia. Chiku? M1? M2? M3? M4?
But did he have high damage though?
My guess is Chiku, guys.
I'm sure he's had high damage.
That's a lot of games. Maybe it is Chiku, guys.
Man, this is a really tough one. This is a really tough one. Man, there are good ones, but I'm going to say Carl Tuzzi.
I'm going to double down on Chiku.
All right. Who is it? Oh, it's
wow! Yo, that's actually so sick!
Rosa's been here.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, it's
M4,
wait, 30 plus
5,
games?
now M6.
Now M6 as well.
Yeah. Oh, Rosa wasn't an M3. That was still Bedell.
You're right. That was still Bedell. Oh,
Alien
my
was there, but
they played that many games.
wait, how did?
They've dealt that much damage is the question.
No, Rosa's dealt that much damage? Whoa.
That's a carry mid if I've ever seen one.
I mean, the meta then was like Lilia, Farsa. That could be the reason why.
And I think they got bumped up with the amount of games played because they went through the wild card this year.
You're right.
And then now they're going through this. That's why. That's a lot of damage, yeah, for a mid laner.
Thorn Queen, baby.
Thorn Queen. That's why we call Rosa the Thorn Queen. That doesn't say. All right. Okay. We got another hot topic up on board right now. Wonder what
How
that's
hot
gonna
do we get?
How hot can it be?
Great shirts. Wait, we already discussed. We already said brew nerf, guys.
No.
We asked if brew yes or brew no.
Okay, you said brew nerf when we agreed.
I said brew nerf, but now I'm given a third option. Do we nerf Bruno or do we nerf the Malefic Gun?
This one is kind of interesting. Is Bruno the problem or is Malefic Gun the problem? This is really trying to get down to the crux of the issue itself. I would make an argument that the Bruno nerf probably is somewhat necessary because I feel like the Malefic Gun was supplement to what he was already doing.
Hey, brothers, all right, okay,
right,
you're brother.
Got the colors too.
I didn't expect that. I mean, I do. But hey, you guys were talking to me earlier about like you don't need to nerf Bruno. You just gotta like adapt to it. Oh wait, no, because I was asking about banning it. All right, so yeah.
Yeah, I double down. Nerf Bruno, leave the gun alone. We just got the gun again.
Yeah, we just got, honestly, a necessary change for the gun.
Yeah, the gun now has become a solid second or third item. I like it. I put it on Bane. It works.
Wait, Bane Malefic gun?
Yeah. You're basically like a little Kaja, like your attack range is...
All right, you know what? I think it's time we can talk a little bit more about the teams themselves. Oh, yeah, we haven't done this. Actually, I'm surprised we haven't done this yet. It's Ulfednar from Turkey.
Howl hard for the wolf-coated warriors of Turkey. We've mentioned so many players, so many stars. How could we have not talked about Apex as much? He is, to his team, what his younger brother is to S2G. Sigiboom S2G, I'd say. Apex 47, Ulfednar. Sure, we put such a high and powerful spotlight on Rosa and TNZ. You know, they've gotten their MVP nods all throughout M6, but the backbone of the squad, to me personally, is Apex 47. He's got such a high range of gameplay and a deep hero pool. You all remember when he was rocking Estes and Atlas?
Oh, yeah.
I miss those days.
Back in M4, if I'm not mistaken?
M4.
Yeah.
I miss those days.
The years go by really, really fast. I have to agree with you. Apex 47 is an absolute pillar. I mean, you can make the same argument for Alien. However, though, the big issue is that they're up against a team who is not tried, tested, and true, and are looking to find that consistency on an international stage. Selangor Red Giants from Malaysia with Innocent Yums, Stormy Sakaisen, as well as Cram. And for me, if you're going to compare Apex 47, can we talk about the ultimate Cho play of all time? MSC 2024 with Yums on a Cho? Literally disgusting.
He's my goat. He's my Malaysian goat.
He's so nasty with it. He finds angles that you don't expect. He increases the tempo faster than anybody else you can even perceive. And he's got the supplement of big playmakers like Stormy, for an example, and even Sakai's.
He greets me good morning at the hotel.
Oh, he does?
He does. He has great eyesight. He's like 20, 50, 20, 30 feet away. He's like, waves at me. Morning. Like, oh, sup, Yums?
Goodness.
Great guy.
He is a great guy, but two other great guys, Cram as well as Innocent. I personally feel that this matchup is going to be really tough, specifically for Cram and Alien. Because again, the meta has kind of moved away from the high damage, high impact EXP laners to more of a supportive role.
And in my scouting, I've heard that Cram is the paramount shot caller when it comes to team fights.
Oh.
Macro-wise, you can confirm it's Stormy who makes the calls, but when it, gets down to the paint, it's Cram who, makes these decisions for the team.
One thing now that I'm looking at with everyone mentioned and you saying Cram, where does Alien fit into the mix? This man has been playing in the M series since M3.
Out of this world.
Out of this world. He made some out of this world plays and decisions back in M3, but he has grown into be the most dependable EXP laner in Turkey. Ask the casters and the professionals there. They have huge respects to Alien and how he's evolved. So now it begs the question, how, if you are Alien, or how are you going to deal with Cram? Is Cram someone that you can defeat in lane to shut down his presence on the map? Do you get crafty with Cram and just go for, okay, wave clear and then get into position before him to surprise him? What does Alien do?
Here's the problem. In terms of mechanical skill, I would say both of them top tier. Creme de la creme, of course. The issue is that the limitations of the EXP lane is so small, right? If you're talking about, oh, what's really strong? Hilda. But if you ban Hilda, what comes next? Phoveus. What comes after Phoveus? The Cho. What comes after the Cho? Everything is kind of, anything underneath these three heroes feels kind of meh. Then it's just a pillow fort fight.
A pillow fort fight?
Yeah. Both sides are just going to be looking at each other. Hey, my walls are bigger. Throws one attack, barely scratches them.
You go first.
You go first. Shoots the ballista back at them. Nothing happens in that lane.
Yeah. So now let's see if somehow, some way, even with the limitations of the EXP lane, either Alien or Cram will find a way to just get a solo game. You know what? Maybe let's go into that as maybe an idea to hinge on. Which one of these two can maybe solo kill the other first in the EXP lane, right?
That'd be fun to see.
Yeah.
Something tells me Alien is more likely to do it. Only because Cram can take a beating.
Woo!
I understand the fact that Cram can just hold it down until the 13-minute mark and then survive. Alien is more like, I gotta do it now or else.
You gotta do it now. I feel like Alien has a timer on him. I feel like at the very least, if I am not winning my lane, if nothing is happening, I'm willing to sacrifice what is necessary to help my team. And honestly, the more that I talk about it, these two guys are the exact same players on two different sides of a coin.
Well, let's see how that will unfold in the draft and how that will reflect. And yes, we ourselves are very happy that the draft has started. Thank you so much to everyone who stuck it out with us and was patient. It's an alpha ban for Ulfednar and SRG taking away the Fanny. SRG taking away the Fanny, I feel like it's something that something you do not hear often, but that is huge respects to, again, the assassin hero pool. And it's the junglers that's getting pinched in the draft.
What's left? The
Lan.
I mean, we need to get rid of we got to get rid of, you know, the staples.
The Joie.
The Joie Shin?
No, the Joie.
The Joie?
She's hot right now. She guys played her yesterday.
That is true. That is true. But I also think that Hilda needs to be thought of as well.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
Who's gonna get an aneurysm? What are you talking about?
Dude, I was like, Joachim? Hilda?
Yes, Yushin is still open too.
Yeah. All right, so when you're going to be focusing too much on pinching out the junglers, then key mid laners or EXP laners might actually show up.
Could go either way here. Interestingly enough, I want to see what Ulfednar is planning, right? Because banning out the Alpha is already interesting. We've seen a couple of teams do that, but to ban Alpha and as well as the Suyo, there was a very intimate relationship between these two heroes.
Yes, they were once the Alpha and Omega, literally, of the meta wherein Nolan would be a solid third. Are they setting up TNZ to pick up the Nolan, or are they trying to make this a weird jungle matchup wherein TNZ's specialties like the Leomord and the Amon come through?
That's a pretty interesting shout, but I think that right now, with both Alpha and as well as Suyo out of that pool, on top of the Fanny, of course, next thing that I'm thinking of, Joy. Is that the next pick that we're going to be looking for? And if Joy does show up, are we expecting Hayabusa, even Link, to be showing up for SRG side?
I feel like that also could be a question for Ulfednar. If you see a Joy on the other side, are you going to put Tienzi on his comfort Ling, a pick that he popped off with during the wild cards? Are you going to surprise and pick something that you picked a lot in the Turkiya Championship and even during Embassy 2024, that if there's a Joy on the side of SRG, what about the Ruby that they've shown that they can flex into Roam or EXP, even if it is an off-kilter meta pick at that time?
But that's going to depend. Yes, it is an off-meta pick. It is situational. It's highly dependent on, first of all, what exactly are you trying to stop? Secondly, are you able to come into range? Because half the problem is just gap closing most of the time. You don't want to always have to waste your flicker just to make something happen.
In Turkey, Ruby XP is a thing. Luckily, SRG Cram plays a solid Ruby in the XP too.
Oh yeah, wait.
Even Yums!
Yeah, that was one of the picks that led them to victory in MSC 2024, their flexibility on the Ruby. Let's see if that pick will pop up. Hylos gets picked, but again, the Bruno Beatrix trade is active.
Oh, man.
Oh, but SRG did also show a Granger yesterday, so I wouldn't take it against, you know, Bruno Beatrix, Granger, I feel like
still open.
Still very up in the air for both of them.
Yep. Neither want to confirm.
Yeah, this one's really, really tough because once Hylos comes up, you think about Granger, you think about Bruno. As soon as you get hit by the Glorious Pathway, you're just in line of it. You have to use a movement ability to get out. If not, you're just too slow. You're going to get run down really, really quick.
Yep, Rondo out, slide tackle back.
I wonder if SRG would consider banning out the Aurora then, taking it away from Rosa, putting it into Stormy's hands. Bruno Cho. And you hear the crowd roar as Yums gets his Cho.
High prio picks already. Powerful double pick swing for SRG on red.
Don't forget that this is still a flex pick. This could easily fall into the hands of Cram. It could easily fall into the hands of Yums. It could go anywhere for in all intents and purposes. Now, Ulfednar is going to see this, and they need to figure out a response. Number one, can they find a winning matchup? If not, look for at least a way to play around the Bruno like we mentioned before.
Now, in the next two picks for Ulfednar, teams have been starting to show Beatrix pop up a little bit more often here. The Thorn Queen can lock in the pick right now, but there's the Hayabusa, one of the things that we theorized. And wait, I haven't seen you in a while, Harith.
We haven't seen a Harith ran into a Bruno often.
Yeah, because usually it's like the trade, one is banned.
Yep.
But wow, getting your core super early for Ulfidnar. They're looking at the... Okay, they're maximizing the flex of the high loss. Oh, and they want to set up Rosa for success.
Technically, these are not all their cores. It's possible that Rosa also picks up a high damage mage, and they go from there.
Harith mid?
I think I would rather the Farsa come through before you go Harith mid.
I agree. I was thinking along the lines.
Oh, no, sorry. That's what I thought. That's what you were going for because you said high damage core. Okay, yeah. No, Farsa. You know, I agree. Farsa into the Bruno, perfect.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds perfect, but it depends on what this third pick is going to be, right?
If it's Gato Kali,
if it's Gato Kali, not even Gato Kali, even if an assassin shows up, right? It begs a lot of the questions. Yes, there we go. The Lo Yi was the only other substantial pick that they could have gone for to create plays across the map, not caring whether or not you pick the Farsa. Yes, you have that artillery, but as long as we have tempo, that is going to be the name of the game.
Well, Ulfidnar have a very mean mid lane Lo Yi that they show up. That's one of the reasons why they dominated the wild card. So I wouldn't take it against them to know how to play around it and to consider. But I wonder if this means that Ulfidnar would want to consider a lineup that might do well better in the defense, you know? End up picking up something like maybe an Edith for Alien later on and put this high loss in the roam instead. But thinking about it, the high loss in the roam might actually struggle up against Lo Yi just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but as long as you clear that wave and take minimal damage, usually it's all right. SRG, very smart plan of trying to pinch down on that mid laner, on the mid laners to ensure, hey, make sure we can, if anything, give him a Valentina, you know, bare bones, something that is punishable, something that cannot just face check bushes.
Yeah, right now the Valentina's not picking up much.
Yeah.
Very weird play into a Lo Yi, try to steal that diversion. You're wasting so many steps between step 1 and 2 that your opponent's going to be way ahead. If your opponents are SRG, they're not going to let you breathe. Steal away a Way of the Dragon, also not worth it. So I'm liking where you're thinking with this, Gideon. I'm liking how you're putting yourself in Coach Arcadia's shoes and saying, we dare you to pick the Valentina.
Ooh, Ling ban. Okay, this might open up some more options. Are there any other assassins that we should be worried about? I mean, Suyo is already gone. Hayabusa has already been taken. Joy probably is like the only other assassin I can think of off the top of my head.
Joy, Nolan.
No, Joy or Nolan.
Yeah, in terms of like the options, but I feel like they already have a good amount of physical in the Bruno. They don't need to pair a Bruno and a Nolan together. Oh wait, you know what? I'm not gonna hate on that idea. That actually sounds pretty devastating.
Good burst.
Yeah, Nolan, Bruno, and then you have the Lo Yi as well. Ooh, wait, that's spicy. I like
so
it.
They should ban the Nolan. Is that what you're saying? Because if they ban the Joy, they allow for that Nolan.
Yeah. Either or. So it'll be up to them to decide like which one they're more willing to let through.
Ooh. Oh, this is very interesting. This is very interesting. They want to set up for an EXP pick here. But what exactly would be a good EXP pick? If you're getting rid of CC in particular, I'm thinking of like potential tanks that could go into the EXP lane. I'm guessing Gato Kacha, but even then there are still counter picks in Glue. There's still counter picks in even Phoveus as well, all of which do well with each other. I was hoping for either a Glue or even a Phoveus ban, but then when you are on that red side, you do have that first pick, but you have to show that first ban initially to allow blue side to respond.
Are they going to hold on to the Cho Flex? Or will they finally reveal the jungle?
Tough to say.
That's Red 4. That's where SRG resumes the draft.
Oh, I feel like that's them setting up for Farsa already. When you have the Ling ban, you have the Khalid ban, you picked up Hayabusa third.
And they'll see what the jungler is, if it can cut through the lane, cut through the formation.
Yep. So right now, the question is, who gets priority for that last pick? Is it going to be EXP or is it going to be jungle? Personally, for me, I think leaving EXP for that final pick is going to give a significant advantage. Whoever locks in the other, you will find a counter pick for it, and at least utilize your flex pick better.
Yeah, more so because you know that this is just a Joy or a Nolan.
Exactly.
One or the other. If it's neither of those two,
it's Fredrin.
Paint a surprise. Would you Fredrin here?
I mean, I'm waiting for the last two picks, but it should be okay. Oh,
protect the jungler.
Okay. Shows Fove. Ulfendar can go for Glue straight off the bat here. Oh, is that a good idea? I feel like if SRG is willing to say, hey, Cram, you're going to have to just eat dirt for a little bit, you know? The laning phase is going to be difficult, but later in the game, you're going to be more relevant, especially with something like Harith and even the Hayabusa, which can proc your passive very, very often.
I don't know why. Something about that. Why can't I not stop thinking about the Fredrin? I don't know why.
For SRG?
Yeah. I mean, like, the Phoveus needs a little bit more help fronting.
Was all of last year not enough for you?
Hey.
What was in your head, dude?
It's been 3 years now.
What was in Sutsujin's in your head?
Last 2 picks.
Oh yeah, it is Farsa, see?
All right, nice. But they also go for the Tigreal, which is interesting because now team fighting, especially for Apex 47, this is one of his more consistent heroes, right? He doesn't usually miss those implosions.
I don't know. My head keeps going to utility, even though they do need the damage.
Older Joy.
But something about the BTK approach of, hey, let's pick up a utility jungler like a Fred or maybe even a Nakai, so that their pick-off style isn't, or setup, doesn't really have a lot to set up to into pick-off. You'll survive it, and then you set up the Bruno, the Low Yi. But yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be Nolan or Joy, you know.
Honestly, it's really, really tough, right? Any assassin coming into the Tigreal is already a problem. You don't have a guaranteed way of canceling out the Farsa by yourself, but they lock in the Frederick at the very end.
Is that enough damage?
I'm not sure.
That's the problem, though.
They believe in Innocent, maybe.
I'm scared.
It's Low Yi, Bruno focused.
That's it.
That's it. All right, Ingan, Naisu, let's go.
Taking a page out of the BTK book we saw earlier, they lock in the Fredrin. We can't even call it MOBA Fred anymore, right? This is now a Fredrin being brought to the table. I know Renmar stood up. He felt really good about it. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu and Ingan to bring you this matchup. Ulfednar and SRG. How are we feeling, Ingan? How are we feeling about these lineups?
Honestly, I was really hoping for an assassin versus assassin matchup. TNZ versus Sakai's well-known assassin users, micro-heavy users. But again, I have to agree with the panel. Is the damage from the Giants, from SRG, gonna be enough though to take on Ulfednar?
That's a question that we are gonna find out as we jump into the Land of Dawn. It's SRG and Ulfednar in this best of one. Both teams still looking for that victory within the Swiss stage. We'll see if they're able to pull through. And this time around too, quite a bit of contrast, you know, with the two lineups that we're looking at. And maybe this is gonna be it because the home crowd is here. They're locked and loaded and ready to watch SRG hopefully bring a victory because we know that they need it. And you know, when we look at this and we saw the stats, so it was a good lengthy discussion from the panel, and I really appreciated it because they broke a lot of things down. And even with that interesting fun fact, you know, about
Rosa.
Just Rosa, the amount of, was it average damage?
Highest average damage per minute
in
for
30
the whole
games?
MC, 30 plus.
Wow.
30 plus.
Only that, but this is one of the signature heroes of Rosa. So I don't know, gets the Farsa, so definitely going to be doing the damage here, and I think that's why a lot of us, whoa, TNT, whoa, taken. Goodbye, purple buff.
Okay, so TNZ with a huge purple buff steal up against SRG. And right now, if you're Ulfednar, you really want to capitalize on this. Again, you have a Harrod going up against a Bruno. Usually we don't see this, but Kenzie goes in with a wee shadow kill, gonna bring down Yumes. And a very aggressive TNZ.
Hey, this is a Hayabusa that we're talking about, and you know what, I mean, it almost feels bad because when you think about the actual matchup, let's just say, you know, a Hayabusa versus a Fredrin, like Fredrin himself, he's just gonna be watching as the shadows are going in and out and shadow kill, and all he can do is really just kind of tank it up and hope that the team doesn't get whittled down too quickly. But already with an early kill like that, obviously Ulfednar, a little bit of momentum building up into this first turtle. They're gonna be setting themselves up. I mean, think about all that's happened. You know, it is definitely going to delay SRG from getting to the point where they want to. You still have that orange buff being worked on. And look at this, Apex 47 gives that information over. So Ulfednar will be the ones to go ahead and start this up, but it looks like they're still gonna rotate down here, possibly for that fight. That level obviously showing in this case TNZ, you know.
2 levels.
Level 6 already.
2
but
levels.
Sakai's, he doesn't care. He'll start up the turtle anyway and hold things together. It looks like they're gonna take the calm and calculated approach.
Okay. They want to go to force out Glorious Pathway onto the back line, onto Stormy, but look at the Infernal Pursuit coming in from Cram, wanting to Zora, but here comes Rosa though. Just trying to deal out the damage.
Whoa.
And Rosa's gonna get the turtle away from SRG. Another implosion play will pursue there as they bring down Stormy. Now Yums and Sakai has to walk away as Cram trying to soak up the damage and save.
Apex! What a play! He just saved him!
A sacrificial play for Cram. But again, there was no trade for SRG, because Rosa, with the feathered airstrike, gets the turtle, and again, Gen Z takes down Sekai's.
You know what? Well, SRG gets a kill at least out of all that, but man, they lost so much. Ulfednar is locked in.
Oh, and they're not even done. They want to go for Yums once again. A Wiki Shadow kill paired up with the feathered airstrike. Rosa and TNZ making quick work of Yums. And this isn't just any Yums here. This is a show that Yums is known to use. And now 0-2-0 start.
Oh man, like I'm a little bit flabbergasted at what's going on here. Ulfednar, I knew that they wanted to go ahead and get the momentum going with a lineup like they brought to this game, but not expecting this. And it all started, I feel like, just with that purple buff steal, man.
Yeah.
It all started there.
The Quad Shadow entry, Retribution coming in from TNZ, and again they want to go for that initiation as they force out Stormy's flicker out, so another huge resource expended by the mid laner of SRG. 3.4k gold lead for Ulfednar, 5-1. SRG wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, I don't think so here, Ingan, and part of that might be, maybe at this point, because they're falling quite a bit behind, in the grand scheme of things. This is a big gap.
In the early stages of the game, 3.7k gold lead as Alien starts things off, trying to pull the turtle to their side.
We're gonna go ahead and start things up. Again, advantage for Ulfednar. Both gold laners still staying in their lane. It's gonna be a 4v4.
Here comes the Glorious Pathway once again. They want to start things off, trying to zone out Sekai's here as Rosa hasn't casted yet his ultimate. Now 4,000 HP for this turtle. Yums goes in with a flicker, but he's gonna miss. Tenzi goes in with a Wiki Shadow kill. It's gonna be Retribution battle, but Sekai's gets the turtle. Now the counter attack coming in from Selangor Red Giant. They want to go for more. The target is Apex 47. Energy Eruption. Appraiser's Wrath might be enough to bring down, but Crab goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. The answer of the Giant. Yums, okay, he's gonna connect with the Way of the Dragon, but here comes Sunshine to bring him down. They're not even done. Crab goes in, takes down the Thorn Queen. Stormy will fall down in the hands of Sunshine, but Innocent answers right back with a volley shot. TNZ, Alien, trying to zone out SRG and stop the onslaught of SRG.
Now we have a game on our hands as SRG rallies alongside the crowd here as they erupt. Man, what a turnaround. Great for them, but they still got work to do. Ulfednar, though, they got checked, and I'm surprised even in that exchange with the turtle that SRG was actually able to go ahead and secure it. They took their time, they approached it, and despite the level gap between the junglers, Sekai's, he made it work. He still has a gap to work against, still 3 levels, but hey, that's what SRG needed to happen, and now it looks like they're gonna go ahead and take some of this momentum and try to cap out here on the top side. Zalman Force already gonna be used, but you can see the threat here. Ulfednar's gotta respect it.
Okay, so far, you know that SRG is not lacking damage. Innocent also has a Malefic gun right now, so in terms of range, in terms of positioning, Innocent can really fight back. And just looking at the gold lead that SRG caught up with, it was almost a 4k gold lead for Ulfednar. Now it's down to 1.2k. You can feel that SRG is in control of the map. They had a huge turret takedown in the middle lane, exposing the jungle of TNZ. And again, I have to commend Yums for the turnaround, because even though he's 3-0-3-0 with the flicker play, although the Way of the Dragon didn't connect, it made TNZ preoccupied, went for the Wiki Shadow kill. That's why Sekai's had a chance to steal the second turtle away from Ulfednar.
Ulfednar definitely got to stay in check here. They're still technically, at somewhat of an advantage, I guess you can say, until eventually Sekai's is even in levels or gets things even out. But look at the damage Innocent's even doing to Apex.
With a Malefic gun, look at the, Apex for a second goes in with an implosion, but he's gonna miss and gonna be taken down by Innocent. Here comes the Zalman Force with the Glorious Pathway, but the damage from SRG might just be enough, despite the Revitalize. A double kill for Innocent. SRG. You can hear the arena making noise. Because so far it looks like SRG is back to their championship form.
We're now starting up the Lord here. Talk about a supporting team. If Sakai struggles, hey, the rest of the team rallies up And Innocent locked in definitely on the Bruno. We know Bruno wins games. Like, that's the stat right now so far throughout M6. And you can't let him get there because he's at the top of the gold standing. And so that's Lord secured. SRG taking that gold lead, diminishing it completely. And now they start to go ahead and march in with the momentum in their favor. Ulfednar, they started strong, man. You know, they had the right idea. They got momentum in their favor for the early game, but then boom, all of a sudden, they find themselves on the back foot. And Ulfednar has to adjust from this. They have to be able to play a little bit smarter on the approaches of the team fights.
And the scary thing is Stormy hasn't been using the diversion as much as we want him to, but despite all that, they have a 1.1k gold lead. Lord marching down bottom as Innocent will get a tier 2 turret up top, and here comes the clash. Sekai is right in the middle of everything, will be taken down, but a feathered airstrike coming in from Rosa. But SRG still standing strong. They know that they have the Lord. They can take out all outer turrets for SRG.
Good pick off there. Sakai's does go down. Still have to deal with this Lord, but I mean, look at this. There has to be an answer. Innocent just kind of sitting in the back, and he's doing enough damage himself. Quite intense amount of damage to deal with if you're Ulfednar. They got to play with the fact that they have, you know, some of the range advantage, but this is also going to get a little bit more difficult for Apex 47 to find the implosion he's looking for until he's tanky enough. Because, like we saw earlier, you know, he was trying to find Innocent, trying to find anyone, really, to get an implosion on. He does have Flicker, but then he took too many shots, and you saw how quickly he was worked on. So these buffs are going to be taken at this point. Ulfednar will have to just kind of fight for gold and XP. They're not out of the game. I mean, Sunshine's been doing pretty good. He's farmed up to where, you know, relatively a good point. He's got Stallium Scythe, Feather of Heaven, still working on his Holy Crystal, I believe, but he's not, you know, too crazy behind when it comes to Innocent. He's about 1,000 gold behind or so, and they got to catch up because some of those team fights, if they can, think about it, if they get the implosion right later on towards the game, then they've got the tools to fight. But right now, Apex 47 in trouble again. Uh-oh.
Oh, Infernal Pursuit.
Whoa.
And Innocent delivering the final blow to bring down Apex 47. Rosa forced to use the feathered airstrike, but just look at the damage, it's almost non-existent. Crown just literally stood under the feathered airstrike, unbothered.
Oh, man. I don't know. At this point, when you're a tank like Tigreal and you're getting shredded down that fast, that does not feel good. You're left just wondering, what am I going to do? How am I going to set things up for my team? And like I said, Ulfednar has to have a response, has to have an answer to that. And it might turn into the fact where Alien also has to step up, maybe in case of saving Apex 47 or even being able to start things up, because looking at the items, now that the next Lord is up, they've got a lot of work to do. You know, yes, the jungle is still in the advantage. You've got some minor gold advantage here for the mid lane, but ultimately, look at the gold difference, man. That is a massive lead right now for Innocent.
And now they're trying to deprive Ulfednar of their purple buff, but they're not going to overextend again. This is the issue that SRG had yesterday. According to Coach Arcadia, there was some sort of discipline problem. But right now, SRG, even though the purple buff of 10Z is really viable for them to get, they're not going to commit anything because there's a major objective up for grabs right now. It's the Lord, the second Lord, and they're wanting to secure the safety.
Okay, at this point, it's going to go for a reset or a soft one. They're going to start it up again. Ulfednar, what are they going to do?
Glorious pathway, the implosion is there, and Tansy steals away the Lord from SRG. SRG is now mad. They want to go for the kill. Alien pops to revitalize. The first man down is Apex 47. Yums with a beautiful kick, assisting them to the members of SRG to bring down Tansy and Alien. 5 members of SRG are still here, but Ulfednar, they got the Lord.
They got the Lord, but look at this, SRG should be able to clear these out pretty well. Again, Innocent, untouched, unbothered. Here with the team, Rosa drops down the feathered airstrike. They'll hold on to the base turrets for now. Lord still being worked on. Those waves. Oh! By Rosa.
Gets blasted out of the map.
Wow.
That's why Bruno wins. Get the Bruno plus the Malefic gun. The range, the damage is there, and on top of that, Apex 47, even if he has the flicker, he can't get to Innocent right now. Sunshine used to force to use the Salmon Force, but cannot get close enough to Innocent. Kenzie goes in with a weak shadow kill, but gets stunned out there. He has a quad shadow to go out. Whoa, SRG just on a rampage right now.
We got to do something about Bruno, man. Bruno, like, teams, as they move forward through M6.
But there's a diversion play. Stormy gets away. And with that, they know that the implosion has been expended. So SRG, they can actually make a play, a huge play right now.
They'll make a play from it, but I don't know, man.
Okay, here comes the energy eruption. Salmon Force is there, plus the Revitalize coming in from Ulfednar, but SRG just dishing out the damage! Sunshine is gonna fall down! The next one is the Thorn Queen! Innocent working on Alien! Gets the double! TNZ, Apex 47 just left there for themselves! SRG has the minions, and they can end this right now!
They're gonna be pushing it in again, mid-turret, the focus right now for SRG. Look at the damage on Apex. Can't even face the front right now against the Bruno. They're looking to close it out.
One Siege Minion, Apex 47, last effort with the implosion, gonna catch 4, plus the Sacred Hammer. Weaky Shadow Kill coming in from Tendy, but it's not gonna be enough as they're gonna get bursted down by the members of SRG. And just like that, SRG is back on track to their championship form.
This guy is not innocent, because right now, 9-0-4, what a game. What a just coming together as a team from SRG. It couldn't be untouched, just untouched, unbothered. And just great to see the adjustments that SRG had to make. Again, they were losing the early game. Ulfednar had it, and it slipped out of their hands. Really tough to see them for Ulfednar, and SRG needed that morale boost. What a performance here. We're going to be thrown over to the panel to break down this game and see what they have to say.
I know we're the English broadcast, but we are currently on the speakers right now here in Malaysia, and I wouldn't be doing my duty as a broadcaster if I don't do this. Malaysia, make some noise for SRG! After a very difficult day number 1, they get a 2-0 here today. Reactions. Look at Gideon. Look at Gideon just chilling happy.
And here's why. I'm happy because on a technical standpoint, the composition that they were trying to pull off is not easy at all. And it all depended on one man, and Innocent continues to show why he ain't guilty.
It's innocent for you. I think, personally, I must take my hat. If I had a hat off, I would take my hat off to my personal GOAT, my Malaysian GOAT, Yums. From the early to the mid, wherein SRG were in trouble, he was keeping up the pressure. He was, kiting in and out to keep Ulfednar honest. And then towards the late, where SRG were in control, he was kicking dudes left and right.
Yeah, and it looks like the Malaysian squad learned something from the Mobazane and BTK school of how to beat Turkey teams. Draft the Fredrin. Fredrin now, it looks like it's the bane of teams from Turkey. Twice BTK brought out a Fredrin. Ulfednar, down. S2G, down. And now SRG takes down Ulfednar, the lower. So with the Fredrin, crazy. I did not expect that. We actually put up our predictions, but more on that later as we hear now from, hey, it's Stormy on the stage.
And guys, there you have it. The Swiss stage is heating up as one more homeground heroes takes their first win. First of all, Stormy, congratulations. That was an intense game. I could see everybody here at the arena. They were shaking, they were screaming. I could even hear the staff shouting. But Stormy, how are you feeling? How's everything like?
We're happy that we won today, so very grateful today.
Okay, now Stormy, before we continue on talking about today, let's talk a bit about yesterday. I feel like the opening matches of the Swiss stage came as a shock to a lot of people when you guys lost against S2G. Maybe you can share with us what really happened. Was it the nervousness? You guys weren't ready, underprepared? What happened?
I think there's just some minor mistakes behind the game yesterday. So I think it's just our mistakes. So kita orang just try to fix it today, and alhamdulillah. Yeah.
So, if you feel like the mistakes were fixed today, how did you guys manage to fix it? What discussion did you guys have last night? Did you guys stay up really late? What was going on with Selangor Giants last night?
After we lost yesterday, we straight up go to stream, and the coaches stay up until 4 a.m.
Wow,
So, yeah.
4 a.m. Okay, amazing. Now, as we all know, Ufadnar had met you guys in MSC 2024, and they are still yet to get a win against the Lango Red Giants. Now, Stormy, with this, how did you guys react when you guys saw the matchup last night?
It's quite surprising because we fight them again 2 times already, right?
Yes.
So yeah, terkejut lah.
So you guys were shocked. Were you expecting this win, though?
50-50.
50-50. Okay, Stormy, earlier on just now when I talked to Zorn when Vamos won, I asked him if he felt nervous or pressured playing in Malaysia. And I also saw a content that you guys did with MPLMY or MLBB Esports in which you guys preferred international tournaments or playing outside of the country compared to playing in Malaysia. Why is that so? Do you feel like the pressure is higher when you're playing in your home country?
No, we don't feel nervous at all. I think it's just an opinion, so yeah.
I see. Okay, do you love the crowd in Malaysia?
Yeah, of course.
So, Stormy, last question. What do you have to say to the fans who came down for 2 days, supported the Lango Red Giants, and maybe you can ask them to continue supporting you guys?
To our fans, thanks so much for coming, especially to my mom and my family. It's because they weren't there yesterday, right? So they are here today. So thank you so much for coming.
The extra buff with mommy and the sister. Thank you very much, Stormy. Congratulations on that amazing win. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Ufadnar.
Thank you, Stormy, and of course, thank you to Rose. 14 minutes and 37 seconds was the time of that game between SRG and Ufadnar. For the first 5 minutes, though, it looked dire for SRG as Ufadnar just danced on them. Purple buff steal in the very first buff rotation coming in from the Hayabusa.
Quite a steal, and also the level lead that was generated off of it was expected to be insane. Because at this point, for a Hayabusa, in TNZ's position, you're expected to double, triple, and continue to compound the amount of interest you gain just from finding these kills. And he did a great job, but at the same time, I'm surprised of how this game actually panned out, because there's a lot of losing situations that get turned over by SRG.
Yeah, 3 levels was the max between Sekais and TNZ, and I think 5,000 between both of them. So something to note, folks, if you're playing a situation like this and say you were the Fredrin, don't worry, because tank junglers items are much, much cheaper than core jungle items, and that's the key here, economically speaking, how SRG were able to hold out. Another key that I would like to note is, I'm glad that we heard from Stormies, because I think he was so impactful, so significant to the turnaround, because one of the few things that's scarier than, say, a Tigreal through diversion is a Fredrin through a diversion. When he's got that fully charged kit and he has the energy eruption on, that's as good as a Tigreal.
Yeah, it's like, what do I do then suddenly to a Fredrin that rushed the Athena shield to help counter the biggest problems in the Farsa? And even though Sunshine would hit a power spike, it's as if they didn't have enough damage to deal with the defenses of SRG.
Not just an Athena shield, brother. Plus a Radiant armor! And the tough boots!
Yep. It's great itemization here, because keep in mind, it's going to be 2 magic damage, both of them very heavy in burst. One has a lot more consistent DPS compared to the other. Well, I mean, it's relative here. As long as they drop their ults, they've got some damage. But also, just keeping in mind that Hayabusa, the main problem is that, it just takes 1 item to take him down, and it forced him into a position where he had to rush the Malefic Roar rather than securing his BOD early, because he has to deal with his Fredrin no matter what.
Yeah, it's a fantastic itemization and understanding of the power spike there for SRG. Again, 5 minutes. That was how long Ufadnar had a chokehold onto this game. But at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the turtle was taken down by Sekais. Afterwards, they got kills. Afterwards, they invaded the orange buff, and they continued their domination as Innocent in the gold lane would hit his power spike as well. It is, again, one of the trends that we saw with the Fredrin across all the BTK matches against Turkiya teams. That Fredrin might struggle in the first few minutes, and around Turtle 2 or Turtle 3, they'll win, and then they'll invade.
Something to note, if you're trying to build this Fredrin, play it in your ranked games, do note it is not Thrill, it's Swift. So you gotta make the most of your enhanced basic attacks. This is something I learned when I was a newer Fredrin player, is use a skill, trigger the passive. Use a skill, trigger the passive.
Yep.
That helps with Swift.
Yes, Swift makes it the motion a lot smoother to actually pull off compared to going for regular penetration or even just going for just raw health, right?
Oh, yeah.
Overall, the composition coming in from SRG side, it's really, really hard to pull off, especially with the snowball lead that TNZ was able to generate from himself. The only issue with that is that TNZ must wait for his cooldowns to come back off, his Ogi Shadow Kill in particular, to really punish the side lane. Although, I will say that Ulfendar's positioning in the way that they're attacking the map was kind of interesting, right? Because I think a lot of the paranoia came when they don't see Stormy. Oh, is there a diversion coming out and we're not expecting it? Should we look to clear these bushes first? And when they do, that's when SRG take advantage of that space.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like Ulfenar were playing the way that they did. They understood the ticking time bomb that was the SRG lineup, wherein if they gave SRG any room at all between minute 5 to minute 9, it's still a good amount of chance that SRG would be able to turn things around. But then Ulfidnar, they slipped. They lost that control. They lost that grip that they had, and it led to Innocent popping off. Unkillable was Innocent in this game. MVP.
He had a perfect game, and that's crazy to imagine when there's so many factors that could have messed him up. Alien could have ran at him. He could have been caught at least by the implosion coming in from Apex 47. Not to mention that half the time, Rosa should have been targeting him anyways with the Feathered Airstrike.
But they weren't, because most of the action was happening in mid, down to the bottom, so the lower quarter of the map. Where was Innocent this whole time? Elsewhere. And that's what allowed SRG to come back. So it's an understanding of their current situation being on the back foot, plus Innocent's just hyper farming. Now the question is, what was Sunshine doing? Now in hindsight, we never really looked, or the game never really looked at that laning matchup as much. So the fact that they were quiet means it benefited Innocent more than Sunshine.
It did. It really did. And I think, there was a point in the game where Ulfendar must group up together. They just don't have a choice here. And that was the big issue. Once you start grouping up and you're losing pressure, look at the attention being thrown just by Yums alone. Oh, hey, guess what? If you chase me, you get a free kill. But at the same time, they take mid-tier 1, and that compromises the position, especially for Hayabusa whenever he wants to take this purple buff.
Yeah, as we look at the MVP highlights here, I think also we could put it as simple as, well, Innocent, maybe just play the better lane than Sunshine, outlaning him. I wouldn't call it as dominating. It was his tower that was broken first. It was Ulfenar able to pierce the lane of the gold laner of SRG, but SRG, again, found the right timing to tell Innocent, start playing around us. Innocent, come here, join us in the fights, and that's why he was able to get the kills through the counter punishes that they dished out.
And that takes really high game IQ, really high game sense, chemistry and communications to trust in your team and say, yeah, you know what? I'm done with this lane. You guys need me. It's time to step on the clutch. It's time for us to be on the offense.
Everybody played a role in this game, right? Without one component, we probably wouldn't have seen the game kind of devolve into what it did. Even Stormy playing a pretty crucial role at converging, really punishing their opponents, overextending their leads beyond what was necessary, and then utilizing that resource to turn it into an equalizer against Ulfendar.
It got to the point where it was so difficult for any of the frontliners of Ulfidnar to find any space. And it went back to the whole Lo Yi effect. Lo Yi likes it when the roamers that she's up against are slow, when they're just crawling and trotting, and it's so easy for her to activate the duality effect to make sure that they maximize the damage. And now Ulfidnar, the team that called through the wild card, is now at peril of getting eliminated. They're 0-2, while now the Malaysians can rest easy. The representatives, all of them, Vamos and the SRG, they're all in the 1-1 bracket, so a little bit more tournament life.
Bad news for Turkey. Both of their teams lost today. Good news is they've avoided each other bracket-wise.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, too.
Yeah, that's what we were setting up.
Yeah, it's great for the Malaysians, other than if the draw ends up pretty bad and they end up facing off against each other, probably not going to be a good time. But generally, the way that the things have been going on in this Swiss, I'm pretty surprised the turnover rate of these comebacks, and not to mention these super difficult compositions to execute.
There are 8 teams in the 1-1 bracket at the end of the day. So what are the chances that 2 Malaysian teams are going to face off against each other?
Crazy. In a matchup where we saw the Thorn Queen against the Mage Prodigy, Rosa versus Stormy, Ulfidnar versus SRG, a team that is slow to warm up in MSC, IESF, and even MPL MY Season 4 team. It is SRG that get the victory. Coming up next is another big one. Fnatic Onyx Philippines yesterday, the champions of the Philippines, were able to give a lot of difficulty to Team Liquid ID, the champions of Indonesia. But CFU Gaming have proven to be a worthy opponent, and they may continue another trend of shocking upsets. But against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, how feasible is that? Because we got to see FNOP dominate. We had to see CFU work for it.
If you know CFU and you watch these other major tournaments around our circuit, I'm talking about Snapdragon Pro Series here, you know that CFU is notorious for taking down Filipino champions a peg or two.
I mean, their playstyle is interesting, I would say, right? Nobody can really pinpoint. They say aggression, but what does it mean to be aggressive?
Yeah.
What exactly is the trigger finger for them? It's tough to tell.
Yeah, they're a team that may come in here packing with a lot of surprises that FNOP has to be careful of. But of course, because of what they showed yesterday, CFU definitely has to be careful of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. It's going to be an interesting one between Cambodia versus Philippines in the next matchup. CFU against FNOP. We will be back after a short break here at the M6 Swiss Stage Day 2.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji Hello Panda semua suka biskuit Hello Panda semua suka biskuitnya Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry Hello Panda biskuit
road to achieving your dreams is never easy. Sometimes you'll always just make it to a certain point and it stops there. You'll be stuck there for quite some time up until you find the next level to make it past that, on to the next, up until you finally achieve your dreams. That's the story of CFU and Fnatic Onyx Philippines in their regional leagues in Cambodia and the Philippines respectively. Now they meet on the world stage. Renmar Santa Cruz still here. My name is Renmar. Well, you can call me Renmar. Still with Leo, still with Gideon Q for this very interesting matchup that will happen between Cambodia and the Philippines, the respective champions to potentially make it into the 2-0 bracket. Before any of that, where are my pandas?
Huh? What?
Gideon.
We ate all of it.
It's gone now.
Gone now, no more.
Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. I love you, Hello Panda, and I wish I had more of you because these guys just finished mine.
Yummy.
Thanks.
Oh, good. Looking.
You know, when it comes to friends, support is important, you know.
Yeah.
So if you want the M6 support chest, it'll be available for a limited time from November 22 to December 29 rather. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass XP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass as a whole, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark skin. Great way to level up your pass right now to get that rewards. And of course, if you want that in front of you, just think about this. Okay, the Claude figurine, actually, Leo made a great point about it. It's you not getting one. Technically, you're getting two because you're getting Claude and Dexter. We've never had that before.
Yeah, historically, like volume-wise, this is the most you're getting in an action figure when it comes to the M series freebie upon completing that pass.
Not to mention for at least those who have been collecting each and every one of the models, the base for this one with the flames around it probably stands out a lot more compared to the pillar, a block of wood. I mean, come on. It's an evolution.
I guess you could say that's pretty fire. So if you missed out the pretty fire series that we had in the last one, SRG versus Ulfidnar, well, these were our predictions at the end of the draft. So Gideon with the Malaysian Pride, Bole, he was able to get that prediction right, while Leo and I thought that Ulfidnar, well, they did dominate the early game until eventually SRG turned things around. But
it was not baseless.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Interesting drafts. You can go back to it, but of course, hopefully you stick with us now. Wait.
I've been wrong all day.
You have?
Not a single correct prediction all throughout the 6 matches that have elapsed.
Wow, that usually doesn't happen. You're usually pretty accurate.
Let me double check. Yeah, go ahead, continue. Let me count.
Okay, so it might be a curse. All I know is I'm 4 out of 5 now. Yeah, because of that. So let's talk about this one. Again, they have very similar stories in their regional leagues, but speed versus control is a good way to look at it. So the Fnatic Onyx Philippines Super Family showed immense chemistry in their gameplay, that they're able to push a tempo and control the game with speed. It was your cavalry they were going up against, and yeah, that speed was deadly.
The speed was extremely deadly, but I have to say that Fnatic Onyx PH, what's interesting about them is their mastery over tempo, understanding when to tempo break, understanding when to walk back and increase the tempo. That's what makes them so flexible and why they seem so dominant in a lot of those games, because their eye, not only for opportunity, but their Emperor's eye, for those who know the reference, it feels like they see every corner of the map.
And that's made possible because of their immaculate micro. Macro might seem like their main strength, but if you really look into it and you study what gets them to those positions, it's because of how they win lane per lane, one-on-one, skirmish to skirmish, and everything else just follows. That's the most simple and yet all-encompassing way I can describe what makes Fnatic Onyx tick.
Alternatively, for Cambodia First United, CFU Gaming, they had to work for their series up against NIP Flash. It was a big back and forth, lots of rubber banding, but they proved that they know how to handle aggression with strong counter initiation. A key play that happened is that, just imagine this in your head right now. You can close your eyes and listen to my voice. Just imagine a Joy teleporting back to base to defend, the Nolan split pushing. You're up against a chip, and then suddenly a chip portal pops up as you're defending. You see the Nolan who's split pushing go through it. You go through it yourself, and you take down the opposing gold laner. That was a crazy play. Let's see if you pulled off. And the fact that they have a jungler who can think of something like that. I think Fnatic Onyx Philippines really need to respect the macro eye of things that CFU has.
I think a lot of it is going to boil down in a lot of them in a lot of these interactions through team fighting, and I think that's where we're really going to see maybe CFU, if they have a lead, they will be able to push at least FNOP all the way, maybe into a corner even. But I'm expecting that FNOP are not going to let go of the pressure. If they get even just a little bit of lead, they want to hold on to that for as long as possible.
Yeah, one of the things in my head is if I'm CFU. Should CFU just draft a strong 5 versus 4 composition? Because they're probably going to be thinking like, you know what, we can let go of one of our side lanes. Someone from FNOP is always split pushing a side lane. The 4v1 team fighting that Fnatic Onyx Philippines goes for. While for CFU, they can honestly just look at the team fighting as you mentioned. Strong 5-man.
That's an actual question we can actually dig into. Like, it's a whole nother discussion, how to draft against Fnatic Onyx.
And to draft against a team that's been labeled as a super family, well, maybe it's better to understand your opponent first, right? So Coach Why Not actually got to share some words with us to talk about Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They built their bond together and accepted their past challenges, and they moved on. Their chemistry transcended the game. That is an excellent way to put it. Their chemistry transcends the game. FNOP are just that tight.
I think it's a really good look into what makes a team S tier. And most of the time they say chemistry, right? But what does that really entail? Think of your best friends, right? Now think of having 4 other best friends all with the exact same goal. Then you start really understanding each and every one of their movements. And when you're moving towards that goal, the small intricacies suddenly become important. These guys are absolutely obsessed, not only with the game, but they're obsessed to achieve an M-Series win.
Obsessed to win as one. That is Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And Leo, remember, the times we'd be able to hear comms from FNOP, we thought it would always be so intricate of like, you do this, you do that.
Yeah.
No, it can be as simple as, yeah, I'm here. Let's go.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. How it's their micro that actually supports their macro. The fact that each of them know their job and each of them understand how the others will do their job, which allow for these map-wide plays that you could have sworn was talked about in detail, that they had intricate blueprints, folders upon folders of Coach Why Not and Coach Hayes' discussions, but no, it was actually all just, as cheesy as it sounds, the power of friendship. It's their bond. It's their communications that allow for that to happen.
Well, the power of friendship is powerful if you're familiar with esports history, man. I mean, if you know, you know. Well, I think I could be a little bit more tongue-in-cheek with this one. Real OGs would know just how strong the power of friendship is in a tournament setting. So now, let's put ourselves in the fins of CFU. How do we draft against Fnatic Onyx Philippines? Who do you target first? Let's look at the one way to look at it. Super Friends, maybe?
I would suggest against that.
Really? Personally, for me, I would have gone at least, okay, at a bare minimum, don't let him touch Loi.
That's one. Second, I would say we learn more after we talk about CFU.
Yeah, CFU, here they are on your screens as we put in ourselves in their fins to learn more about how they should draft. Let's learn first more about the individual players.
With seeing OP, Z, Detective, and as well as Wadu, this has been a long time coming from CFU side. Obviously, we've highlighted OP before. He's done a lot for this team, bringing not only his experience, but also strong initiations. When he looks at the game, he understands. He looks pretty far ahead into the team fight. But the ones that I want to see perform this time around, number one, it's Wadu. Secondly, it's going to be Detective because they have an extremely important role. We've seen Fnatic Onyx just smash through with just these 2 roles.
Yeah, and for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, hopefully they don't get too baited into overfighting. CFU are great at that. That's what they did to win against NIP Flash. So now, let's see who they're up against.
All right, perfect timing. To be able to introduce and talk about how to beat Fnatic Onyx, you have to look at Fnatic Onyx and say, what makes this lineup work? Yes, Super Friends, smack dab in the middle, a Monster Mage, the team captain. At least minimum. Take away the Loi. But really, what makes him tick is the fact that, yeah, there's this whole 4-in-1 situation. There's always one of them doing something else on the map that affects the game entirely and leaves a late game inevitable win. Who is that exactly? It's usually King Kong or Kirk. So if you attack King Kong, you attack Kirk, You did what RRQ Hoshi did in Snapdragon Pro Series in the challenge, in the open finals.
Yeah.
You deny those 4-in-1s. You choke out Kirk, you choke out King Kong, and you make Fnatic Onic respond when they're not ready.
All right, let's take a quick look at the M chat that we had with the Super Family. It's all of them. How are each of the players like? Keller says Brusco is pretty funny. Funny looking. that's a very Keller-esque answer. Kirk is easily irritated and shy, especially when girls approach him. He gets scared. I mean, just look back at the interviews of MPL Philippines. And King Kong tries to look Sigma, but he's a joker and a weirdo. Look at King Kong's response, Leo.
That's who he is.
Yeah.
Can't confirm.
Keller.
At the heart of things, he's just a kid who's living his dream from Taguig City. Like, T-Town represent.
T-Town represent, and of course, King Kong says, Keller is weirder and I don't look Sigma. I am Sigma.
God, really the embodiment of their team. Truly a test and also a showing of a good relationship between the players. And that's going to help a lot, right? Because again, you've already mentioned that the communication is at the bare minimum, which means they have that third eye, that extra sense, that fifth sense, some may even say, when they're inside the game. So I think that CFU need to disrupt that. If they play a little chaotic, if they're able to kind of split them apart and don't, hey, if we're going to fight, let's skirmish. Don't go for the full team fight first and then build off of those leads.
You could call it the Sigma sense.
The Sigma sense.
I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah,
It's King Kong who showed it the most, like his game IQ when, oh, look, it's a team fight. I'm split pushing, psych, we win.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I bet King Kong is just, you know, when he's recall spamming and taunting his opponents, he's asking them, what color is your Ducati?
I wish I had a Ducati. That'd be really great. Let's get back into the topic that we had earlier. How will you draft against a team like FNOP? All right, it's not the Super Friends route. Do you have something that you'd want to...
I would say attack Kirk.
Ooh.
Choke out the Fove, choke out the Edith. This is what Aurora did in that Game 7 run in the Grand Finals. Steal it away, deny it. Make him play like these old favorites like Terizla. See how far his hero pool goes. See if he has a side lane Cho. Which he does, but, you know, like, are they ready for that?
I think at the very least, EXP is a pretty narrow pool in it of itself. That means you can actually bleed these leads into other particular areas. Loyi obviously being one of them, but I think if we want to limit King Kong, you got to limit his mobility, right? As you mentioned, that 4-1, the 1 is usually King Kong actually collecting, sweeping gold underneath the rug for his team.
So there's that approach. What about the... No, it can't be the Keller angle. It's hard to directly tackle gold laners.
It's so hard.
It is.
You have to tackle the rest of the map, right?
Agreed. I think that's just because of the way that the meta is positioned as of right now. It's hard to not only quote-unquote dominate your lane. We don't see that happen very often. And even so, I think that Brusco does an extremely good job at showing presence at the right time. Oh, you're about to go for a full engage because Keller doesn't have his flicker. Brusco shows up. What are you going to do about it? Try me. Try me. Step one. Take one step further.
He doesn't even need to wait for that point. Sometimes if he sees an opportunity, he will make himself known. 58-second first blood yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Spent the flicker to get it, but hey, that was worth it for him.
Yeah, the fastest first blood in M6 was done by a roamer, and his name is Brusco.
Let that sink in.
So what if we go back to the most basic and fundamentals of all drafting, and let's look at the center of the map. We said no to Super Friends. Kirk could be a good possibility. So let's tackle the other frontliner. Let's tackle Brusco. How do you tackle the current pool of roamers right now? Because it is still so varied.
It is very varied, but there's a lot of correlations with a lot of them, right? For an example, when you're thinking about high loss, you're thinking about moving forward, slowing down your opponents, right?
Yes.
Take that away, and now mobility becomes an issue. How do you deal with that? With lane pressure. Every single time you think about supports, what exactly is their job and who does it affect? You get rid of the Cho, guess what? You get rid of a flex pick, and as well as making an assassin jungler's life a lot easier in that matchup. So with their bans, it's going to directly correlate to what exactly they want to provide in the game. Similarly to when we look back in the previous matchups, hey, they're banning out Alpha and Suyo coming in from Ulf. That just means that they have a plan in mind.
All right, so I had to revisit something here, the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. It seems like their approach, Aurora MLBB, to try and taking down Fnatic Onic Philippines was to, number one, get rid of a flex. Weirdly enough, they actually tackled Super Friends and Kelra.
But again, it was a slightly different time in the meta, so...
I mean, it was slightly different.
Slightly. That and they put the they put the Edith on Edward.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's
so
true.
they choked that away from Kirk.
So here for CFU, let's see if at least their first phase of banning will reflect that. They take away the Fanny of King Kong, and that's one Super Friends off option away. They take out the Ju Sin. Now I wonder if CFU might be crazy enough to, if it's open, bum rush the low Yi and get it in the first two picks on the red side.
Possibly, but they first need to think about things like Yi. Oh, interesting. They're purposely leaving it open. Huh. That means at least at a bare minimum, we might see Lo Yi. Good chance we see Yi. Good chance we see Hilda as well. And with that Joy Ban, all three are open to make sure that red side have an insane counter engage.
Yeah, and I think with Joy Ban also, that's Lo Yi Eve trade.
Oh yeah,
we might be seeing here in the mid lane. First pick though, FNOP, are they the exception to first picking Suyo? Because King Kong just does it so well, but now Brusco gets his Cho.
Yeah, because you can't take the Hilda, the Eve, and the Louis all at the same time. So something's got to give.
Something has got to give. Personally, for me, I think that it really depends on how afraid are you to deal with Super Friends' Lo Yi. And Lo Yi is really interesting, right? Because again, great in team fights, but the major issue is that you don't know when Lo Yi is going to show up behind you, side of you, flanking you from different angles here. So they're going to deny the Lo Yi, but still 100% pick ban rate in the Hilda as well. Two very big power picks for CFU.
All right, so they are local enough to actually prioritize the Lo Yi in the first two picks red side. And you mentioned the Hilda, Leo, it does pop up here. For FNOP, do you quickly react and get your power pick? Do you get the Beatrix for Kelleran now?
It's a good way to respond to people coming through a diversion.
Sand rises when I give the word.
Oh,
Khalid Suyo.
Oh, that's very interesting. Khalid Suyo into this particular matchup. Both don't exactly do too well, especially when you're up against a Hilda, but both maintain enough pressure to keep up with the Hilda to make sure that you can at least monitor her as she walks away from the lane.
And now, of course, it becomes the Suyo Alpha trade in the jungle, and now both teams will be, well, for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, no gold and mid yet. Well, for CFU, no gold and either roam or XP. Although wait, are they gonna put this Hilda in the roam instead?
They can flex it.
They can technically. They can if they want to, but I do want to see a Beatrix ban come out sooner rather than later. They get rid of the Granger, which is already pretty good. Granger's able to open up the map super easily with the Death Sonata at the bare minimum.
Oh, but the thing is now, if we're talking about the big-time gold laners, as we've talked about all throughout the day, Bruno, Granger,
Beatrix.
Beatrix is the last one off left. And see if you can pick it 4.
Your team is down.
Ooh, Gatot ban coming in for the side of FNOP, huh? I guess Gatot is alright in terms of being an EXP laner to clear waves fast, but also having high impact in that game. At the very least, you can be like, oh, diversion, and then quickly throw yourself into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, it's also, I feel like a Khalid thing. I think I got to talk with a few players, and if they know they have an XP Khalid, sometimes the XP laner themselves would be the one to say, can we just take out Gatot?
They don't like it.
Yeah, they just don't like it. It's not all the time, but that might be one of the reasons. The other reason is slower backline focused gold laner maybe for Kelra?
Well, yes, but let me get into the micro of it. When you use not the Raging Sands, or the sand, the tornadoes in the lane, once you hit level 2, he does the first spin, you taunt him, you clear the wave, concussive blast, you walk off, and then you have priority over the lane. That's the micro side of things.
That's why they decided to go for the Gatot removal. Tigreal gets taken away. So they're looking at the Hilda. They're forcing the Hilda into the EXP lane, and they are just removing some key roamers here that could give trouble to the Cho.
Gold laner still at large for both sides.
Oh, where could they go with this? You just pick up the Beatrix here, right? You pick up the Beatrix for yourself, force FNOP to play something that scales a little bit later. Harith, Natan, both can go into this composition very, very well. And then look to final pick maybe Chip, have double global presence.
Oh, thank you for reminding me that Chip is still hotly contested right now, honestly.
Fold the map twice. Fnatic Onyx still need to invest in a good mid laner, though. I don't think these three are going to work alone. Are we looking at what? A Valentina? An Eve?
As expected.
Steal away the Bea.
I think if you're Keldar, you honestly consider Nathan right now. Because if it's just a Valentina, that's not enough magic, dude.
Do you Veil?
Actually, Veil would be pretty interesting to see, but I personally think that Farsa goes really, really nicely because I don't think anything reaches the backline at this point other than if you diversion them there.
And this is one of the few times that the Aurora's actually open.
Yeah. That too. I mean, all of those picks do well as long as they scale, as long as they hold position over that mid lane, and most importantly, can you open up bushes safely without having to put yourself in danger? That's why, as much as I want to say Valentina is going to go great, because at least you deal with two melee heroes, you're still going to get one shot by a lot of abilities.
All right, they do go magic damage, but it's the Harith over the Nathan, and it's the Sicilian. For Super Friends. They were the first team, if I'm not mistaken, in MPL Philippines Season 14 to show up with the Sicilian. And now it makes a comeback here. They rounded off with magic damage, but the sword hanging over FNOP's head, a potential last pick chip for CFU.
Oh, would chip be enough here? Sicilion's damage is kind of scary, especially when it scales, but more so that Sanguine Claw, particularly dangerous to backliners, especially if it just clips you at the edge.
Yeah, and it misplaces or displaces the Hilda and the chip. Like, you need someone who can cut right through to the back.
So maybe, yeah, it sounds like the Sicilian and Harith were picked because they were thinking of the chip in mind. So does this mean CFU swerve?
Do they have the picks to swerve?
I think the only pick that could help swerve them is probably like a drop or even... Oh, there we go. Another pick-off style of hero. I mean, they're playing... Keep in mind, they're playing Beatrix.
Okay, Franco Beatrix, Franco Loyi, very Indonesia-coded. A shout-out to, if I'm not mistaken, it's Evo Sledges back in MPL Philippines Season 13 who showed me this combo. But it's a Sicilian, and Sicilian's happy to go up against Franco. Ingan Naisu, could you please expound a bit more?
Thank you so much, panel, for that amazing analysis. I mean, looking at the lineups, I know this is going to be a banger. The Beatrix paired up with the Franco for CFU. We've seen it's a sort of similar style with Aurora a while ago with the Kaja and Beatrix, but this time we'll see if you make it work up against a Titan, the champions of the Philippines, Fnatic Onyx. And so far, what can you say? We have another Sicilian here.
We do. Hey, you know what? This could work in their favor, like we saw earlier today with a very long game. But ultimately, too, I'd be a little bit worried if the pickoff potential comes through with that Franco-Beatrix combination.
Yeah. And as we enter the Land of Dawn for match number 7 of day number 2 for the Swiss stage.
Welcome to Moonton.
You know, the thing is, with the Kaja a while ago from Aurora, it wasn't as active as we wanted it to be, especially if you have a Beatrix up against Harith right now. So right now, if you're OP, you really have to be proactive. Make those... Look for those pickoffs. Activate CFU Gaming right away. Give Sing the space that he needs. Because yesterday, when we saw CFU Gaming go up against NIP Flash, the moment that they gave Sing his power spike, the moment that they gave him a lot of space, he was able to pop off up against NIP Flash.
Definitely was. I mean, that's at this point with the Beatrix, you know, in that matchup against the Harith, they're gonna have to make something work here. Brusco, mind you, yesterday I think he had the record. What was it, the fastest first blood at what, 54 seconds? And this time around, still early pressure. Wanted taking a couple shots, might have taken too many, won't be able to escape that first blood in the hands of King Kong. Might be looking for more. Oh, Detective runs into the wall with the Cyclone Eye, already a double for King Kong.
And that's not what you want if you're going up against Fnatic Onyx Page. I mean, yesterday they went up against TLID for the fastest game this Swiss stage, 11 minutes and 11 seconds. And assuming that this game goes to the late game, again, they have Super Friends.
OP. Already burning the flicker, and, you know, you make a good point here. And most people, you know, the worst person to give that early double kill to is obviously a jungler like the Suyo that really performs really well. Even down a couple health bars, they'll still go ahead and check Wadu. Wadu will be forced out, but this is now position where Fnatic Onyx Philippines could go ahead and start this turtle up. Some of the advantage they've already built themselves.
And you're going to expect the XP laners to be as active as possible because, you know, Khalid really activated first 5 minutes. He wants to disrupt as much as possible the rotation of the opposing team, give as much as information as he can. And that's the same goal of the Hilda because towards the mid to the late game, these two heroes, especially the Hilda, almost becomes non-existent, especially if the turtle will be...
It's going to be secured. King Kong gets it. There's the Raging Sandstorm. Won't be able to find a connection, though. They're caught in place, and they actually just back off. Kirk as well didn't expend it that way, the Dragon, so easy cuttings for Fnatic on it. They'll go ahead and just get that turtle.
Okay. Now Fnatic is on a roll, controlling the pace. This is what Gideon has been mentioning. They know they're masters of tempo. They know how to break, they know how to utilize the tempo, and so far with the 2 kills King Kong has picked up early on, they know what to do.
Yeah.
Brusco, the bruiser, clearly just zoning out CFU Gaming, again getting a lot of information for Fnatic Onyx PH, and this is what you want if you're going up against the Luyi. Get as much ground so you can disrupt diversion like this. But okay, OP's gonna miss with his Iron Hook, but it's looking like Super Prince wants to go in.
Super Prince wants to go for Z. There's the Raging Sandstorm. They're gonna be able to pick up the kill this time around for Brusco. Good couple of shots from Super Prince. You know, that's the thing we expect when that Sicilian is there. So Z, even burning the Purify in that exchange. Meanwhile, up top, Kirk will just go ahead and kick Wadu away. He's had enough of that. Kelra will, he'll actually be able to sidestep that. OP and Zing here both. Malefic Gun now picked up. That's the first priority, but it looks like just gonna go ahead and continue farming up.
Yeah, so for CFU Gaming, again, if you're gonna have a Kaja, a suppress type of hero, a pick-off type of roamer, like the Kaja or the Franco, you have to be as proactive as possible. You don't want your Iron Hooks to miss. You don't want to use the Flicker for the Bloody Hunt combination just for the sake of that, just to get the pick-off early on at this stage. So OP really needs to step up for his team right now, but Super Prince with the Sanguine Claws really being a thorn in the neck of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, and even a part of that, I'm wondering if they'll actually be able to contest this turtle coming up. They're just gonna secure these buffs here for Detective. Turtle spawns now.
Oh,
there's the hook. This might be a lockdown they're looking for. Bloody Hunt 2. Taking out Brusco. Good response from CFU.
Diversion?
Diversion gonna be used. Get in position. King Kong round the corner, takes the shot, has the information, waiting on the rest of the team. Kirk joins as well. Looks for Wadu, goes in. Doesn't use the kick though, and that'll be the turtle for CFU. Able to find something. It does whittle down that gold lead a little bit that FNOP was building up, but they still have work to do.
And that's what we were saying. OP really needs to connect with the Iron Hook. Oh, kick!
There's the kick from Kirk. Right into the blades of King Kong. And there's a shot. Z has to be careful. He takes another bad impact. But that's why Kirk, he held on to that Way of the Dragon earlier on.
And Fnatic Onyx, again, speaking of tempo, what the panel has been mentioning, normally, if you're going to get a turtle taken away from you, you're just going to disengage, regroup, and think things through. But Fnatic Onyx, especially Kirk, wants to go in right away, commits the Flicker, Way of the Dragon combination to make sure that they get the trade, despite CFU Gaming getting a kill, plus that turtle.
That's kind of what they have to play around here, Ingon. It's really just the hook, and every time OP, you know, he doesn't land it. We've seen this before where Franco, you know, it's kind of, even if you miss the hooks, it's that one hook that can change the course of a game later on, but you also have to stop the game from just scaling out of favor. Diversion gonna be used. They send in the whole team through. Looking to crash down. Brusco in trouble again as he's taken out by Z. Super Prince and Kelra still gonna be okay though. 4 members from CFU focusing on the bottom side. They're gonna crash down. Kelra in trouble as a double for Z, and now Super Prince in trouble as they pick up another kill. And CFU now taking the momentum just around the corner. King Kong and Kirk waiting patiently, but they don't want anything to do with CFU right there.
They don't want to smoke. They don't want to overcommit up against CFU Gaming. That was a huge play, but Kirk
could be in trouble. Does get away, still has the safety of the turret. Brusco, but look at all the bodies here on the bottom side. And Brusco has to flicker out. The hook is actually gonna land, and a good hook. Raging Sandstorm on the defense, and now Kelra joining the fight. Pops the Zaman Force just to cover. And Super Prince will help him out. Good thing Brusco stays alive. They trade the objective as the turtle, the last one of the game, goes to FNOP.
So CFU Gaming was able to secure a turret down bottom, but in exchange, they wanted to go for a kill onto Brusco. They did, however, expend his Flicker, but the problem was Fnatic Onyx was ready for that, and they were 2 steps ahead because they wanted to go for the trade for the turtle instead, and they were successful in doing so. So right now, Fnatic still clinging on to that 2.2k gold lead. But the thing is, for CFU Gaming, they have a lot of entry points. They have the Iron Hook, they have the Flicker, Bloody Hunt, and apart from that, the diversion plays, that's Z. at any given moment can give out.
It's funny because, you know, that's an early winner crown, man, for Opie. Has the rapid boots, he's got the speed, and he's got the freeze as well. Look at the play, though. Up here, the tier 2 was being worked on the whole time. And now they're going to go take this purple buff away. There's the pull, though. Brusco jumps on in. Kirk's already out. Kelra drops the Zom in force. King Kong takes the shot on the backside. There's no turret to help them out. They're still taking the brunt of the damage, and they have to back off. As FNOP loses to Obi with a flicker back after the hook. And there's the shot from Zing. Finally lining it up and takes out King Kong.
CFU shocking Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a quick response, a quick diversion play onto their jungle, onto their middle lane, disrupting the plans of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And again, OP stepping up to the plate, connecting with the Iron Hooks, connecting with the Bloody Hunt. And again, going back at the item builds, first item, Winter Crown. So you know he's willing to dive in, cast that Flicker, Bloody Hunt, then eventually cast that Winter Crown to evade a potential death. Now CFU Gaming, all eyes are on the mid lane. Brusco pops his conceal. As CFU Gaming just really trying to get the upper hand here, providing a lot of vision, but look at Kirk, okay? He's not gonna make a play there, but he does have a lot of information, especially coming in to this very first Lord.
Given the information that they need, this is the thing, Opie, you know, he's, I don't know, that Winter Crown really helping him out, landing the hooks that he needs to land. And now that the Lord is up, Fnatic actually gets checked into a position where they can't confidently just go ahead and start this up and take it. You know, they really have to respect the fact that CFU has been winning the past few minutes. Yeah, that tier 2 was down in the mid lane, but at what cost at the same time? There it is again. King Kong will avoid that hook. They're going to crash down looking for Wadu, but there's Kirk with the kick right on the mark, and then the Raging Sandstorm in the backside. They're cut off into 2. Brusco will heal back up, and Detective gets taken out. A great team fight from FNOP, and now the Lord on their sights for the taking.
Just like that, Fnatic once again back on top, back on full control. We'll get an uncontested Lord for the taking. And this is what happens when the Iron Hook is already casted. King Kong was able to evade that. That's why CFU Gaming, they had no initiation during that time. They had no time to diversion out of the play. And Fnatic Onyx, they were just on the chase. Brusco, I mean, casting the Raging Sandstorm to make sure that CFU Gaming cannot retreat. And at the same time, Kirk with Jit Kundu Flicker combination to make sure that they get the necessary kills that they need for CFU Gaming to not contest for this Lord anymore. And looking at the gold difference, 8.1k for Kelra, clearly having a good time with this Harith. But the problem is Kelra's not the main problem. It's going to be Super Prince. Later, it's Super Prince now. Yep. So CFU Gaming, they really have to go for the backline and make sure to contain Super Prince.
This is insane, too. King Kong, level 15, the Detectives, level 11. I mean, they're going to clear out this Lord just fine, but Kirk goes in with a kick again, the way the Dragon right on the mark, and Wadu taken out in an instance, and that's the overload of damage that this lineup from FNOP gives. They won't get to the base turrets just yet. Looks like CFU will be able to hold on to the shields unless they put the pressure in this mid lane, just trying to get the shields down. Not sure if they're able to, they do dodge that hook. So that might be all they get. Still eyes up here on the top side from FNOP to get that tier 2 down.
Okay, so now it's in the hands of Z. OP, I mean, he's been connecting with the Iron Hooks, connecting with the Bloody Hunt. And this time they really need to have a beautiful diversion play. Might be to contest for the second Lord, might be to catch Fnatic Onyx PH off guard when they're going to get the purple buff like this potential play.
All right, they're going to be seen. And, you know, Ian, I think that's what CFU has to do. You know, they've done relatively well throughout the mid to late game transition of this game, but I think now they've got to really rely on the diversion use. They've got to be able to go ahead and maybe pull a surprise on Fnatic Onyx Philippines through this, because you're seeing it. Just like we got a preview earlier, there's the stat count for Super Prince right now. So you got 207.
Yeah, and we just clarified a while ago during the at the backstage at Talent Lounge that there's no cap when it comes to the stacks of the Sicilian. So if this game goes to a really, really, really long game, it's going to be beneficial actually for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But with a 4.5k gold lead, I don't think they'll even reach the late game with how Fnatic is playing right now, unless we go back to your point. Z performs a phenomenal diversion play, catch Super Prince off guard. Again, it's a suppress Bloody Hunt from OP. And if he manages to get Super Prince or even just Kelra, Fnatic Onyx can actually they can actually force Fnatic Onyx to back away and eventually get the Lord for themselves. And looking at the item builds, there's a Malefic Gun, Sea Halberd for Zing. So in terms of damage, physical damage, they're not gonna lack that. They can actually make a potential burst play, especially if OP again catches someone with his Iron Hook.
It's gonna have to. This time around, they're gonna set up around this Lord. There's a concealed. Brusco gives him the information. Wadu again at the front of it all. The Lord's gonna be taken, and CFU tries to take it. Detective will be able to secure the Lord, but who's gonna win the fight? Wadu in trouble. He goes down. The trade already, the 1 for 2, but Kirk on the hunt, looking for it, flickers in. There's the kick, but the diversion will save him. They get back to base with a crown there, and now FNOP has to clear out the Lord. Good usage, though, to stay alive for CFU. But FNOP, how are they going to play around this? They have 4 members ready to go ahead and push in.
Detective got left behind with that diversion play. He became the sacrificial lamb for CFU Gaming. That's why CFU, they weren't able to utilize the Lord that Fnatic Onyx easily bursted down, and now they have to watch out for the range that Super Prince has been showing with the Sanguine Claws, with the Bat's Impact, especially at this point in the game. Already has 200 plus stacks with the Bat's Impact, and it's going to be crucial for CFU Gaming to get the necessary pickoffs that they need. OP once again needs to find the proper target. Super Prince, Kelra, King Kong, or King Kong whenever there's a neutral objective like the Lord for the taking. And at this point, Fnatic Onyx Philippines 5K, they're just really waiting for that Lord once again before they end this game. But there's the diversion play. Are they gonna commit though?
Diversion again, right into Brusco's arms, locked down too, but they're gonna fight anyway. Kirk gone out of the picture as well. Super Prince firing off from the backside, pops the Bat's Feast, and the Bat Impacts are too much to handle. Super Prince and King Kong will get the wipeout. The 2 of them will march down the mid lane, and it's way too long for the rest of these death timers to come up. They march in with the minions. The mid turret's gonna go down. They should have enough clear to go ahead and close out the game as King Kong and Super Prince will cap out this best of 1 against CFU Gaming.
The Super Family once again reigns supreme. Despite the unexpected diversion play, despite the pickoff onto Brusco, you cannot count out the mechanics, the Sicilian of Super Prince, one of the most unsung heroes in this M series. What a huge win for Fnatic, going up 2-0 in the standings, Naisu. I mean, do you expect CFU though to be this aggressive, to go head-to-head with Fnatic Onyx? Because this was quite a close match, and I'm just really excited what the Paddle has to say for this phenomenal performance, this phenomenal game. Paddle, take it away.
Again, the first Sicilian in MPL Philippines Season 4 team to leave a lasting mark, and he brings it to the world stage. Hell of a performance by the Prince of Darkness.
Monster Mage.
The Monster Mage.
Really good stuff based on what we've seen. However, I will say at least CFU, despite having a difficult comp, again, most people would have expected, oh yeah, it's unplayable, right? Every hook that you land, if it's not a priority target, it ain't worth it. You bloody hunt anybody, it's gonna get canceled out, no problem. OP straight away, didn't even go greed out for a fleeing time, went straight into the Winter Crown to make things happen.
Yeah, you could tell from the CFU side, there was a lot of respect from what they did in game. Their rotations and their itemization. That you cannot take away from them, Leo.
It's as proactive as you can get against a team that drafted a lineup that they were very comfortable with, but just the same is experimental enough that you'll have to temper your expectations. So CFU were juggling a lot going into this match.
We'll break down the game a little bit more later on, but of course, let's hear first from a member of Fnatic Onyx Philippines with Rose.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines getting very, very comfortable in the Swiss stage. 2-0, just 1 step away from the knockout stage. And with me over here, we have Brusco. First of all, Brusco, how are you feeling? How are you doing?
Mabuti kasi nagawa namin yung ginagawa namin sa scrim.
Okay, he said he feels good because they managed to pull off what they usually do in scrims. Okay, now as we all know, right now Fnatic Onyx Philippines 2-0, and you guys are a force to deal with. Technically, you guys are going full force. Now, I have a question. What is the biggest contribution to your success this year?
Siguro yung number 1 na contribution niyo, si Coach. Kasi siya yung tumulong sa akin talaga nung nasa baba pa ako. Parang sinabi niya sa akin kaya man, may tiwala kami sa'yo.
Oh, okay. So he feels as if the biggest contribution to his performance this year is actually his coach. Because when he was at his technically lowest, his coach was always motivating him and telling him that, you know what, you got this, we trust you, just keep moving forward, we got you. So I like that a lot. Okay, Brusco, since you guys are the champion of MPL Philippines, and we all know that the Philippines are the defending champions of M Series, and not just that, but also 4 times in a row, do you feel extra pressured by your fellow Filipinos?
Siguro po hindi po kami na-pressure Parang excited pa kami na kami magde-defend ng championship.
Wow, okay. This is nice. He said that actually, him as a Filipino, he doesn't feel pressured playing on the world stage because it gives him the extra drive to actually perform better and hopefully defend the world championship for the Filipino team. Okay, last question, personal question to ha. Okay, now we both know that the last match of the day, you will have your ex-coach, Coach Vren in Team Spirit, and your ex-team, RRQ. Who do you want to get a 2-0 so that you can potentially meet them tomorrow?
RRQ.
RRQ, why RRQ?
Mga kaibigan ko yung mga nandun
All your friends, so like friendly rivalry also. Do you have anything to say to them?
Sana magkatapat tayo bukas.
Okay, he said, I hope to meet you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much, Brusco. An amazing performance from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And with that, let us right back to the panel to break down what happened in this incredible game against CFU Gaming.
The Bruiser staying humble and already telling the world, yeah, no, we are motivated to defend the World Championship for the Philippines. Congratulations again to Fnatic Onyx PH. And yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier, CFU did test Fnatic Onyx PH at key times. But Leo, I think you and I both gotta admit here, that felt like classic Fnatic Onyx PH in the sense of, oh no, they lost the fight. But what is the opponent actually getting in the map?
Yep, that's the secondary nature of Fnatic Onyx greatness, their macro sense. The fact that even on a micro level, the fact that they're so adept at team fighting, they know even the limits of what their opponents are capable of getting, and they're able to, again, through the leadership of the Monster Mage, through Super Friend, say, yeah, no, I see where this is going, it's fine, keep going. And maybe there were 1 or 2 moments where even the likes of the Beast King Kong would look for more than he could have gotten.
Yeah.
Got punished on the backswing of that too. Understood that that wasn't as hard of a punish as possible. So this is just Fnatic Onyx playing to their style. Again, respect to CFU Gaming, but there wasn't much that they were doing to really test what Fnatic Onyx was capable of.
I think at the very least, it just goes to show that they have the mechanics at least to challenge, and honestly some really good ideas to make something that feels impossible very possible in this game, right? OP, for an example, taking that Winter Crown, such an integral part to their composition because they need to play around that Bloody Hunt, but at the same time, look at how greedy the lineup we see from Fnop's side. Super Friends must maintain maximum distance at all times. Why? Because he has a Flicker and not a Purify. So if he gets hit by a hook, it's pretty much game over for him, right? But then we look across the board. Where is all this money coming in from King Kong? And like you guys mentioned, the macro sense comes into play. We lose 3 on the bot side of the map, but we get 2 tier 1 turrets, as well as your top side jungle on top of your purple buff at the same time. And then we look to collapse later down the line, maybe even sacrifice another kill. But as long as we trade equally, there is a gold surplus.
Now that we're talking about King Kong, check out his boots of choice, the cooldown boots. This is going to come in handy when you're looking at the highlights. I don't know if you'll catch a few of these moments, but you'll see that he's so good at dodging key ults, so good at dodging Spears of Alpha, so good at dodging hooks from the Franco, because he uses, if I'm not mistaken, the Surge. Tap Surge right when he sees the hook coming in, clicking it as a tap, coming back into the fight with a hold something else. Definitely because of his extra cooldown and his just out-of-this-world game sense.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of our really tenured viewers would like us to point out as a panel. Yes, we saw those moments wherein the hook of the Franco would land, but the interesting interaction with that Suyo Blade Surge dagger toss. The moment that dagger is tossed, nothing is going to stop the Suyo from actually teleporting to it. So the times where you saw the hook latch onto the Suyo, but the Suyo still got to dash away, that's because the dagger was already thrown out. great little micro learning from us here because we don't see Franco often, especially up against a Suyo. So it's great that we got to witness it here.
Must have been something they've been practicing in scrims.
Maybe. That could be something they've been practicing. But also, one more thing in his choice of boots. He could have gone tough boots if he wanted to, but opted not to and went for CDR. And that's just to compensate for the recent nerfs towards Suyo side, increasing his cooldown. This makes him feel a lot better coming into the mid-game and more similar to where he was before.
Yeah, it makes him a little bit more high risk, high reward, but now with two very great Suyo performances under his belt, I think it's a little bit more rewarding for King Kong to actually end up with that hero, so that might be something that teams that will be facing off against FNOP in the best of threes in the 2-0 side of the bracket will look into taking out away from him. Excuse me, Super Friends, what the heck is that damage?
Yup, I was going to point that out as well. Super Friends, he's dealing too much. It's ridiculous what he's getting away with here. And at the same time, you would have imagined that CFU's looking to compromise his position, especially when you have Wadu on a Hilda of all things, but even then, yeah, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Space being created by Kirk, information being relayed by both Kelra as well as Kirk, allowing Super Friends and King Kong to make some efficient decisions on the map.
Not to mention Brusco. Brusco, in effect, kind of pushes them away into a place where Super Friends can say, yep, that's where I'm landing my ults, that's where I'm landing my claws and my feasts.
Yeah.
And my, what's the other one?
Bad impact.
The impacts. There you go. So if Brusco and Kirk are giving this kind of information, Super Friends is landing the damage there. If not, they suffer from Kelra.
World, this is Prince Miguel Ramirez, someone who has been often overlooked at home, now finally making a big impact on a championship-winning team. Still, for some reason, overlooked. But now here he is on the world stage saying, look at me, I am a monster mage. 4-1 and 12 on that Sicilian.
It's a stellar performance. Truly a dangerous force in that mid lane, and he somehow consistently provides these types of performances, right? Let's quickly look at the highlights here real quick, because again, you'll just notice that he is just doing absolutely everything right. Chunking out Z before he can even play the game, and that allows them to actually open up more opportunities. Look at his positioning here. Runs past two people and sets it up to ensure that he gets maximum damage while still avoiding alpha. Like, these moments keep going on and on and on. Nothing seems to get past him.
And I think we're also reminded as to why Super Friends, or excuse me, the Sicilian is pick that's often reserved, saved best for last, but it's gone so well. Remember, earlier today, we saw another iconic mage Sicilian performance in Coffin.
That's right.
From Twisted Minds.
And you'll see the same thing. Once the Sicilian knows, or the player on Sicilian finds where the opponents are, it just follows. That's the nature of the hero. The Bat's impact, after it hits, you get it on cooldown, it hits again, it's better damage, it's more pain. And looking at the lineup from CFU, we mentioned this, how the Hilda, the Alpha, and the Franco are going to suffer because of their range.
Yep. The poke, the crowd control that the Sicilian can dish from afar will make heroes like that struggle. And even more so if the Sicilian controlling it is really difficult to catch out. Again, congratulations to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And hey, I just heard something. We have our first ever big oopsie moment for the M6 series, M6 Swiss stage. What is that oopsie moment?
Which oopsie moment is it?
No.
Oh. Wait, let's look carefully. Where exactly does this happen?
Where is it? Where is it? Okay, detective gets a lord. Where's he? Where's the oopsie? Which was the oopsie? Oh no, it's the kick,
yeah,
it's the kick, it's the kick.
Yeah. The build up and gone. It's so funny to see. You can see how much trust the teammates have in each other, and then the detective was like, I don't trust this portal at
Never
all.
mind.
I mean, it's like a double-edged oopsie moment. Detective trying to get there, just Friends blocked him. Yeah, and of course, Kirk tried to kick the Beatrix out of the circle.
But the range wasn't big. No, I'm pretty sure the kick range was big enough, but the diversion,
yes, the collapse.
The game logic already stated, yeah, we're getting this Bay out of here. And for a second, Sing was just standing there. I didn't expect him to be alive.
I'm gonna happen.
Ran back.
I mean, come back to Cho just going, what the heck, to the air?
Yeah.
Literally to nothingness.
Like the animation, you see the Cho just punching air, and I'm pretty sure if we go to the Bay, you'd see the Bay going, oh yeah, we're already in the base. So yeah, cute little moment there. But I heard some woos from the crowd. I feel like You know, I think a crowd favorite has entered. It's the last match after all, so that means members of the kingdom are entering. As RRQ Hoshi, though they failed to capture the throne yet again in Indonesia, will now go up against the Dragons of the North. Team Spirit has held on to the EECA region for how many years now? 3 solid years?
Technically, you can say 3.
Technically, you can say 3 because of the spirit of the knights within these dragons back when they were Deus Volt. Banger coming up?
Oh yeah, big banger here. Kingdom versus Team Spirit, RRQ against Dragons. It's going to be a good one because both have been looking real good and real clean.
We broke PC use yesterday thanks to the efforts of the Kingdom and their opponents. Now, Team Spirit fans, RRQ Hoshi fans, you guys are going to duke it out. So please, tell your friends, share the broadcast, and join us for the final match of the day in the Swiss stage as we come back from a very short break.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello Panda, hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Kingdoms rise, kingdoms fall, and they rise yet again. Yet it seems like in the north, the rule of dragons is eternal. RRQ Hoshi, the kingdom, long may they reign, hasn't reigned for quite some time. But it looks like on the world stage, they're ready to make a big return. But the dragons have been hungry, hungrier than ever as the world seeks to be greater than ever. This match is going to be so epic. It's RQ Hoshi versus Team Spirit, folks. Welcome back to the panel. My name is Ranmar Santa Cruz, joined here by Leo and Gideon Q. Yeah, well, we want to see it banger for sure, banger coming up your way. And if you want to really smack dab banging awesome plays, Kidia. It's the gaming and esports district that unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life. RQ Hoshi and Team Spirit, if you're an esports fan, these are organizations that transcend multiple esports titles. So I think that adds a lot to the lore of this match.
One might say if you're a Team Spirit fan or you're an RRQ fan, member of the kingdom, it's a lifestyle. It's not just something you do when they're playing, it's something that you're actually living out. And these kinds of teams, the way that they play, I can say in a best of one, are some of the most value for your money, for your time, best of ones.
I think everybody has been waiting for this particular matchup here, and that's why it's always at the very end of the day that we're seeing these big bangers actually happening. And honestly, between these two teams, it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. Both having really good showings in both of their own individual matchups, but at the same time, when you pair them together against each other, really, I can't really say who's going to come up on top.
Yeah, I mean, the Spirit Empire has been established in the EECA. They've ruled there for quite some time, but there's something about the Spirit of RRQ now heading into this M6 World Championship that just speaks of, wow, they might actually finally go in a deep international tournament run, maybe even compete for grand finals.
And I think this is coming off the back of their top 4 finish at M5.
Yeah.
They went really deep, and I think if they do that again here, or close to it, they can prove that what happened in Manila is not a fluke. They can do it again in Kuala Lumpur and prove to the world that the Empire of Spirit is real and is here.
I think the exciting part about this matchup is that even if we go lane by lane, who exactly wins this, right? I think that, you know, obviously we're going to be looking towards EXP sides of the match. Obviously, became Bomb.
All right,
Big
we're
standout
back.
for the team, but at the same time, I think supports from either side also pair a very good.
You know, I had to run to the
to
store
be
quick,
the
then
X
I had to get some food.
Yeah, I feel like the EXP lane is
Stuff
really
like that. Order the average American breakfast: eggs, bacon, hash browns, toast. Nice. Did you get some extra bacon with it? Just a side of bacon to have with your bacon.
has really been, how do I say this, respected, touted as one of the best EXP laners.
I got the
of this
maple
current generation
sugar
by
bacon
not
sandwich
just,
from
his,
Dunkin'.
Opponents, well, by his opponents rather, different players,
Looks
different coaches
fire.
as well. While on the other side, you have Dyron, who I feel like now with the run that he had in MPL IT is so hungry to finally get out of that old image of him. And so far, I feel like he's had a good showing in international tournaments. I mean, they were doing really well as well before. Unfortunately, they got eliminated in SPS.
A huge comparison would be in
Wow.
the gold lane between Skylar
Someone voted
and,
against
the
Fna?
young Hiko.
Crazy.
Is that not the best comparison? Is that not the best juxtaposition between these two large entities
All right.
from their respective regions, right? Because Skylar is now King Skylar.
Last
And he
match.
is the pinnacle of RRQ's strategy. Like, you activate Skylar, all is well. On the other hand, Team Spirit, I don't think it's such a safe strategy to put all your eggs in one basket, especially the Hiko basket. They need to rely on one shot. They need to rely on...
Obviously, Skylar being a large majority of them when the next generation RRQ did decide to show up. Again, his marksman is known and is extremely notable for hard carrying games.
All right.
But in a meta
OBS said
like
we
this, it's
disconnected there for a
big
second.
ask for him.
Like for me, I'll eat a lot of like
On the side of RRQ, you have Skylar with
a lot of
bunch young guns.
eggs, chicken,
Hiko is the young gun, as well as one shot.
bacon,
But
pork
Sawa, Sunset
chops,
Lover, Kid Bomba.
hamburgers,
That's 3 veterans on one side carrying or helping guide 2 young shots,
pasta.
young bloods. On one side, it's just Skylar, seriously.
potatoes.
King
Like I'm a
telling
big
his,
fruits and
young
veggies guy,
teammates
but
to trust him.
usually I always
such
pick
a
the
difficult
fruits
Is,
before I pick the
let's,
veggies,
know more
unless
about this matchup.
it's something I
RRQ
grew. Like
Hoshi versus Team Spirit.
this year we grew tomatoes, carrots, acorn squash, cucumbers. So we had a lot of that.
Oh, we got RRQ Hoshi. There you go. He was so close. That's a scary team too, though. Oh man, Team Spirit.
But then there's some people where they don't eat meat at all, you know? Or there's some people that all they eat is meat, or you know, they'll mix it up and they'll have a little of everything. Some people are trying to lose weight, so they, you know, may eat more of like vegetables and stuff, where somebody who's trying to gain weight and gain muscle would eat more like proteins and probably more carbs. Just kind of depends.
And you cannot disrespect any opponent that you face. If you do, then you might catch yourself losing a game. Then all of a sudden you're 0-1. Then you play versus a good team. They prepared something against you. All of a sudden you're 0-2. Everybody's mental is down. You get out 0-3. Everybody's embarrassed.
Di Swiss format ini bagus karena ya 3 kali main langsung lolos playoff kan. Jadi pasti udah nggak ada yang kayak coba-coba gitu sih, apalagi BO1.
Ya itu tadi Team Spirit, mereka gameplaynya unik lah, mereka adaptif, di in-game-nya adaptifnya cepet mereka.
For me, got friend like how to play micro and the hero metric, like, and the hero power and your skill. I consider us, Team Spirit, to be the dark horse. It's not only that, we have actually got the power to prove that we can keep up.
We'll be able to capture a cut. RRQ stay in form as they win.
BO1 to win, just win one game. Who knows? Let's see. I'm up for a surprise.
If you want to win, just win one game. If you want to win that one game, just be better. Better than great. Greater than ever. Wait, that was last year. RRQ Hoshi and Team Spirit. I like the link between these two, and a very important one is the coach. Coach Vren, of course, was with RRQ Hoshi earlier this year, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And, well, I feel like that gives Team Spirit this... Is it crazy to say it gives them a weird edge? that now, even though a lot of the members that Coach Vren coach isn't there, the one that is expected to guide this young generation is someone that Coach Vren coached. He coached Skylar.
It's an interesting take here because it could go both ways, right? Because Coach Vren, not only is he considered to be a world-class coach as well as an analyst,
world champion coach.
I will not deny his accolades, but at the same time, he's coming up with some interesting ideas during his peak, during that championship run. So that just might be what we see here today.
And I think we're gonna see something that was shared to us by Coach Vren. He's actually not a draft-driven coach, contrary to popular belief.
I agree.
Of us painting Coach Vren as a master, unique
This
drafter.
sandwich is pretty good.
He focuses on the gameplay. And
Who's
he's
up
actually
next?
Getting quite stressed at PO1.
Last match, we got
Preparing
RQ
opponent
versus
so far.
Team
That is
Spirit.
so true. We've
I picked Team
actually
Spirit.
Heard from a lot of interviews from the teams, especially who are
So
now
we'll
in the
see.
O1 and even O2 bracket, that it's so hard to prepare for a bunch of BO1s against different teams.
But luckily, I'd say Coach Vren already mentioned the solution to the problem at hand. He is a gameplay coach. So whatever happened yesterday, he can pinpoint, all right, boys, you can do this better. You can do this cleaner, especially up against a big opponent the next day, where we are today, RRQ Hoshi. I think the fact that he is more of a gameplay coach should benefit Team Spirit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wouldn't you say, Gideon, that sort of grounds then, like, instead of thinking of oh my goodness, drafting, like it's so difficult, you think about the gameplay. We'll get back to you later. Speaking of gameplay, here's a team that played really damn well yesterday. It's RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia.
I've seen the Kingdom in full force before. I've seen them rise and as well as fall. It's Skylar, Edog, Rin, Sutsujin, and as well as Dairin. This team has not hit its plateau just yet, and that's the scary part about them.
Oh,
there
yeah.
are more areas that they can improve in, and they've shown
Little
that
bit
they
of
can play
egg, little bit of
multiple different
bacon,
styles depending on
some
the
maple
scenario.
flavor
the
on there.
question is the mental prepared for this best of one? Because if they get caught
Pretty
too
good.
caught in the
Pretty good.
sauce against a team like
Um,
Spirit, things can get chaotic very quickly.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You can't overheat,
I didn't do
but I gotta
too
admit, as nice as it would say, RRQ
bad
yesterday
last
were pretty
night,
man-tapped. They were cool,
but I didn't do
with
the
how they were
best
playing.
either.
Let's look at their opponents, the Dragons.
So depending
of
on how
the
this
North.
goes,
Team Spirit, Leo, I know you are a big
actually
fan
now
of
that
this
I look
team.
at
A
it,
huge fan. I've seen them through their Deus Volt
if I
days.
lose,
I've
like
seen
if
them
Team
through
Spirit
their
loses
pre-Team
this,
Spirit days,
my
and the fact
guess
that Sawa and
percentage
Sunset Lover are
will
still
drop
here.
to
They've
50%
taken
for
Kid
today.
Bomba under their wing, one shot in Hiko, the young guns. I think their playstyle
Because
is
I picked
evolving right
Falcons
before
to
our eyes.
win and they
With
lost to
Deus
Twisted
Volt, they were very
Minds.
Divide Gaming. In their last season in
Of course, I
MCC
picked
Continental,
BTK.
they changed their style.
And they won.
It's still very explosive. Still
Then I
very Kid
picked,
Bomba-led, but I'd say just like RRQ, we talked about this. It's not just about
Fnatic
the
Onyx
Skylar show. It's not just about the Kid Bomba show. It's
to
not
beat
just about these
CFU.
veterans.
I got that
think
right.
There's a breadth of growth for Team Spirit. even in
TLID
these
to
best of
beat
ones.
KBG,
On
got
the
that
other
right.
side, of course, to help grow a
But
young
then
squad, gotta have a great
I
coach
picked
with you,
Aurora
or a
to
great
beat
leader.
NIP
So we
Flash, and they
asked the
lost.
coach of RRQ Hoshi, how is Skylar like as a team
Same
leader?
with
His cube says that the role fits him and he takes up the
ULF.
responsibility
I
too, because
picked
he's one of
them
the few who built the
Ulfandor. I
roster.
picked them, or
That's pretty
Ilfandar.
help build
I picked
the
them to win
roster.
over
So
SRG.
maybe Skylar
I
had
knew
a
it was a
nice
stretch,
interesting
but
win
I
side on
that
the
was
Byron.
my. I was hoping that was going to be my underdog pick. That didn't happen, and then I picked Vamos over
I like how Coach
Make
Jesse
Him
put it as,
Evolved,
I recommended Susajin, blah,
or
blah, blah,
Evolve,
they're off their work,
whatever,
and we got to M6.
and I got that one
I
right.
like how he just breezes over their entire run. Blah, blah, blah.
So if
Where's
Team
that six
Spirit
now?
Blah, blah, blah covers a
loses
breadth of
this, I'll be at
processes.
50%.
Of course, we had to go 7 games against Liquid.
Yeah, and then even Skylar says there at the end,
What would
"I
that
choose them
be
because we
if
have the
they
same
win?
humor."
Let's see.
Isn't that the same thing with Fnatic Onyx PH, though?
Hey, personalities driving together makes a strong team. The more people that you have who think along the same lines as you, whether it be humor, whether it be in gameplay, it shows up on the game stage.
And that's what makes RRQ's templated approach, their macro excellence in a metagame that people would dub the Brawl meta. That's what makes them great. That's what makes
Calculator.
them a threat here against Team Spirit.
I would also make an argument that the coaches play a huge role. Kescute, in this particular scenario, not only does he
did I
have to
say?
draft, but he also has to make sure that everybody is at their top, that top performance to make sure that the macro can be
So,
executed. We've seen teams, they've
wait.
got the right ideas, but they just can't push it all the way to the end.
Veteran MOBA wisdom from Cute, and then the World Championship gameplay coaching of Coach Vren. Even in the draft, it should be a chess match.
Right now, as we are in the chess
So,
match, RQ Hoshi, the kingdom is on the red side. as the Dragons of the North take the first pick.
If Team
Fun fact
Spirit
about
wins.
Sawo, the roamer of Team Spirit.
Nice.
He is second in total assists in M Series history.
All right, let's go Team Spirit.
411. Next only to Oh My Venus with 561. Hiko is also the youngest player in M6. Scored
Got
the
that like
highest
toasted
GPM
white
among
chocolate
laners in day one
coffee
with
from
988.
Dunkin' too. It's actually not.
Team
It's
Spirit,
not
I
bad.
feel like their picks here, especially in the front line, have to provide a lot of
It's
zoning
interesting.
and a lot of spacing for Hiko and One Shot to shine.
Well,
To say the
talking about
least.
Zoning and spacing, the Zushin is wide open for the first pick coming in from Team Spirit.
And they go ahead and pick it up. By the way, Team Spirit's Hiko is 14-0 with the Harith in the Continental Championship. That is the tournament in EECA. So will Harith be opened by RRQ, or will they surprisingly maybe pick it up in the first two?
He's 16 years and 6 months old while having a perfect record on Harith. He is a young prospect for this team, and he's going up against a veteran who's been playing this game for a very long time.
Skylar grew before our eyes. I remember when Skylar was still a rookie, and now he's the right. Now he's here. He's the leader of RRQ in game, and facing off against him is Hiko.
A young, hot-blooded gold laner. I bet Skylar's looking at Hiko and saying, "You kind of remind me of myself."
I like a younger Skylar.
Like a younger Skylar, maybe. Let's see. Will they?
It is kind of
take the
crazy to
Harith
think
here?
that we've actually
The
watched
undefeated
these players
pick of
grow up.
MCC for Hiko.
Oh, this could be interesting because again, I feel like whoever wants to go for
Kinda-
these power picks initially
kinda
is
brings a
going
tear to your eye,
to
you know?
Go for the super safe one. You're making sure that you have that combination down, but a bold claim, and Skylar's gonna say, "Hey, it's Wan time."
Wan Wan, or as Buck calls her, Wan Wan.
So he's made a name for
Yeah, I'm
himself
gonna play
time
Wan
and time
Wan.
again, even when you think
He
Wan
fucking cracks me up when he says that.
All right.
Oh,
as we head into
they
the
got
second
the Wan
phase,
Wan.
mid laner yet for Rins and RRQ Hoshi. I think if RRQ Hoshi want to help supplement this 1-1, they definitely need burst.
I'm thinking about disengage at the same time. Burst and disengage. A couple of
Stigma,
things
you know
come to mind,
anyone
especially
that's
when it comes down to the mid lane.
got like an
Thinking Roar, I'm
iPhone
also thinking about
13 or
Persona
14
as
that they're
well,
not
both of
using?
which would do all right because Yves is already gone, and that probably would have been the priority pick had it been let through the bans.
Ooh, respecting the Angela possibility still in the mid lane for RRQ Hoshi from Team Spirit. Interesting.
Yeah, between Liquid and RRQ, like that Angela X is such a big threat. So Coach Vren just covering his bases here.
Yeah, I get it, makes sense. So now, even though RQ Hoshi need burst, Team Spirit are still looking to respect. I'm thinking, are they gonna respect an XP laner pick for Dyron now? Because I feel like they still definitely need a strong tanky front. Edith isn't a popular pick in Indonesia, so maybe they might default into more of the tank-heavy ones, sort of like the Terizla, maybe?
I mean, I
Beatrix.
suppose, but I think, you know, right now, Kescute is doing a real on the gold lane, which is probably going to be the biggest problem, because if we're looking at Vren's side, right?
Okay, the
as long as you're
Moskov,
able to kind of deny
Beatrix,
farm
and
from your enemy
Bruno
jungler, it's not going to have as much impact in
have been
comparison
taken
to
out. Who do they
eventually the
go?
scaling marksman that comes later down the line. Not to mention, there's not much burst besides the alpha at this point of time. I mean, Zushin is there, but again, she's not the quote-unquote burst
mean-
hero you depend on.
That's true. Ooh, low Yi.
Smart,
So yeah,
smart.
really hard
Brody?
focus on the mid lane here for Team Spirit. So it feels like Team Spirit are telling Arki Hoshi, let's fight. We want this to be an honest approach to the game. No one going in for any crazy macro plays. We'll see you in the objectives. We'll see you in the river.
Yep, they're letting through the
I mean,
Vex, letting
Brody,
through the
Clint.
Aurora. Farsa has become a more in-demand hero these days. So if you're looking at Team Spirit's draft, besides the high loss, the Farsa would be fine facing off against an Alpha or Jushin.
We keep doing this. We say Farsa first, but then we need to remember that Sicilion is still an option as well. If you're looking for a scaling type of mid laner, that probably should have been the way to go.
Trying to think
But
of who
now they're
else
thinking
would be
about
good here
disengage.
in the
Now
marksman
they have
lane.
CC to complement on top of the fact that they've got a decent amount of lockdown, whether it be the Blade Surge, whether it be the G Kundo into the way of the dragon.
So now Team Spirit are probably thinking about whether they'll keep this high loss in the room or is it going to go into the EXP. Wait, You mentioned CC. I know you were saying crowd control, but what about CC for Kid Bomba?
It's not gonna be good
I
enough
wouldn't
here,
do
especially when
CC.
you're picking it into potentially Cho or X at this point, right?
That's true. Yeah, you still don't see the matchup.
Exactly. I mean, you're gonna have to go blind no matter what.
Yeah. All right, let's see what they'll give Kid Bomba or Sao. We're still looking at the flex and the gold laner as well. Harith for Hiko still open.
Khalid's open.
Oh, Khalid, yeah. See what it is. Oh, it's the Akai XP.
Side lane Akai!
They've shown this. I was actually thinking about it because the
Interesting.
one on the other side, and it's the one of the
Be on
eight
Discord in
gold
like 10 to 20
responses
minutes
one,
for
like
sure,
with
for
Akai
sure.
at some point. And here comes the Granger. But I like this glue by RQ.
Yeah, great response here. I mean, they were expecting to have an EXP winning matchup.
Hey,
and
do
I
you
think
know
that,
if
Kensuke has done a
Joe
very
can
good job here.
play,
Very good idea with the Granger because now Granger is
can
using
he play
plus
Chow
Hylos,
or
an
Cho?
extremely deadly
Can Joe
combo,
play
and
Cho?
you have disengage on top of it.
But there's a clear go for Dyren's glue. Like, he knows
Because
where
if
to
Joe
go.
can play
He knows
Cho,
where to
then I
find
think it's a
targets.
go.
Two solid targets. Let's see if he
Don't you know?
wins the lane hard enough to do that.
My question for the Dragons, will you be able to take down Skylar before he flies?
Bars.
Egan, Naisu, let's go.
Thank you so much, panel. And I think the question, the answer to question, the answer to Renmar's question, we'll find out right now between Team Spirit versus RRQ. And looking at the draft, Naisu, what can you say? First time picked the Akai for the side of Team Spirit. Seems like Coach Ren has something in the bag.
Yeah, and it's right now, maybe it's a lot of the Hello Panda we've been doing all day, but hey, I love to see it, bringing it to this matchup. It's going to be crucial for them.
So right now, as we can see,
All right, here we go.
RRQ Hoshi. The performance of this team yesterday was really phenomenal. Again, Edok, unstoppable, unbelievable show plays. And this time, he's rocking the same hero at the roamer. But we can see right now, Team Spirit, they're not backing down. They want to get control of the mid, and they can do so because they have high pokes, the Hylos and the Aurora.
I think with that too, the fact that you have, you know, RQ with a very, they can pick off pretty well. They can get tempo set up pretty well, and this is all what we've seen so far up to this point from them. You know, the whole Kings of the Brawl server, can they keep the tempo going? Can they set the momentum right away? That's what they go for. Even with a little early action, just for the Lith Wanderer own, you know, keeping things in check. But I think it's up to Team Spirit to be able to go ahead and match that. And so far, they've done a pretty good job. I mean, just the preview we got yesterday.
Yeah, and I think for RRQ Hoshi, they really have to even things out. But look at the Sunset Lover already with the pokes.
Wow, there's already a lot of damage coming out from Edok. He's actually going to not be able to pick up the kill. But here comes the rest. Asawa will fall. First blood in the hands of RRQ Hoshi.
And this is what we want from RRQ Hoshi, an early start, early aggression. They have to utilize the fact that they have Sutsujin with the Suyo in terms of taking neutral objectives. Again, paired up with the Sever is going to be easy, but looking at the emblems, anything unusual you see right now?
Nothing too crazy. Again, you know, this, I'm waiting to see, especially for Sunset Lover, to be able to pop off on this Jushin pick that, you know, you would naturally think it's picked up, it's prioritized a lot of times, but also how this works with the fact that you also have a hero in the Akai that we don't see too often, but it is tend to be an answer there. Going to initiate a fight again. They get the flicker out though from Edok,
Okay,
so
nothing
that's
too
fine
crazy.
and good
A couple
for
of them
Team
have to
Spirit.
back
They're gonna be able
off. They're going to
up
start
this
the turtle.
RQ Hoshi will get in position. They're waiting to get that orange buff locked in. Might be
Okay,
able to buy
bumping
enough
it
time.
down. They're going to try and come in. I don't know if RQ can take it. One shot gets it, and they back up.
As the turtle is secured.
See, that's what we need to do. Get the objective, back up. There's no reason to fight.
Team Spirit.
So far, so good. Coach Brent was actually saying that in terms of best of one, drafts, preparing for drafts will only get you so far, but it looks like they prepared very well. Kid Bomba, again, with the Akai pick, last pick, clearly knows his job, which is to soak up the damage, try to zone out Sutsujin as much as possible, because you know you can't go head-to-head with the Suyo early on when it comes to neutral objectives, especially since the Sever and Retribution combination is there. But Hiko, on the other hand, looking at the emblem set, he does go with the Impure ratio. We can expect a lot of sustain coming in from this Granger. So he can go head-to-head with Skylar in terms of the laning phase, even if it's a 1-1.
What do you think about that matchup? I know we haven't seen the Granger too much. You know, it popped up a couple times yesterday.
Are they going in?
But hold on.
Ooh, nope.
I don't think they can actually commit to this. Going back to it, what do you think of the matchup against the 1-1, at least for this Granger?
I think so far with the emblem set of Hiko, I think it's going to be easy for him, especially if the continuous rotation of the mid duo will go towards that gold lane.
Yeah.
Skylar is really going to have a hard time, really needs to maximize his veterancy, his experience up against a rookie Hiko. And so far, you'd expect Skylar to really lead or to really dominate the gold lane despite whatever heroes has been used because of Skylar's experience. But so far, Team Spirit, it seems like they're not backing down. They have the guidance of the 3 veterans in the form of Sunset Lover, Kid Bomba,
68 views already. Appreciate everybody who's swung in so far. It is getting pretty late.
Highest in total assists in M series.
Appreciate you guys hanging out. Smashing those likes.
Statistic where, you know,
if you'd like to help the stream even further, share us out. Appreciate that. It's free.
Definitely still working towards it. That veterancy comes into play for both teams, really, for this. But you know, still, you gotta imagine Hiko being the youngest player, 16, against a player the caliber of Skylar is definitely a true test for him. And so right now, as both teams get in position, second turtle for the taking, couple shots with the Destinata here. But still, they gotta approach this carefully. They're gonna jump in.
Blue goes in.
Zone down the heavy spin, the Frigid Glacier to separate them for the fight. Susujin will be able to get the turtle, and now the flare brings them back as Dyren falls. Not sure if they still want to fight this. They're gonna back off. RQ gets the objective at the cost of a life of Dyren.
Okay, I think Thieves are right. That was a trade they were willing to take. They couldn't get any much closer to Araki Hoshi. Again, the threat of Edok, Jit Kundu, as well as the counter initiations that the Rins can't provide with the Frigid Glacier. They don't want to overextend as much as possible. So right now, they're just getting the things that they can against an aggressive lineup with RRQ Hoshi right now. So far, not so much lead established by RRQ Hoshi. Looking at the kill scoreboard, still 1-1. Man, Edok really needs to pop off like how he did yesterday up against KVG if they really want to get a step closer to the knockouts.
I think either way, you know, whether it's Edok or not, they can kind of just take their time, really, with the lineup that RQ Hoshi has, especially with the fact that you have a 1-1 in your side and, you know, you want to be able to build up. Because later on, obviously, we've seen the Granger, especially late game, where the Granger in the gold lane eventually gets to. Able to set pace, able to go ahead and use that Destinata to its advantage, and then the Rhapsody. But I'm also wondering, you know, because you have to play against this Beacon and you have Sunset Lover on the Jushin pick here, RQ Hoshi has to kind of choose those fights at the right angle. Yeah, they can rely on a Frigid Glacier and they can rely on a kick to help them out, but there's a lot they have to do in consideration with this. Edok himself takes a couple shots. Go ahead and regen up. I'm not sure if they actually want to commit to this. The rest of the team rotating down.
Shit. Oh, I thought they had him. Oh, God, they got him. They did get him. Nice.
And that's what we're talking about with the Jushin.
Huge, quick response from Team Spirit. They did cast a glorious
Kai
pathway, but it was well worth it.
Yeah, there you go.
They were able to take down Edok. So this is like
10
telling
seconds till
Hoshi,
turtle.
hey, Edok, we've watched how you played yesterday. You're not going to do the same unbelievable,
Will be the last turtle this match, so we'll see who gets it.
You've been showing yesterday, and now Team Spirit, they're on the verge of securing another turtle away from RRQ Hoshi.
To start things up again, Edok
goes
join this
in,
fight. Doesn't care
gets
what
the
happened
kick,
earlier, finds the way of the dragon, but he
dies.
takes too much damage as one shot picks up a kill. Fight's gonna break out.
And Wanwan's ult goes off, but there's no damage there.
Down, one shot. Still looking for the follow through as Susujin
one shot goes down.
Kid Bomba and Sawo trying to run to the safety of the turtle. Hiko jumps in with a Rhapsody and will find a Dyren. And the shot, though, in response
Sawo
from
goes
Susujin.
down.
It's a brawl in the mid lane.
What
the drag comes through, and now the flicker from Rins. Skylar's still alive, and it looks like they're going to disengage with Susujin tanking up the Rhapsody shots.
Literally a brawl server.
Wow, that's crazy.
They spent a huge amount of time just in the middle lane. Even if there was a neutral objective, Susujin eyes on the goal, focus on taking down that turret, and you can already see the problem with Skylar with the 1-1. They can soak up the damage of the crossbow of Tang. They have the high-lows with the glorious pathway paired up with the revitalize, but Susujin though.
Good soul sever again. They got to be able to respect that damage, but ultimately no one going to go down, and that's the thing. They do get the tier 1 turret, so RQ Hoshi has taken that path of let's just get these objectives. Yeah, they'll go ahead and fight out. They'll brawl it out wherever they want, but they'll also just focus on what's important. They got to be able to lock those down before that Lord comes up in less than a minute.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, they really have to utilize the early capabilities of their lineup. We've seen so far that the crossbow of Tang even if it connected the Kid Bomb or the Sao, it's almost the damage is almost non-existent. So at this point, Team Spirit needs to be proactive, needs to dictate the pace, needs to stop RRQ Hoshi from getting the space that they need for Skylar to hyper carry in the end. And all gonna boil down to setups coming in from Kid Bomb or even Sunset Lover with Lantern Flare. So far, Naisu, what can you expect RRQ Hoshi to extend this lead?
To extend the lead, they can continue to go forward. Dyron gonna get locked down under this turret. Does flicker out, able to survive split too. Look at all the members up here, all for Dyron. And now he's gonna wait for the rest of the team as they were focused down in the mid. They drop down the glorious pathway. Edok defensively gets out. Look at that push there too. There's the kick. Way the dragon on the mark. That's Edok going down though.
Edok goes down. And Susujin. Sao follows. And 3 for 1 though.
To the youngest member in M6. Skylar trying to pop off.
One shot.
Crossbow of Tang as he gets the airtime. Picks up a kill himself, and RRQ Hoshi will still hold down the mid lane.
Another extended clash for both of these teams. Equal trades.
All right.
No, Team Spirit actually got 3, but the problem is RRQ Hoshi with Dyron's time bought for their team. Skylar was actually able to push down a bottom lane turret. So it's still the clash, even though Team Spirit got 3 kills.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit's going to have to realize that they need to keep an eye on the map if they're going to clash like that.
Takes too much damage! As Hiko picks up
I don't know what Edok is
Destinado,
doing,
finding
man.
the mark on Rins. Rhapsody to follow, pops the passive. Sutajin will be able to secure the Lord though, and Kid Bomba on the run. Sunset Lover trying to chase down Sutajin, and Hiko is just popping off at this point
Hiko is
as he picks up
eating,
another.
bro.
Action
Holy
is
shit.
non-stop. Both teams looking for trades, but again, RRQ Hoshi for the price of Edok, for the price of Sutsujin, they get the first Lord. They have a lot to work with right now, even with a 500 gold lead. Sunset, look at Skylar right now!
Talk about the confidence there, the veterancy showing. Skylar saw a kill, he goes and grabs it. The Lord is going to be worked on, but again, their focus is these turrets. They take the tier 1 out, now the tier 2 on the top side. RQ Hoshi will play into that first Lord take.
Wow, just going back at what Skylar said before, that he wanted to guide 4 new members of RRQ Hoshi, first time M series. He wants them to guide to victory, and clearly so far, he's doing that. They're on the driver's seat, 1.9k, although there are extended clashes that sometimes go in the favor of Team Spirit, but most of the time go in the favor of RRQ Hoshi. You can clearly see the veterancy of Skylar, the shot calls that this team is doing. 1.8k gold lead.
Watch Team Spirit win, but it's kind of hard when they're losing.
At this point, what can you do to stop the dominance that Skylar has been showing?
Well, they can utilize Hiko here as we get a little preview of the
Did
stacks
you
he's got.
go back
This is
and
one of
watch
the
the
things that
BTK
can
match?
Play a part in Team Spirit, obviously staying in the game. It's nothing too crazy, you know. It's just a 2,000 gold deficit that Team Spirit has to work against.
BTK played
they can utilize Hiko's power
first,
spike, but this could be
I think, didn't they? Yeah, they
Again,
played
the kick
first
gonna
today.
find the mark in trouble. Winter Crown gonna be used already. One shot trying to stay alive, but Skylar pops in.
Yeah,
the
they
air
won.
Again, gets the airtime into the frigid glacier. They find one shot, and now RQ will set their sights on the mid tier 2.
A lot of ultimates committed from the side of
S2G.
RRQ Hoshi, but the best part is they were able to take down one shot, and literally Edok was one shot away
Yep.
from dying, but safely evades a potential death. So RRQ Hoshi, this time, even though they're committing a lot to those 5-man clashes, they're making sure the Team Spirit doesn't have opportunities to go for trades. And in 40 seconds, RRQ Hoshi again.
Yeah, it's, well, I mean, it's because of all the upsets and stuff.
They have huge control over the map. Almost is really keeping Team Spirit at bay there by their base.
Yeah.
Now, the counterattacks that RRQ Hoshi just keep showing.
I feel
again,
like they
Riz,
didn't give as many
you have
out
to
either.
commend the Aurora with the beautiful frigid glacier, with the beautiful frosty breeze, really setting themselves up perfectly, even with the glorious pathway, even with Kid Bomba's Akai. They're starting to have doubts if they would go in because of the counter initiation of the potential of RRQ Hoshi.
It's tough too. Skylar just picking up the wind of nature. Jin also Malefic War. Big item picks up at this point. 13 minutes of the game. The Lord already started up, and look how fast it's going. I'm not sure if Team Spirit can actually get here in time.
Yeah.
They fire off a couple of shots, and the Lord already secured by RQ. They can just back off.
Yeah, I usually don't do the first blood one anyways.
And knock on the base of Team Spirit, and with this kind of lead now in their favor, Kid Pumba jumps in. Might have made a mistake here, still gonna be able to survive, but oh no, will pick up the kill from the off angle.
Yeah.
I was about to say that was the first neutral objective that doesn't have a post-neutral objective fight. But still, Team Spirit commits the flicker, commits Kid Bomba's heavy spin to try and go for a trade once again, but Araki Hoshi was always prepared for that. And again, we have to commit. Rins, always prepared for those kinds of dives coming in from Team Spirit. Whether it's a Frigid Glacier, whether it's a Frosty Breeze, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's going to cast whatever he needs to bring down the Empire, and Ida goes in!
Ito jumps in again with the Way of the Dragon. They fight into the Frigid Glacier too. He does fall, and now the base turret's going to be worked on mid and bottom.
Let's
all
see
the
if
way
they
down
can
the top
defend.
to follow. RQ with a lead, and the Lord still in tune. They hold on to the top turret.
Whoa, damn!
A shot from Hiko will be able to find Rins. And that might have been enough to keep Team Spirit obviously
Let
into
that
the
boy
game.
cook.
And they
Holy
hold on
shit.
to one base turret.
Okay, so in terms of damage, you can already count on Hiko. He does have the Sky Piercer with 70
Might have to try
stacks.
Granger in gold
Clearly
lane,
one
bro.
Death Sonata shot was all he needs to take down Rins. Luckily, prior to that Death Sonata shot, the passive of the Aurora was already expended. So Team Spirit still clinging on to the final inhibitor turret up top. They can make engages. Again, they have the Glorious Pathway. They have Sunset Lover. Witness Chain. One good take like that could do things.
Kiboma jumps in again, Tyron the target. They're gonna fire off, and again another kill for Hiko. Another
Surprised you aren't
stack
taking a
added.
nap.
And now they look for more. RQ on the defense, they're running. Even with two base turrets down, Team Spirit looking to make plays based off the heavy spin, based off the utility they have here with the lineup.
And this is the thing. This is actually their personality. This is actually their playstyle. According to them, they perform well under pressure. Looking at the current runs in the MCC, they're always used to crawling back to the top from the lower bracket. So in terms of pressure, Team Spirit so far is unbothered. Even Hiko has a slight gold lead up against
I wonder if Fuzzy
Skylar
ever
with
pawned anything off.
13.2k gold lead. But at this point, does it even really matter? Because it's all gonna boil down again to the macro gameplay that Araki Hoshi can instill against Team Spirit.
This has been the story, especially with the Alpha, man. You know, it really falls behind in terms of farming. Oh, hold on, mid lane again. Kid Bubba
Got the spin. Rins goes down.
Gone. As Team Spirit finds the pickoff right in time. We're 10 seconds away from this Lord. And without Rins, I don't know, RQ Hoshi might have to second guess the fight, but they just want to duke it out. They're gonna force Salo. He popped the Revitalize. Tyron jumps in. Still has the Immortality, and one shot goes in too. But still, as they go ahead and size each other up, they'll back off. Skylar is still keeping them at bay. No one going for the Lord just yet. Again, a jump in from Susujin. They really want to limit test this, and he could jump in and start a fight. But it looks like they back off to reset.
Araki limit testing, just trying to buy enough time for Rins to respawn, and they can actually do this because again, they were able to take down two with their turrets, one in the middle, one in the bottom lane. So Team Spirit, they really need to capitalize on the moment that they've given right now. The window continues to open for the squad. They need a huge major pickoff. That's like what they did against the Rins. Right now they're trying to start things off, trying to make Araki Hoshi by starting the Lord.
Death Sonata here. Really troublesome to deal with RQ.
Alright, Team Spirit needs this Lord or it's gonna be GG's.
Though they look like they wanted to start it up. But you gotta keep in mind too,
Hate
they've
to
got
say
the
it,
two
but-
base turrets down. Team Spirit, how they approach it, who's going to be able to one to start the fight.
It looks like it's going to be a stalemate so far. Araki Hoshi can indeed play the macro game here. A huge chunk of minions onto the bottom lane. They're going to wait a reaction from Team Spirit, but
Well,
Team
that's what I tried telling
to burst down the Lord.
like the team when we were playing the other day. That's why I kept saying like back up a little bit and then go back in and then back up a little bit. Because then you're either gonna leash them or there's enough people there to out sustain them. Damn, that looks like it's game.
And you can see it as they march into the base. The kingdom, the kings of the Brawl server will win this brawl tonight.
And a step closer for Skylar and his squad to qualify for the knockouts.
I had a 50% guess rate today. Holy shit.
Performance from RRQ Hoshi.
That's horrible.
They
All
lost
right,
a lot,
well,
but they won the fight in the end
that
by
means
taking down 4, leaving Kid Bomba to fend for himself. What an amazing game, a huge performance, and a very huge win for RRQ Hoshi. That's why, panel, I need you to explain what happened during this game.
And
We got you, Ingan. The Kingdom takes the win, and they go up 2-0 in the brackets.
BTK is going to have quite a hard time next round, I think.
You do not brawl against the brawl meta. That's exactly
And
what
we
happened. And from
got-
the early, mid to late, RRQ Hoshi had something in their pockets that would make Team Spirit fold. And at the end, when it mattered most, even after Team Spirit scored their very first Lord, the final brawl commenced.
I mean, when we were looking throughout this match, I'm looking at Edok. Can he get that kick? And he tried so many different times, and the one kick that mattered won them the game finally.
And the most difficult part there also for Team Spirit is that they were getting hella kills. They matched RRQ in kills. Hiko was 9-1-4, but they just couldn't convert to objectives. Before that, first objective is go to the stage with Rose.
Who am I
for an
missing
interview.
here? Oh, SRG.
The Kingdom taking another win in the bag during the Swiss stages. And right now, I am with Sutsujin. First of all, Sutsujin, welcome back to Malaysia. It's been a while since I've seen you. How are you?
Well, it feels great.
It feels great. Welcome back. Okay. Now, as we all know, before Susujin entered RQ Hoshi, he played in MPL Malaysia, and I always interviewed this guy. So how different is it playing for the world
All right, so
stage
in
this
the
time around,
2-0
World Championship in Malaysia?
group, we got BTK, Twisted Minds, RRQ, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines,
It's the same crowd.
which is a
crazy crowd.
tough little group to be
We
in.
love the Malaysian crowd. Okay, now, Susujin, we
In
all
the
know that
1-1
you are
group,
one
we
of the
got
junglers who
NIP
actually
Flash,
use
Vamos,
Fredrin, utility,
Falcons,
but today he
S2G,
picked
Team
Suyo,
Liquid
while the
ID,
rest,
Team
like
Spirit,
Sky and
CFU,
Mobazane,
and
picked
SRG.
Fredrin.
And then in the
Share with
0-2
us
group, we
what
have
is the
Aurora,
condition that you look for
Mayhem
before
Evolves,
picking- before making sure
KBG,
that
and
utility jungle
Ulfandor.
is viable for your jungle?
Ulfandar. Whatever the
I
fuck.
think Fredrin
The Harry
is
Potter
usually
team.
picked with heroes like Bruno that Nick
5 points to Ulfandor.
like that.
I see. So it's more towards if the MM or the other sides, the other lanes can give sufficient damage, then Fredrin is a good pick. Otherwise, you will need more damage. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you guys are at 2-0.
Yeah, man, I put a little note in
the Swiss round,
my I don't know if it was the
So,
beginning
Sujin,
of this
who do you
stream
wanna meet
or
tomorrow?
sometime during the
Between
last stream, but I was like,
BTK,
Moonton, you
Twisted
gotta make some
Minds,
cards,
and
bro.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, because
Last time I said something about cards during a stream, they had those in-game cards that you could collect.
BTK.
BTK, why BTK?
And I was like, guys, just lease your IP out to like Weiss Schwartz.
The Fredrin of Mobazane.
Yes.
You wanna see
Let
who's
them
better,
fucking do some cards
Okay,
for you,
so
like a couple sets. Have some
whoever's doing the
signatures in
draw
there.
later on, the hands
Or like
will
numbered
favor
cards
you.
or
Now,
something.
Sutsujin,
That way
we can
people
see
have
that a
something
lot
to
of the fans
chase.
of Kingdom actually came down.
And
What do you
then,
wanna say to
you
the
know,
fans
because
of
like if you
RRQ?
think about it, they could even do like different skins, you know what I mean?
Yang di sini maupun yang online, terima kasih yang udah support. Jangan lupa
Rarities,
support kita
yeah.
lagi di match-match berikutnya.
All right, he said thank you very much to all of the Kingdom
Oh, yeah.
fans who came down to support. And of course, don't forget to support RRQ in the upcoming matches. Thank you very much, Suzuki. Congratulations on your win. And with that, let us throw it back to the
Right. And then they could even do like a special edition set for like M series, you know what I mean? Like they could have where it's like all the M world skins and stuff.
We need to break it down. Jangon Lupa, when you have
Yeah.
the 1-1 on the other side, make sure you have sufficient damage to make sure that the 1-1
Dude, why the shit
won't
don't I
be
work for
able
these
to
guys in marketing
fly.
or something?
That was my main concern for the draft here. For
And the only real source of damage was Hiko. And once Skylar saw, and I guess the rest of RRQ set it up so that Hiko would only be shooting a certain tangent, just one straight line, because that's the nature of the Granger.
Oh, I would
It was so
stop
much easier
collecting
for
everything
Skylar
else
to
and go to
get away
these
with
for
it.
sure.
What was his final? never die.
And if you think about it,
Never die. I think it's an interesting concept here. I think a lot of the theory is going to be boiling down to.
well,
oh, yeah,
look at
a
how
lot of
many
damage is coming out from
like
Nico. Some people
millions
body
of
block it for me.
people
My
play
second
this
issue is
game.
whether or not I can actually
It literally
close
just
the
won
gap and also maintain the
esports game of
perfect
the
amount
year
distance
or
to deal
whatever.
with Sunset Lover, which was the
So
second big problem that
yeah,
RRQ
so
had to
you
deal with.
can't
Their tank
fucking
suffered
tell
for
me
a
that
long
there's not going to
time
be
until finally both
a
Enoch
good
as well as
amount of
Skylar
people
said, "We've had
interested.
enough of
And
this.
then,
keep
you know, like
picking
I
up
said,
on
you
our
can
tanks.
do
We're
a
gonna start
whole
picking
bunch of
on
different
you."
stuff if
Yeah,
it
for
pops off.
RRQ Hoshi, they mentioned they wanted to face off
You
against
sh-
BTK. This lineup that they show, I call it PTK, protect the call, protect Skylar. And that's exactly what they did. They protected their big brother, man. That last glue pick, it looked like it was them saying you really need something annoying to buy time for the one.
You can also call it protect the king.
They would
He is King Skylar now.
Yeah, that's true.
Looking at what Team Spirit did
Yeah.
in comparison to the PTK, protect the Skylar, protect the king. Team Spirit also has a. I guess the fact that the Granger, now it's safe. I think we understand Granger more now, given Hiko's performance. This is eye-opening to me because compare that to a Waddle, compare that to a Beatrix, compare that to who's the other one?
Yeah.
To Bruno. Is it just me or is Granger the most honest of the three? Of the three Bs?
Yes, extremely honest. He does one thing and one thing really good. I outrange you. Once I'm out of energy, you just
Yeah.
just stay right there. Don't move.
Yeah, and even though it was max stacks for Hiko, he was chucking down the front line. Weirdly enough, it felt like the front line of Team Spirit, if they weren't falling faster, they were getting split up more. That RRQ still got to keep a very tight formation all throughout. And that was one of the biggest problems.
Yeah.
Again, this juicing pick that ended up with a high loss, it did their job. But the problem is, they were lacking another source of good burst to pair with the Granger.
Which is totally counterintuitive to what we were setting up earlier, remember?
All right, so I'm going to do a
They're very
quick
Skylar-centric, but when you watch the
prediction
match, it's not
here
just Skylar.
for the
Suchijin was doing well.
teams
Zion was
because they're going to
doing
do a
well.
draw at
Indo
the end
got
of
the
this, I
final
believe,
kick.
like they did
Compared
yesterday.
to Team Spirit, who went all in
So
the
for
league.
the
For a while, it was working
2-0
out. For a
group, we
while, it
got
was
4
Hiko
teams.
Mania,
We got
baby.
BTK, Twisted Minds, RQ, and
Once that breaks
Fnatic
down,
Onyx
once
PH.
RQ is in your
So
personal
I'm going to
space,
say
Hiko
BTK
just folded.
Well,
will go
I
up
have to
against
slightly disagree.
RRQ.
Yes, in terms of gameplay, yes, it's very Hiko-centric because he's the main source of damage, but everybody else is designed
And
to do
Twisted
one of two
Minds
things.
will
Either
go
peel,
up
make sure those
against
front lines are out of the way,
Fnatic.
and then you can start dealing with the backline damage dealers because honestly, you have to wait on cooldown and Granger scales to infinity. So really, who's on the losing
Then
end?
for
And I
the
would say that
1-1
RRQ
group,
took a lot of punishment. Look at the damage taken by Dyren alone, as well as Enoch. The front lines had to eat dirt and got curb stomped in the earlier stages of the game, but then it starts changing around,
We'll go
especially
NIP
when
versus-
Team Spirit start to overextend. Worst yet, when they fall into choke points, allowing
Yeah.
lanes to get very effective ults.
Which works well for
The
RRQ's
nip-
development going from
Yeah, the
MLBB
nip-
to MS
the nip
to M6
flash.
here in the Swiss.
Yeah.
Because
We'll go
you watch them
them
in MPL Season
versus
14, late game, they're
Team
not at home.
Spirit.
That's not their comfort. Here,
We'll
they
go
have to come back
Vamos
into the late game. You talk about these
versus
smaller avenues of
S2G.
fighting. You saw how the Akai made it so hard for Skylar to fly. Something tells me it's the Akai and
Falcons
how they read Kid
versus
Bomba's movements that allowed Skylar to go down.
SRG.
Skylar 5-0-3.
And
the one
then
thing that I
Team
was,
Liquid
telling Vinny
ID
was that Team Spirit, they can
versus
trade, they can trade,
CFU.
but it's hard for them to win team fight. Like,
Then
get
for the
that big win and say,
0-2
yeah,
group,
they won this. They can
I'm gonna
push out, they can
say
go forward. And
Aurora
RRQ read into that very well. If you went back, if you would go back and
versus
look at the damage distribution, the interesting thing
Ulfandor.
about that is that it's close to 100k.
And make him evolved versus
The next one
KBG.
is like at 44,000 from the Jushin. The Aurora
Those are
alone
my
dealt almost 60
those are
to
my
70K
guesses
on the
for
side of RRQ.
what
So
they're gonna
that's
draw.
you
We'll
need.
see how
That
far off I
RRQ
am though.
just had a little bit more damage as we look at the MVP highlights for Skylar.
And this is why, like Skylar, again, he had a really interesting build. Initially going for the
RRQ versus BTK next. Yeah, that's what I guessed.
To start picking things up, like obviously the
We'll
gun,
see.
But then even Windtalker.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure didn't Skylar say that, was it Skylar or who? I don't remember who it was saying that they wanted to face BTK.
But at 90% of the time,
So
you're dealing with Kid Bomba and as well as Sawo on top of one shot.
I mean, if BTK, no matter who is, anybody who wins out of the 2-0 group, they will make it to knockouts. So, although it'll suck if BTK loses, they would probably have a better shot
I think that works, right? You can cleanse
the following day, if that makes sense.
I feel like though after what we saw there, even
Because unless they get Twisted Minds, it's gonna be a really tough fight. I still think they can win, but it'll be like just barely if they do. As far as how they're playing right now.
That was a hell of a showing by the Northern Dragons.
Which now full circle, remember.
But I don't know, we'll
a couple
see.
matches back we said, where do we find Ulfednar? Where do we find Team Spirit? Are they dark horses? Are they true contenders? Do we have a jury? Does the jury have a decision now?
I think they are true contenders. I think that the way that they played that game was very optimal considering the draft that they were given. I think, unfortunately, it boiled down to a single kick from Edok, and that's what makes RRQ stand above the rest. I think overall, the macro sense is what gave a lot of time, despite the overwhelming snowball coming in.
Yeah,
from
I think
TS,
the
because
Cho
every
will
time they
be
won a fight, what was the convergence? A singular turret, maybe even a buff.
either
steal,
picked
compared
up by
to,
BTK or
we take out
banned
3 of
if
your
they
guys,
go
I take
against
2
RRQ.
turrets, I take 2 of your buffs. I deny everything else.
I think that main difference between RRQ Hoshi and Team Spirit, for me, puts Team Spirit in dark horse territory. I think there's a little bit more that they can polish and work out. That they can
Yeah, they
refine
need to
in their
hurry up and get
macro.
to this
That
draft.
makes a huge difference.
Exactly, because the team spirit that we saw here today definitely
Or I guess
showed
it'd be
that
more
they
of a
can
draw,
capture
not
the
a
best of them
draft,
when
but
it comes to team fighting. They just couldn't get that big win, but the wins that they got failed to take into account the presence of the minions in the map. That's why they couldn't get that significant win to get objectives, while RRQ Hoshi showed that they are kings of the Brawl meta, but they also know how to take care of the minions as well. Let's look back at what has been an amazing day so far in the Swiss stage, the second day of it, by looking at the top 5 plays. On your
top 5
screens
plays, here
right
we go.
now, this is from
BTK,
this is
play
sharp.
number 5
Oh,
again.
boy,
All
it's
right,
gonna
here
be
we
a
go.
3-man knockup, isn't it? Coming in from his magic thumb. to the
Right.
very edge of it. It's so good.
It's a coast to coast.
Here,
Look
boom.
at that, from that bush all the way into the 3 members of S2G.
Was
Use
it
the flicker
3?
there,
It looked like
and
2.
I think this was the main turning
feel like
point.
that was just a
BTK
2-man
takes
knockout.
control. Up next, we have here a
We'll
play
see.
from Twisted Minds. Yeah, look at this. See the control coming in and the answer all throughout. Oh no, it was a turnaround. That's what it made it so important.
Yeah, Benny was really nasty on this, but then we cut back over to Aurora MLBB up against NIP Flash here. Again,
Nip
great
Flash.
initiation. It looks super good. And then you see, just keep your eyes on Vanix, how he gets into the back line. Bam! Double stun.
Oh, hell of a play there by that Moskov to entry. And of course, Hades swooping in, getting that turtle, and then going straight to the back line. After that, of course, we witnessed Ulfednar versus Selangor Red Giants, and it was the beginning of the breakdown. Or at this point, it was the Hail Mary play by Ulfednar, countered very well by SRG.
Yeah, they spent too much to be able to steal that Lord. And then eventually, Selangor Giants put themselves where they needed to be with the help of Stormy's diversion. I'm hoping that the last play is also a diversion play.
Oh,
no,
it's not.
It was from this one.
It was from our very last series of the day. Honestly, the way that they broke the battle lines was already impressive enough because you can just watch, right? You can see the initial lockdown, and then they realize, oh no, we've just lost Sunset Lover. We're losing all of our battle spells at the same time, and Skylar runs around the composition to chase the back line.
Number 5 is a prime example of why, again, you do not brawl against the brawl meta.
Wow, what a day number 2 for our Swiss stages, and that's the end, if I'm not mistaken, of our string of best of ones in a long day. We still have best of ones in the 1-1 bracket.
Have a few.
Yeah, but in the 2-0 and in the 0-2, that's where we're gonna be seeing best of 3s making a comeback.
And we confirm by the end of
Oh
tomorrow,
yeah, that is
we
right,
would
isn't
have
it?
said goodbye to a couple of teams, and we would have said congratulations to a couple more, because they would have then confirmed their slot in the knockouts.
And I think that's it for us. I mean, we still have the draw coming up, but real quick, any last things that you gentlemen want to say before we head on over to the Swiss stage draw?
Honestly, the Swiss stage draw has been extremely exciting. And first, I gotta make sure I got pull that off real quick, make sure that the kingdom's close to the heart. I think that generally the competitiveness level of this Swiss stage is really elevated here for M6. And for those of you who are, you know, tuning in, learning about MLBB esports, this is the peak. This is as good as it's going to get, if not better, from this point onwards.
Today's matches
I agree.
were both a reality
I like this,
check
the way that they got the
and
layout
a
for the bracket and everything.
shock to the system, because
It's
we
pretty
saw
good.
our good amount of upsets, but just the same, we saw how some teams, despite looking a certain way early to mid, found their way to coming back in the late. So with that said, I think tomorrow will be more of a day wherein we can say, oh yeah, this team really does belong in this bracket, because we start seeing best of threes.
On the road to being greater than ever defeats. Very tough in best of ones, but maybe those in the 0-2 bracket could potentially get a little bit of more joy, you know, down the line, and make sure everything that'll be okay and just be greater than ever. Renmar, Leo, and Gideon here. Let's go on over to the draw.
Damn, 5-minute wait. Shit. All right, well, we'll see. We will see. You still with the Stigma?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
All right. Didn't know if you fell asleep or not.
No, I'm watching the TV show as well, so I to like keep my attention here and there.
I get it.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya.
We'll see how well we did on the draw predictions, but yesterday I was pretty far off on like 80% of them. Surprised I haven't seen a Claude yet.
Claude will never be here.
Well, I mean, like, they just buffed him. I mean, he is the, like, the M6 hero, you know? I wonder if people are just picking him, or, like, saving him for a pick later on, you know? Yeah, I gotta look for a coil for mine.
Dude, I got one of the A series coil. They're nice.
A series or 8?
As day 2 is about to close this time,
Oh, okay.
it's going to be me
Okay.
getting Kuhn as well as nice.
All right, here we go.
Make sure that we are watching and making sure that nothing goes wrong here at the group draw for
Yeah.
day number 2. Honestly, it's been a very exciting day.
It has. It's been really great. I would say. I think yes, especially after yesterday. Yesterday was a day of upsets. Today, I don't know.
I'll have to
Would we say
look
that
'em
it
up.
was all upsets, or it was some expectations, and then we had some surprising wins? I don't know. How do you feel? I know Malaysia did pretty well today.
I mean, it was a little bit of a coin flip, I'll be perfectly honest with you. With the matches that we've had here today, so many things were unexpected, but more importantly, we need to see what's the next step of the draw. Because keep in mind, we've got 3 segments to fill out. The 2 O's, the 1 and 1s, and unfortunately, the O and 2s. In each of these cases, we're going to be drawing out the teams to make sure that at the very least, hopefully, they're going to have a good matchup. But of course, we're not going to be the ones doing it. Thank goodness.
We don't want the heat, man. We don't want the heat. So
All right, so who's doing it today?
A KOL to join us to do the draw.
A
for himself.
KOL.
We're gonna welcome up Boston Gaming. Come and join us, good sir. Thank you. Would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself to our audience before the draw?
Всем привет, это Boston! It was in Russian, and in English it means, hey everyone, it's Boston!
Boston, great to have you
Everyone.
with us. What did you think of today? Did you get to catch most of the games, or?
Yeah, I have catched most of the games. Several wins were unexpected.
Yeah.
That's a pity that Team Spirit didn't make it. They did well, but RQ were better.
Yeah, you know, I think there's still a lot of improvements that we've seen from Team Spirit.
But Team
it was
Spirit
just
still
unfortunate.
has
They really brawled it
a
out, but
chance, you know.
they weren't able to get the win
They're
this
not
time around,
out
so
yet.
still,
That's
they have
you
their
know,
chances, of course, but
that's
we
to
are
be
gonna
seen still.
proceeding
So let's
with
not
the
count them
draw.
out yet,
So,
guys.
Boston, you need to go ahead and do this. I'll take the mic for you, and we will be starting here on the 2-0 squad. There are 4 teams there, so you'll go ahead and draw from there, all 4 teams, until we have that 2-0 bracket filled out.
Now, Boston, as you pick these 2-0 teams, who are you hoping to pick out first at the very least, or maybe pair them up together?
Maybe BTK and
RRQ. Onyx.
BTK,
Oh,
all right,
interesting.
this guy
Okay.
wants the big matches first. All right, let's see this very first one.
Let's see who it
crack
is. Let's see
open
who it
and
is.
Find out who is going to be the first one listed in our first best of 3. Twisted
Minds.
Ooh, that's gonna be a tough one. That's gonna be a tough one. All right, all right. No worries, no worries here. We'll handle this. You can go paste it up on the wall. Now, Boston, as you mentioned, you wanted to see Fnatic and as well as BTK. I'm curious to see, as we're going to draw our very next ball, who do you want Twisted Minds to face off?
Well, he's actually gonna do the bottom one. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Not to face Twisted Minds, yeah? Some of the balls are cold, some hot. Yeah. I want that one.
Those are the hot ball.
And
That explains it.
I mean, that explains
All right.
exactly why
BTK.
Bloodthirsty Kings going to be in our next row. Please paste it up
Whew.
on the wall. This is going to be interesting,
All
right?
right.
Because now our next
I'm getting
two
nervous now.
competitors are going to either
If
first
he
one's
picks
gonna be
Fnatic Onyx,
Twisted
I'm
Minds,
gonna
next
lose it.
Into BTK, you might just get your wish. It's a 50-50. Good luck on the roll.
Take a deep breath.
maybe Fnatic Onyx. All teams are very strong. Really.
He says all teams are very strong, but he's pulling out some really good matchups.
These two are really strong.
You want to hit this right, bro?
opponents.
Is this one cold or hot, by the way?
This cool.
It's
It's
cool,
cool.
okay.
Yeah.
You said Twisted Minds versus Fnatic Onyx, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's RRQ. Damn.
RRQ Hoshi is
Okay,
going
so it's
to be
RRQ versus
up
Twisted
against
Minds.
Twisted Minds in our 2-0 bracket. This is good. Honestly,
I suck
is
at
going
this
to be a fun
prediction
one.
stuff
We
for
know
these
what our
draws.
very final team is going to
All
be.
right,
And Boston,
so
I don't know if
RRQ
there's like some kind of Magi Mystic going on here, but you called it right from
versus
the
Twisted
start.
Minds.
Please, just for formality, crack it open.
I'm
and
gonna
show the camera.
say. Oh, I don't know what I
is.
want to say.
Onyx for BTK.
Ooh.
Yeah, Onyx for BTK.
He called it, man. He called it from the beginning.
He called it based off of the temperature
Yeah.
of the balls. I don't know. We're probably gonna have to double check this later down the line. Oh,
BTK
let's lock
versus
that in
Onyx.
there.
That's
Now, keep
crazy.
in mind,
All right, well.
this might not be the match order. We will show the schedule at the very end of it, but that just means
Yeah.
you're going to have to pick up the 1-and-1 matchups, and we've got plenty of teams for you to choose from.
Oh
So
yeah,
we're
yeah.
hoping for
2
at the
teams
very
will
least.
move on to the knockout from that group,
very
and 2
least,
teams
hoping
will
Team
move
Spirit
on to the
versus
2-1
any team. I think
group
there will be
next
any
round.
team. So, I will want to pick Team Spirit first. Maybe here.
Let's see if he pulls it off.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Team Spirit out of the way early, right?
Odds, I have low odds because lots of team. Maybe. No.
Hey.
Our very first team is
Vamos.
going to be Team Vamos.
I
as we
had
put
them up
on the wall.
against
Oh, this could go a bunch
S2G,
of different
so
ways here, especially
we'll
for the
see.
one-on-one bracket.
The one-on-one bracket is spicy, man. You know, there's a lot of, I would say all the teams that are in the 1-for-1, they're all very close in, I would say, power level. So let's see who's going to be the next team.
It seems I can feel only hot or cold or cool. The hottest, this one. This one, the hottest.
Could that mean, all right, crack it open, show it, let's see. I had no contact with the ball whatsoever, and oh my goodness. The
Yeah, this
back-to-back.
is the hottest one.
Crazy.
SRG,
Crazy.
okay.
That's actually so good. I'm so thankful. Thank you, boss. Thank you. You have no idea. You have no idea. I'm so
I
thankful.
guess
you pulled
RRQ
that.
versus
I was gonna say, I
BTK
feel
also
like
wrong.
we hear
Yeah,
the
that's
crowd, too.
that's what I said.
Let's go.
Okay. Instead of the hottest, are we looking for the coldest this one? What are your thoughts?
I wanna
Coming
make
into this
a-
next poll, you've got
a
2
new
Malaysian
logo
teams
for
out
us.
of the way, and and Team Spirit has not shown themselves.
This the coolest. I don't know what's team in the inside. Let's check.
Like I am pictured our logo.
Ooh, this is a good one. It's gonna
Okay.
be S2G.
S2G, obviously a team that
It's gonna be like
started the
BRKF, but
upsets on day one against the team
Yeah, it
that
should be like Bro
Boston
Electric,
game
you know what I'm
just
saying?
drew. So
Broken.
great to see the third
Yeah.
team now for the last one on that left side of the bracket.
So the last one is the coldest one. I feel
The coldest one.
the coldest one.
All right.
Team Team
The man
Liquid
is pulling
ID.
out bangers here.
Okay.
Team Liquid ID is going into the bracket again.
All right. Well, Vamos
man,
versus
there's so many
S2G,
ways
I
that
got
this could
wrong.
turn out. Nice to-
Because
for
they're
you
on the
in
same side, so they
particular, I
can't
gotta ask,
face
what
each
are you
other.
hoping for in
So we'll
terms of
see.
matchups before I give it over to Boston to start rolling for the next one?
I don't know, man.
Which means I got
at
another
this
one of
point,
these wrong
I've been
somewhere
so surprised with how things have
as
fallen.
well.
I agree with what
Or no,
Austin
I got
mentioned.
two
Any of
wrong,
the teams
right?
over here, but I would say I would love to see Team Spirit actually go against Vamos.
We'll see.
Do you agree that? Do you think that they can take on Vamos?
Yeah, now I want to choose team. I want to find Team Spirit.
All right.
Yeah.
Sun is coming up.
It's cool.
Currently 8:30
Okay, it's
a.m.
cool. And it's
Pretty late for
somewhere
me.
Like here. Oh man, no. This one. This one. And no.
Ooh, doesn't find
CFU.
Team Spirit, but does find CFU.
Okay,
Again,
so
this is actually going to
Vamos
be an
versus
exciting best-of-one matchup between
CFU.
Vamos and CFU because the two hyper-aggressive teams, they love to play around the early game. It's going to be quite a showing.
Now he's wondering. He's second guessing. He's like, maybe I should have grabbed that other one because right now it's
first
All right.
goal with this.
it's
After
SRG.
this, I'll
Where's the opponent
me and
gonna
you will
use
go
SRG?
through and we'll make
Let's
our
find out.
guesses.
And it's Falcon.
Falcons.
Interesting. SRG will be facing up against Falcons.
Holy shit, I got that
Ooh,
one right.
This is gonna be. I don't know how to feel about that one because again,
Nice.
Falcons have shown
Probably
what
can't
they're
see it, but
capable
it's
of,
right.
A very wide tool set as well. But now we have to
Right
choose
there.
the opponents for S2G. Good luck, Boston.
Maybe Team
Right,
Spirit will
this
win.
one.
Maybe.
The MLBB
Crack it open there.
live
Liz.
right now.
Yeah.
It's a
All right.
NIP Flash.
is gonna lose.
Oh my
it's like
goodness! Here, he's
2-0.
nailing it.
Oh,
He's.
come
I don't
on.
know whether he's doing this on
Yeah,
purpose
it'll
or
be
whether or
interesting
not he's
because
just
now they're
calling
playing best of
everything
threes. Like
absolutely perfectly.
in the
You know
2-0 and the
exactly last week
0-2
because
groups,
every
they're
other
playing best
team
of threes.
Give it up for
Team Spirit.
I think the only the only group that's doing best of ones.
Can we ask him?
How many you get right to? How many you
Зверя
get
нет
right?
синей дракона. Spirit.
That's just, yeah, that's why I don't open the chat anymore. Day 3 tomorrow? Yes, day 3 tomorrow.
In English, there's no stronger beast.
Okay,
than
so
dragon.
what did we have anyways? We had
It's gonna be the
point.
dragon.
He has got a point.
So
but now
Vamos
we move on to
CFU.
the very next box here.
And
So we did the 1-1s.
then-
We did the 2-0s. It is time for the 0-2s. Good luck, please. You can begin your draw.
Okay, let's start with this. And we got
Okay.
Make him evolves. Okay, had them versus
Again, this
KBG.
is an extremely important matchup, especially
Crucial.
These are crucial because these are elimination matches here. Now let's go. for the next
Discord,
pair,
I
and see
don't
who
think I
potentially
have
could
that
line this up. We
command
still have
connected
3
right
more
now.
teams.
it seems hot as
No, I don't think I
Is the
do.
hottest one?
This could mean
I have a
it,
feeling. I have a feeling. I have a feeling.
it could go both ways.
I'm correct.
Aurora.
I
Yeah.
I mean, it's Aurora MLBB coming in now.
Okay, so
There are only
yep.
two
All right, so far I've gotten
teams
them
left.
right.
What do
So
you
if
feel in
KBG
Boston?
comes
Who
out
do you
against
want?
EV,
You
I
are
got the
deciding fate
0-2
of
group
these teams.
correct, all of it.
You want to
Because I'm a genius.
pair with Aurora.
Doesn't matter that I got the other ones
I
wrong.
want to hear your answer. Gideon, you know what? I've been answering all the questions about the Malaysian teams now. How about this one?
Yeah.
Honestly,
I'll take any. I'll take any because as long as Malaysian
Let's
team ain't in that
see.
bracket, I think I'm okay. Aurora's gonna be a tough matchup.
I have made my choice.
Ah, shoot. Yeah,
Made a
Discord's
choice.
not working on my
Crack it open.
laptop either. I don't know why.
My
No, it's going to be.
Oh
Red
shit, it's
Carnival
KBG.
versus
Yo, I got that
KBG.
this whole one right.
Ooh, actually, this one might be
Nice.
really interesting. I
Look
think
at
that. Both
that.
of these teams, they're
Right
pretty
here.
evenly matched. But now for the final one, it only means that the Ulfandar experience
Wow.
continues.
Oh, that's gonna be. a
Aurora
matchup, man.
ULF EV KBG.
Aurora, Olfenar.
Yep, that's right. I guessed it.
Familiar foes, I
Boom.
would say, in terms of playstyle and regions.
It truly is. Boston, I
Yeah,
gotta
it
get
showed
some
up
of
in the
your
mail
opinion
earlier.
on these upcoming matchups here. Let's start all the way from the top. From each of these brackets.
You know that script has like 500 pages just for the streamers?
I think top bracket is really tough for these two two teams because our queue
No, I
is,
just
not
downloaded the
really
audiobook for it.
strong.
They are really, really strong. I mean, I would say it's a really tough choice as well.
Like, I'm listening to tonight's script already.
Let's talk about at least the 1-1 brackets. At least there's no stakes this time. You know, no pressure whatsoever. What is the matchup that you're looking for other?
All right, there we go.
Because I know they're going to have a tough time.
Vamos, CFU, SRG, Falcons.
For sure, I'm looking for SRG because I like this team.
S2G.
And I think
and
with Liquid
Nip
will be,
Flash.
very interesting also.
Boston knows how to say the right thing.
I was gonna say he does. But
And
I gotta ask you
then
too,
what was the
Austin,
last
how
one?
about
Team Liquid
the
versus
the most crucial matches, because
Team
these teams
Spirit.
down here at the 0-2, they face elimination.
All right.
Because as we know, if a team goes
All right,
0-3,
Stigma,
they're
RQ, or
out.
Twisted
How do you
Minds.
feel about these matchups, especially with the first one? Do you think do you side with the team here, KBG,
Yes.
or Mayhem Evolve, and then of course Aurora and Ulfennar?
Here I'm rooting for KBG, and
You're gonna go with
also
RQ?
for Ulfednar.
All right, so we're both gonna pick
I
RQ.
think Ulfednar could make it. It will be a hard match for them, but I think they will manage to win.
Well, I'm gonna say, you know, I hope the opposite happens. Of course, I want to root for both teams, but I'm hoping that Aurora is able to go ahead and rise through the ranks like we've seen teams like that before. But also, I think overall, Gideon, when we look at this in Boston Gaming, we have a great day ahead of us.
Yeah, I
So far,
mean,
every
we'll-
single draw has been on point. All the
We'll
matches have been on
definitely
point.
have a good
Like
match
Gideon mentioned
there.
earlier, we do want to just go
I
ahead and let you guys
mean,
know that these matches are all
especially if
correct,
Twisted Minds
but the
keeps playing the way
scheduling
they
for
have
them
been,
tomorrow,
because
we have to wait
personally,
for those, and you guys will
I've
go
been
ahead and see
surprised
those
by them.
online once they're on.
I didn't think they were gonna do as good as they have been, and they've surprised me the whole way. So, hats off to them.
I remember seeing you at EWC as well, seeing you know the progression with a lot of these teams. You know so much about Team Spirit. I'm interested to know. You've been following this team for a while. Why or how did they get to this level, right? Because we've seen Ulfendar, we've also seen S2G.
Yeah, they're more
on that rise. It
disciplined
feels like Team
too.
Spirit is on
It
that
seems
same
like.
trajectory.
All right, next one, BTK or Fnatic Onic PH. I'm going BTK, obviously. I'm assuming you are too.
I understand that everything in Sour hands. Sour is
Right,
very
Merca.
skillful,
All right, then we got Vamos and
he is
CFU.
good. She has a very good strategy.
Alright.
Not only in
SRG or
but, in
Falcons?
real life. I think that's because of Sour.
All because of Sawa. Thank you so much, Boston. You have decided the fate of our very next round here. Thank you so much. For
Yeah,
coming down
that's
to do this draw.
that's
Now,
what
here
I'm
is
thinking.
the
I kind of
very
want to go
final
SRG,
schedule
but
set in stone for tomorrow's matchups.
I'm not
We
100%
have
sure
Mayhem
on that
Evolve
either.
Up against KBG. We have S2G up against NIP Flash. SRG versus Falcon Esports. Twisted Minds versus RRQ Hoshi. 2 hours in between each and every one of these matches. Now, keep in mind that as we are seeing these matches,
Alright,
there
so
is
I'll
elimination
pick
matches
SRG,
as well, and this will be our day 4
and
schedule.
Stigma
Ahead of us
has
for day
Falcons.
4, this is what we've got in store. Rora and Ulfennar.
Next one's
Vamos and CFU. TLID to follow against Team Spirit, of course.
Yeah.
And then lastly, to round things out, BTK.
Last match tomorrow is BTK versus Fnatic Onic PH. Should have figured that.
But there are some best of threes that'll be happening for day 3 and day 4 of the rest of our Swiss stages.
The last match of tomorrow
gonna
or
be a
tonight
crazy day.
is
It's going to be a very crazy
BTK
day for
versus
day 3 as well
Fnatic
as day 4
Onic.
before we even make it into our very next stage to see more teams actually
So that'll be good for you though, because then you'll be.
teams who are going to get eliminated. Boston, I'm gonna get your opinions on this because who are you thinking?
Oh,
Make a prediction who's gonna be
S2G
making
and
out of the
NIP
knockout
Flash.
stage. I know you're going to say Team Spirit, so of course we're just going to assume straight off the bat Team Spirit makes it. But are there any other teams that are looking or hoping will actually qualify?
Yeah, this
for
one's
knockouts?
hard.
Qualify for this bracket. Of course, Eric is not iconic.
Right, yeah. These ones are hard. I went Nip Flash anyways.
Yeah, I think
I believe.
for me, it's not doubt that the RRQ and Fnatic Iconic will make it. Of course, Team Spirit somewhere here, and they will go to the finals. And I think KBG here, and maybe
Maybe one more. If you could pick one more for us.
They're all good teams.
Team
They
Splash.
all know what they're doing in
All right,
game.
NIP Flash. That is
And it only takes one split up for any
NIP Flash.
team to
That
become
is Boston's idea here.
Oh, yeah.
For what's going to
Yep.
move forward. Again, thank you so much for
Team
joining
Liquid
us. Is there
ID
any
or
last
Team
message you wanna go ahead and throw out
Spirit?
before we close out?
I
You
say
take
Russian?
Russian? Yeah, go ahead.
Всем спасибо за просмотр, удачи и пока-пока.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna give up on
Thank you so
Team
much
Spirit.
for joining us, Boston Gaming. Again,
All right,
that's
last
Minasu and
last
Gideon.
group we
are gonna be
got
wrapping it up here for
Aurora
today. We'll see you
versus
guys back here tomorrow for more
Ulfendor.
action for the Swiss
I'm gonna
stage.
go Ulfendor. Yeah, and then Maycam Evolve versus KBG. I'm gonna say KBG.
Evolve's not going anywhere this season, bro.
So you're gonna go KBG? Alright. Alright. Last time me and you had a difference of opinion, you won both times. So we'll see how we do this time. The only one that we had a difference on was SRG and Falcons, but even, I mean, I agree with you there. They're both, in my opinion, they're pretty even, so it could go either way.
With any of the upper bracket, like the 1-1s and the 2-0s, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're all good teams, man. It's even like that, but it literally comes to one split decision, either late game or mid game, and boom, game's over, you know? It goes either way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I believe it starts at the same time tonight, so I'm sure you'll be asleep, but obviously when you wake up we'll probably be streaming still, so.
Well, since I've come to the realization, obviously, that we're doing this at midnight. Isn't it what it starts at midnight?
Yeah. Either.
The match
Well, usually they'll start a little before the time that it's posted. So then, like, today they had, like, I think 12:30 is their stream start time, but they started a little before. That way, by time it was 12:30, the match was pretty close to starting. So.
Well, just look, yeah, I would have said that.
But.
I wake up for it. I don't think it's at something.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, we'll be back tonight. Or today, depending on where you're at. Speaking of, hope everybody has a good morning, good evening, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. Hope it goes good. If it's not going good, I hope it gets better. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you all had fun. And we will see you again.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just